September 20th, 2022. Mu Xinci University. Mu Xinci, the Belle of the Fine Arts Department, drowned, sparking widespread attention. Students rushed to the scene without a moment's delay, only to find not only the unconscious lovely school beauty, but also a handsome young man lying close beside her. Wait, who is that person lying next to the school beauty? So handsome. Does our college have such a handsome guy? He's even more handsome than any reader. His looks surpass even my Huaqing Wu Yanzu. But why are they lying together? Everyone, regardless of gender, kept exclaiming. The medical staff had already arrived and hurriedly carried the two away. The girls reluctantly watched them leave. Ding! System successfully installed. Yifan suddenly heard a strange voice. What's going on? Who is speaking? Yifan opened his eyes with difficulty. He found himself in a hospital, bewildered. He remembered that a girl had fallen into the lake, and he jumped in to save her. But due to exhaustion, he managed to drag her to the shore before losing consciousness. Could he be dead already? Now presenting the activation gift pack, you will exchange sensory experiences with the school beauty Mu Xinci. You suffer, she bears; as she enjoys, you benefit. Holy crap. As a bookworm who always reads online novels, he had fantasized about having a system every day, never expecting his dream to come true. Isn't Mu Xinci the school beauty goddess worshipped by all the male students? She is the most beautiful and also the most aloof. The boys flock to her, eager to become her fawning admirers, yet she remains indifferent. Actually, Yifan also had a crush on Mu Xinci, but she always ignored him. Additionally, as long as the system detects any interaction between you, the host can earn points and participate in the system lottery to obtain rewards. The experience lasts for 2 months and will automatically expire, after which you will return to normal mode. The system then began to provide Yifan with Mu Xinci information. Gender female, age 20, height 175 centimeters, weight 45 kilograms, identity only daughter of the Mu Consortium, assets 1 N zeros omitted, RMB, hobbies yoga, flower arrangement, tea, ceremony, hand drawing, calligraphy, photography, dance, horse riding. Additionally, a reminder: when you are in close contact, the sensory experiences can overlap. Just as Yifan was feeling delighted, there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Yifan saw a man in a suit enter the ward. He respectfully thanked Yifan. Thank you for saving our young lady. I am the secretary of the Mu family. This is a small token of appreciation from our chairman. Please accept it. A check was handed to Yifan. A full 300,000. Yifan's eyes widened. With 300,000, he could buy any figurines, eat at any restaurant, and purchase any skins. This made him feel ecstatic. Meanwhile, in the premium ward, Mu Xinci, lying on the bed, opened her eyes. She fluttered her long eyelashes, her eyes lazy and cold, yet slightly dazed, still weak. Daughter, you're awake. Father Mu, seeing his precious daughter come to, tightly grasped Mu Xinqi's hand, extremely excited. Realizing she was still alive, Mu Xinci breathed a sigh of relief. Was I saved by someone? Yes, it seems to be a young man from your college. Fortunately, he rescued you in time, otherwise something terrible would have happened. Father Mu replied. Mu Xinci nodded lightly. Is he all right? She had a vague impression of someone jumping into the water to save her, but she didn't see his face. The doctor checked, and he's fine. He can even be discharged today. Dad will take care of it, and thank him properly. That's good. Mu Xinci slightly lowered her long, thick lashes. Are you hungry? Dad has already prepared a meal. You need to nourish your body now. Father Mu doted on his daughter, truly afraid of dropping her if held in his palm, or melting her if held in his mouth. Mu Xinci had no objections. Father Mu immediately had the dishes served and placed on the table. Congee with scallops and shrimp, stewed chicken soup with matsutake, fresh almas, caviar, braised shark fin, lobster omelette, leonzi, pipa shrimp, wolfberry shark fin soup, rock sugar, bird's nest. Mu Xinci picked up a spoon and took a mouthful of the congee. But a spicy, pungent taste filled her mouth. It was sour and foul. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Xinci coughed, finding it hard to swallow. So spicy and sour. How is that possible? I specifically had a state banquet chef prepare this. Father Mu was stunned. The congee isn't spoiled, how can it be sour? After all, his daughter's taste was very picky, and she was particular about food. Father Mu certainly couldn't be negligent, he had to satisfy her cravings. Such a congee would cost several thousand outside. Mu Xinci frowned. It's true. She took another bite of the caviar. The caviar, which should have been smooth and delicious, exuded a disgusting sour bamboo shoot taste. More absurdly, when Mu Xinci drank a mouthful of chicken soup, which looked so light it turned out to be sour and spicy, choking her throat. Dad, I think something is wrong with my taste. Mu Xinci shouted to her father in panic. Father Mu realized the seriousness and hurried to call the doctor. At this moment in the next ward, Yifan was eating snail noodles with great relish. But his tongue sensed the savory richness of the scallop and shrimp congee. Hot and delicious, the taste was simply superb. Yifan smacked his lips in aftertaste, then savored the flavor of caviar. Truly fresh and sweet. After all, caviar was too luxurious for common people, especially the premium almas caviar, which cost several hundred yuan per spoonful. Its deliciousness was indeed evident. So delicious. He never expected that eating a bowl of snail noodles costing less than 20 yuan would allow him to taste top-class delicacies worth tens of thousands. But now, while enjoying the delicious food, Yifan didn't know that something unexpected was about to happen. In the VIP ward, Father Mu anxiously asked, "Doctor, how is my daughter?" The doctor looked at the examination results and said to Father Mu, "After our examination, Miss Mu has no major issues, she's just a bit weak." The doctor continued, "Her taste confusion might be due to lack of rest, she should recuperate properly." Father Mu sighed in relief and urged Mu Xinci, "Daughter, you're just too tired. Go home and rest well." After confirming the test results were fine, Mu Xinci also felt that she had been too tired lately, even having hallucinations. She hadn't done anything, yet she felt muscle soreness, body fatigue, and especially heavy tired legs. It seemed she really needed to go home and recuperate. Father Mu handled the discharge procedures, planning to let Mu Xinci rest at home. As they walked out of the hospital gate, Mu Xinci felt her eyelids heavy, too exhausted, and accidentally bumped into a passing figure. Yifan subconsciously covered his forehead. He had gone out to handle discharge procedures and didn't expect to bump into someone. Now his forehead felt slightly swollen. Ding! Congratulations, host. Intimate collision with target gained 300 points. Yifan immediately started to draw a reward. Congratulations. Reward: a Kawasaki H2 motorcycle. Now parked in the hospital garage with super driving skills and motorcycle certificate. The Kawasaki H2 was Yifan's dream bike. Especially now with superb driving skills and no need to take a test, it was awesome. Yifan heard a sweet sound of pain and then noticed a beautiful girl surrounded by black-suited bodyguards. She had long black hair reaching her waist, a delicate face with fair skin, excessively beautiful, but with slightly furrowed brows, holding her arm, looking innocent and pitiful. Yifan was all too familiar with that face. Since he entered school, the boy's topic of conversation never left her. How beautiful her face, how good her family background, how hot her figure. Looking at the charming girl before him, he felt his breath warm. Yifan never expected to be bound together with such a goddess. Just now he was able to eat top-notch cuisine thanks to her. Yifan had just eaten Luosafin snail rice noodles. Would she like it? He didn't know her taste, but Luosafin was delicious, loved by locals, and Yifan never tired of it. At this moment, Mu Xinci's forehead didn't hurt at all. Clearly her forehead had bumped into the other's arm, but her arm felt as if hit by something hard, sore, and numb. Then she heard a magnetic, sexy grunt and looked up in shock. She saw a handsome young man standing before her, gently rubbing his forehead. He was tall and slender with a majestic physique full of masculinity. His short black hair had a faint halo in the sunlight, dark eyes and thin lips curved in a pleasant arc. He was a clear and spirited youth. "Are you okay?" His voice was a deep bass. "It's nothing," Mu Xinci replied coolly, "sorry for bumping into you." She was also puzzled. He hadn't hit his head, so why was he rubbing his forehead? Then something astonishing happened. Her fingers felt the smooth skin of her forehead. It was synchronized with his movement. As Mu Xinci was filled with suspicion, Father Mu called from outside the hospital gate. "Daughter, what's wrong? Get in the car." "Okay." Mu Xinci responded and walked toward her father. She brushed past him, and Yifan reluctantly watched her leave. After all, it was his first intimate contact with the goddess, and she left without much conversation. But luckily his bound target was her. There would be more days ahead. Picking up the car was more important. Parking lot. After completing the discharge procedures, Yifan saw the exquisite, beautifully designed black Kawasaki H2 motorcycle. Finally got it. Yifan touched the motorcycle with satisfaction. Without hesitation, he got on, looking incredibly cool. Especially with the helmet on, he looked handsome. Yifan drove the motorcycle straight out. It was a cloudy day with strong winds. But it was hard to get a taxi here, and the bus route was inconvenient, so he had to ride the motorcycle. Yifan specially put on an extra coat, hoping it would be warm enough. After driving, he didn't feel the wind or cold, only the comfort of the plush seat and warm air blowing like spring. Needless to say, Mu Xinci must be sitting in a top luxury car. Yifan had just seen her get into a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Now he was enjoying the comfort of a luxury car without any effort. How awesome. But Yifan didn't know that while he was enjoying, Mu Xinci was suffering. Achoo! Mu Xinci sneezed. Her body trembled, nose red, feeling a biting cold as if blown by wind. So cold. She hugged her arms. Father Mu saw this and became nervous, immediately scolding the driver. "Turn up the temperature." But it was useless. Even with the heat high, Mu Xinci still felt chilly. Her eyes were red from cold, glistening with tears, pitifully lovely. How strange. She was sitting in a warm, comfortable car, yet she still felt the biting wind. She was resting, yet it felt like she was riding a motorcycle. Why had her body become so strange after falling into the water? Could she be possessed? Yifan had already ridden the motorcycle back to the college and arrived at dormitory 502. Climbing the stairs used to be tiring, especially to the 5th floor. But now his waist and legs didn't hurt. This feeling was so comfortable. After pushing open the dormitory door, he saw 3 roommates playing League of Legends. Back. Wanna play? Xiaowu asked excitedly. Penghu, who was typing furiously, muttered curiously. Why are you so late today? No classes this afternoon. Where did you go? You missed a big drama. The school beauty fell into the water today. Yes, she was rescued and sent to the hospital. Seems nothing serious. I heard the rescuer is a guy from our department. What a hero. I'm going to treat him to a month of bubble tea to thank him, otherwise I wouldn't see the school beauty anymore. Brother Lei said excitedly. Xiaowu exclaimed, he'll cover his meals for a week. Hearing this, Yifan nodded with satisfaction. You better keep your word. The one who saved the school beauty is me. Oh, then never mind. A few heads nodded. But after a moment they all exclaimed, what? Damn. The one who saved the school beauty is you. Wow, the hero is in our dorm room. When the goddess was in trouble, the hero turned out to be you. Yifan nodded. Right, remember to buy snacks and milk tea. After happily getting some good food, he noticed the pile of empty instant noodle cups and takeout boxes on his desk. He immediately exploded with anger. Bro, please throw all your trash into the bin when you're done. And Xiaowu, what's with those stinky socks on my bed? Did you throw them there? Are you trying to develop biochemical weapons? They've been there for days, and you still haven't washed them. Under normal circumstances, Yifan would have been disgusted by the stench. But now with his sense of smell swapped with the campus bells, he couldn't smell a thing. This was no longer a problem for him. How wonderful. He could even catch a whiff of floral fragrance and the delicate scent of a girl's room. Finally escaping this filthy, stinking doghouse to breathe something normal. What a pleasant aroma. Mu Xinci was probably living in a mansion now. But Yifan still had to make sure these swine cleaned up properly. The male dormitory was a disaster zone in terms of hygiene, and he was the dormitory leader. A heavy responsibility. However, his roommates had stopped playing their games, and were now gathered around Yifan, all AFK. What exactly happened? How did you save the campus Belle? How is she? Did you give her mouth-to-mouth? Did you kiss her? Yifan raised an eyebrow. Beauty is like a wolf and a tiger, corrupting one's will and destroying one's mind. Please don't be so vulgar, okay? Then tell us the details. Yeah, we're brothers, what's the secret? Urged by his brothers, Yifan said seriously, the desk is too dirty, the socks are too stinky, the dormitory is too filthy, the trash hasn't been taken out, the homework isn't done. Brother Lei, he'll do the homework. Penghu, he'll clean up. Xiaowu, he'll wash the socks. The 3 beastly roommates, just to get the gossip, were completely committed. Normally as lazy as could be. Wouldn't stand if they could sit, wouldn't sit if they could lie down. Now they were all competing to be diligent. As the dormitory leader, Yifan finally got a break. What a relief. Yifan stretched lazily. Of course, after they finished their chores, they clung to him for more gossip. Yifan told them the whole story, naturally keeping the system a secret. Everyone stared at each other in bewilderment. They never expected something so miraculous to happen. You are the campus Belle's savior now? That's amazing. That's 30,000 yuan. You don't need to work part-time. That's enough for living expenses. This is manna from heaven. Hey, why wasn't I there? Then the good fortune would have fallen on me. Seeing their regret, Yifan was smug. Hee, they didn't know he also had a very powerful system. I have it, and they don't. As soon as Mu Xinci got home, she felt her legs aching and noticed an unbearable stench of foot odor in the room, mixed with the nauseating smell of instant noodles. It was about to knock her out. It was so unpleasant. The room was supposedly scented with aromatherapy and adorned with fresh flowers, so the smell should have been pleasant. Mu Xinci sprayed plenty of perfume, but she couldn't smell any fragrance. Instead, the scent at the tip of her nose remained unbearable. Helpless, Mu Xinci had to escape to the bathroom. I'm just too tired having hallucinations. A nice bath and rest will fix it, she comforted herself. After all, she had just fallen into the water and was traumatized. It was normal to have confused senses of taste, smell, and touch. She sighed. When would her senses return to normal? Meanwhile, Yifan felt very hot and paced around the dormitory. What's wrong? Asked Penghu. Nothing, just a bit hot. Yifan fanned himself. It was as if the campus Belle was taking a sauna. How could he not be hot? Xiaowu muttered. It's only around 10 degrees Celsius. How can it be so hot? Little did he know that Yifan had bound a system. But fortunately, this agonizing period ended after a while. Yifan let out a long sigh of relief. Afterward, he enjoyed the smooth touch of high-quality clothes, which felt exceptionally comfortable. Much better than the cheap t-shirts Yifan bought for a dozen yuan. The fabric was completely different. Yifan lay on the bed. He didn't feel the hard, low-quality wooden bed of the dormitory. Instead, he felt the softness of a mattress. So comfortable. Yifan was thoroughly content. The bed Mu Xinci was lying on probably cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. It didn't creak when he turned over, and he could feel the springiness of the Simmons mattress. However, Mu Xinci was not so comfortable. She was sleeping on a mattress worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, yet she felt no softness. Instead, the bedboard felt hard, and she had back pain. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep well. She was very sleepy and had closed her eyes to sleep. But her mind was crystal clear. She even felt water splashing on her, as if someone was taking a shower. Heavens, she must be going crazy, dreaming of something so strange. The next morning in the cafeteria, Xiao Wu and Pang, who were dejectedly staring at the bowl of plain porridge. Is this porridge, or just water? There are no grains, it's all water. The cafeteria lad's hands are shaky. She even gave me half a bowl of porridge. This bun is rock hard and has no filling. The cafeteria food is worrying. Slurp. While everyone was complaining, they found Yi Fan eating with relish. Drinking plain porridge, far from being as disdainful as the others, he was actually enjoying it. His roommates looked at him bewildered, wondering how he could make such bland food taste like a gourmet meal. Little did they know Yi Fan was indeed savoring a gourmet meal. A sweet fragrance lingered in his mouth. He was drinking plain porridge, but what he tasted was the school bowtie's delicious breakfast. Fresh and tender rice rolls wrapped with eggs, lettuce, and sausage had a wonderful texture and melted in the mouth. There were also crab roe soup dumplings. The crab roe must have come from Yangqing Lake crabs, plump and delicious. The wrapper was incredibly thin, scalding hot when bitten, and the pure chicken broth splashed out. Wrapped in the flavorful crab roe, the texture was superb. At just the right temperature with a slurp, the delicious taste made you crave another bite. Yi Fan couldn't help smacking his lips as he savored the aftertaste. The school beauty seemed to be tasting crystal shrimp dumplings again. The translucent wrapper was soft and springy. The fresh shrimp were likely freshly made, and dipping them in a bit of vinegar sauce made them absolutely delicious. Who could afford morning tea so early in the morning? Too luxurious, especially for students who can just fill their stomachs with anything. Truly satisfying. Yi Fan drank the porridge merely because it was the cleanest option in the cafeteria. In the morning, students all need a bowl of porridge to moisten their intestines without irritating their stomachs. Yi Fan spent quite a lot of money today buying a big pile of food: pan-fried buns, shumai seaweed, and pork floss rolls, and tofu pudding. He enjoyed a variety of foods. However, he didn't know that Mu Xinci was very picky. Even a delicate and abundant breakfast prepared by a state banquet chef might not satisfy her, let alone the ordinary food in the cafeteria. Mu Xinci felt that her taste buds were strange, always tasting something else. Truly eating in vain. After the meal, Yi Fan returned to the male dormitory, planning to ride his motorcycle to run errands. Then he noticed a few pretty girls gathered around his Kawasaki motorcycle parked downstairs, chattering and taking photos. This motorcycle is so cool. The design is so unique. It must be expensive. My brother loves racing. At that moment, a male voice rang out. Not expensive, it's a no-name brand, cheap stuff, maybe around 4 or 5,000. What's the use of a good-looking motorcycle? It still gets wind and sun. Not as good as my self-funded Wuling Hongguang to drive. Who is this show-off? Definitely not Yi Fan. Following the voice, Yi Fan saw a bespectacled man strutting over arrogantly. The other party was his class monitor Hong Yi, who usually loved to show off his knowledge, but was actually a fake top student. He got his monitor position by bribing the counselor. Hong Yi's words made the girls sigh. As expected from the monitor, truly knowledgeable. The monitor is amazing. Even as a student, he already drives a car. Right, not many guys in our school have cars. Indeed, driving broadens one's horizons. We thought this motorcycle was expensive, turns out it's just a modified pretty shell. Although the Wuling Hongguang is not expensive, at least it has 4 wheels. It's better than other guys squeezing into buses and subways. At least he's a car owner. At once, envious glances and praise surrounded Hong Yi. Hong Yi smugly rubbed his nose, feigning modesty. It's nothing, if you work hard you can be like me. Don't be fooled by how cool motorcycle riders look, they're just flashy. Not as good as us driving Wuling Hongguang. Both good-looking and practical. Yi Fan scoffed and walked straight over. He didn't say a word, but all the girls' attention was locked on him. After all, Yi Fan was super handsome, the department heartthrob. Especially his heroic act, which had spread widely across the campus. Not only a handsome guy, but also a hero. Countless girls were infatuated with him. Yi Fan, want to take a walk around campus? We heard you saved the school beauty, so awesome. I can't swim either, it's so dangerous. Yi Fan, how about teaching me to swim? I just bought a super sexy bikini. Yi Fan, have you had breakfast? Let's go to the cafeteria. I heard new dishes are available. If you don't want to go because it's far, I can bring it to you. The girls wished they could cling to Yi Fan. Their hints were very obvious. This made Hong Yi gnash his teeth in hatred. Just moments ago, the girls were very enthusiastic toward him, but once Yi Fan appeared, everything changed instantly. Since the start of semester, Yi Fan had great luck with the opposite sex. Even though Yi Fan was at the bottom of the class in grades, many girls still threw themselves at him. Now, after saving the school beauty, his fame had skyrocketed. Originally, only the girls in his class were enthusiastic, but now all the girls in the school admired him. However, Yi Fan remained indifferent to these hot and pretty girls and said calmly, Sorry, you're blocking my Kawasaki motorcycle. Huh. The girls were taken aback. Seeing Yi Fan wave the car key in his hand, the bike is mine. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Even Hong Yi couldn't believe it. This cool motorcycle was actually Yi Fan's. Wasn't Yi Fan so poor he couldn't even open the pot? How could he now afford such an expensive motorcycle? And Hong Yi now faced a hot potato. Several girls immediately glared at Hong Yi. Kawasaki motorcycle. I know about that. My brother said it costs hundreds of thousands, not even counting modification fees. Never thought Yi Fan would have one. Monitor, didn't you say it was cheap? Turns out you don't know a thing. How can your Wuling Hongguang compare with his motorcycle? Oh, forget the car, even as a person you're far behind. The girls' complaints rose one after another. Yi Fan could see Hong Yi's social death clearly. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Let Hong Yi show off, now he's crashed. As Yi Fan was about to put on his helmet, several girls cast flirtatious glances and kept coquettishly begging. Yi Fan, big brother. I want to ride your motorcycle. Yi Fan, take me for a ride. My legs are so sore too. I'm wearing black stockings today, please take me. However, Yi Fan remained unmoved by the girls' advances and replied concisely, no back seat. Then he put on his helmet and drove away, leaving behind a group of girls who were unwilling but could only stare helplessly. Hong Yi watched the girls vying to get a ride, feeling aggrieved and unable to stand Yi Fan's glory, so he quickly replied, the weather is cold today, you can ride in my car. But the girls were especially disdainful. Who wants to ride in your car? It's so bumpy. Your car is so small, how can it compare with brother Yi Fan's? After hearing this, Hong Yi was furious. Watching the girls leave in groups, he clenched his fists in resentment. Little did he know this scene was observed by a shadowy figure atop a tall building. When Yi Fan was about to return to the dormitory, a slender and graceful figure suddenly blocked his path. Was it you who saved me last time? Following the clear voice, Yi Fan saw a beautiful girl before him. She wore a white dress that outlined her graceful and sexy figure, revealing her 36D and slim waist. However, she exuded a cold demeanor, and her beautiful eyes carried a hint of probing. Yi Fan was slightly surprised. The girl before him was actually the school beauty Mu Xinci. What did she want with him? That's right, I am. Yi Fan hadn't expected her to come to him. Suddenly, she stepped closer. The unique, pleasant scent of peach filled the air around him, intoxicating him like a gentle drunk. But the next second, he sobered up. In a flash, she grabbed his hand, and under his astonished gaze made him pinch her soft, delicate cheek. Yi Fan was dazed by the sensation of pinching her cheek. The system chimed, congratulations, host. You have successfully pinched the cheek and earned 200 points. No, I don't feel pain. Mu Xinci bit her red lips, then widened her beautiful eyes. It's true. We've swapped. Yi Fan was equally astonished. She had found out. After all, such an absurd thing. He dared not even mention it to anyone, afraid of being thought insane. He had planned to tell her when the time was right, but she had discovered it herself. Just as Yi Fan expected Mu Xinci to lash out at him, her eyes brimmed with tears, and her pretty face bore a look of grievance. I haven't eaten well nor dressed warmly these past 2 days. All because of you, the culprit. Yi Fan feared nothing in the world, but seeing a girl cry was his greatest weakness. Now, with her tearful, aggrieved expression, his heart instantly softened. I'm sorry. I didn't want to swap sensations with you either. But it just happened. It was all that damn system's doing. Though it helped him gain benefits, this swapping skill was indeed tough on both him and the campus beauty. To his surprise, Mu Xinci's fair hand grabbed his shirt, and she murmured, no matter what, you have to give me back my sensations. Moments later, Yi Fan felt a soft warmth on his lips. He stared in disbelief as the beautiful girl before him pressed her face close and kissed him. With no woman in heart, the blade is swift. Yet no matter how he tried to numb himself, he was still lost in passion. His adrenaline surged straight up. His heart pounded wildly without rhythm. Their disordered breaths completely immersed him, drowning him in intoxication. Such a sweet taste. The campus beauty had actually kissed him forcefully. Congratulations, host. You have successfully kissed and earned 2000 points. Huff. When she released him, Yi Fan gasped for air. He could still taste the lingering fragrance of Mu Xinci in his mouth. How bold she was. But he loved it. Yi Fan couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. However, Mu Xinci's eyes widened, a faint blush coloring her face as she exclaimed in surprise, how come it hasn't swapped back? In the TV dramas, doesn't kissing make it work? She had given her first kiss. She had mustered great courage to kiss him, but it was useless. Thinking of that fiery kiss, Mu Xinci was utterly mortified. Yi Fan silently complained in his mind. It was all the system's mischievous doing. Of course a kiss wouldn't reverse it. After 2 months, the swap would automatically revert. Mu Xinci was persistent. No, we must find another way. Come with me. You saved me after I fell into the water. If we recreate the scene and fall in again, maybe we can swap back, she speculated. Yi Fan replied, no, what if it doesn't work and we end up drowning again? Then what do we do? The previous drowning incident had indeed left a shadow on her. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe things will return to normal after a while. Yifan sympathized with Mu Xinci's plight and comforted her knowing that the 2-month period would end. Mu Xinci's cool face showed a trace of dejection and reluctance. Fine, I guess. We'll have to wait. Maybe we'll find a way later. She raised her eyes to Yifan. About you saving me last time, I still need to thank you in person. Now can I ask you one more favor? What? Take good care of yourself. Mu Xinci's fair face flushed completely. Until we swap back, can you try to look out for each other as much as possible? The usually aloof and proud campus beauty was now pleading with him. He was no cold-hearted man, so he nodded immediately. Okay, I can do that. Then let's add each other on WeChat. I need to know where you are and what you're doing at all times. Mu Xinci's ears were completely red. All right, no problem. Yifan accepted gladly. After all, it was his fault that she had gotten into this trouble, so he had to take responsibility. Besides having installed the free-loading system, getting closer to Mu Xinci would also benefit him. Yifan quickly added Mu Xinci as a WeChat friend. Previously, countless suitors had pursued the campus beauty for her WeChat, but she had always kept them at bay. Now he had her contact. It felt like a dream. Her profile picture was her own photo, exuding a cool elegance and lovely features casually taken like an artistic portrait. Yifan gleefully labeled her as Mu Xinci. If I find an effective way to swap us back, I'll contact you. Mu Xinci said, stepping closer, leaning slightly, lifting her head and fixing her beautiful eyes on Yifan. But I don't want anyone else to know about our swap. Okay, you'll keep it a secret. Yifan had no interest in exposing it. It would only trouble him as well. Mu Xinci nodded and left. Yifan opened the system interface and immediately tapped to draw a lottery. The system announced, congratulations, host. You have drawn a bottle of appearance enhancement potion. It not only strengthens your body, but also increases your height, boosts your looks and charm, and even changes your voice to become more magnetic and pleasant. Do you wish to use it now? Though Yifan was already confident in his appearance, he still had a strong obsession with height. After all, he was a handsome guy, but his height was only 1.78 meters. He was just a little short of the 1.80-meter mark. Despite drinking loads of milk and playing plenty of basketball, his height had not increased. This was a godsend. Use. So he drank the appearance enhancement potion. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used it. You will undergo gradual changes over the next month with remarkable effects. Soon Yifan felt his physique improve and his whole body brimmed with strength. He couldn't wait to return to the dormitory and measure his height. One look, good heavens. 1.79 meters. He had grown a full centimeter in no time. Tomorrow he would surely be 1.80 meters. Haha, then he'd be as tall as Yao Ming. Looking in the mirror, his skin was much better and slightly fairer. He already had striking features, and now his contours seemed a bit softer. In short, he was even more handsome. Click-clack, Mulan weaves at the door. No sound of the shuttle, only the sighs of the girl. Yifan began reciting, his voice originally a bit husky. That was his biggest flaw. But now his voice was clear and charismatic. Such a voice. It would be a shame not to use it. Yifan was quite satisfied with the effect. After a while, someone suddenly pushed open the door. It was Xiao Wu. Pushed the door open, entered, and called out to Yifan. Hey Yi, let's go play ball. No, Yifan refused. After all, he had swapped his senses with the campus Belle. What if he tired her out? Then Xiao Wu said, that Hongyi guy is there too. He said you're not coming because you're afraid of being beaten by him. I can't stand that. That one sentence was enough to annoy Yifan. Wanted to beat him. Dream on. Final play for a few minutes. A few minutes would be enough to crush Hongyi. With the physique potion, he just had to avoid going all out like before. Yifan grabbed the basketball and headed to the playground with Xiao Wu, brother Lei, and Pang Hu. Apart from Hongyi, there were also a few senior students to make up the numbers. As soon as they arrived, Yifan heard the seniors flattering Hongyi. Hongyi is really good at basketball. You should go easy on them. Yeah, give the other side a bit of fun, haha. Luckily, I'm not your opponent, or I'd be doomed. When it comes to basketball, who can beat Hongyi? He used to be the captain of the basketball team. Why haven't Yifan and his friends come yet? Are they too scared to show up? Xiao Wu retorted. Who's scared? We'll crush you. Hongyi curled his lips, barely hiding his smugness. Don't just talk. Basketball was his forte. This time Yifan was going to get utterly dominated. Yifan threw the basketball at Hongyi's chest and said arrogantly, let's see who's really got the skills. Wait till your daddy beats you. The others thought Yifan was joking, but after the game started they realized Yifan was serious. Yifan snatched the ball from Hongyi several times, then soared for a high-altitude dunk that landed cleanly in the hoop. Awesome. Xiao Wu and the others gave Yifan a thumbs up. With the physique potion, Yifan's skills had skyrocketed, and most importantly, he didn't feel any fatigue. He wasn't physically tired. That was his secret to winning. Now, even if he had to take down 30 guys like the author who were whiny crybabies, he could handle it easily. Hongyi was furious. He was already annoyed that Yi Fan had shown him up during the day. He and the seniors deliberately ganged up on Yi Fan, but Yi Fan was so agile. He faked them out and made a long-range shot. Ugh! Hong Yi sighed, exhausted and out of breath, but he hadn't gained any advantage. Yi Fan's roommates were thrilled. Old Yi, you played amazingly. That was awesome. You're absolutely crushing it now. Even the seniors were in awe of Yi Fan. We didn't know you were this good. Yi Fan rubbed his nose and couldn't help but smile. Just average third in the world. Alright, I've got things to do, I'm done. Even though it was only a few minutes, the campus bell was bearing the sensation. He felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't wear out the campus bell. Even though the seniors tried to persuade him to stay, Yi Fan didn't continue. Alright, I'm done too. My girlfriend and I are going to catch a movie later. Hong Yi, seeing everyone flocking around Yi Fan, and knowing he couldn't beat him at basketball, decided to take a different approach. He deliberately showed off in front of everyone, successfully drawing their attention. Girlfriend? You got a girlfriend? The seniors who knew Hong Yi exclaimed in surprise. Hong Yi preened. Just this afternoon, a freshman girl from the finance department confessed to me. Now the other seniors got excited and started gossiping. Isn't she the department beauty, who plays the piano really well? I'm so jealous. She's pretty. Hong Yi, you've hit the jackpot. Seeing everyone's envy, Hong Yi crowed. What can I say? It's my charm that won her over. I heard she's had a crush on me for a long time, and she begged me to go out with her. I had no choice but to accept her confession. He then glanced sideways at Yi Fan and said slyly, no way, is there still someone here who's single and doesn't have a girlfriend? Everyone there had a girlfriend. Except Yi Fan. Some of the seniors looked at Yi Fan with schadenfreude, obviously stirring up trouble. Yi Fan snorted. Who couldn't tell that Hong Yi was taking a dig at him? Hong Yi trying to show off in front of him. He wasn't afraid of being embarrassed. Can't help it, Yi Fan shrugged. I'd like to be taken, but too many people are chasing me, and I have too many choices. The crowd was taken aback. This wasn't just Yi Fan blowing smoke. It was the truth. After all, as the department heartthrob, Yi Fan never lacked girls pursuing him. Every few days some girls would secretly sneak to the classroom door to catch a glimpse of him. Yi Fan was a regular on the school's confession wall. For a moment, the focus of envy shifted back to Yi Fan. Even though they were all taken, it was only because besides their girlfriends no other girls pursued them. But it was different for Yi Fan. What girl wouldn't be drawn to him? Who wouldn't envy Yi Fan for having so many options? A crowd of girls liked him. If he wanted, he could have them all. Could any other guy get that kind of treatment? That's right, Yi Fan is so handsome. I'd love to have him as my brother-in-law. I heard he was on the confession wall again yesterday. Yi Fan's romantic luck is too strong. Being good-looking is also a kind of trouble. Finding a girlfriend is like flipping through a selection board. Everyone was full of praise for Yi Fan, who still remembered Hong Yi. Hong Yi, seeing the spotlight stolen, clenched his fists in displeasure. The girls chasing him are all low quality. No wonder he's conflicted. Who doesn't want a beautiful girlfriend? Everyone thought about it and realized it was true. Hong Yi's girlfriend was the department beauty, pretty and talented. Although Yi Fan had many girls chasing him, none of them were as beautiful as Hong Yi's girlfriend. Hong Yi bragged again. My girlfriend just texted me asking if I wanted bubble tea. She knows I've been working hard at basketball. Everyone was suddenly envious. Having a department beauty girlfriend who cares about her boyfriend. What a wonderful experience. Too bad none of them had that. Hong Yi might not be as handsome as Yi Fan, but he had won the heart of the department beauty, so he must have some skills. Everyone crowded around Hong Yi asking for advice. Hong Yi, share your tips. How did you land such a hot girl? My girlfriend is okay, but she's not that pretty, and she's mean. How did you train your girlfriend? Hong Yi cocked his eyebrow at Yi Fan, feeling truly triumphant. Can't stand it, can you? I have a beautiful girlfriend, and you don't. What's the use of being handsome? Can good looks be eaten? Before Yi Fan could respond, someone suddenly called out, "Ah, it's the campus bell, Mu." Everyone turned in unison to look at the entrance of the playground. A graceful, pretty girl appeared before them. Her thick, lustrous black hair fell to her waist. She wore a waist-cinching, off-shoulder long dress, her skin as white as snow highlighting her elegant swan neck and slender waist. In her hand, she carried a cup of Gu Ming bubble tea as if the drink itself was a work of art. But her expression was cold like a lofty flower, mysterious, radiant, and dazzling. Many people gasped in admiration at her appearance, their hearts lost in a daze. She's so beautiful. My heart is pounding just looking at her. She's the goddess I'll never catch up to. Sigh, if only she would glance at me. I'd give everything I own to be with her, even if it means stealing electric bikes to support her. I wish I were the bubble tea in the goddess' hand, so I could be close to her. Even Yi Fan's roommates were excited. Xiao Wu grabbed Yi Fan's sleeve, trembling. Ah, this is the first time the campus belle has been this close to me. Peng He's face flushed. She seems to be heading our way. No way, who is she looking for? Could that bubble tea be for someone among us? Brother Lei speculated. Xiao Wu sneered. How is that possible? Have you ever seen the goddess show any favor to anyone? She's definitely not coming for us. Maybe she's just passing by. Brother Lei immediately dismissed the absurd thought. That was true. Mu Xinci was known as the aloof campus belle. Suitors were countless. Had anyone ever seen her approach a guy, let alone deliver bubble tea? Impossible. Even if a guy gave her bubble tea and she accepted it, that would be a story to brag about for a lifetime. Usually the campus belle didn't live on campus and they rarely saw her. Just being able to get a few more looks was an incredibly happy thing. While everyone was feasting their eyes, they noticed that Mu Xinci was indeed walking toward them. No way. Was she really here to deliver bubble tea? Who was it for? While everyone's hearts were clenched with tension, Mu Xinci stopped in front of Hong Yi. Hong Yi's face flushed crimson. Could it be that the campus belle had a crush on him and was about to give him milk tea? If so, why would he even bother dating? If the school belle said a word, he would immediately start dating her. The others, seeing Mu Xinci stop in front of Hong Yi, were filled with envy. Oh my, is Hong Yi so lucky? The department belle has a crush on him, and now the school belle is interested in him too. Hong Yi really hit the jackpot. If the school belle gave me milk tea, I could brag about it for a whole year. If the school belle confesses to Hong Yi, how will he choose? He already has a girlfriend. Hearing the surrounding comments, Hong Yi felt elated. Hey, envy all you want. I'm just that lucky. I just can't help my irresistible charm. Hey. Hong Yi greeted smugly. Mu Xinci said coldly, move aside, you're blocking the way. Hong Yi. The guys who were just envious of Hong Yi burst out laughing. How could the school belle be interested in Hong Yi? Her taste isn't that low. Hong Yi's face was burning with embarrassment. It was a total social death scene. He could only slink away and step aside. But who was he blocking? A doubt arose in Hong Yi's heart. He immediately looked behind him and found that standing there was none other than Yi Fan. You must be thirsty here, have this milk tea. In front of everyone, Mu Xinci actually blushed as she handed the milk tea to Yi Fan. In fact, everyone thought she was blushing, but it wasn't because Mu Xinci was shy. It was because she was flushed from the heat due to Yi Fan playing basketball. Holy shit. Everyone felt as if a thunderbolt had struck. Mu Xinci came for Yi Fan. Impossible. Everyone stared in disbelief at this miraculous scene that rivaled a world record. Xiao Wu and the others were dumbfounded. They had been worried that Yi Fan was too picky and would never find a girlfriend. Who would have thought such a stunning school belle would come to him? Lucky bastard, he's got quite the blessing. Hong Yi was even more stunned, his mouth wide open, big enough to swallow an egg. He had just mocked Yi Fan, and now the goddess of everyone's hearts was coming on to Yi Fan. Mu Xinci was always the passive one, or when had she ever taken the initiative? This was the fantasy of so many, yet Yi Fan had it. I hate it. Yi Fan hadn't expected Mu Xinci to hand him milk tea in plain sight. Now he could feel the envious and jealous gazes coming from all directions. He had truly shown off his prowess. Okay. Yi Fan took the milk tea from Mu Xinci's hand. Congratulations, host, for accepting Mu Xinci's milk tea. You have earned 300 points. Many people stared fixedly at the milk tea in Yi Fan's hand. So envious. They really wanted to drink it. But Yi Fan simply lowered his head and drank the milk tea that everyone was craving. How infuriating. This cup of milk tea must be so sweet. If it were them, they would probably be reluctant to drink it and would keep it as a treasure. In the end, Yi Fan drank it all in satisfying gulps. Everyone noticed that the originally aloof school belle now had a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Boo-hoo, the school belle smiled. But unfortunately, it was at Yi Fan. However, no one knew that Mu Xinci was happy because she got to drink the milk tea. Yi Fan was playing basketball without any sun protection, getting scorched by the sun. She was almost fainting from the heat. Not to mention that Yi Fan was playing so hard that she ran out of breath and her limbs ached. Without a second thought, she hurried to find Yi Fan, naturally bringing along the milk tea she bought. In such a harsh, hot environment, if she didn't rest and have a sip of iced milk tea, she would really collapse. Now that Yi Fan was drinking the milk tea, she could also taste the icy cool flavor. Sweet and refreshing. This made Mu Xinci fully recover. But it still wasn't enough. It's too hot. Go take a rest and enjoy some air conditioning. Mu Xinci immediately took Yi Fan's hand. Touching her palm, Yi Fan felt a current of electricity run through him, almost numbing him. He saw the graceful and beautiful Mu Xinci resolutely pulling him away, leaving amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Congratulations, host, for holding hands with Mu Xinci. You have earned 500 points. The system reminded. After they left, the group of guys on the field still hadn't recovered from the shock. Did I see that right? Did the school belle just hold Yi Fan's hand? Yi Fan is a beast. The goddess that everyone couldn't get, and he just stole her away. They all say Yi Fan is a single dog, but they don't know the school belle has feelings for him. So the school belle is Yi Fan's fangirl. That's amazing. Comparing like this, I think the school belle is way better than Hong Yi's girlfriend. The person we should be learning from is Yi Fan. How did he get the school belle to be so proactive? This comparison made the difference clear. The school belle was beautiful like a celestial maiden with a good family background and excellent grades. A perfect, rich, and beautiful girl. She completely outshone the department Belle, who didn't even have half of the school Belle's looks. It was known that the school Belle was very aloof, rarely talking to boys, let alone approaching them. Yet this historic scene unfolded before their eyes, proving just how great Yi Fan's charm was. Being able to make a beautiful goddess take the initiative to bring him milk tea and even hold his hand unconsciously. Yi Fan was truly the ultimate Casanova. This infuriated Hong Yi. He himself had some feelings for the school Belle, but she was too hard to pursue, showing no interest in him at all and never accepting his gifts. Hong Yi was always rebuffed, so he could only hide his feelings secretly regarding Mu Xinci as an unattainable goddess. Who would have thought that Yi Fan would make Mu Xinci take the initiative? Damn it, Yi Fan got to show off again. At the entrance of the Blue Moon Cafe, when Yi Fan walked in, the doorman said expressionlessly, "Sorry, we are not hiring part-timers right now." He sized up Yi Fan. He looked like a student wearing what seemed to be cheap street stall clothes worth a few dozen yuan. He was just a bit handsome, but being handsome couldn't put food on the table. This was the most expensive restaurant in the area, with a per-person cost of over 1,000. The customers here were either wealthy tycoons or socialite heiresses. This handsome guy looked like he was here for an interview, or maybe an influencer who wanted to take photos of the place and then leave. To avoid trouble, it was better to not let him in. Yi Fan, offended by being judged by his appearance, retorted, "I'm here to eat." At that moment, Mu Xinci had already caught up. Her elegant and beautiful demeanor immediately caught the doorman's eye. She was decked out in designer brands, holding a Chanel handbag. He recognized her identity, the daughter of the Mu conglomerate, also a regular here. "Miss Mu, you're here," the doorman said ingratiatingly. However, Mu Xinci said coldly to the doorman, "From now on, don't block him when he comes." One sentence left the doorman dumbfounded. He then saw Mu Xinci leading Yi Fan inside. This handsome guy was truly remarkable. Did he possess extraordinary abilities that he could make Miss Mu willingly fall at his feet? Everyone knew that Miss Mu had dined here countless times, but never brought a male companion. Yet today she brought him. To be seen together with Miss Mu, how could he possibly be a poor student? It turned out that this handsome man was a hidden gem, so low-key that his t-shirt wasn't a branded one, but a custom high-end piece. "Please come in. I was blind not to recognize your stature." The doorman was exceedingly respectful, even personally escorting them and holding the door. Basking in Mu Xinci's reflected glory, Yi Fan enjoyed a taste of privileged treatment. How delightful. The doorman had been so snobbish, but now he was eating his words. Still, this was indeed a high-end restaurant costing over 1,000 per person. The ambience was elegant and romantic, and the decor alone must have cost a fortune. Yi Fan never imagined had come here. After all, as a student, he could never afford afternoon tea in such a place. Once seated, Mu Xinci relished the air conditioning, feeling the heat gradually fade away. So comfortable, so cool. She pursed her red lips with a languid smile, as lazy as a cat. The flush on her face slowly receded, leaving a delicate rosy hue that softened her sharp, aloof demeanor, lending her a girlish charm. "I'm sorry." Yi Fan realized he had made a big mistake and scratched his head sheepishly. "You know that. Then next time, can you get more rest?" Mu Xinci leaned forward, gazing at him with pitiful eyes. "I can't. He'll try to think of us." Yi Fan felt a bit embarrassed as well. Mu Xinci's curled lashes fluttered, and she looked troubled. "That's good," she said, fixing her eyes on him. "Since you know you're wrong, make it up to me." Without another word, she handed the entire menu to Yi Fan. "Order." Yi Fan scanned the menu. Good heavens, so expensive. Was this a robbery? The cheapest item, a black coffee, was 320 yuan. Wouldn't it be better to brew one at home? While Yi Fan was dumbfounded by the menu, Mu Xinci asked, struggling, "Then I'll order. Geisha pour-over coffee, refreshing mimosa, orange cake, Valrhona chocolate soft cake, donut, with milk-fed veal and tuna sauce, white truffle Italian ice cream." Yi Fan listened, utterly stunned. Was she reciting a menu of dishes? Mu Xinci ordered over a dozen items in one go. Moreover, each one was more expensive than the last. By the time all the dishes were served, Yi Fan felt that this could bankrupt him. The exquisite, neatly arranged plates held delicious-looking treats that seemed irresistible. Was this heaven? Yi Fan had always wanted to indulge like this, but his wallet never allowed it. Now his wish had come true. "I'm treating. You just eat," Mu Xinci said lazily, her tone casual as she spoke to Yi Fan. After all, the exchange meant that only if Yi Fan enjoyed it could she enjoy it too. Otherwise, everything she ate would taste like ash. "Don't worry, I won't hold back. I'll eat whatever you like," Yi Fan promised. "But you have to eat too, so we can both have what we want." Mu Xinci nodded. Agreed. After all, she had asked Yi Fan for help, so she couldn't shortchange him. So Yi Fan followed Mu Xinci's advice and started with the tuna. It was exactly what he wanted to eat. The first bite made his eyes light up. The premium tuna, costing hundreds of yuan per pound, had a wonderfully smooth texture. In the past, he would never have dared to eat it, but now he could savor it freely. As for Mu Xinci, ignoring the loophole in the exchange, she felt her experience was almost the same as usual. The tender, delicious fish in her mouth gave her a long-missed sense of satisfaction. The white truffle ice cream said to cost hundreds per spoonful was now being spooned into Yifan's mouth. It was bliss. Now he'd have stories to brag about to his friends. This extravagant afternoon tea was simply magnificent. Yifan thought about how many points he had accumulated and went straight to the backstage to draw 3 times. The system interface quickly appeared. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the supreme gaming ability. Congratulations, host. You've drawn an investment information card. Congratulations, host. You've drawn 8 million RMB. Supreme gaming ability. That meant he could easily dominate in games without watching noobs fight it out. It would come in handy when playing with friends. Yifan opened the investment information card. JUM Media Brokerage Company is currently facing capital chain issues and urgently needs equity investment. In the coming year, it will become the top comprehensive film and television listed group in the industry, reaping huge profits. After reading the card, Yifan had a clear understanding. This was foresight. Originally, Yifan had only 3,000 yuan, which was far from enough for investment. Fortunately, he had now drawn 8 million yuan, allowing him to leverage a small amount for a guaranteed profit. Yifan had an idea. He would go back and invest in JUM Media. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Yifan leaned back in comfort. He habitually touched his own abdomen. But Mu Xinqi's face flushed bright red, and she exclaimed, "Hey, wait. What's wrong?" Yifan asked in confusion. Don't touch yourself." Mu Xinci bit her lip in shame. "Don't forget, whatever you do, I can feel it." Her hands still tingled with the warmth left by Yifan's touch on his abs. Yifan's adrenaline surged. He had almost forgotten. Their sense of touch was also swapped. When Mu Xinci bathed and touched her body, he would sense it. "Ahem, I'm sorry. He'll try to be careful, but it's unavoidable," Yifan said apologetically. I know. So please try to avoid touching sensitive areas, and especially don't." Mu Xinci found it hard to speak. Yifan, however, became intrigued and teased, "Especially don't what?" "Get passionate." Mu Xinci took a deep breath and squeezed out the words. She really didn't want that strange feeling. Last time it must have been when Yifan was bathing and she had that indescribable sensation, which now made her feel extremely embarrassed. "Don't worry, I'm single," Yifan paused. "I haven't had that opportunity yet. Coincidentally, so am I." Mu Xinci sighed. "Then we're even." Yifan curled his lips. "What else do you want to remind me of?" "Let's live together." Yifan had just taken a sip of water, but upon hearing Mu Xinqi's words, he immediately choked. Live together? Why live together? Was this a twist of human nature or a collapse of morality? Was the campus Belle confessing her feelings and trying to define their relationship? Mu Xinci gently touched her throat. The uncomfortable sensation of having water go down the wrong pipe was now hers to endure. "Sorry, your words were too shocking." Yifan took another sip of water to soothe his throat, all to make her feel better. Mu Xinci on the opposite side finally showed signs of recovery. Yet her cheeks remained flushed, and her eyes were slightly dazed and half-closed, radiating an undeniable charm. "What I meant was for you to stay at my place," she said after calming down, gritting her teeth as her face grew even redder. "It's not the kind of relationship you're thinking of. Our current situation is very tricky." She paused. "For me to have good sleep quality, I can only rest assured if I arrange your living environment." Mu Xinci had never been to a male dormitory, but she had caught the scent of smelly socks and the unpleasant odor of a dorm room. Not to mention Yifan slept on a hard wooden bed, all of which she was burdened with. If Yifan stayed at her place, she could have a good sleeping environment and sleep more soundly. "That won't do. How can I casually stay at a girl's house?" Yifan refused. It was still inappropriate. How could he casually stay at the campus Bowtie's home? That would affect her reputation. Besides, a man and a woman under the same roof. Yifan admitted he had self-control, but beauty was hard to resist. Especially when it was such a beautiful campus beauty, even harder to refuse. Must not indulge in lust. Seeing Yifan's refusal, Mu Xinqi's eyes lit up. If it were other boys, they would have agreed immediately, but Yifan still had reservations, proving he wasn't a man who would take advantage of the situation. He was really good. Very reliable. This made Mu Xinqi's impression of Yifan even better, and it strengthened her resolve to persuade him to stay. "If you live at my place, you'll enjoy the same treatment as me. The servants will treat you like the master. They'll also give you a monthly allowance. Please help me." Mu Xinci gazed at Yifan with hopeful, moist eyes. Seeing the campus beauty beg him, Yifan's heart softened. Why would he choose to crowd into a dirty, messy dormitory when he could live in a mansion? Although his roommates were good and they got along well, the dormitory environment was truly terrible. Lights went out and power was cut at 10:30. Sometimes your phone didn't even have time to charge, and you might be halfway through a shower or washing your hair. Not only that, the dormitory was a biological hazard zone. Not to mention the 3 slob roommates who never cleaned and always left the dorm in a mess. Leftover takeout boxes on the tables turned rancid in the hot weather with mosquitoes and flies buzzing around. It was up to him, the dorm head, to supervise the dorm's hygiene. Moreover, smelly socks were thrown everywhere, and Xiao Wu was a complete slob who never washed his feet. The smell was absolutely pungent. You thought that was enough. Those three were also fart kings. Puffed, 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 puffed. Farts sounded one after another. One ended, another began. What started as a patter of raindrops turned into a thunderous roar. This only made the already terrible dormitory environment worse. Sorry, brothers, he had to leave first. It wasn't that the mansion was too tempting, nor that he really couldn't stand the smell of farts in the dorm anymore. It was that he truly couldn't refuse the campus bowtie's request. So Yifan nodded and said, all right, I agree. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cohabitation invitation. You have earned 300 points. Thank you. Mu Xinci nodded in satisfaction. Everything was much easier than she had imagined. She only hoped that no more problems would arise. But Mu Xinci had no idea that once Yifan moved in, everything would veer off in a direction she hadn't expected. When it was time to pay, the waiter instinctively walked to Yifan and asked, excuse me, will it be a QR code scan or credit card? The waiter looked at the handsome Yifan, then at the flawless beauty Mu Xinci across from him, and assumed without a second thought that Yifan was pursuing Miss Mu. After all, Miss Mu was so beautiful that even a girl like her would be tempted. The lilies of the hometown were all in bloom. In such a situation, the boy would always rush to pay no matter what. As the waiter congratulated herself on her cleverness, Mu Xinci handed over a black card. Card, please. The waiter was stunned, eyes wide. Did she see that right? It was Mu Xinci paying. Could it be that it wasn't the boy chasing the girl, but Miss Mu chasing this boy? What extraordinary qualities did this boy possess? He was the goddess that many boys pursued. The waiter was astonished and took a closer look at Yifan. She hadn't seen clearly earlier, but now facing him directly, she was struck by his handsomeness. So handsome. His eyes were as bright as stars, his eyelashes long, his nose bridge high. Was he sure he wasn't a celebrity? Not to mention the proud Miss Mu. Even the waiter found her heart racing. She stared fixedly, reluctant to look away. If it weren't for the fact that he was a customer, she would have asked for his WeChat right away. It took Mu Xinci tapping the table to remind her of the card. The waiter suddenly came to her senses, her face reddening as she apologized, sorry. After swiping the card, she returned it to Mu Xinci. Ding, detection of a mooching behavior. Reward, 500 points. The system reminded. Let's go. Mu Xinci said to Yifan. Yifan nodded and followed her out. The waiter reluctantly watched Yifan leave, unable to focus on work. She was convinced that Yifan must have other merits besides his good looks. Otherwise, how could Miss Mu, who had seen so many handsome men, even top celebrities, had tried to court her in vain, so easily give her heart to a boy? At the door, Yifan, who hadn't ridden a bike, said to Mu Xinci, "We'll take the bus now and go back to the dorm to pack my things." "You can't take the bus." Mu Xinci frowned and flatly refused. "Why?" Yifan was puzzled. "It's very hot today. The bus must have a strong odor. And it's crowded. You take my sports car." Mu Xinci insisted. Although she had never taken the bus, her best friend Xiaoya often did, and complained about being squashed like a pancake. Most importantly, there were perverts on the bus. What if someone groped him? Mu Xinci didn't want him to have such a terrible experience. Since she was born, she had only ridden in top-tier luxury cars. All right. Yifan had no objection. When a luxury car was available, who would choose the bus? So Yifan openly got into Mu Xinci's sports car. He had already enjoyed it once before. The feeling was truly wonderful. And when the convertible's top was down, the wind rushed past. So comfortable. Yifan lounged in a relaxed pose, enjoying it. No wonder it was a Lamborghini Sesto Elemento, expensive for a reason. Soon the sports car stopped in front of the male dormitory building. The luxury car quickly drew everyone's attention, as few people on campus drove such a flashy vehicle. Some had already recognized the campus bowtie's car. Isn't that the campus bowtie's sports car? Looks like someone's in the passenger seat. Is it a girl? I've never seen her give anyone a ride. Looks like a guy. Who is it? Oh my God, has the campus beauty been getting close to a guy lately? As the boys gaped in astonishment, the car door opened and a tall, handsome figure stepped out. His face was strikingly handsome, catching the sunlight with charming contours. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Everyone could no longer remain calm and immediately began to murmur. Who is he? What's his relationship with the campus belle? I heard today that the campus belle gave a guy some milk tea. Could it be this kid? Is the campus belle no longer single? Did she get together with him? Wasn't it said that the campus belle has a cleanliness obsession and doesn't like others sitting in her car? Someone recognized Yifan. He's the class heartthrob of finance department sophomore class 2. Many younger girls pursue him. I never expected even the campus belle would be interested in him. I concede defeat. He is indeed handsome and his skin is quite good. Looking at them, they do make a perfect couple, but am not reconciled. I've liked the campus belle for so long, and now he gets the prize. Amid the crowd's chatter, Mu Xinci gazed at him with burning eyes. "I'll wait for you. Be quick." "Okay." Yi Fan could already feel the envious glances sweeping over from all directions. He strode triumphantly into the male dormitory building where many boys had already gathered around him eagerly. "Yi Fan, what's going on? Are you dating the campus belle?" "Yes, why did the campus belle drop you off today? When did you two meet?" Faced with relentless questioning, Yi Fan's ears were practically numb. But it felt great. Who doesn't enjoy being regarded highly? Yi Fan certainly did. "I'm not dating the campus belle." One sentence instantly put the boys at ease. Some even thought it was only natural. Mu Xinci was beautiful and came from a well-off family. How could she casually start a relationship with just anyone? Yi Fan was just an ordinary student, only a bit more handsome with no remarkable skills. How could the campus belle fancy him? Then why did she send you back? No guy has ever received such treatment. Facing the endless barrage of questions, Yi Fan simply made up an excuse. "I live next door to her." That should silence the gossips and explain everything. As Yi Fan walked upstairs, the others stood dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped in shock. The campus belle lived in the prestigious Green City Rose Garden Villa district. If Yi Fan lived next to her, didn't that mean he also owned a villa there? Oh my god, Yi Fan is actually a hidden rich guy. He's so low-key. No wonder I saw him driving a Kawasaki H2 before. Can an ordinary student afford that? The cheapest house in Green City Rose Garden costs at least 50 million. That's terrifyingly expensive. That place is my dream mansion, and Yi Fan's family lives there. Yet Yi Fan knew nothing of this. He had returned to his dorm to pack his belongings. But the moment he stepped in, 3 hungry wolves pounced on him. "Brother Lei, did you go on a date with the campus belle? Did you get some?" "Xiao Wu, confess, and you'll get leniency. I'll resist, and you'll be punished." "When did you meet the campus belle?" "Peng Hu, I knew it. No wonder you weren't in a hurry to find a girlfriend. The campus belle had her eyes on you all along." "Spill it. When did it start?" Yi Fan looked at his 3 curious roommates and couldn't help but laugh helplessly. "It's a long story, but I really am not dating the campus belle." At those words, the 3 were even more stunned. "Damn, the campus belle is chasing you. You've brought glory to our dorm. We can barely even get a glimpse of her, and she's throwing herself at you. She's even bringing you milk tea, and you're not interested. Are you even a man?" Yi Fan. He did want to date the campus belle. It just hadn't succeeded yet. But there was still time, and what was meant to be his would be his. It's not even a sure thing yet. Yi Fan took out his suitcase and began packing his clothes. Seeing Yi Fan packing, the 3 roommates grew curious and pressed him. "Lao Yi, are you going on a trip? Why are you packing all of a sudden? Are you going home?" Yi Fan shook his head and made up a story. "My family's house was demolished and my dad bought me a huge mansion, so I applied to commute and live off campus." It wasn't exactly a lie. With the system, demolition money was nothing. Living with Mu Xinci meant easy points accumulation. Soon he could buy any mansion he wanted, including a villa in Green City Rose Garden. Soon the roommates burst into exclamations. "Your family got demolished. So you're a rich second generation. While I've been friends with a rich kid all along. Damn, you're moving into a mansion. I wish I had such wealthy parents. Don't forget us when you make it big." Yi Fan laughed heartily. "Don't worry, even though I'm moving out, my heart is still with you. Don't miss me too much." Xiao Wu teased, "Get lost. You're not a girl, so we can still have fun without you. Why would we miss you?" Peng Hu rolled his eyes. "Go on, we want to see you out." "Well, just close the door and let the dog loose." Brother Lei was ecstatic. "Great. I don't have to climb to the top bunk anymore. They'll just take over your empty bed. And your desk is mine." Yi Fan. Does love disappear? Damn these bastards. After packing up, Yi Fan picked up his suitcase and headed downstairs. Xiao Wu, Peng Hu, and Brother Lei were all tough on the outside, but soft inside. They had just teased Yi Fan, yet their bodies were honest as they escorted him downstairs to see him off. They were on the 5th floor with no elevator, so carrying a heavy suitcase down the stairs would be exhausting. Yi Fan sighed. When would the dorm ever get an elevator? No choice but to lug it down. To lighten the load and spare the campus belle unnecessary strain, Yi Fan asked his roommates to help carry it down. But the floors were high and the suitcase heavy. Even the boys found it strenuous. Yi Fan. At that moment, a melodious female voice rang out. The roommates who were carrying the luggage with Yi Fan instantly blushed. Even the boys who had crowded around Mu Xinci as she came upstairs were tired of feeling envious after seeing her call out. But little did they know this was only the beginning. Something even more astonishing was about to happen. The radiantly beautiful Mu Xinci ran upstairs, snatched the suitcase from Yi Fan's hands without a word. "It's so heavy. How can you carry it? Let me help." Mu Xinci felt the immense weight as soon as she grabbed it. Her hands ached terribly, especially when going down the stairs. The pain was excruciating. Tears nearly welled up in her eyes, but she ignored everything and rushed forward to grab the suitcase. Otherwise her hands would soon be dislocated. But this action stunned everyone. After all, Mu Xinci was a cherished daughter of privilege from a very wealthy family. She had been pampered all her life, never lifting a finger. Did she ever need to carry anything? Absolutely not. With just a glance, countless boys would eagerly carry it for her. Yet she had never let any boy touch her, let alone her belongings. But now she was actually worried about Yifan's hands and insisted on carrying the heavy load herself. There were still more than 3 floors to go. With so many stairs, the suitcase was extremely difficult to carry down. Even a sturdy male student would find it challenging, let alone a girl. Yet Mu Xinci silently bore the weight, carrying the suitcase downstairs without a single complaint. But she didn't realize that all that weight was now transferred to Yifan's shoulders. However, with the physique potion, this was nothing to Yifan, a piece of cake. For a moment, the boys were stirred up, buzzing with excitement. Are you kidding me? The campus belle broke into the male dorm just to carry someone's suitcase. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd think it was a lie. Wake me up. I thought the campus belle was dating Yifan, but it turns out she's the one chasing him. This is outrageous. Has the campus belle become a simp? Look at her. She's giving so much without a word of complaint. My heart is breaking. The object of everyone's envy, Yifan, remained entirely unmoved. Xiao Wupeng, Hu, and Lei Ge were so astonished that their jaws nearly dropped. They instantly surrounded Yifan, exclaiming, "Damn, did you save the entire galaxy? I see why you were in such a hurry to move out of the dorm. It turns out the campus beauty came to pick you up. This is insane. The campus beauty is actually chasing after you." Yifan never expected that his sensory swap with the campus beauty would lead everyone to think she was pursuing him. How awesome. So he decided to go with the flow. Yifan shrugged. Nothing I can do. My charm is too strong. I've already rejected her, but she insists. I have no choice. He instantly drew a mountain of resentment. The guys were all itching to curse. Fuck. That's the school's campus beauty. The white moonlight in the hearts of countless guys. She's chasing after Yifan, and he doesn't even treasure her. She was rejected, and yet she still pursues him unwaveringly. She loves him so much. Yifan had already gone downstairs, and Mu Xinci was waiting for him below. The suitcase had already been placed in the trunk. Mu Xinci, sitting in the driver's seat, shot Yifan a meaningful glance and said, "Get in." However, to the crowd of onlookers who knew nothing of the context, that glance was mistaken for Mu Xinci flirting with Yifan. She was even acting coy, urging him to get in. Everyone grew sour with jealousy. Yifan's luck was just too good. The campus beauty truly loved him. Amidst a sea of envious, jealous, and hateful gazes, Yifan got into the car and drove away. The crowd was heartbroken. The enmity of stealing a wife could never be forgotten. At the same time, the entire Huaqing University exploded. Not only in the teaching buildings and dorms, but also on the campus intranet and school forums, everything was in an uproar. The news that the campus beauty stormed into the men's dorm just to carry Yifan's luggage had spread like wildfire. Did you hear? Yifan lives next door to the campus beauty. Turns out he's a secret rich guy. Today he moved out, and the campus beauty personally came to pick him up, even climbing the stairs to carry his heavy suitcase. Word spread from 1 to 10 to 100 in less than half an hour. The whole school knew. As the story passed through many mouths, it gradually became distorted. Did you know? Yifan sleeps at the campus Bowtie's house. Later it evolved into, did you know? Yifan slept with the campus beauty. Shocking the entire school. The guys were about to crack on the spot. The beautiful goddess in their hearts had been defiled by Yifan, and the goddess willingly gave herself from afar. Was this a moral collapse, or a twisted humanity? Yet all of this Mu Xinci, the protagonist, was completely unaware. Mu Xinci had driven Yifan home. Yifan never expected that Mu Xinci's home was a lavish 5-story villa complete with its own garden and golf course. So huge it was obscenely luxurious. Such a magnificent villa was located in the most prosperous and expensive area, Lecheng Maiguan. It could be said that every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. This was enough to show that the Mu family was extremely wealthy. Ding detected that host has moved into the Mu residence. Received 500 points. Welcome home, miss. A graceful maid stood by the door greeting her return. This is Yifan, a guest of our family. You must treat him well, Mu Xinci said calmly. Yes, the maids nodded respectfully. Welcome, Mr. Yi. This was a paradise for otaku. Each maid wore a maid uniform with sweet faces and excellent figures, some sexy, some pure. Yifan was thrilled. As a child, he had fantasized about scenes of being surrounded by maids who obeyed his every word. And now it had come true in a single day. However, even more than the beautiful maids, the luxurious interior decoration left Yifan speechless. The design style was high and understatedly luxurious with depth. Even the oil paintings on the walls exuded the scent of R&B. Wow. Starting today, he was actually going to live here. How unbelievable. Mu Xinci sat on the sofa, but still felt the soreness of standing. She hadn't enjoyed the soft comfort of the high-end sofa at all. So she turned to Yifan with a hint of complaint. Can't you sit for a while? Okay, Yi-fan agreed. In fact, Yi-fan had already been enjoying the sofa's softness, bouncy and comfortable. He didn't really want to agree, but she was asking him. What else could he do? Just go along with her. After all, she was beautiful. Yi-fan sat down on the luxurious leather sofa. Mu Xinci could finally enjoy the softness of the sofa, a hint of satisfaction and comfort appearing on her face. When she was relaxed and comfortable, her beautiful sparkling eyes half closed, there was hardly any trace of coldness. Instead, she looked somewhat adorably naive. Yi-fan gazed at her up close, his heart itching. It felt like a dream, actually living under the same roof as the campus beauty. The system really didn't lie to him. It was indeed a hidden benefit. Just treat this place as your own home. Eat whatever you want, use whatever you like. She glanced lazily at Yi-fan. Once our sensory swap is reversed, our relationship will end. Fine. Yi-fan had no objection. After all, the relationship would end in 2 months. By then he would have enjoyed everything he could with points in hand and the world at his feet. Where do I sleep tonight? That was the question Yi-fan was curious about. Sleep in my room, Mu Xinci blurted out. Yi-fan was shocked. Did he hear that right? Mu Xinci said. Sleep in her room. Roughly speaking, wasn't that sleeping with her? Some lewd thoughts immediately popped into his mind. That's not appropriate. Yi-fan scratched his head. On second thought, he felt a little excited. After sensing that Yi-fan's thoughts were off, Mu Xinqi's face flared up, completely red. You're thinking wrong. I'm letting you sleep in my room because in particular about my bed. We'll sleep in the next room. How do you know I'm thinking wrong? Could it be that you're thinking the same thing? Yi-fan teased. Mu Xinqi's thick crow-like eyelashes fluttered rapidly, clearly embarrassed. Her face flushed with both shyness and agitation. No, I'm not. I'm just trying to dispel your bad thoughts. Yi-fan snorted. I didn't think too much about it. I'm just afraid you're the one overthinking. I definitely won't. Mu Xinci said loudly, but the blush on her face lingered. This topic suddenly made her mind recall the things she had touched over the past few days. Boom. Her thoughts were in chaos. Her face grew even redder. No dirty thoughts. What was she even thinking about? After calming down, Mu Xinci began to show Yi-fan around the rooms. Upon seeing Mu Xinqi's boudoir, Yi-fan felt a bit excited. So this is a girl's room. So fragrant. It was the pleasant peach scent of Mu Xinci. Then he actually discovered her little secret. She had collected such little trinkets. The entire room was spacious and immaculate with neatly arranged furnishings, and the highlight was its soft pink hue. A princess room brimming with girlish charm. She never imagined that the outwardly aloof school beauty had such a deep love for pink. Moreover, the bed was adorned with numerous adorable plush toys. So you like to sleep hugging a plush toy? Yi-fan sat on Mu Xinqi's bed. As he grabbed the little bear doll, Mu Xinqi's face flushed crimson. She lunged forward, feigning fierceness, and snatched the toy away. None of your business. Very cute. Yi-fan said, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he watched Mu Xinci protectively clutch the doll. Mu Xinci gazed at the handsome face so close to hers. Her heart pounded wildly. She hadn't noticed before, but now he seemed so much more handsome. He exuded an irresistible allure that made her too shy to meet his eyes. Yi-fan's voice rang out again. The doll is very cute. Mu Xinci quickly steadied her breath. She had been misreading him entirely. The wardrobe is empty now, right? They'll put my clothes in, Yi-fan's voice sounded. Mu Xinci heard the wardrobe door creak open. Oh no, disaster. She had forgotten to clear out the wardrobe. Mu Xinci whirled around. She found Yi-fan peering into her wardrobe, and her face burned scarlet. At that moment, Yi-fan was stunned. He had discovered a trove of intriguing items. Besides the elegant designer dresses, there were all sorts of JK uniforms. Was this the wardrobe of a wealthy heiress? He'll organize it. Don't put anything in yet. Mu Xinci twisted her face, flustered, and rushed over to shut the wardrobe. But Yi-fan's hand didn't withdraw in time, and his fingers got caught. Oh, it hurts. Mu Xinci clutched her palm, wincing in agony as tears streamed down. Are you okay? Yi-fan said with deep concern. I didn't mean to open it. I just wanted to put my clothes away. I'm sorry. Yi-fan felt no pain, but Mu Xinci bore the brunt of it. Boo-hoo-hoo. Mu Xinci bit her crimson lips, her eyelashes fluttering as aggrieved tears trickled down. Hey, don't cry. Yi-fan feared nothing in the world except the girl's tears. He was clearly at a loss now. I inexplicably swapped sensations with you, and now you're bullying me. Mu Xinci sobbed, her originally cool voice turning into a soft, whiny baby tone. Yi-fan looked at her glistening eyes and reddened nose. A pitiful sight that stirred his deep sympathy. I'm not bullying you, and besides, didn't you pinch my hand yourself? Mu Xinci. He had a point, but the pain was hers. Stop crying, I'll put some ointment on you, Yi-fan coaxed. Mu Xinci, with tears in her eyes, insisted, put it on you. Fine, put it on me. Mu Xinqi's expression softened slightly. She had someone bring a medical kit. When Yi-fan instinctively reached for the ointment, Mu Xinci stopped him. Let me do it. You sit still. Mu Xinci instructed. If you hurt yourself again, you'll be the one to suffer. Yifan didn't resist extending his finger for Mu Xinci to apply the ointment. Mu Xinci took his hand and examined it properly for the first time. She noticed how slender and elegant his fingers were, perfect for playing the piano. The bones were distinct, clean, and fair. Quite beautiful. Boom! Mu Xinqi's face flushed with heat. She shook her head and quickly disinfected Yifan's finger. Ding detected that Mu Xinci is applying ointment to you. Earned 200 points. Yifan watched Mu Xinci. The sensation of their hands touching was vividly transmitted. She lowered her fair, delicate face, cheeks still flushed. After applying the ointment, she even blew gently on his finger with her full rosy lips. Yifan's mind immediately wandered. Mu Xinci was so gentle now. She even blew on his pinched spot, so soft and adorable. Where was the aloof school beauty everyone talked about? Her persona was completely shattered now. She looked so cute. Her lips seemed so soft. At this moment, Mu Xinqi's meticulous care made Yifan feel elated. He was probably the first boy to receive such attention from her. The ointment is applied, try not to get it wet today, Mu Xinci instructed. Okay, Yifan agreed. And, don't rummage through my room. It'll clear out the wardrobe and make space for your things. Mu Xinci said, her face red. Alright. Yifan then watched Mu Xinci scurry to the wardrobe, instinctively moving all her belongings to the next room. After packing up, she darted out like a rabbit, her face flushed crimson. Yifan found it amusing. He suddenly realized the school beauty was quite entertaining. How interesting. After Mu Xinci left, Yifan laid down on the big bed. He accessed the system backend and performed a 5 consecutive draw. He then obtained a gift that thrilled him. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a double deposit bonus card. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the right to purchase a limited edition game skin. Congratulations, host. You have obtained super combat skills possessing the exquisite boxing prowess and techniques of a boxing champion. Pretty good. He drew 3 prizes, all very practical. Yifan used the double deposit bonus card. The double deposit bonus card meant that all deposits under his name could be doubled. Now Yifan had a total of over 8 million yuan. In the blink of an eye, using the card, it became over 16 million. Wow. Excellent. Now he had become a multimillionaire. How awesome. This kind of double deposit card should be given as many as possible. After that, he could just lie back and earn money. But Yifan had an investment information card. Oh, why worry about not making money? Yifan used a search engine to find the contact information of JUM Media Agency. Soon he got in touch with them and arranged to meet the next afternoon to discuss cooperation. Done. It was much smoother than Yifan had imagined. As long as he invested in JUM Media and became the largest shareholder, there would be a steady stream of income. Then he could buy limited edition sports cars, mansions, and travel the world as he pleased. Yifan was in a very cheerful mood. He remembered that the system had also rewarded him with super combat skills, and he couldn't wait to see the effect. Yifan heard from the maid that besides the gym, there was also a boxing room in the villa, so he immediately went to check it out. Good heavens. At first glance, Yifan was shocked. This was practically a professional competition venue. The entire boxing room was decorated quite impressively with all the necessary equipment. Yifan was attracted and forgot about the exchange matter. His heart itched. He picked up the boxing gloves and started throwing a set of punches at the sandbag. Bang bang, awesome. It seemed he really could box now with proper technique. This could definitely kill several whining idiots like authors with one punch. Huh, not bad. Who else was he afraid of? If someone disagreed, just fight. Whoever dared to come before him, he would beat them until they were toothless. Why fear kidnappers and thugs? No need for security at all. Just go barehanded and fight. Just as Yifan was about to stop, the door of the boxing room opened. You? Take a rest, a weary voice sounded. Yifan saw Mu Xinci walking in, supporting herself against the wall. She had her hair tied in a ponytail with a peach blossom face and cheeks flushed like drunken beauty, already with a thin layer of sweat on her face. Even her hair was wet, sticking to her flawless cheeks, accentuating her beautiful pink skin. At the same time, he felt guilty. He had actually forgotten to exchange sensations. Mu Xinqi's delicate jade-like fingers grabbed Yifan's clothes, and she gritted her teeth. You want to exhaust me to death? Her eyes were already misty with tears, shimmering with grievance. She had finally been able to feel the soft and comfortable sensation of the mattress, but unexpectedly, a violent outburst ensued. Her fists were sore and numb. She was exhausted from being tormented. I'm sorry, I forgot. Yifan apologized guiltily and subconsciously said, then let me help you to sleep for a while. You should be the one to sleep. Mu Xinci emphasized. Only when he enjoyed it could she enjoy it. If he did anything else, wouldn't she be exhausted to death? Alright, I'll go to sleep, Yifan coaxed. Is that okay now, eh? Upon hearing this, Mu Xinci breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally stopped boxing and was going to sleep. Then she could lie down and enjoy herself for a while. Wait. Just as Mu Xinci was about to leave, Yifan called her back. Mu Xinci's long, thick lashes fluttered slightly. You're not going to go back on your word and not sleep, are you? She was really scared now. Of course not, but you're sweating profusely. Are you sure you don't want to wipe it off? Yi Fan took a towel. When you sweat, I feel uncomfortable too. Mu Xinci's ears turned slightly red. She stood there feeling Yi Fan's burning gaze. When Yi Fan wiped the sweat from her face, she actually began to feel nervous. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. It seemed he was much more handsome than before. Yi Fan actually had a bit of a trembling hand. The Mu Xinci before him had cheeks flushed red like apples. Even though she was sweating, she still smelled nice. As expected of a school beauty, her skin was fair and clean with a lingering pink flush. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes gazed at Yi Fan, making him feel restless. Although there was no sensation of touch, just her sweet fragrance was enough to intoxicate Yi Fan. Let me do it myself. She blushed, snatched the towel, and wiped her face. This time Yi Fan could smoothly feel her fingers touching her smooth skin. Soft and tender. Like tofu. Ding detected, wiping the school bow tie's face, obtained 300 points. The system finally spoke up. Alright, now go rest. Mu Xinci muttered, reminding Yi Fan. Okay. For this human alarm clock, Yi Fan found her really cute. Hee, if she became his wife in the future, how fun would that be? Yi Fan took off his gloves and was about to go back to his room, but found Mu Xinci following him. Could it be that school beauty Mu wants to come back with me? Yi Fan simply started teasing her. Mu Xinci was already tired and exhausted, and now she was being teased by Yi Fan. She immediately flushed, stepped back a few steps. No, it's not. Her red lips muttered. I'm afraid you won't sleep, so we'll wait until you're asleep before I leave. I said I'll sleep, so we'll sleep. Why would I lie to you? Yi Fan grinned. Don't worry, I won't torment you anymore. Alright, then you rest well. If you need anything, just tell the servants. After getting Yi Fan's assurance, Mu Xinci felt much more at ease. Yi Fan smiled. Okay. Mu Xinci let out its Sundara hum. Then I'll go back to my room. Watching her return to her room, Yi Fan shook his head with a look of affection. He never expected that the aloof school beauty would actually be a silly goofball. Quite soft and cute. But Yi Fan never imagined that a major benefit would be waiting for him later. Shortly after returning to the room, Mu Xinci felt the softness of the Simmons mattress and the refreshing coolness of the air conditioner. How wonderful. She rubbed her face against the blanket with contentment, sensing the heat gradually dissipate. Her body and mind relaxed, the aches vanished, replaced by the comfort of sleep. Mu Xinci curled her rosy lips with satisfaction. You do have a conscience, didn't deceive me. Her eyes curved, a blissful smile spreading across her milky face. After waking up, Yi Fan found it was pitch dark outside. A glance at the time revealed it was already 8 in the evening. He had slept for several hours, no wonder his stomach was growling. Yi Fan immediately got up. The most urgent task now was to fill his stomach. He remembered there was a pack of pickled cabbage beef instant noodles in his suitcase. He took it out at once. Instant noodles were great, full of flavor. Not knowing if there was any meal available, he decided to make do with the noodles. Yi Fan went downstairs, poured hot water over the noodles, and added 2 pieces of ham sausage. A balance of meat and vegetables, not bad. Look at the pickled cabbage, the springy noodles. They could make the neighbor's kid drool with envy. Yi Fan lifted the lid and began eating the noodles with relish. The first bite, however, was utterly tasteless. It tasted like plain boiled water. Oh right, he had swapped taste buds with Mu Xinci. As long as she was full, his own concern could wait. Yi Fan brushed it off, slurped another mouthful of noodles, and endured the bland taste. Stop! As Yi Fan was eating, a clatter of footsteps echoed from the stairs. Soon a graceful figure rushed over, her hands propping on the table as she stared at him face to face. How can you eat instant noodles? Mu Xinci said in a tearful voice, pinching her nose to avoid the pungent pickled cabbage smell. I'm hungry, what's wrong with instant noodles? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. I'm a commoner, not picky. As long as there's food, it's fine. I didn't mistreat you, I even added 2 sausages. Want me to add a braised egg? Mu Xinci was on the verge of tears. It wasn't about the sausages or the egg. She simply hated instant noodles. Not only were they unhealthy, but Yi Fan was eating the most pungent pickled cabbage beef flavor. Could she tolerate this? Absolutely not. She had been sleeping blissfully upstairs when the smell of instant noodles choked her, and she even tasted the preservative-laden pickled cabbage flavor, nearly making her vomit. So she hurried downstairs to stop Yi Fan from eating. Afraid he would continue, she instinctively took the noodles away. Confiscated. You're not allowed to eat instant noodles from now on. Yi Fan was confused. What will I eat then? Actually, the noodles were quite tasty. Follow me. Mu Xinci threw away the noodles and led Yi Fan away. He was taken to a certain part of the villa. Good heavens, this was a real restaurant. The wealthy could indeed be capricious, moving a high-end restaurant into their home. The decoration cost must have been exorbitant, and it was designed with great ambience. After Mu Xinci seated, Yi Fan, a chef, approached and bowed respectfully. Mr. Yi. The chef had long heard that the young lady had brought a young man home for the first time. Everyone knew the young lady was not interested in men, so how could she bring one home? And she even let him stay at the villa. This was unprecedented. Moreover, she was exceptionally attentive to him, even vacating her own room to ensure his comfort. She had arranged everything meticulously, afraid of neglecting him. This had caused a stir among the servants. Others had tried their best to please the young lady before, but when had she ever cared so much about anyone? Even old Mr. Mu, her father, had never received such treatment. Now a young man had appeared out of nowhere and gained her attention. If old Mr. Mu, who was working abroad, learned of this, he would probably be heartbroken. The chef's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Fan. Even as a chef, he felt inferior. No wonder the aloof young lady had become so warm and hospitable. Look at him. He was truly handsome, with starry eyes, thin lips, an extraordinary aura, and an imposing presence. Forgive his limited vocabulary. In plain terms, he was an incredibly handsome guy. He could rival the younger days of Chun Guanxi and Wu Yanzu in good looks. No wonder the young lady was captivated. He knew he had to stay on her good side. What's good here? Yi Fan, being a first-timer, didn't know the signature dishes. The chef began to rattle off his specialties. Yi Fan was amazed. It sounded like he was reciting a menu. Stop. Just tell me what you can't make. Yi Fan asked. I don't think there's anything I can't make. I used to be a state banquet chef, the chef said proudly. Yi Fan was stunned. Really? Hiring a state banquet chef as a private cook meant no small amount of money. Indeed, the wealthy could be capricious. Mu Xinci said calmly, my father was afraid I wouldn't eat well, so he specially hired him. Yi Fan knew the chairman of the Mu group doted on his daughter, but he hadn't expected such indulgence. When he became rich, he would copy that and hire a state banquet chef for his own family. Since you don't know what to eat, I'll order 2 grilled Australian M9 steaks with port wine sauce, Kaluga caviar pasta, French foie gras with salad, black truffle duck breast pizza, grilled salmon, sushi, Boston lobster, in cream sauce, mango, avocado shrimp salad, strawberry mousse. Mu Xinci effortlessly listed a long string of dishes. The chef was thrilled. This was a grand display. Australian M9 was top-grade steak, tender and delicious, especially when paired with expensive port wine sauce and meticulous cooking. It was a delicate dish. Kaluga caviar, used by dozens of Michelin-starred restaurants, cost hundreds per gram. And then there were the Boston lobster, black truffle duck breast. All expensive and exquisite dishes. While ordinary guests might be fobbed off with simple fare, anyone treated with such luxurious ingredients was of utmost importance. Alright, I'll get to work right away. The chef became excited and headed to the kitchen. Yi Fan sat in his seat, expectant and thrilled. It was his first time tasting dishes made by a state banquet chef. Just hearing Mu Xinci list those delicious items made his mouth water. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten the instant noodles. They were utterly crushed by these gourmet dishes. But little did Yi Fan know that unexpected events were about to unfold. After a short wait, exquisite dishes were served one by one. First came the French foie gras paired with salad. Just from the appearance, the vegetables looked incredibly fresh, accompanied by tantalizing foie gras tempting the palate. The foie gras was truly mellow and delicious, perfectly complementing the vegetables without any harshness, leaving a sweet aftertaste. Yi Fan's taste buds were immensely satisfied. He then shared a charcoal grilled Australian M9 Wagyu steak with Mu Xinci. The sauce was the perfect finishing touch, with an aroma of port wine wafting over, incredibly appetizing. Not to mention the steak was tender and juicy. Juices spurted out as soon as it was cut. As it entered the mouth, it was crispy on the outside and tender inside, blending with the sauce's sweet and savory flavors. This was undoubtedly the most delicious steak he had ever eaten. Indeed, higher prices meant better quality. Yi Fan savored every bite, tasting each dish, and couldn't help but sigh with admiration. The dishes prepared by the state banquet chef truly lived up to their reputation. Although ingredients were important, culinary skill was paramount. No wonder it cost so much to hire such a chef. The food was far superior to that made by ordinary chefs. After the meal, Yi Fan felt an unprecedented satisfaction, both physically and mentally. So delicious. Now that the state banquet chef was at home, he could enjoy such delicacies every day. The thought alone was exhilarating. Not only was Yi Fan satisfied, but Mu Xinci was also quite content. She could finally have a proper meal through Yi Fan's mouth. The chef's skill remained as usual. Being able to eat meat, Mu Xinci was already overwhelmed with gratitude. Wasn't this far better than instant noodles? If she hadn't stopped it in time, she would have been stuck eating instant noodles today. Are you full? Mu Xinci wiped her mouth and asked Yi Fan, if you're full, come with me. Where to? Yi Fan asked curiously. You'll know in a moment. Yi Fan found it mysterious, but since she said, so he just followed. Her family was so wealthy, there was no way she would take him to sell his organs. What was there to fear? Yi Fan followed Mu Xinci with a clear conscience. However, he didn't expect her to lead him to the garage. Yi Fan was instantly stunned by the scene before him. Is this a garage? Are you sure it's not a parking lot? There were over 100 cars parked inside. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Maserati, Aston Martin, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Bugatti, Veyron, Pagani, McLaren. Yi Fan exclaimed. Even a Koenigsegg 1-1. Isn't this a limited edition that can't be bought even with money? Seeing his dream car, Yi Fan was unable to put it down. He was now touching the legendary Koenigsegg 1-1, which held a lofty status in the automotive world. So excited. You like it? Then drive it, Mu Xinci said casually. Are you kidding me? Let me drive it. Yi Fan was astonished. Weren't limited edition luxury cars like this meant for collecting? I can't drive you everywhere at any time. As long as you have a driver's license, you can drive any car here, Mu Xinci said calmly. I have only one request. Don't crash it. Yi Fan interrupted. No. Mu Xinci glared at him. No taking buses, no subways, no bicycles. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back. Especially for Mu Xinci, who was born with a silver spoon and had always enjoyed the best things. Now that the weather was getting warmer, making her take a crowded bus squeezed among people smelling strange odors would be an immense torment for her. Of course, Yi Fan couldn't ride a bicycle either. Yi Fan had such great stamina and was so strong. If he rode a bicycle all day, wouldn't her legs go weak? Rather than that, she might as well take preventive measures. Giving Yi Fan a car to drive would make her more comfortable. Yi Fan hadn't expected Mu Xinci to have such a strange request, but thinking about it, she had been pampered since childhood, so it was normal. Still, it was fine. He was the one who would benefit. Okay, no problem, Yi Fan said with a smile to Mu Xinci. Mu Xinci breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he agreed. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to persuade him. Mu Xinci immediately had the butler give Yi Fan a car key. Yi Fan then started driving like a veteran, test driving the Koenigsegg 1-1. As expected of a limited edition luxury car, its driving experience was truly not just hype. It was incredibly stylish to drive, equipped with airbags, and the interior furnishings were exquisite. It felt fantastic to drive. Yi Fan finally understood why so many people would spend tens of millions on luxury cars. It wasn't just for showing off, the performance was truly excellent. After driving around several times, Yi Fan was very satisfied. When he got out of the car, he assured Mu Xinci, "Don't worry, it'll definitely drive often." With the Koenigsegg 1-1, his Kawasaki H2 would have to be put aside. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Mu Xinci gave a sincere smile. Great. This was the happiest news she had heard in days. Little did she know the happiest one was naturally Yi Fan. After all, what man doesn't love driving? After getting the car key, Yi Fan went upstairs. It was only a little past 8, so he planned to play some games before sleeping. He didn't expect the villa to have a dedicated esports room with better equipment than an internet cafe. Yi Fan was instantly thrilled. First, there was the limited edition custom Kai Loli style gaming chair, the same as the Otaku Happy Chair. This was a genuine leather ergonomic seat with a space capsule design. Absolutely amazing. Lying down, it could tilt at any angle without causing fatigue. It was also convenient for gaming, a must-have for lazy people. At first, he had been tempted. But Yi Fan wanted to buy one only to be deterred by the price. A similar chair cost at least 30,000 yuan. The one in the Mu family's mansion was probably even more expensive. Yi Fan lay down and enjoyed it. The angle was perfect for gaming, incredibly comfortable. Very pleasant. Even the ROG Super X. Yi Fan spotted the computer on the desk and became even more excited. This was an ultra-hardcore high-end computer, perfect in every way except for its exorbitant price. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. The starting price was 59999 yuan. Besides the ROG Super X, there was even an Alienware AW2521H monitor known for its extremely high refresh rate. Even the keyboard was a top-tier brand valued at least 10,000 yuan, not to mention the headphones. All the peripherals were the best available. This completely satisfied the needs of Yi Fan, the gaming addict. He was very pleased. He recalled the skills given by the system's super god-level gaming ability and limited edition game skin purchase rights. He had to show off his skills, otherwise it would be a waste to just have them. Yi Fan first opened League of Legends. He had started playing League of Legends a bit late, so he missed buying many skins, mainly because the prices were not cheap. Later, when those skins became limited editions, he regretted it. Fortunately, he now had the limited edition game skin purchase rights. It instantly allowed Yi Fan to fulfill his dream. Moreover, Yi Fan even obtained a mysterious reward and the school beauty unexpectedly. After using the item, Yi Fan found that the limited edition skin shop had opened exclusively for him. Rare skins such as Braveheart, Darius, Silver Judgment, Kale, Chromatic Dragon, Blind Star, Slayer Master, E1-Man Army, Jax, the 3rd Anniversary, Limited Arcade, Misfortune Arcade Ari, and Jade Sword, Shadowless Talon. Everything was available. It completely satisfied Yi Fan's needs. Yi Fan was overjoyed. He immediately clicked to purchase using his mouse, only to find he didn't have a single cent. Free stuff. Wow, this was truly awesome. The system really understood him. Yi Fan obtained them all at once. After acquiring all the skins, he felt immensely satisfied. He then opened WeChat on his phone, entered the dormitory group chat, and called out. Yi-fan, everyone LOL is online, let's team up. The originally quiet WeChat group instantly went into a frenzy. Pang, who the missing person returns. I thought you were lost in the arms of beauty and had forgotten us. Xiao Wu, instead of sweetly duo queuing with the school beauty, you're actually thinking about games. Lei Gu, old Yi, you're super famous in school now. I advise you not to come to school these days, or I'm afraid you'll be assassinated. You've become the enemy of all the male students in school. You're on your own. Yi-fan thought about how Mu Xinci had driven him away. Oh, it was indeed enough to cause a stir across the school. After all, Mu Xinci was the campus goddess with countless simps. Probably tonight would be a sleepless night of regret for many simps. But what did that have to do with him? As long as he was having fun, that was all that mattered. Are we still playing or not? Yi-fan replied with a voice message. The three said in unison, logging in right away. In no time, they had successfully formed a team. When they started picking champions, Xiao Wu said to Yi-fan, you play support. Yi-fan was known as a versatile support player. After all, he usually got carried and needed Xiao Wu to play jungle and carry him. No, we'll play jungle, Yi-fan said firmly. This one sentence instantly shocked Xiao Wu, Pang, Hu and Lei Go. Are you kidding me? You played jungle last time, remember how terrible our game experience was? Pang Hu said excitedly. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. Yeah, the enemy team was mocking us, and you kept feeding kills. Lei Gu, nothing is impossible if you just give up. There's nothing wrong with playing support. Yi-fan didn't change his mind. Let me try ITLL, definitely be different from before. He now had got level skills, and was no longer the rookie he used to be. Alright, let him try then. He'll play a tank, and soak up damage. Xiao Wu nodded. Lei Gu agreed. I'll do my best this round and focus on damage output. It's just a game, having fun is what matters, winning or losing isn't important. Pang Hu chimed in. Since Yi-fan wanted to play, they'd let him. Even if they lost, at least the four of them were together, and happiness was the most important thing. What else could they do? They just had to spoil Yi-fan. After all, he was the youngest in the dorm. Yi-fan was still touched by his roommate's reactions. No matter how badly he had played before, these brothers had never scolded him. This time he wanted to hold his head high and thoroughly carry his brothers. Just then another teammate they matched with saw that Xiao Wu and the others had ordinary skins, so he proudly showed off his new skin. Pretty cool, right? It's expensive, I spent hundreds to get it. Xiao Wu and the others looked at it with some envy. This new skin was one they had always wanted. But it was too expensive, and there was no guarantee of getting it even with spending money. It was too much for students. So they held back. After seeing it, Yi-fan replied, it's just average. But the teammate sneered, come on, you're just sour grapes. Sorry, I have it, Yi-fan said dismissively. He wasn't boasting. The skin the other was showing off was exactly the one he had just obtained. And it was free. Who believes that? But before he finished, the teammate saw Yi-fan select his champion. Li Xin with the skin Son of the Dragon. The teammate's breath caught. This skin, as a limited edition, was incredibly hard to obtain and extremely rare. It was the skin he wanted most. But he could never get it. He rarely even saw opponents with this skin. Never did he expect that the teammate he just matched with actually had it. And he had just mocked him for being envious. Having such a limited and expensive skin, how could he still be impressed by the one he had drawn? He was instantly outdone. The teammate's face was slapped hard. Xiao Wu exclaimed, wow, you actually have this skin. Pang Hu got excited, a true boss. I want to use your account. Lei Gu exclaimed, holy shit, when did you get it? You're really keeping a low profile. Not showing off at all. Yi-fan rubbed his nose, looking a bit smug. I'm just using it to show off a bit. The other was stubborn. Having a limited skin is nothing special. Playing games depends on skill. If you play like crap, you might as well quit. Big spenders 9 out of 10 are noobs, and the last one is carried. Yi-fan raised an eyebrow. Then let me show you true skill. His roommates had been worried about Yi-fan planning to quietly farm and let him shine to win the game. But they found they were unnecessary. He didn't need their support at all. Yi-fan's gaming skills were absolutely incredible. He was racking up kills. One came, he killed one, a two came, he killed two, a group came, he killed them all. In just 10 minutes, without even needing to destroy towers, the enemy team surrendered. The roommates were all stunned. Not only did they get carried, but it was Yi-fan who carried them. Damn, did you hire a booster? When did you get so skilled? Ranking up like this is a dream. Old Yi, you're amazing, master, take my knee. Yi-fan said calmly, it's just that the skin has good feel. Of course the school bowtie's computer was also great, and the internet speed was awesome. But he didn't say that out loud, or else how much hatred would he attract? The teammate who had been arrogant just moments ago after being pulled back into the room took a sharp breath. He felt like a fool. The words he had just said were nothing but self-humiliation. So what if he was a whale? Yi-fan could both spend money and play well. So are you convinced now? Xiao Wu asked smugly. Now he felt great, his buddy had brought him so much face. Let that cocky guy be arrogant. Now he was slapped red. Ding dong. Yi-fan had prepared himself for the other to curse him out. But instead a friend request notification appeared on his message interface. Bro, please carry me. I'm on my knees. Will you take disciples? I failed to recognize a great man. Yi Fan. Kid, where's your pride? Not only this person, but even the 5 opponents from the previous round all sent friend requests. All of them came to latch onto his leg, all wanted to climb aboard. Master, I'll gift you skins, please carry me to rank up. Boss, I have many photos of pretty girls. Add my WeChat, I'll send them to you. Bro, I can cut a price for you on Pinduoduo. I have a beautiful sister, should I say it or not? Yi Fan. The night deepened. Mu Xinci changed into a lighter, more comfortable set of pajamas. She lay in bed ready to drift off to sleep. Yet her mind remained remarkably lucid. She could still feel the crisp, rhythmic clatter of her fingers striking the keyboard. She could also feel the numbing ache from sitting still for too long. Above all, her central nervous system remained in a state of excitement. The night stretched on sleepless. With a clatter, Mu Xinci sat up in bed. How was she supposed to sleep now? At that moment, Yi Fan was deeply engrossed in his game. He had already achieved 20 consecutive victories. This pro-level skill was simply incredible. His opponents were no match at all. They say League of Legends is a game of 5, but he alone was worth 5. Before it was Xiao Wu who carried him, now Xiao Wu was completely coasting. When a match started, over 40 people were spectating. This sent a surge of exhilaration through Yi Fan. It was the highlight of his gaming career. As he poured his heart and soul into the game, a figure suddenly appeared before him. A knock sounded on his desk. Yi Fan looked up and was stunned by the fiery, alluring scene. Mu Xinci stood there wearing only a neck-slip dress. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her flawless face was radiant, pure, yet seductive. With a swan-like neck, a wasp waist, and long legs, she exuded the green, tantalizing fragrance of a peach. Yi Fan could no longer focus on the game. Can we sleep now? Mu Xinci pouted, rubbing her sleepy eyes. It's already 1 o'clock, and we have class tomorrow. Clearly still groggy, her tone was more of a coaxing complaint than a reproach. Yi Fan paused, realizing he had lost track of time in his immersion. Oh, it's that late. Sorry, I'll finish this last round and stop, he replied. He couldn't just abandon his teammates. The last round, huh? Mu Xinci asked. Really, it's the last one. Once this round ends, I'm done. Then I'll sit here and watch. There was no chair nearby, so Mu Xinci simply perched on the computer desk. She knew boys loved gaming the most. If she didn't keep an eye on him, Yi Fan might really play all night. Boo-hoo, she was so sleepy, longing for bed. Mu Xinci yawned, her already flawless face tinged with laziness and drowsiness, making Yi Fan's breath quicken. She was so close to Yi Fan that with just a glance he could see her. Yi Fan couldn't understand those straight men who could still game with a girl by their side. If it were him, he would definitely want both. Now Yi Fan's face was completely flushed. Ever since Mu Xinci appeared, he had been utterly distracted. Most importantly, his headphones were filled with the voices of his roommates. What's up? Why did you suddenly go silent? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. Yeah, why the sudden quiet? Ha, don't tell me you've got a girl hidden away. Fatty laughed, teasing him. Yi Fan's face turned even redder. He hadn't expected to be guessed correctly. Right now, a stunning beauty was right beside him, incredibly close. Especially since Mu Xinci was sleepy, her eyelids half closed, making it seem as if she were gazing at him with tender affection. Being stared at by such a beauty naturally put Yi Fan under immense pressure. But he certainly couldn't admit that the school beauty was in his room. That would cause an uproar. Thinking about it, a man and a woman alone late at night in a single room. Those pervy roommates would definitely get the wrong idea. Yi Fan unmuted and quickly replied, don't overthink it, just focused on killing. Afraid they might hear something strange and discover someone nearby, he immediately muted again. His buddies kept joking around, but Yi Fan ignored them. He just wanted to finish the game quickly. Fortunately, not long after, he destroyed the enemy's nexus, and the game ended. Yi Fan logged off successfully, took off his headphones, and let out a sigh of relief. It felt like he was playing a spy game, sneaking around afraid of being caught. It's over, Yi Fan said to Mu Xinci. Mu Xinci, who had been drowsy, finally showed a hint of joy on her face. He could finally sleep. She was so sleepy, but she noticed that after returning to the room, Yi Fan wasn't heading to bed, but was searching for something. What are you doing? You're not planning to exercise instead of sleeping, are you? If he wanted to work out at night, she would be exhausted. Mu Xinci hurriedly grabbed the corner of Yi Fan's shirt. The system chimed, congratulations, host. Interaction detected. You have earned 300 points. Yi Fan's body trembled. He could feel her soft little hand clutching his shirt. Turning around, he met her clear, sparkling eyes. Her anxious, eager expression was irresistible. I think a little exercise before bed wouldn't hurt, Yi Fan said, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he deliberately stepped forward. Mu Xinci immediately held onto his shirt with both hands, stomping her foot. No, you're not going. Let's go to sleep. Are you sure it's let's go to sleep? Yi Fan deliberately emphasized the word let's. He pinned her against the wall. Yi Fan's face was incredibly close. So close that Mu Xinci thought he was about to kiss her. She was flustered and shy, a blush spreading across her beautiful face. His eyes held a hint of coldness, a trace of mockery, and a touch of nonchalance. It made her heart flutter like a startled deer. I misspoke. Can't you just go straight to sleep? Mu Xinci muttered, her skin burning hot. She dared not meet his dark, deep eyes. Sure, I was just about to take a shower, Yi Fan said, lowering his head slightly. After all, you wouldn't want to sleep smelling my sweat, would you? Mu Xinci couldn't help but look up. His handsome, chiseled features made her entire body go numb. Unlike other boys covered in sweat, Yi Fan had a faint scent of soap on him, quite fresh, not unpleasant to Mu Xinci at all. But his words now filled her with embarrassment. She quickly ducked out from under his arm. Then hurry up. Just a moment ago you didn't want me to go, and now you're rushing me. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he teased her. She stepped forward directly, pushing Yi Fan's back, her face flushed as she said, "Just go quickly. I'm really sleepy." Her aggrieved voice carried a hint of coquettish tenderness. Yi Fan, feeling pleased, heeded her words and entered the bathroom to shower. After he went inside, Mu Xinci returned to her own room and lay on the large bed. Though she couldn't hear the sound of water, she could sense him bathing. Her heart raced, and she embarrassedly buried her face in the pillow. She murmured, "Hurry up and wash." Her pretty face was full of shyness, rubbing repeatedly against the pillow. How mortifying. If not for the fear of social death, she would have knocked on the door and told Yi Fan to stop washing. Fortunately, after some time he finally finished, and Mu Xinci felt relieved. Yi Fan must have lain down. His refreshed skin pressed against the soft bed, bringing Mu Xinci relief. She contentedly pressed her gentle face against the sheets, the corners of her lips involuntarily curling up. The next day, Yi Fan rose from the large Simmons bed. This bed was incredibly comfortable to sleep on. It was nothing like the school's wooden plank bed, where he couldn't stretch his legs and had no room to move. Yi Fan rolled around on the bed several times without falling off, as the bed was so large it was impossible to tumble down. Moreover, Mu Xinci's bed was top-notch, so Yi Fan enjoyed a supremely good sleep. As Yi Fan prepared to get up, he felt the sensation of her fingers brushing his shoulder, as if she was flicking her hair. He squinted slightly, already forming a mental image. He seemed to see a graceful figure sitting on the bed, her long hair reaching her waist, her slender fingers gently sweeping through her tresses, delicate and pure. The sense of immersion was too strong. If only she were his wife, how wonderful that would be. To avoid stray thoughts, he immediately began doing sit-ups. Thump, thump, thump. A knock came from outside. Yi Fan, don't go overboard. Take a rest. A shy yet willful call came from outside. This was unexpected, and Yi Fan was startled. Embarrassed, he realized that his exercise had been discovered by her again. Indeed, it was a bit too much, and he needed to rest properly. "I'm sorry," Yi Fan apologized, but he could already hear the sound of footsteps fading away. Clearly she had left without responding. He scratched his head, wondering what he was doing. Now that the exchange of sensations was a shared matter, it was inconvenient, so he should exercise less and rest more. After Yi Fan washed up, he went downstairs to eat. Mu Xinci wore a light blue sailor uniform with a miniskirt just above her knees, black stockings wrapping her fair legs, slender and exquisite. Sitting at the table, she kept her face flushed, burying her head in her porridge. This scene caught Yi Fan's eyes, and he felt apologetic about this morning. "What morning? I don't remember, don't mention it." She drank quickly, then said nervously, "I'm going to school." Soon she fled. Yi Fan's mind conjured the image of Mu Xinci's red ears and flushed cheeks, and he couldn't help but curl his lips, feeling a bit happy. This campus Belle was not aloof at all. She was quite adorable. In the morning, Yi Fan drove the Koenigsegg 11 to school. When the sleek Koenigsegg 11 drove across the campus, it drew a very high rate of glances. The male students were all mesmerized. After all, they had seen people driving wooling Mercedes and BMWs, but who had ever seen someone driving a Koenigsegg? Instantly, some people were already taking photos with their phones. "Wow, that looks like a Koenigsegg sports car. Who can drive such a flashy car to school? So cool, hurry up and take a photo to post on Moments. I wonder which rich second generation is driving this." Do you think this is something an ordinary rich second generation can drive? This seems to be a Koenigsegg 11 with only a few in the world. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy one. I never thought I'd see one at our university. Another person replied contemptuously, "Actually, this kind of sports car isn't that great. It guzzles too much gas. My electric scooter is way better, love it, and you're off." This remark was universally dismissed as sour grapes. After all, a single part of a Koenigsegg costs nearly as much as an entire electric scooter. Yi Fan parked the sports car and headed to the classroom. As he entered the teaching building, a group of girls blushed. They shyly followed him the entire way, stealing glances. "Yi Fan is really handsome. I heard he was originally supposed to be the campus heartthrob, but the title went to the principal's nephew because Yi Fan was shorter. That's why he lost the title. Yeah, he's gotten so much better looking, and he seems taller too. He must be over 1.8 meters now. If I were dating him, would I have to stand on tiptoes to kiss? Whose urine is sweet? Quick, wake her up. She's daydreaming in broad daylight." The campus belle has already thrown herself at him. What chance do we have? Oh right, my rival in love happens to be the campus belle. I heard she's been fawning over him. I've lost completely. The girls sighed in unison, wishing Yifan would like them instead. But it was all just a dream. He didn't even spare them a glance. Naturally, Yifan also caught the attention of the boys. Some admirers of the campus belle, having heard the rumors on the forum, began to jeer out of jealousy. Damn, he actually slept with Mu the campus belle. That punk is just good looking. But another companion poured cold water on him. You think he's just handsome? See the sports car key in his hand. That's his confidence. I heard his family is loaded now. He's just a rich kid experiencing life. I even saw him riding a Kawasaki H2 before. Taking a closer look, sure enough, Yifan was holding a sports car key. This instantly crushed their spirits. Oh, how can anyone live like this? Handsome and rich. The only thing that balances my mind is his poor grades. Can grades put food on the table? He's so rich he can just inherit the family business. Why bother with education? We good students are just destined to work for him. Well said, that means he's more than worthy of Mu the campus belle. Now no one dared to criticize Yifan. Not as handsome as Yifan. Not as rich as Yifan. And the campus belle was chasing him. How could they compare? Truly, comparisons are odious. Soon Yifan walked into the classroom, instantly feeling the gaze of a group of guys fixed on him. Bro, you're here. Your heroic deeds have spread across the entire school. The campus belle actually brought you milk tea and carried your luggage. That's incredible. You've brought glory to all us guys. Yeah, usually we're the ones chasing the campus belle. When did the tables turn? This is awesome. Are you really dating the campus belle? I heard you've already hit a home run. Surrounded by classmates, Yifan looked utterly bewildered. Hit a home run? How would I know? I'm still single. His words drew a collective gasp. Really? Bro, you faced with the campus belle, you can still hold yourself back? So she's the one chasing you, unilaterally being your simp. Awesome. The rumor that you slept with her was false. You're not even taken yet, and with so few girls around here, you're still competing with us. Are you trying to kill us? We'll leave the campus belle to you. Just get a girlfriend already. At least you two are a good match. The other boys, afraid that the girls they liked would eventually fall into Yifan's hands, began begging him to find a partner. If Yifan didn't get a girlfriend, their chances of romantic success were slim. Yifan hadn't expected such an exaggerated reaction from the boys. Hong Yi, watching everyone flatter Yifan, felt quite bitter inside. He had no idea how Yifan had stumbled into such good luck, making the campus belle chase him. His heart seethed with jealousy, wishing he were the center of attention. Suddenly Hong Yi's eyes fell on a graceful figure entering from outside. She had brown hair cascading over her shoulders, wore a white dress, and possessed a full bust, a slender-waisted, delicate, gentle face, and an extraordinary aura. As she walked into the classroom carrying breakfast, she diverted the boys' attention from Yifan. Isn't that the department belle? What's she doing in our class? She's so cute. That little dress looks lovely. Who is she looking for? Hong Yi puffed up with pride, boasting to the other boys. Who else? She must be here to see me, her boyfriend. The boys felt a twinge of envy toward Hong Yi. If you couldn't have the campus belle, having the department belle as a girlfriend was still excellent. Besides, she was a well-known talented girl in the school, skilled at playing the violin. Now she was even bringing breakfast. Truly the perfect girlfriend. Under the envious gaze of the crowd, Hong Yi walked up to the department belle. Shwe, why are you here? You came, but you didn't have to bring me breakfast. I've already eaten. He spoke loudly, deliberately, making sure everyone heard. Hong Yi reached out proudly to take the breakfast, but the department belle swiftly moved her hand away. Who said it's for you? She said with displeasure. Hong Yi, who had been brimming with joy, was stunned. If not for me, then for whom? Of course. The department belle cast a coy glance at Yifan, who was sitting nearby. Under everyone's astonished gaze, she walked over and handed the breakfast to Yifan. Shyly she said to him, I queued for a long time to buy you breakfast. I didn't know what you liked, so I got a bit of everything. I hope you like it, Yifan. Yifan was perplexed. What kind of puzzling behavior was this? Was his charm so great that he could make the department belle fall for him? Hong Yi's face darkened to its limit. Some boys were already chattering. What's going on? Isn't the department belle Hong Yi's girlfriend? Yeah, how can she suddenly change her heart and fall for Yifan? Isn't that cuckolding, Hong Yi? Hearing this, the department belle hurriedly explained. What? When was I ever Hong Yi's girlfriend? Someone said, really? Just 2 days ago, Hong Yi was bragging to us, saying you had a crush on him for a long time and begged him to date you. The department belle glared at Hong Yi, who was trying to escape, and angrily scolded. How dare you spread such rumors? You were the one pestering me, and I rejected your advances. How did it become me having a crush on you and begging for a relationship? Afraid that Yifan might misunderstand, she passionately declared, You have to believe me. I've never dated anyone before. Her face flushed crimson. I only like you. I've had a crush on you for so long. The truth was out. Everyone suddenly understood. So the department belle had been in love with someone else all along. Hong Yi, after being rejected, had simply been putting on a show. Everyone had been fooled by him. Hong Yi, you're utterly shameless bragging about anything. Class monitor, do you really think you deserve the department, Belle? Have you even considered your own worth? The person she likes is Yi Fan, not you at all. How can you slander a girl's reputation like this? We've all been fooled by you. Who knows how many lies you've told? Everyone turned on Hong Yi. Watching his goddess grow angry at him and confess to Yi Fan, he felt utterly heartbroken and completely defeated. He had admired the department Belle for so long, never expecting her to be smitten with Yi Fan. Again Yi Fan. This was too much. Yi Fan watched Hong Yi's humiliation with a hint of satisfaction. Hong Yi's bragging had finally backfired. He had mocked him before, and now karma had struck. Class monitor, don't you have anything to say? Yi Fan glanced at Hong Yi sidelong. Hong Yi, mortified, stammered, I just like her too much. I've already thought of her as my wife. It's only a matter of time before I win her over. He turned urgently to the department Belle. Shua, please give me a chance. But she snapped, impossible. Give up that hope. I'd never be with you even if I had to be with anyone else. My heart belongs only to Yi Fan. She looked at Yi Fan, blushing shyly. Would you be willing to be with me? He'll bring you breakfast every day, rain or shine. The crowd was green with envy. All romantic luck belonged to Yi Fan. The campus Belle was his devoted admirer, and even the department Belle was hopelessly infatuated. Hong Yi clenched his teeth in disbelief. He had pursued the department Belle for so long, giving her everything she asked for. Yet in the end he had nothing to show for it. She had fallen for Yi Fan. It was like a cabbage ravaged by a pig. Sorry, I'm not planning to date anyone right now, Yi Fan declined directly. As a student, I just want to focus on my studies. The department Belle lowered her eyes in disappointment. Hong Yi thought now she'll finally give up on him. Shua, if he doesn't cherish you, someone else will. Hong Yi instinctively stepped forward to comfort her, but she shoved him away and threw herself at Yi Fan, blushing. Yi Fan, you're so ambitious. I like you even more now. I can accompany you to the library every day to study. Hong Yi, how could this be? No need, Yi Fan refused. I don't care. He'll still like you. He'll wait for you to change your mind. After being rejected, the department Belle covered her face and sobbed as she ran out of the classroom. Yi Fan sighed. Being too popular wasn't always good. Another pretty girl turned down. As for Hong Yi, his heart was shattered. A devoted admirer ends up with nothing in the end. His goddess was still hopelessly devoted to his rival. He glared at Yi Fan. You'll regret this. Having suffered such humiliation and the loss of his beloved, he would surely settle the score with Yi Fan. Shua. Hong Yi shouted her name as he chased after her. Yi Fan shrugged, unperturbed. Bring it on. He had a system, so who was he afraid of? A little later, Xiao Wu and the others arrived. After hearing about the commotion, they were dumbfounded. You have the potential to be a playboy, but you'd rather be single. You're about to become the enemy of the whole school. Thank goodness I'm already taken, or with you around I'd never get a girl. Yi Fan replied calmly. Women only slowed down my sword drawing speed. With no women in your heart, you draw naturally divine. Page 1 of the sword manual, forget the one you love. Page 2, sever ties with the mortal world. Being single was much better. In the school art studio, when Mu Xinci appeared, many pairs of eyes locked onto her. Their gazes made her uncomfortable, and some whispered among themselves. Mu Xinci was puzzled. What was going on? As she sat down beside her close friend Xiaoya and prepared to paint, Xiaoya leaned in and asked, Were you with the finance department's heartthrob last night? How do you know? Mu Xinci was startled. Who had leaked the news? Could it be Yi Fan? Not just me. The whole school knows. Xiaoya exclaimed excitedly. Mu Xinci was shocked. How could the whole school know? What had happened? Could it be that Yi Fan had spread the news? She had never met Yi Fan, but she had heard he was very handsome. Handsome men were unreliable. If he were a playboy, ruthless and cold-hearted, she would be doomed. If Mu Xinci got pregnant again, it would only make things worse. What are you saying? Mu Xince's face flushed crimson. I'm your best friend, and you're still keeping secrets from me. How long do you plan to hide it? The campus intranet is blowing up. Xiaoya immediately pulled up the forum post and showed it to Mu Xinci. Mu Xinci glanced at it and was instantly furious. They claimed Yi Fan had slept with her. She had only kissed him at most. The furthest it went was accidentally seeing him naked, and that was only because she was trying to stop him from doing something wicked. How could these netizens be so bored fabricating such ridiculous stories? This is defamation. Mu Xince's face burned even hotter. So it didn't happen. Xiaoya sighed in relief, but then looked puzzled. Are you his simp then? Mu Xinci. What nonsense was this? I heard you even brought him milk tea at the track, barged into the boys' dorm, and willingly carried his suitcase just to win his smile. Mu Xinci rubbed her temples. It's a long story, but I'm not his simp. Now Mu Xinci was in a dilemma. She couldn't exactly tell Xiaoya that she had inexplicably swapped sensations with Yi Fan. Even if she did, Xiaoya would never believe it. She might even get into trouble, Being sent to some lab for research would be a nightmare. Good, Xiaoya muttered. In my eyes, no guy is good enough for you. I heard Yi Fan is just passably handsome with no other merits. His grades are abysmal. He got in dead last in the whole school. So many girls have confessed to him, but he hasn't had a girlfriend. Maybe he's gay. Mu Xinci immediately retorted. So what if his grades are bad? They can improve. And just because he hasn't had a girlfriend doesn't make him gay. By that logic, you've been single your whole life. Does that make you a lesbian? Xiaoya. And you call yourself not a simp. I need to get the admin to delete that post right away. Mu Xinci fumed looking at the comments. In just one night, so many rumors had spread. She was still a virgin. How could they say she had been slept with? Boo-hoo, this was bullying. How was she ever supposed to get married? Wait, Yi Fan posted something. In her anger, Xiaoya showed Mu Xinci her phone. Mu Xinci glanced at it and was stunned. Yi Fan had indeed clarified that he had never slept with her and that their relationship was purely innocent. Instantly, countless replies flooded in, and the admin even stickied it. Xiaoya's opinion shifted slightly. If it were some sleazy guy had let the rumors fester. After all years so impressive, he could brag about it for ages. But he cleared it up right away. That shows some conscience. Those words struck a chord with Mu Xinci. She hadn't expected Yi Fan to defend her. Scrolling through the replies, she saw keyboard warriors attacking Yi Fan, calling him a gold digger. This was too much. How is Yi Fan a gold digger? He hasn't eaten anyone's rice. Why do they have to meddle? Mu Xinqi's anger flared even hotter than before. She immediately registered a new ID to defend Yi Fan and quickly called the school admin. Besides having the admin clean up the rumor post, she also exposed the IDs of those who had insulted Yi Fan. Permanently ban and mute these users. No, don't just mute them. Delete their accounts. Xiaoya, overhearing this, was completely dumbfounded. Just because some keyboard warriors had insulted Yi Fan, Mu Xinci was going to this much trouble, and she said she wasn't his simp. The admin naturally obeyed Mu Xinqi's orders without question. Yes, no problem at all. Mu Xinci was the heiress of the Mu Group, which had invested in Huaqing University. Her father was one of the shareholders and had donated a lot to the school. Offending Mu Xinci would mean the school would lose all those benefits. Only a fool would neglect her. Mu Xinci was satisfied with the admin's response. The admin was indeed efficient. Within 5 minutes, all posts about Mu Xinci were completely cleared. In particular, the accounts that had slandered Mu Xinci were forcibly deleted. Any mention of Mu Xinci was automatically censored. Not only that, but all negative information about Yi Fan also vanished. Anyone who had attacked Yi Fan was banned and blacklisted. Thus, Yi Fan and Mu Xinci became an unspoken taboo topic on campus. The netizens who noticed the pattern grew even more excited. This was definitely a fiercely protective girlfriend. Look at Mu Xinqi's overwhelming influence. Anyone who insulted Yi Fan got blocked, silenced, and deleted. Mu Xinci was utterly devoted to Yi Fan. Yi Fan must have saved the galaxy. This made even more people envy Yi Fan. How could someone as outstanding as Mu Xinci work behind the scenes for him? At this moment, Mu Xinci was very pleased with the result. All negative mentions of Yi Fan were gone. But in place of satisfaction came a wave of heat. So hot. Mu Xinqi's face flushed red. She wiped her sweat and even tugged at her collar. Hot. The air conditioner is on, and it's set pretty low, Xiaoya said, puzzled. The studio was quite cold. Some girls were shivering and putting on jackets. Even Xiaoya felt chilly and huddled her shoulders. Is that so? Mu Xinci was taken aback. If that were the case, then something must be wrong with Yi Fan. As she guessed, Yi Fan was indeed facing a problem. In the afternoon, they had a professional class in a level classroom. But the air conditioner there wasn't working. The afternoon temperature was scorching, over 30 degrees Celsius. To make matters worse, a bunch of people were crammed into the room with no air circulation, making it stifling and uncomfortable. Xiao Wu was fanning himself with a book, sweat beading on his nose. It's way too hot in here. When will they fix the AC? It's getting warmer. How can we stand this? Exactly. Even though it's past September, doesn't the school know about the lingering summer heat? The AC has been broken for ages, and we've complained a dozen times, but the school still hasn't done anything. What cheapskates? Fatty, who took a sip of his lemonade, the coolness helped a little, but sweat still poured down his face. Other students joined in the complaints. Can we even have a proper class? This feels like a sauna. It's unbearable. Every other classroom has AC. Why do we have to suffer? Being stuck in this old rundown room without AC is pure torture. Grievances filled the classroom. Even opening the windows for air only let in a hot breeze, making everyone shrink back inside. No, this was absolutely unbearable. Yet amid the complaints, Xiao Wu noticed that Yi Fan was remarkably calm. Yi Fan's face showed no sign of flushing or distress. He seemed completely unaffected by the heat, even appearing quite relaxed. Aren't you hot? Xiao Wu was astonished. Pang, who looked bewildered. Old Yi, have you gotten heat stroke and lost your senses? Yi Fan indeed wasn't hot after all their body sensations were swapped. Now he could only feel the refreshing coolness of the air conditioner and savor the crispness of drinking soda. It was truly a heart-chilling, spirit-soaring experience. Anyway, all the comforts Mu Xinci enjoyed were now his. "I'm hot." Yifan feigned the heat, fearing his roommates would suspect something, and complained, "Hasn't anyone come to fix the air conditioner yet?" Seeing the others suffering in the heat, he knew Mu Xinci must be feeling miserable too, and he felt a pang of guilt. Yifan quickly unbuttoned a few buttons. If it weren't for the fear of indecency in the classroom, he would have stripped to the waist. To make Mu Xinci feel better, he drank the icy soda and fanned himself with a book. That way she could at least feel a bit of coolness. But the crucial point was when the air conditioner would be fixed. "No idea." Xiao Wu, seeing Yifan hot, no longer worried about him hallucinating from heatstroke, chimed in. "We complained, but no one came to fix it. They just think we students are easy to push around. Ain't that the truth? How are we supposed to get through this scorching heat?" Brother Lei grumbled. "We can't even have class that's all stench and sweat. Standing in the hallway is more comfortable than here." As the roommates kept complaining, a ding-dong came from Yifan's phone. Yifan picked up his phone and saw it was a WeChat message from Mu Xinci. "Mu Xinci, what's going on? It's so hot. What happened?" Yifan's mind instantly conjured up Mu Xinqi's beautiful face, flushed with sweat. It seemed the current heat was all Mu Xinci enduring on his behalf, which made his heart ache. Yifan honestly explained everything about the broken air conditioner. Mu Xinci replied, "Okay, I understand." Within minutes, 2 workers carrying toolboxes entered the classroom. "Hello, we're here on Miss Mu Xinqi's instructions to repair the air conditioner." Yifan was stunned, not expecting Mu Xinci to be so swift. She was really kind. It was him who sometimes fell short. When those words were spoken, the entire class was astounded. They had complained many times, yet no one came to fix the air conditioner. Now, with just a casual mention from Mu Xinci, the school allowed repairs. Without a doubt, the biggest reason Mu Xinci could get the repair done was Yifan. The campus bell was pursuing Yifan. System went online. "Congratulations, host. Detected that Mu Xinci arranged for someone to fix the air conditioner for you, awarded 500 points. After receiving the points, Yifan was immensely satisfied. He immediately started drawing lottery. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You won the Yin Family Garden Villa." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You won an unlimited credit limit black card." Yifan was thrilled. The Yin Family Garden was considered the most expensive and prime residential area in the city. Owning a villa there started at a minimum of 80 million yuan. He had no property under his name. Originally, Yifan had planned to save up to buy a house, but now that he had won a villa, why bother buying? So many people worked their whole lives and couldn't afford such a villa, yet he casually owned one. It was too satisfying. As for the unlimited credit limit black card, Yifan had heard some bloggers talk about it. It was a symbol of status and absolute treasure. Even the wealthy might not get the bank to approve it. Fewer than 50 people in the country possessed a black card. And now he actually owned a black card with an unlimited limit. It fulfilled Yifan's wish. The documents for the Yin Family Garden Villa have been processed, and along with the black card placed in your bag. Host can check them. Yifan immediately took out his backpack. When he pulled out the items, there were indeed the property deed and documents. The address was Villa 215, Yin Family Garden. The owner's name was Yifan. He was finally a homeowner. Then he looked at the black card. See, the card design was noble and top tier. It perfectly matched his style. While Yifan was delighted, the workers finished repairing the air conditioner, and the classroom regained its former coolness. With the air conditioner on, the previously sweltering environment became comfortably temperate. Many people immersed themselves in the pleasant relief, enjoying the air conditioner comfortably. Everyone immediately looked at Yifan with admiring eyes. "Brother Yi, you're my hero. You're our savior. Without you, I'd be stuck in this furnace who knows how long. The campus belle has done so much for you, even I as a classmate am moved. Are you really not going to accept her? She's so devoted to you." Even Xiao Wu and the other animal-like roommates excitedly thanked Yifan. "Big bro, I kneel to you. Old Yi, thanks for saving my life. Your name really works. I have nothing to repay you. Whatever you want to eat later, I'm treating." Yifan was also surprised. He hadn't expected that with just a casual mention, Mu Xinci could leverage her connections to bring him benefits. Though it was only because of the sensation swap that she did this, to make herself comfortable. Others didn't know that. Everyone unanimously thought Mu Xinci was Yifan's devoted admirer. She was hopelessly in love with Yifan. Yifan must have saved the galaxy to have such a beautiful girl, so deeply devoted to him. Yifan also sent Mu Xinci a text. "It's fixed, thank you. Are you feeling better?" Mu Xinci, "Phew, that's good. I can already feel the coolness." Reading the message, Yifan could picture the scene, and his eyes were filled with affection for Mu Xinci. Meanwhile, Mu Xinci received Yifan's message. She felt much more comfortable overall, no longer drenched in sweat like before. But after seeing the message from Yifan, she couldn't help but smile. Xiaoya, who was drawing nearby, trembled at the sound of laughter. Did she hear that right? It seemed like Mu Xinci was laughing. She looked and saw a joyful smile on Mu Xince's face. Mu Xinci was truly beautiful when she smiled. Her eyes curved, lips slightly upturned, making her look even more tender and sweet. What's got you so happy? As her best friend Xiaoya rarely saw Mu Xinci this delighted. After all, Mu Xinci had always been the ice queen of the school. It was only because Xiaoya was her desk mate and had a lively personality that she had managed to open Mu Xince's heart. She had learned that Mu Xinci had experienced some unpleasant things in the past, which made her close off her heart and reluctant to smile. As Mu Xince's best friend Xiaoya had only ever seen her put on a fake smile for appearances. When Xiaoya tried to look at the phone, Mu Xince's face flushed instantly. A bit embarrassed, Mu Xinci put her phone in her pocket, not letting Xiaoya see it. It's nothing, just saw a funny meme. Let's continue drawing. She couldn't let Xiaoya discover that she smiled at Yifan's message. She would never hear the end of it. But why did she chuckle for no reason? And just because of a thank you from Yifan. How ridiculous. After the school day ended, Xiao Wu stretched and stood up from his seat. Finally free. Yifan, let's hit the internet cafe for some games. Your gaming yesterday was amazing. Pang, who was ecstatic. Yeah, I recorded it and posted it on Bilibili. It already has tens of thousands of views. It's a shame you're not a professional streamer with skills like that. Not going, I have something to do, Yifan declined. They'll have to join you another time. Yifan remembered his appointment with the president of Jaime Media. He couldn't miss this opportunity to make money. Inside an upscale cafe, a woman with skin as white as snow sipped her coffee. She was ethereal with radiant, delicate beauty. Her black hair was pinned behind her head with a diamond-studded clip accentuating her fair swan-like neck and exquisite collarbone. She wore a black strapless long dress that made her look both elegant and noble. With her hands crossed, she exuded an imposing aura. The men in the cafe kept casting glances at her, but she showed no interest, instead staring out the window, as if searching for someone. You must be President Xue. At the sound of a deep voice, Xue Kaiwan immediately looked up and saw a handsome young man before her. The corners of his lips curled slightly, forming a beautiful arc, the kind of appearance that young girls nowadays adored. He had fair skin, a handsome face, and a tall, strong physique. Though he wore only a black t-shirt, his entire being radiated a youthful, masculine energy. Xue Kaiwan was stunned for a few seconds. Feeling a bit abrupt, she quickly stood up. Yes, I am. So your father hasn't arrived yet. He clearly looked like a student. How could he possibly invest in her company? She assumed he had come with his father. No, it's me who wants to invest and become a shareholder. Yifan shook his head, speaking with solemnity. Xue Kaiwan was shocked. She looked Yifan up and down. He was very young, very handsome. He looked like an idol. Yet he said he wanted to invest in her company and become a shareholder. Was that plausible? Xue Kaiwan had imagined what an investor might look like. If not an elderly man, then at least middle-aged. It definitely shouldn't be such a young lad. Besides, on closer inspection, he didn't seem to have much money. Xue Kaiwan was a bit displeased. If you think it's fun to toy with me, then I'm afraid I don't have time to entertain you. The company's cash flow was on the verge of collapse. In the past, Xue Kaiwan might have considered keeping a young man, but now she had no interest, as she only found this kind of behavior tiresome. As she was about to pick up her bag and leave, a shadow blocked her path. It was Yifan, his deep, unwavering eyes fixed on Xue Kaiwan, who said, I was joking. I genuinely want to discuss a partnership with you. With a clatter, he placed a black card and a car key on the table. Xue Kaiwan trembled. A black card, a symbol of the world's top-tier wealth. It was said to be omnipotent and had an extremely high threshold. It wasn't issued casually. Banks only issued black cards after rigorous scrutiny. Xue Kaiwan had applied several times before, but was always rejected by the bank. The young man in front of her could obtain a black card, proving he was either wealthy or influential. Moreover, that car key was for a limited edition Koenigsegg. Only a few existed in the world. That Yifan owned one fully demonstrated his formidable strength. Yifan could clearly see the astonishment on Xue Kaiwan's face. With determination and confidence, he crossed his hands and looked down at her. Now, President Xue, can you see my sincerity? Xue Kaiwan, who had been displeased moments ago, quickly became excited. She pleaded humbly, I'm sorry, I apologize for my rudeness. Please, you must help me get through this crisis. The company urgently needs your assistance. Here is the company's introduction and the contract documents. You can review them, or if you have any requests, just say so. Xue Kaiwan laid a series of documents before Yifan. She hadn't expected that the handsome young man before her who kept a low profile was actually a hidden tycoon. She had been so short-sighted as to underestimate him. Now she felt insecure, afraid he might get angry and lose interest in the partnership. No need, just sign the contract directly. Yifan's decisive tone startled Xue Kaiwan. She never imagined that Yifan would agree to invest without even looking at anything. Was this what people meant by being so rich they could do whatever they wanted? For a top-tier tycoon like him, investing in a company was probably as cheap as casually spending a single yuan. Xue Kaiwan was overwhelmed with gratitude. Okay, after signing you will be the largest shareholder of JU Media, and we will set up a dedicated office for you. Fine. Yi Fan had an information card and knew this company was a surefire profit. Why hesitate? As long as he invested, he could just lie back and make money. When the contract was handed over, Yi Fan confirmed there were no issues and signed directly. Shui Kaiwen looked at the two bold flowing characters at the bottom of the contract. Yi Fan. She felt a surge of admiration and deep gratitude for his generosity. Few people offer timely help, and even fewer have the insight to recognize true value. All right, President Yi, you will not be disappointed by your decision, Shui Kaiwen said, deeply moved. Yi Fan had invested 16 million in one go, becoming the largest shareholder of JU Media. There was only a few $100,000 left in his card. But Yi Fan was not flustered at all. With the system, how could he ever lack money? After dining with Shui Kaiwen, Yi Fan drove off in his luxury car. Shui Kaiwen hurried back to the company and called a meeting. I announced that our company has a new shareholder who has helped us through this crisis. Shui Kaiwen announced the good news joyfully. He holds 25 of our company's shares. A male shareholder asked excitedly, which company's president invested? Shui Kaiwen shook her head, not a president. Then an executive? Not an executive either. Shui Kaiwen continued shaking her head. An overseas investor? No, Shui Kaiwen denied. The others were puzzled. Then who? I'm not sure about his background. He seems to be just a student, a sophomore at Huaqing University. Shui Kaiwen's answer stunned everyone. President Shui, you're not joking with us, are you? The male shareholder sneered. A student wants to be a shareholder, and you believe him. Does he say he wants to buy the company? Have you already sold the company to him? Other shareholders also worried. Exactly. Nowadays, students even have trouble finding jobs, let alone investing in a company. Right, even if this student is a rich second generation, his interests are probably just picking up girls and partying. He'll inherit the family business later. He won't invest in our project. President Shui, have you downloaded the anti-fraud app? Boss, maybe that young guy is trying to court a sugar mommy using this excuse to get close to you. Everyone thought this hypothesis was quite plausible. After all, Shui Kaiwen was very beautiful and had a stunning figure. She had countless suitors, but none had caught her eye, so she remained single. However, many male executives and employees in the company had a crush on her. It was quite possible that a college student smitten with Shui Kaiwen would use such a trick to flirt with her. Don't worry, I've already signed the documents. Shui Kaiwen waved the papers in her hand, exuding confidence. He won't cheat me. However, the male shareholder who harbored some interest in Shui Kaiwen sneered inwardly. What if he used a fake name to fool you? The documents would be invalid, meaning he simply played you. Kaiwen, you're just too naive. Others also sensed something amiss. But Shui Kaiwen glared at the male shareholder and retorted, though he's a student, he drives a Koenigsegg at such a young age, possesses a black card, and transferred 16 million into my account in one go. Her words stunned the room. The discontented male shareholder was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. He was already in his 30s and barely managed to drive a Mercedes-Benz. It wasn't that he didn't want a Koenigsegg, but the price was far beyond his reach. As for the black card, he didn't have one either. Not because he didn't want to apply, but because he wasn't qualified. The others murmured in astonishment. A student with a black card. Could it be a fake? Didn't you hear President Shui say he drives a Koenigsegg and invested 16 million in one go? Can a black card be forged? Can money be forged? That student is truly incredible. He probably just used his pocket money to invest in our company. At that, everyone gasped. They particularly envied this so-called new shareholder. They might have struggled for decades and still not earned even a fraction of his pocket money. Seeing the shift in everyone's attitude, Shui Kaiwen said, though he's a student, he has the exceptional insight to recognize our company's potential and extend a helping hand. That proves his extraordinary nature. I don't want to hear a single word against him in the company, or I'll hold that person accountable. With the boss words, who dared to speak ill of the new shareholder, especially since the new shareholder possessed the power of wealth and was the company's benefactor. Now that the company was in a dire situation on the verge of bankruptcy, this 16 million was enough to tide them over. Thus, everyone was especially grateful for the new shareholder's involvement. The new shareholder is a god. When can we meet him? Yeah, I really want to know what he looks like. We should give him a warm welcome. After all, he's helped us out so much. Shui Kaiwen looked at their excited faces and nodded. Indeed, we should hold a welcome party to celebrate his joining. I'll ask him when he's free and arrange for him to visit the company. Great. The morale was high, and everyone eagerly anticipated seeing the new shareholder's true face. Yet the male shareholder was displeased. He's just a rich second generation, isn't he? Just lucky to be born into a wealthy family. Otherwise, where would he get the money to invest in their company? If he had been born into that family, he could invest in any company he wanted. Why make such a fuss over a brat? Especially since Shui Kaiwen, whom he had always admired, seemed quite impressed with the kid. That only fueled his resentment. When that kid shows up, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Let him know that seniority matters, and that he was still the most respected veteran in the company. Xue Kaiwen put down her work and opened WeChat. She quickly found Yifan's contact and sent a message, President, you were planning a welcome party for you this week. Are you free? It was the first time she waited for a reply from a man. She waited a full 10+ minutes. Finally a reply came. Just took a shower. No need, I have exams. Aloof words. Unlike the enthusiastic attitude of other men toward her, Xue Kaiwen's mind instantly conjured up an image of the young man languid and carefree. Clearly Yifan had no interest in her. So the rumors that he had thrown a fortune just to pursue her were completely unfounded. This only deepened Xue Kaiwen's admiration. He wasn't trying to win her over, he simply believed in the company's potential. His motives were pure, and he recognized the company's competence. This made Xue Kaiwen chuckle involuntarily, and she grew even more appreciative of Yifan. As a student investing in an obscure little company, even if he was a rich second generation, required exceptional capability. She had seen many rich second-generation heirs. Some were extremely stingy. Others were generous with their spending, but wouldn't invest a cent in risky ventures. Yifan's investment must have been well considered, not reckless. So Xue Kaiwen enthusiastically invited him. You are our primary shareholder, so we still need to go through the formalities. Could you pick a time that's convenient for you? We can accommodate. At this moment, Yifan hadn't expected Xue Kaiwen to be so persistent. He was simply averse to trouble and didn't care much for formalities. But since Xue Kaiwen was so sincere, Yifan didn't hesitate. Then next Friday morning, I have no classes that day. Yifan replied. Xue Kaiwen instantly responded, okay. The secretary, who had been observing from the side, looked at Xue Kaiwen as if she had seen a ghost. President Xue was actually holding her phone and smiling. As a strong career woman, she rarely used her phone to improve work efficiency. She wouldn't have been glued to her phone waiting for a reply like that before. She would only check messages during work breaks, and she would never beam at a message. So who had caught President Xue's attention so much? That evening, Yifan lay against the headboard watching a projection. It was simply delightful. After all, the dormitory was cramped and narrow with no room for a projector. Mu Xinci's room was spacious with a comfortable bed. The projector was already installed, a top foreign brand. He could watch any blockbuster without needing a membership. Yifan didn't have to spend money on subscriptions, and the library had every kind of film. The room also had a high-end sound system, the audio quality making it feel exactly like watching a movie in a cinema. Yifan was enjoying the movie when suddenly a knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Yifan responded. Who would come to see him at this hour? A graceful figure walked in. She pouted and called out. Yifan, you washed your hair, but didn't blow dry it. Huh. Yifan hadn't noticed his hair was still damp. He really didn't have the habit of blow drying after a shower. In the summer with his short hair, it would dry quickly on its own. No need for a blow dry. This will give me a headache. What if you catch a cold? He'll be the one suffering. Sleeping with wet hair is also very uncomfortable. Mu Xinci grumbled as she walked over to Yifan, grabbed his hand, and pulled him up. All right, I'll go dry my hair. Seeing her persistence, Yifan complied and went to blow dry his hair. Mu Xinci immediately fetched a towel and a hairdryer. The next second, she pressed Yifan down and she sat on the bed with legs bent, using a towel to dry Yifan's hair first. Yifan could still vaguely feel the smoothness of her fingers running through his hair. Especially when they touched his hair, Yifan closed his eyes in contentment. It was the first time he had ever enjoyed the service of a school beauty. Quite gentle. Comfortable. Yifan said smugly. Then Yifan felt a gust of hot air. Ding detected that Mu Xinci is blow-drying the host's hair. Earned 300 points. Mu Xinci had turned on the hairdryer, and she said with a hint of complaint, You're comfortable, but I'm suffering. Now we've swapped sensations, so you have to live as two people in one. She said earnestly, You must take good care of your body, because if something happens to you, what will I do? Hearing her melodious voice, Yifan's breathing quickened. Although he knew she didn't mean it that way, he couldn't help letting his imagination run wild. What to do if his heart felt a little sweet. While I'm naturally careless and not particular about small things, Yifan deliberately contradicted Mu Xinci. What, drying hair with a towel? I don't have that habit, and I quite like staying up late. Mu Xinci pouted her red lips. Can't you be a little more careful? Health is the capital of revolution. Can't you just cherish your body? My body is just fine, it's durable. Yifan became cocky. Mu Xinci was almost in tears from anger. Anyway, you're in charge of me. Just blow dry my hair and make me go to bed early. Yifan's lips curled up involuntarily. That would be too troublesome. Mu Xinci bit her lower lip, clearly conflicted. She had always been taken care of by servants. When had she ever taken care of others? Oh, it won't work. Then I'll have to find a girlfriend to take care of me. When I drive, you won't be able to control me anymore, Yifan said teasingly. Within seconds, Mu Xinci became anxious. No. If Yifan really found a girlfriend and did shameless things, it would all be her feeling it. If Yifan kissed a girl's lips, it was her feeling it. If Yifan touched a girl, it was her feeling it. If Yi Fan was intimate with a girl, it was also her feeling it. No, just thinking about it is mortifying. Mu Xinci immediately shook her head like a rattle, extremely repulsed. Yi Fan squinted his eyes looking at Mu Xinqi's flushed face, feeling extremely pleased. How could she be so cute? Now she looked like a silly, adorable kitten. Then you have to be obedient, Yi Fan hummed. Take good care of me. Mu Xinci gritted her teeth. I'll bear with you. Anyway, once we swap back sensations, we'll be able to live a normal life. She rubbed Yi Fan's hair, and after confirming it was dry, she urged, you go to bed quickly. Then someone needs to tuck me in. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Mu Xinci, who was about to leave, was called back. Reluctantly, she still covered Yi Fan with the blanket. Hey, my hand is a bit sore. Give me a massage, Yi Fan said with a smile, looking at Mu Xinci. You? Alright, I understand. They'll go find a girlfriend right now, Yi Fan giggled. They'll massage your hand. Mu Xinci sat on the edge of the bed and began to knead Yi Fan's hand. If it were normal times, she would have definitely punched him. But now, since their sensations were swapped, if Yi Fan felt pain, she would also feel it herself. So Mu Xinci massaged his arm very carefully. Yi Fan closed his eyes, enjoying Mu Xinqi's exclusive service. Her little hands were very soft, yet the massage had considerable strength. Her nose was slightly upturned, and her face was pink. Feeling a bit aggrieved, she let out a hum. He pretended to be displeased and grunted, not willing. Willing. She completely turned into a little lamb, very docile. Hee. So obedient and soft one like this is suitable to marry as a wife. Even though they would swap back sensations in 2 months, Yi Fan was confident that within 2 months he could be together with Mu Xinci. If they didn't end up together, he would marry the author. Now can you sleep? Although Mu Xinqi's hand wasn't tired at all, seeing Yi Fan's teasing gaze, she felt ashamed and wanted to run away. Not sleepy. It's too boring alone. Yi Fan said cynically, you watch a movie with me. You? She glared at him. Can't do it. Then I won't necessarily sleep at any particular time. Yi Fan smiled slightly. Mu Xinci immediately shouted no. After weighing it repeatedly, she could only say bitterly, I'll accompany you. If Yi Fan stayed up late into the night, she wouldn't be able to sleep either. If she didn't sleep, well, she would have no energy the whole next day. Pat. Yi Fan patted the spot beside him on the bed. After hesitating, Mu Xinci crawled over and lay down next to Yi Fan. Feeling the masculine scent from Yi Fan, she immediately tensed up. Not to mention being alone in a room with a boy late at night, she had never even watched a movie with a boy before. Yi Fan glanced at the radiant Mu Xinci beside him. She was wearing a nightgown, her long hair draped over her shoulders, her lowered face completely flushed. Coquettish and charming, the light from the projector outlined her silhouette. In the room, her lips were soft and full. Seeing this, Yi Fan felt his blood run hot. You? Aren't you supposed to be watching the movie? Mu Xinci sensed Yi Fan's burning gaze and instinctively gently turned his face away with her hand. Yi Fan secretly curled his lips and smiled. You're better looking than the movie, so of course I'm looking at you. Boom. Yi Fan's deep magnetic voice completely stirred Mu Xinqi's heart. Mu Xinqi's heart thumped wildly. She had no idea what the movie was showing. She could only feel how hot her face was and how stiff her body was. Yi Fan could feel Mu Xinci biting her lower lip in restraint, her beautiful face, as red as a peach, exuding an enticing pink hue. I was just kidding. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Yi Fan teased, deliberately provoking her. Instantly she flared up like a shrimp jumping ashore, stirring excitedly. I wasn't seriously thinking about it at all. Overly agitated, she stretched out her foot and kicked Yi Fan. Yi Fan was already by the edge of the bed, teasing Mu Xinci, watching the fun from a safe distance. Then the fire came to him. Feeling the kick from that tender jade-like foot, Yi Fan lost his balance and fell to the floor. Of course it didn't hurt at all, because the pain was all borne by Mu Xinci. Woo, it hurt so much. Mu Xinci hadn't expected Yi Fan to fall, nor did she expect that her but would feel so painful. Yi Fan, however, lay on the floor laughing heartily. Self-inflicted suffering is unlivable. You're such a straight man. Mu Xinci sat on the bed accusing Yi Fan. Yi Fan leaned over the bedside, deliberately bringing his handsome face close to Mu Xinci and teased. I've always been a straight man who likes women. Don't you know that best? Well, how could I possibly know? Mu Xinci stared at the strikingly handsome face before her, her skin burning hot. In the morning, Yi Fan prompted her. Mu Xinqi's eyelashes fluttered rapidly, and her face flushed to an even deeper shade of crimson. You? Be serious. Yi Fan grinned lazily. I think you're the one not being serious. Who knew the campus Belle would be like this? Mu Xinci, too embarrassed by his teasing, covered her face and shook her head, glaring at him. I wasn't thinking anything. I am going to sleep. You should go to bed too. I won't sleep. What can you do about it? Yi Fan self-assured wore a meaningful smile as he watched Mu Xinci grit her teeth in frustration, unable to do anything about him. Her skin was fair and tender, and when she blushed, she was truly a feast for the eyes. Mu Xinci puffed out her cheeks. Can't you just sleep? Staying up late is bad for your health. I'm in great shape. They'll give you 50,000, just go to sleep now. I don't need money. With the system, Yi Fan could have as much money as he wanted. You. Mu Xinci was about to cry from anger. When she didn't know what to do with him, Yi Fan patted the spot beside him and said with a smile, sing me to sleep. Don't go too far. Mu Xinci muttered, instinctively shaking her hand and turning to leave. Yi Fan sighed. If you can't, forget it. They'll just stay up all night. Mu Xinci stopped. Stay up all night. She would have no energy during the day. One night without sleep would make her miserable. Seeing Mu Xinci charge back, Yi Fan grinned. Aren't you leaving? Can't I change my mind? Mu Xinci was still a bit proud. How do I sing you to sleep? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, his expression brightening. Do you want the paid version or the free one? Mu Xinci's ears turned red instantly. Pervert. Yi Fan snorted. I haven't done anything, and you call me a pervert. If I did something, what would you call me? He leaned and wrapped his arm around her slender waist and teased, hubby. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the waist-holding action and earned 300 points. Yi Fan's lips curled upward as he took a deep breath into her shoulder. A pleasant scent of her body wafted to his nose, and in his hand was her soft, slender waist. So delicate, so straight. Mu Xinci's beautiful face was already flushed, especially as Yi Fan's unique aura enveloped her, filling the air with an ambiguous tension. Hearing his deep, seductive voice, the tips of Mu Xinci's ears turned completely red. Feeling the warmth of his fingers made her tremble in nervousness. She quickly pushed him away. Be serious. I've been nothing but serious. So are you going to sing me to sleep or not? If not, I'll go to the internet cafe and stay up all night. Yi Fan made as if to get up, but instantly her delicate arms wrapped around his. Come back. I didn't say I wouldn't sing. Her shy voice rang out, and Yi Fan's heart melted completely. He turned and saw the girl sitting on the bed with her legs apart. Her cheeks were flushed with a rosy glow, her exquisite oval face slightly lowered, the ends of her black hair slightly curled. He noticed her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, making her look both delicate and sweet. A smile tugged at Yi Fan's lips, and he lay down beside her. He smiled at Mu Xinci. Come on, if hubby is too much, then just call me brother, and say goodnight with a kiss, and make it gentle. You. The moment Mu Xinci heard the word brother, her ears burned. And with Yi Fan's teasing eyes and playful tone, it was even worse. So weren't you going to sing me to sleep? Changed your mind. Yi Fan started to sit up, but Mu Xinci pushed him back down. Her long hair cascaded over his face, tickling him slightly. I didn't change my mind. Huh. She took a quick breath. Her fragrant breath fell on his cheek. Yi Fan's thoughts wandered. Brother. Her eyes were like clear water, and the blush on her cheeks had yet to fade. Just that one word, brother, was enchanting. The upward inflection of her voice was incredibly pleasant. Yi Fan's breath grew heavier. And then, oi, go to sleep. Mu Xinci shouted, struggling to get the words out. Is that enough now? And not quite. What's missing? Mu Xinci didn't understand. The kiss. Yi Fan pointed to his lips, hinting. Mu Xinci looked at his smug, teasing expression and blushed even more. Do I have to? Not going to do it. Yi Fan pretended to get up again, and Mu Xinci, flustered clumsily, gave him a quick peck. Yi Fan laughed. Looking at the blushing girl, he instinctively pinched her nose affectionately. They'll let you off this time. Go on. But his action startled her. Her sparkling eyes blinked rapidly. She looked like a startled, innocent deer. With a crimson face, she fled in panic. Hearing his laughter, she felt both embarrassed and humiliated. Why did she always make a fool of herself in front of Yi Fan? If only they hadn't swapped bodies, she wouldn't be under his control. Yet unbidden, the intimate scene just now flashed through her mind, making her skin tingle and heat up. After Mu Xinci left, Yi Fan entered the mall. He now had enough points for 3 draws. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Shelby supercar SSC parked in the garage of the Yen Family Garden Villa. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained high multiple demolition rights. Your home will be demolished immediately. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained a free global travel card for 2 with all expenses covered, along with premium exclusive services and VVVIP tour guide service. Yi Fan felt a surge of excitement. He was currently driving the Koenigsegg that Mu Xinci had lent him, which wasn't truly his. But now the system had given him a Shelby supercar SSC. The Shelby SSC was the fastest supercar in the world, even faster than the Bugatti Veyron, with a starting price of at least 60 million. It was truly the ultimate luxury among supercars. Haha, faster than the Koenigsegg. How exhilarating. He hadn't seen the villa yet, so he could go check out the car at the same time. Besides getting the car, he had become a demolition beneficiary. This was something Yi Fan had dreamed of in the past. Ever since elementary school, he had fantasized about his home being demolished, so he could become rich overnight. It had never happened, but now the system had fulfilled this wish. Thinking about the demolition of his old house in the countryside filled Yi Fan with joy. His parents would surely be overjoyed. Now with a global free travel card in hand, he didn't hesitate to decide that his parents should go. The world is vast, so he naturally wanted his parents to see it. Thus Yifan immediately called his father and mother. How can I fly out of the flowery world? It turns out I am a drunken butterfly. The ringtone abruptly stopped. The call was answered. Hello, son. Why are you calling? What's wrong? Out-of-pocket money again. The familiar voice of his mother reached Yifan's ears. Yifan felt both amused and exasperated. Was he calling only for pocket money? Mom, you underestimate me. Your son drives a supercar and lives in a mansion. Yifan laughed. Son, you're so funny, ha ha ha. Mom, you really don't believe me. If I video call now, I'll show you what kind of mansion your son lives in. Alright, Mom, I have a global free travel card with a guide, all expenses reimbursed. You and Dad go together, isn't your wedding anniversary, in 2 days. Yifan got to the point. Ha ha ha, son, you're so funny. Have you downloaded the anti-fraud app? Came his mother's loud laughter from the other end. Mom, I'm serious. I won it in a lottery through a legitimate channel. Yifan was exasperated. Then did you lose at Truth or Dare? Yifan was both amused and annoyed. I'm totally serious. Also, our house is going to be demolished, so don't move your household registration. Son, are you talking nonsense in the middle of the night? Mom continued laughing. Imperfectly clear-headed. It's true. Our village is in the boondocks. How could the demolition reach us? Son, you'd better wash up and go to sleep. Mom knows that the house not being demolished is a knot in your heart, but we have to be realistic, Mom said. It wasn't surprising that she thought so. After all, their own village developed more slowly than the neighboring one, and even that village hadn't been demolished. It was indeed absurd for their small village to be demolished. But he had a system. Anything absurd could happen. Mom, whether it's true or false, you'll know then. By the way, pack your bags. He'll tell the guy to contact you tomorrow. Make sure you go. After informing his mother, Yifan hung up. His mother, who had been hung up on, looked utterly bewildered. Just then his father returned from the shower and asked, What's wrong? Who called? It was our son. He just told me 2 lame jokes, super funny. His mother said with a laugh to her husband. What? He actually said that our remote village is going to be demolished. Not only that, he also said he won a global travel card, all expenses paid. Isn't that hilarious? Upon hearing his wife's words, his father shook his head, very worried. Our son is talking nonsense. He must be delirious with a fever. Could he have been cheated? I don't know. I even told him to download the anti-fraud app, but he didn't listen. I think he must have lost at Truth or Dare. I'll ask him again tomorrow, his mother said to him. His father lay down on the bed. He sighed. Alas, we've been married for so many years. I worked on construction sites, you worked in factories. We've been too busy with no money or time to travel. Seeing this, I really want to take you to Sonia. But his wife pushed him. She began to pour cold water on his idea. Don't you care about your son? He still has to go to college. Travel costs money. Can't we save that money for his tuition, save up for his bride price, and for him to marry a wife in the future? Go to Sonia. There's a big puddle right in front of our house. Just look at that. How can that be the same? How is it different? You don't actually believe our son, do you? Alas, I wish our place could be demolished too, but that's just wishful thinking. Pies don't fall from the sky. His mother sighed. Didn't she also want to travel with her husband and see the world? But where would the money come from? Ever since she got married and had a son, she had been reluctant to eat well or dress well. She only wanted to buy more good food and good clothes for her son. She certainly wanted to travel, but only if the family's financial situation allowed. His father also frowned gloomily. After a lifetime of working, they had only a little savings, so naturally they wished for the house to be demolished. But this chance of getting rich was extremely slim, more unrealistic than finding 100 yuan on the construction site. Better to just wash up and go to sleep. At this moment, Yifan, unlike his parents who worried about daily necessities, slept soundly. Mu Xinci, sensing that Yifan in the next room had fallen asleep, also drifted off sweetly. Day broke. Father Yi and Mother Yi got up early. They both had to work to earn money to make a living. Mother Yi made millet porridge and egg pancakes, and she and her husband ate breakfast together. Just then hurried footsteps came from outside. Immediately the village head's voice rang out joyfully. Old Yi, sister Yi, you're both here. That's great. What's wrong, village head? Father Yi and Mother Yi looked at him in confusion. The village head excitedly announced, Our Peach Blossom Village is confirmed for demolition. Hurry to the village office to sign. The words instantly shocked Father Yi and Mother Yi. This was exactly what Yifan had said. Father Yi was so shocked that he lost his balance and fell on his bottom. Demolition was a huge blessing. How many poor people had become rich and leaped over the dragon's gate because of it? Husband, be careful. Mother Yi immediately went to support her husband. Father Yes' breathing became rapid. I can't believe it's true. Our son was right. Yes, I thought he was joking, but it turned out to be true. Mother Yi was extremely excited. Just yesterday, she had said Yifan was talking nonsense. She never expected their village to really be demolished. The village head saw they were not happy but shocked and puzzled. What's the matter? My son already knew this news. I thought he was joking because our village is so poor and remote. Even if there was demolition, it wouldn't be our village. Mother Yi told the village head everything that had happened last night. The village head was stunned. Your son foresaw this. Or does he know some inside information? Father Yi and Mother Yi looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. At this moment, several men in suits walked in from outside. Hello, we are from Tongfei Travel Agency. Are you Yi Hai and Shen Meirong? Yes, what's the matter? We are the gold medal guides of the agency. You have won the global travel privilege. We will provide you with exclusive full service, including 5-star hotel accommodation, all meals, and lodging free and expense reimbursement. A VIP package. These words once again shocked the Yi couple. They never expected that such a wonderful pie would really fall in. While Yi Fan was still sound asleep, he received a phone call. He fumbled for his phone and answered, his consciousness still hazy. Hello, son. An excited and agitated shout pierced Yi Fan's eardrums. Yi Fan was instantly jolted awake. He rubbed his ear. Mom, what's wrong? Could you please be a bit gentler? Haha, I can't believe you weren't lying to us. You really did win the VVVP reward for a global tour. His mother's jubilant words brought an involuntary smile to Yi Fan's face. Yeah, believe it now. It seemed the gold medal tour guide he had arranged yesterday had already contacted his parents. Haha, we're about to board the plane to Sanya now. And it's first class. This is my first time flying first class, his mother said excitedly. His father chimed in, all expenses paid. It's fantastic. We can have a big dinner tonight, sleep in the presidential suite, and even go on a luxury cruise. His mother said regretfully, too bad there are only 2 spots, and you're not with us. Yi Fan's eyes stung a little. His parents always thought of him whenever something good happened. I don't want to travel anyway, it's too tiring. Besides, I have classes. You two just enjoy yourselves. Take lots of pictures and show me so I can feel like I went with you. Yi Fan grinned. All right, no problem, his mother said happily. There's another piece of good news to tell you. Our house is really getting demolished for redevelopment. You're amazing. How did you know our village was going to be redeveloped? Yi Fan hadn't expected the news of the demolition to reach his parents so quickly. The system sure was fast. Haha, I have a friend who works in the demolition office. He said our village is slated for major development, so I told you in advance. Who knew you wouldn't believe me, Mom? Yi Fan made up a quick excuse. Upon hearing this, his mother felt a bit embarrassed. Son, I'm so sorry. At first I thought you were joking. How could she not have believed her son? My son is amazing, so well informed. You knew about it before even the village chief did. His father praised Yi Fan. His mother nodded in agreement. Yes, it seems college has helped you build a good network. You've really brought honor to our family. He, not at all. We have 2 or 3 houses and some land, right? The compensation won't be a small sum. Yi Fan was delighted thinking about the benefits of the demolition. His mother was overjoyed too. Exactly, haha. Who would have thought such good fortune would fall into our laps? We've gone from peasants to landlords. His father chimed in. Your auntie's family always looked down on our village for being poor and insisted on moving to the neighboring one. Now that village has no hope of demolition and ours has hit the jackpot. She's green with envy after hearing the news. Haha, that's not all. When she found out your dad and I could go on a world tour, her face was priceless, his mother added. Yi Fan thought of his vain and snobbish aunt and felt a surge of pleasure. She must be terribly regretting moving her household registration out and missing out on a share of the spoils. Before, when his family was in trouble and asked his aunt for a loan, she was arrogant and refused to lend a single cent, looking down on them for being poor. What goes around comes around, as she deserved it. But this was just the beginning. Many more things would happen to make his aunt envious. After all, he had a god-level system. That was the best news he had heard all day. Ending the call with his parents, Yi Fan went to school. After class, Yi Fan needed to use the restroom. On his way there, several burly men immediately blocked his path. Standing in the center was the school bully. A hideous, terrifying scar marked his face, and he was chewing gum as he looked at Yi Fan cockily. You're Yi Fan, right? Hong Yi, who was following behind, witnessed this scene. He was ecstatic. Judging by the setup, they were definitely looking to pick a fight with Yi Fan. Anyone targeted by the school bully either ended up beaten black and blue or was forced to transfer schools. With a build like Yi Fan's falling into the school bully's hands. Haha, he was as good as finished. Yi Fan had stolen a lot of Hong Yi's thunder before. He had also lured away the department Belle, who was now completely indifferent to Hong Yi's advances and was utterly sick of him. Seeing this golden opportunity to humiliate Yi Fan, how could Hong Yi possibly let it go? So Hong Yi took out his phone and started live streaming. He had quite a few followers, all students from Huaqing University. He wanted everyone to see how the glamorous Yi Fan would be beaten black and blue, crying and begging for mercy at the hands of the school bully. Then let's see how arrogant Yi Fan could be. Hiding in a corner, Hong Yi whispered, "Folks, tap that like button. A great show is about to begin." Yi Fan, who's got the campus Belle's attention, has just run into the school bully. Let's see how many punches he can take. The camera focused on Yifan. Messages flooded the comment section. Damn, the school bully fights dirty. Last time I saw him hit someone, one punch made them puke. Streamer, go help him. Poor Yifan, he's going to get pummeled into a pulp. The school bully is way out of line. Why is he picking on Yifan? Hong Yi had expected everyone to gloat, but to his surprise they all unanimously urged him to help. Hong Yi sneered disdainfully, no way. At best I might consider calling an ambulance for him out of classmate solidarity. At that moment, Yifan frowned slightly at the thuggish-looking punks before him. I am. What's it to you? He usually didn't interact with people like them, but he had heard about their deeds, how they ran rampant on campus. A student had once been beaten so badly that several ribs were broken along with a fracture and had to be hospitalized. The school bully's father had used his connections to suppress the incident, or else the bully would have been expelled long ago. This only emboldened him further. Yifan wasn't afraid of the school bully at all. He had the system. Moreover, he possessed superhuman fighting skills comparable to a boxing champion. If this mere school bully dared to throw his weight around in front of him, he would beat him to a pulp. I heard the campus belle is chasing you. The school bully glared menacingly at Yifan. Normally Yifan would have denied it outright, but seeing the bully so arrogant and overbearing, Yifan admitted it directly. Yes, so what? Yifan was even more insolent and cocky than the bully. Watching from afar, Hong Yi snorted, stubborn to the very end. The school bully had brought 4 underlings. In a group fight, Yifan was no match for them. Getting beaten up was one thing, but if his face got disfigured, it would be game over. How that would be for the best. Then Yifan wouldn't be able to use that face to seduce anyone anymore. Yifan's dark eyes were deep and cold as he fixed his gaze on the school bully. The school bully strode forward menacingly. Hong Yi watched, trembling with excitement, muttering, "It's about to start." Who would have thought that the school bully would bow to Yifan? His attitude, so humble. Can't you just date Mu Xinci? Please stop letting her chase you. Yifan. Hong Yi was stunned. Bro, aren't you supposed to beat Yifan up? Where is your fierce persona? Why are you breaking character? Yifan never expected the school bully to react this way. He was completely bewildered. The school bully even started crying in front of him. I've liked her for exactly 1,052 days. And I've been chasing her for exactly 1,052 days. I've never seen her so infatuated with any guy. She's so wonderful, just accept her. I only want to see her happy. Recently the school bully hasn't been eating or dressing well. He heard that Mu Xinci was chasing after Yifan and his heart ached. A girl he had cherished in the palm of his hand was now so humbly pursuing a guy. Why should Yifan repeatedly hurt his little princess? Watching the school bully plead desperately, Yifan felt a bit of sympathy. The formidable big shot, wounded by love, turned out to be a simp. As long as you're with her, I'll give you all the protection money I collect. You can be my big brother. Just say the word if anything comes up. Seeing the school bully go this far, Yifan sighed. I'll try my best. It wasn't that he was unwilling, it was the school beauty who wasn't. The school beauty was no simp for him. If not for the system messing things up by swapping their sensations, she probably would never have crossed paths with him. Seeing Yifan nod, the school bully was so moved his tears trembled. The netizens who just entered Hong Yi's live stream were even more shocked. My god, the school bully was beaten to tears by Yifan. Yifan is so awesome indeed. Those who can make the school beauty a simp are no ordinary people. This is the first man to subdue the school bully. I'm completely outclassed, prostrating myself. 666. Hong Yi looked at the comments unanimously praising Yifan and was very anxious. He had started the live stream to show everyone Yifan's embarrassment. Why was it so different from what he had imagined? Ring, 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 ring. The phone rang. It caught Hong Yi off guard. Instinctively, Hong Yi saw Yifan and the school bully who had been chatting just a moment ago both look over at him. Danger. Hong Yi tried to run, but was immediately caught by the school bully's lackeys. His phone was snatched from his hand. You're secretly filming? The school bully frowned. Upon seeing Hong Yi, Yifan began to stir the pot. Does he have a grudge against you? He wants to trip you up and film you hitting someone so the school can expel you. The school bully's face instantly darkened. He had already been scolded by the school several times. He had been behaving very well, yet he didn't expect some scumbag to plot against him. No, that's not it. Hong Yi shook his head, his eyes filled with fear. He had only wanted to make Yifan look bad, not at all what Yifan thought. The school bully directly turned off the live stream, threw the phone on the ground, and stomped on it fiercely with his shoes. The phone screen shattered instantly. It reflected Hong Yi's terrified face. In a moment, the school bully instinctively grabbed Hong Yi by the collar. You bastard, today I'll show you I'm not to be messed with. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist slammed hard into Hong Yi's nose. Then Hong Yi was surrounded by a group of lackeys who started punching and kicking him. Hong Yi convulsed in pain, begging Yifan, who was watching from the sidelines, for help. Help. But Yifan coldly looked down at Hong Yi's agony and uttered 2 words, serves you right. Trying to mess with him. He should have known who he was dealing with. Yi Fan ignored Hong Yi's cries for help and left directly. Hong Yi was beaten black and blue, lying on the ground, crying and sobbing. The school bully straightened his clothes and scolded Hong Yi, "You'll spare your life today. Next time take a detour when you see me, or I'll beat you every time I see you." Daring to scheme against him, he must have a death wish. After the school bully and his crew left angrily, Hong Yi, with tears in his eyes and a bruised face, gritted his teeth in hatred. It was all Yi Fan's fault. If not for him, would he have been beaten? He would never let Yi Fan off easily. No, don't. Late at night, a girl's moan came from the spacious room. Her skin was as white as snow, and she lay on the bed wearing only a very thin white nightgown. Her elegant and noble face seemed to be dreaming of something terrible. Her brows were furrowed tightly, and fine beads of sweat on her forehead dampened her black hair. Her slender fingers gripped the bedsheet tightly, her face shaking back and forth, pale with terror. Suddenly, a pair of hands rested on her wrist. Icy cold. It jolted Mu Xinci awake completely. Clang. The light was turned on. Mu Xinci saw a boy sitting by the bed. His dark eyes were full of concern, his brows knitted into a frown, and he looked at her anxiously and asked, "Did you have a nightmare?" Mu Xinci was gasping heavily, clearly still shaken. Her hair was disheveled, and her pale face made her look pitifully fragile. "You? How are you here?" she asked in astonishment. "We swapped sensations, of course. No, you're having a nightmare." Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and said matter-of-factly, "Have some water." Earlier, Yi Fan had been sleeping in the next room when he felt a palpitation and discomfort, especially sensing that feeling of extreme terror. He was afraid something had happened to Mu Xinci, so he hurried over and found she had been having a nightmare. Okay, Mu Xinci did feel a bit thirsty, but her heart was still fluttering. The realistic scenes in her dream still tormented her deeply. Just thinking about a little bit would make her emotions spiral out of control. Seeing Yi Fan's broad and tall figure, she felt a sense of security. Escaping from the nightmare, the feeling of oppression gradually faded. Yi Fan handed the warm water to Mu Xinci, and she already had the cup in her hand. When she took a sip, it was tasteless. As she frowned, a shadow fell. "It's me who should drink, so you can taste it." He took her hand and took a small sip of water. His thin lips became moist, glistening with water droplets, looking somewhat seductive. Especially when their fingers intertwined, it made Mu Xinci's breath even more erratic, her heart pounding wildly. Mu Xinci also tasted the water, crisp and refreshing. Yi Fan happened to drink from the exact spot where Mu Xinci had just drunk. There her lip print still lingered. This made his ears burn, and a trace of heartfelt pleasure and joy arose. "Do you feel it?" Yi Fan stared intently at Mu Xinci. "Why? Yes." Mu Xinci's little rabbit rose and fell rapidly. She was terribly nervous. "Congratulations, host, for indirectly kissing Mu Xinci. You have earned 500 points. The system reminded him. After closing the panel, Yi Fan looked at Mu Xinci, still thirsty. "Want some more?" "No, thank you." Mu Xinci's cheeks were flushed. She was clearly still a bit restrained. She had thought Yi Fan would leave immediately. Who would have thought Yi Fan simply lay down beside her? What was he going to do? Enveloped by the unique scent of cedar from Yi Fan, she was like a startled rabbit, her cheeks flushed with excitement. How can you lie down? Aren't you going to sleep?" Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at her and shrugged with a wry smile. "With you like this, how can I sleep?" A thin sheen of sweat still clung to her face, and she remained somewhat unsettled, her complexion wan. Their sensations were now intertwined. If she was uncomfortable naturally, he felt it too. Mu Xinci's round bright eyes met Yi Fan's resolute gaze. "It'll pass soon. I'm used to it," Mu Xinci said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Yi Fan could sense the softness of her slender fingers brushing through her hair, and could even catch the pleasant scent of peach from her. "Used to it. Do you have nightmares often?" Yi Fan seized on the key point. "No, not at all," Mu Xinci retorted heatedly. "Really? No lies." He lifted her chin. "I feel like you're brushing me off." His intuition told him something wasn't right. But Mu Xinci radiated an icy, formidable aura as she shook off his hand, a hint of hostility in her voice. "I said no, and that's that." Her beautiful face remained cold, yet her eyes instantly reddened. "So fierce," Yi Fan murmured, watching her feign anger while rubbing her hand. He couldn't help but laugh. "You hit me, but it's your heart that aches." Mu Xinci bit her lower lip, caught red-handed, yet she refused to back down. Yi Fan wasn't the type to pry relentlessly. Since she wouldn't say, he wouldn't press. She stubbornly turned her face away, refusing to look at him, only to feel her arm being pulled. In an instant, a force compelled her into a warm embrace. "Tonight, I'll reluctantly coax you to sleep," Yi Fan said lazily. His hand rested at the back of her head, gently stroking her soft hair. Mu Xinci's heart felt as if a deer had bounded in, leaping and frolicking. Her face was completely flushed. He was actually holding her, and in such an intimate posture. You're molesting me." Mu Xinci scolded, her face red. "Molesting? Are you sure?" If I were, would I be calmly chatting with you like this? Yi Fan pretended to launch a sneak attack to scare her. Mu Xinci was genuinely frightened, immediately covering her chest with both hands. Don't you dare. Yi Fan licked his lips, unable to suppress a sly grin. Playing hard to get. Where are you touching? Realizing his implication, Mu Xinci's face turned crimson. She muttered under her breath, pervert. Her hands didn't know where to place them. On Yi Fan, she felt embarrassed. On herself, even more so. Men are naturally lustful. What's wrong with that? Enough, stop being shy. This is the first time I've ever coaxed someone to sleep, and you're the one acting embarrassed. Yi Fan teased, don't overthink it. I just want to get some sleep early. He gently patted Mu Xinci's head. I'm not embarrassed. Mu Xinci alternated between bristling and blushing. To him she was nothing but an adorable little hedgehog. Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at Mu Xinci. He would believe her right. Just look at her face. It was already flushed with shame. Even her lips were as red as cherries. How they must taste sweet. Now sleep quickly, or you'll stay in your bed. I wouldn't mind having a beautiful lady to accompany me through the night. Yi Fan curled his lips and gently pinched Mu Xinci's chin. She felt the smooth touch instantly. Her face grew even redder. Control your hands. She instinctively lowered her head and bit the back of his hand. But Yi Fan showed no reaction. Instead, Mu Xinci was about to cry from the pain. After all their sensations were swapped, if Yi Fan was hurt, Mu Xinci felt the pain. Yi Fan looked down at the back of his hand where a neat row of teeth marks was imprinted. He pressed his lips to the bitten mark and said with a devilish smirk, so you like this kind of thing, huh? This small gesture caught Mu Xinci's eye, and her fair, translucent skin flushed crimson. I don't like it at all. Just be sensible and get off the bed quickly. Faced with Mu Xinci's command, Yi Fan remained unperturbed, grinning at her. No, I'm not getting off. You. She was about to cry from frustration. She couldn't hit him, as she couldn't kick him. All she could do was fix him with a resentful, tearful gaze. She suddenly felt like she had let a wolf into her home. Yi Fan found her troubled expression utterly adorable. He couldn't wait to see her with tears streaming down her face from his teasing. How that would definitely be thrilling. Come on, I'm already coaxing you to sleep. Just take the out, Yi Fan said, gently slipping an arm around her shoulder and guiding her to lean against his. Once you're asleep, he'll leave. Hearing his promise, Mu Xinci was half convinced. Really? If you don't close your eyes soon, that might change, Yi Fan said, lifting his chin in a small threat. It seemed to have a deterrent effect. Mu Xinci quickly shut her eyes. Her serene, flawless face nestled against his body, bringing a sense of happiness and sweetness to Yi Fan. Sleep, sleep, my dear baby, your big brother's hands gently rock you. Yi Fan hummed a lullaby, coaxing Mu Xinci. Without opening her eyes, her skin grew even redder. What are you doing, changing the lyrics? What big brother? Oh, your husband's hands gently rock you. Yi Fan. Mu Xinci's eyes flew open, her face completely flushed with embarrassment. What is it, wife? Yi Fan beamed at her. Don't call me that. Mu Xinci was mortified. What kind of ridiculous titles were those? Since you won't let me call you big sister, I had to change it. Yi Fan said, his eyes crinkling with smugness. Mu Xinci had no choice but to lie back down. Anything else, just don't call yourself. Call yourself what? Yi Fan asked with a grin. Husband. At the sound of her voice, soft, sweet, and with a little tremble from having just cried, Yi Fan felt a shiver run through him. Husband is here, he responded. Mu Xinci was overcome with shame. I wasn't calling you. There are only the two of us in this room. Unless you're hiding a man in the closet. Yi Fan chuckled, teasing her. Mu Xinci covered her flushed and burning face with both hands. No, you're shameless. Indeed. After bantering with Mu Xinci for a while, Yi Fan stopped teasing her. He gently patted her back and played some soothing music, and only then did Mu Xinci slowly drift off to sleep. Yi Fan also felt drowsy. He squinted at her enchanting face. When she slept, she was very quiet, devoid of any coldness or sharpness. That pure seductive allure radiated involuntarily from her beautiful features, evoking a sense of tenderness. Yi Fan curled his lips and gazed at her with adoration. He tucked her in and then crept out, afraid of waking Mu Xinci. Yet the moment the door closed, the girl on the bed opened her eyes. She let out a soft, involuntary laugh, a hint of satisfaction gracing her stunning face. After returning to his room, Yi Fan fell into a deep sleep and didn't wake until the sun was high the next day. Mu Xinci seemed to have slept well through the night, and Yi Fan felt no discomfort. It was a truly restful sleep. He threw on some clothes, washed up, went downstairs for breakfast, and then headed to school. When Yi Fan attended class with his roommates, he noticed that Hong Yi was absent. The professor said he had requested sick leave. Yi Fan recalled how pitifully Hong Yi had been beaten yesterday, his teeth scattered on the ground, and shook his head, guessing Hong Yi would be on leave for a long time. The professor's lecture was quite dull, and Yi Fan had little interest. As he was about to play on his phone out of boredom, Xiao Wu suddenly noticed something and exclaimed in surprise, "Are you allergic?" "Huh. Following Xiao Wu's gesture, Yi Fan immediately saw a few red rashes on his arm. He was quite astonished. A dense patch of them, and he had no idea when they appeared. Now that he saw them, they looked quite alarming. Wasn't the school beauty feeling terrible? Pang Hu looked over and said, "That's urticaria. It itches terribly. Doesn't it itch for you?" "Not at all." Yi Fan truly felt nothing. After all, he had swapped sensations with Mu Xinci, so how could he feel any discomfort? But now Mu Xinci was suffering. She must be very uncomfortable. At this thought, his guilt toward her deepened. His roommates found it baffling. "Urticaria is unbearable. I once itched so badly I couldn't stand it." "Exactly, it's extremely uncomfortable. I scratched until my skin broke and left scars." "How can you endure it with no reaction at all?" Yi Fan had indeed seen Xiao Wu suffer from urticaria before. It was truly agonizing. He grew anxious and decided to go to the medical room immediately to treat it so Mu Xinci wouldn't continue to be uncomfortable. Bang! Just as Yi Fan was about to stand up and report, the classroom door was pushed open. A stunningly beautiful girl appeared at the door, interrupting the professor's lecture. The professor stared at her in surprise. "Student, is there something you need?" The other students were amazed. They instantly recognized the girl as the famous campus Belle, Mu Xinci. She looked utterly anxious, glancing around, but her beauty was impossible to conceal. Bright eyes and white teeth, clear and lovely, her white shirt accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her 36D bust and slender waist were impossible to hide, not to mention the short skirt showing off her beautiful long legs. It was a feast for the eyes. Why is the school beauty here? She doesn't take this class. Mu Xinci is so pretty. Today's skirt suits her perfectly. Is she here to audit? She doesn't take our class, but didn't you see Yi Fan is here? She must be here for Yi Fan. As soon as the words fell, everyone's gaze turned to Yi Fan, filled with envy and jealousy. Yi Fan saw Mu Xinci appear and knew exactly why. It must be because of his urticaria. Mu Xinci secretly scratched the itch on her arm and said to the professor, "Professor, Yi Fan seems to be having an allergic reaction. He's not feeling well, so I'll take him to the medical room." The moment she said this, everyone gasped. There had been rumors around campus that Mu Xinci was chasing after Yi Fan, but everyone had dismissed them as questionable. Now, however, Mu Xinci knew Yi Fan was unwell, and even if it meant interrupting the professor's lecture, she still came to take him to the hospital. How many girls could do that? Let alone a school beauty. I'd be overjoyed if the school beauty just handed me a bottle of water, let alone personally escorting me to the hospital. The school beauty is so warm. Look at my girlfriend. When I had an allergy, she just told me to drink more hot water. Compared to the school beauty, she's really disappointing. Exactly. The school beauty is definitely the perfect girlfriend. If I were Yi Fan, I'd date her right away. Why hesitate? This shows that Yi Fan must have something extraordinary about him, otherwise how could he make the school beauty so devoted? After all, she's never short of suitors. Why would she chase someone? The roommates were completely ecstatic, buzzing with excitement. They poked Yi Fan's ribs. "Man, the school beauty came to find you. You're really lucky. She's personally taking you to the hospital. What are you waiting for?" Yi Fan felt a bit embarrassed by the teasing. Although he knew it was because his sensations had swapped with Mu Xinci, and she couldn't bear it anymore, the fact that she came in person still made him look good. This, loosely speaking, counted as her worrying about him, didn't it? A sweet feeling welled up in Yi Fan's heart. The professor, seeing that Yi Fan was indeed allergic, shot him a look that said, "Kid, you've got game." He had thought Yi Fan was just handsome, but now that the campus beauty had come to deliver warmth, it proved Yi Fan was exceptionally capable. "All right, you two can go," the professor approved. Yi Fan stood up and left with Mu Xinci under a wave of envious gazes. Everyone was nearly mad with jealousy. Yi Fan could skip class openly and still receive Mu Xinci's care and attention. This made the boys, who had only stolen a few glances at the school beauty, almost weep. They had exhausted themselves trying to win her favor, yet she remained indifferent. But just because Yi Fan had an allergic reaction, Mu Xinci was so anxious and went to all this trouble. It's truly infuriating how some people are just luckier than others. The girls were also fuming after Yi Fan and Mu Xinci left. They had secretly rejoiced knowing that Yi Fan and Mu Xinci weren't together. Every day they dressed up flamboyantly, trying to catch Yi Fan's attention, but he never spared them a glance. And now he had left with the school beauty. How infuriating. Wasn't the school beauty just a little prettier, a little more shapely, and a little richer? Yi Fan followed Mu Xinci. He could see her constantly scratching. The white, flawless skin of her arm was already marked with red streaks. Since Mu Xinci's skin was naturally radiant, even a single red mark stood out clearly. "I'm sorry for making you itch. I never expected it to be this bad for you. What can I do to make it up to you?" Yi Fan. Mu Xinci took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. Her eyes clearly reddened. "It itches. If you want to make amends, just get better quickly." Yi Fan could hear her trembling, childlike voice. The usually cold and icy girl now seemed softer and more tender. Mu Xinci gazed at him with innocent eyes. Your health is very important. Let's hurry to the infirmary. To prevent Mu Xinci from feeling worse, Yi Fan didn't run, fearing she'd be out of breath. Hurry up. But she, annoyed by his slow pace, grabbed his hand and pulled him forward. Yi Fan could feel her jade-like hand firmly clasping his fingers as she half-walked, Halfrin dragging him along. Congratulations, host. Interaction detected 10. You have earned 300 points. Yi Fan watched her anxious demeanor, a warmth swelling in his heart. Mu Xinci's delicate face was beaded with sweat, whether from the heat or anxiety. She hurriedly addressed the infirmary teacher. Teacher, he's having an allergic reaction. Please take a look. Mu Xinci's presence in the infirmary was like the coolest soda on an early summer day, refreshing and uplifting. Everyone in the infirmary, both male and female, stared at Mu Xinci. Especially when they heard her anxious tone for Yi Fan, they were slightly surprised. The campus Belle is quietly sacrificing for Yi Fan again. How enviable. A girl this beautiful taking care of him. The rumors are true. Yi Fan is incredibly lucky. If I had the campus Belle caring for me like this, I'd be fine with having allergies dozens of times. As the boys buzzed with excitement, the girls retorted, it's clearly Yi Fan's charm. He's so handsome, not inferior to the campus heartthrob. He jumped into the water to save a beauty. If I were the campus Belle, I'd like him too. Exactly. Yi Fan is handsome, brave, good-tempered, and plays basketball. When a girl was in danger, he jumped in to save her without a second thought. Look at how critical the situation was. It's perfectly normal for the campus Belle to like him. Yi Fan is a helpful hero. But campus Belle, can you stop clinging to him? Give us girls who like Yi Fan a chance. And dressing so flamboyantly. What if you really steal him away? The girls gazed at Yi Fan with adoration. Even with his allergic reaction, he remained handsome. His brows clean and elegant, his lashes long and fine, his expression confident and bold. A single glance from him made countless girls' hearts flutter uncontrollably. The infirmary teacher immediately examined Yi Fan, drew some blood, and told him, it's urticaria. The allergen is probably the fabric. Nothing serious. Just infer with anti-inflammatory medicine, some allergy pills, and calamine lotion. You'll be fine. Thank you, teacher. Mu Xinci nodded and let out a sigh of relief. Yi Fan casually propped his long arm against the wall behind her, just a motion away from pulling her slim waist into his embrace. Squinting, he smiled and watched her expression. That worried about me? Not at all. I am doing this for myself. Mu Xinci froze, her face flushing crimson. He was uncomfortable, and she felt uncomfortable too. What nonsense was he talking? She just wanted him to get better quickly so she could feel better. Yi Fan watched her tsundere manner and smiled without a word. The teacher prepared to start the 4. Mu Xinci's breath caught as she saw the needle. Her brows knitted tightly, and she looked terrified at the sight of the needle. Yi Fan noticed this. She was truly afraid. Her fluffy hair slightly adhered to her pale face as she clearly looked distressed, but forced herself to stay calm. Little did she know her eyes were already red. Like a rabbit, soft and adorable, evoking a desire to tease. And also a desire to protect. Teacher, be gentle. Mu Xinci's nervousness had nowhere to settle. Yi Fan felt a pang of sympathy. He noted her kindness to him. Others couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The campus Belle cared too much for Yi Fan. She even asked the teacher to be gentle for fear of hurting him. The boys sighed, feeling inferior compared to Yi Fan. Even a smile from Mu Xinci would have made them content. Let alone such attentive care. It's okay, it'll be quick. As Mu Xinci grew overly tense, he covered her eyes with his fingers. That way she wouldn't be so afraid of the needle. The pleasant, refreshing scent of his body spread around. His voice was deep and melodious. It made her blush secretly. She felt the slight foreign sensation of the needle entering. But it wasn't too painful. She'd get used to it. A moment later, his hand was moved away. Mu Xinci found herself somewhat reluctant. Yi Fan burst into laughter in front of her, revealing a row of white teeth, and deliberately teased her. How's my service? He was trying to lighten the mood so she wouldn't worry too much. He knew she was uncomfortable, but teasing her would distract her from the itching, a way to shift her attention. Mu Xinci snorted crossly. Terrible. Ding. Interaction detected. You have earned 500 points. The system reminded. Mu Xinci personally held the 4 bottle for Yi Fan, attracting countless envious gazes. Who had ever seen a man receive such preferential treatment? Yi Fan was definitely the first. Recalling how Mu Xinci had complained about his slow pace earlier, he now strode quickly toward the seat. He wanted to sit down quickly for the 4 so she could feel more at ease. But Mu Xinci became anxious. Slow down. It'll hurt. Yi Fan immediately slowed his pace, mindful of her feelings. The surrounding boys were exasperated. The campus Belle was too attentive, even afraid that walking too fast would hurt his skin. It was always others who cared for the campus Belle, who had ever seen her fuss over a boy. The odds were infinitesimal, yet it happened before their eyes. When they were sick, no girl cared for them. But Yi Fan had the campus Belle personally attending to him. It was infuriating. Hearing Mu Xinci aggrieved complaint, Yifan smiled and replied, "Whatever you say." He turned his head and saw Mu Xinqi's red lips curve into a beautiful arc. She was truly beautiful. No wonder she was the campus belle. A single glance was pleasing to the eye. Mu Xinci carefully helped Yifan sit down, unwilling to let him feel pain, and gently placed the 4 bottle on the hook with her slender soft arm. From his angle, he could see the elegant lines of her slender waist. Her long black hair fluttered, her fair, flawless face was earnest, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the slightly reddened corners of her eyes exuded a delicate, pitiable charm. She was both dazzlingly beautiful and purely refined. Apart from being a bit fierce sometimes, she was actually quite gentle. She'd be a perfect wife and loving mother. While Yifan's mind wandered, Mu Xinci fetched water and read the instructions for the allergy medicine. Then she poured out the allergy pills and softly reminded Yifan, 2 pills a day, don't forget. Take 1 now and 1 tonight. Yifan looked at her delicate, elegant face and deliberately played devil's advocate. I have a bad memory. What if I forget? He was really just teasing her, wanting more of her attention. Mu Xinci stared at him with wide, red-rimmed eyes filled with grievance. How can you forget to take medicine? Seeing his raised eyebrows, she softened, unwilling to scold him further. Murmuring, she said, I'll remind you, okay? To help him recover sooner, she didn't mind the extra trouble. Yifan's brow relaxed, a smile spreading across his face. The 4 took over 2 hours, during which Mu Xinci stayed by his side every moment. Ostensibly to take good care of him, but actually to supervise him. Fearing he might go somewhere and worsen his allergy, Mu Xinci silently stayed by his side. When Yifan wanted water, she obediently handed it to him. When he gave a look, she dutifully fed him fruit. The male students across from them opened their mouths as if the fruit were entering theirs, savoring the sweetness. Where was justice? They were sick, yet they had to endure this display of affection. What baffled them even more was that Mu Xinci was utterly uncomplaining. She was practically the epitome of a devoted admirer, one who did things no ordinary admirer could even imagine. She even feared that Yifan's back might feel uncomfortable against the chair, so she placed a soft cushion beneath him. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. After Yifan's 4 drip was set, Mu Xinci carefully helped him out. Such meticulous care. Which girlfriend could match that? Was the aloof campus belle shedding her persona? They gazed longingly at the retreating figure of Mu Xinci, supporting Yifan, each one stricken with anguish and pain. Now Yifan and the campus belle aren't even together yet. If they were, who knows how doting she'd be. Now I finally understand why the campus belle is so cold. Because the warmth she gives isn't meant for you. With so many suitors, the campus belle rejected them all, yet she willingly becomes Yifan's devoted follower. What are we lacking compared to him? After Yifan got into Mu Xinqi's sports car, Mu Xinci drove him back herself. I consulted the school clinic's teacher and took notes. For the time being, you must maintain a light diet and avoid anything stimulating, Mu Xinci said earnestly. Then what about you? Yifan glanced at her sideways. After all, their physical sensations were linked. If he couldn't enjoy rich food, wouldn't she have to suffer the same? He'll have to eat the same as you. Mu Xinqi's words were cold as ice, tinged with a hint of grievance. What else can I do? Yifan chuckled at her complaint. If you eat hot pot, I'll feel it, but it won't harm my body. Mu Xinci fixed her gaze on him, her clear, limpid eyes filled with innocence. No, consider it punishment for not taking care of your health. Yifan let out a snort. It's not like I wanted to be allergic. Mu Xinci looked him up and down, then said solemnly, yes it is. You're allergic to the fabric. Your clothes are too suffocating, the material is too poor. Throw them away immediately. Then what should I wear? Yifan looked down at his clothes. They weren't as bad as Mu Xinci claimed. He had bought them last year at a night market with his roommates. He hadn't worn them in a long time and never expected to be allergic. It seemed the prolonged storage had made his skin intolerant. Come on, I'll take you to buy clothes. Mu Xinqi's voice flowed like a gentle stream, tinged with a playful charm. Yifan soon realized the sports car had stopped at a department store. This was the city's most upscale shopping mall with exorbitant prices and nothing but designer brands. Yifan and his roommates had been there before, but found everything unaffordable. A simple shirt cost 4 figures, enough to deter any student. Unlike his previous dejected visits, Yifan now walked in with his head held high. Mu Xinci led him into the Gucci store. The other customers stared in amazement at this perfect couple. The man strikingly handsome, the woman breathtakingly beautiful. Even the other couples in the store couldn't take their eyes off them. Yet Mu Xinci, ignoring the onlookers, declared generously, pick whatever you like, I'll pay. A single Gucci garment was astonishingly expensive. If his means allowed, every man would want to wear such clothes. Yifan was no exception. He didn't usually enjoy shopping and had little concept of clothing, as long as it was comfortable. This one, he said, casually grabbing a black t-shirt. Mu Xinci blinked, her beautiful eyes dissatisfied. You're supposed to be a handsome guy. How can your taste be so poor? Being called handsome by such a stunning woman naturally pleased Yi Fan, but he couldn't agree with her latter remark. A man looking clean and neat should be fine. How did that equate to poor taste? The next words left him stunned. Mu Xinci, baring her shoulders with a proud turn, said to the sales assistant, "Except for this black one, bring every other style in his size." Yi Fan, there were at least dozens of styles here. She wanted one of each. The sales assistant was overjoyed. This was a super customer. It was rare for men to buy clothes here. Most were men buying for their girlfriends. And now a huge order. Mu Xinci's bold words left the male customers in the store dumbfounded. They had assumed, seeing Yi Fan with Mu Xinci, that he must be wealthy. Otherwise, how could he have such a gorgeous girlfriend? But they realized they were wrong. The one with real money was this girl. She was a rich heiress. Not only that, but she was also extremely doting toward her boyfriend. Gucci's prices were no joke. Even a true heiress would hesitate to buy everything, yet Mu Xinci could casually do so. Her wealth was undoubtedly immense. In contrast, the girlfriends around them were anything but considerate, nagging. "It's not even expensive. Why can't you buy it for me? You're so stingy." It made these male customers want to slap their girlfriends. Look at her. She's prettier and more gentle and thoughtful. Most importantly, look at how she dotes on her boyfriend. If their own girlfriends were even half as sensible as Mu Xinci, they'd be thankful. Mu Xinci left the address arranged for the items to be wrapped and delivered, and was about to swipe her card when the sales assistant reminded, "This gentleman has already paid." Though the sales assistant had made a sale, she couldn't help but sigh. She had assumed Yi Fan was a moocher, but he turned out to be a wealthy man too. It was a union of equals. Rich people just internalize their spending like this. Looking at Yi Fan's tall, handsome figure, the sales assistant felt a flutter of admiration. Why couldn't she meet such a rich, handsome man? What a pity. Mu Xinci was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the sales assistant, who pointed to Yi Fan. Seeing Mu Xinci charge over like a spitting kitten, her voice a mix of anger and cuteness. "How did you pay? Where did you get the money?" Facing Mu Xinici's interrogation, Yi Fan adjusted the collar of his newly changed shirt. "I'm richer than you think." Although he had bound the freeloading system, he still felt uneasy letting a girl cover such a huge expense. Mu Xinci pouted. "I was going to buy it for you. Refusing my offer. Are you looking down on my ability? Come on, let's go to another store." Such a turn of events. Yi Fan was stunned, but Mu Xinci had already dragged him out. The male customers, still watching from the shadows, were even more envious. Look at his girlfriend. Her boyfriend secretly paid, and that made her angry. Was that even humanly possible? If their own girlfriends had to pay, they'd be called stingy and weird, but here it was the complete opposite. Mu Xinci dragged Yi Fan to an AJ store to buy shoes. "Give him the best and most expensive pairs here," she declared grandly to the sales assistant. The sales assistant's eyes lit up at the sight of the elegant and noble Mu Xinci. Noticing her Chanel attire and Hermes handbag, he immediately recognized her as a woman of wealth. He promptly brought over the store's best-selling and most expensive sneakers. "Try them on. If they fit, I'll buy them all," Mu Xinci said, flicking her hair, her clear, beautiful eyes slightly upturned with a hint of command. This was a matter of pride for her. Yi Fan, who was far less wealthy, wouldn't even let her pay. How could she, the eldest daughter of the Mu family, maintain her status in high society if she lost face like this? Yi Fan was amused. It seemed Mu Xinci was determined to foot the bill. Who wouldn't want a pair of AJs, especially when someone else was paying? This was a sweet deal indeed. So Yi Fan tried on the sneakers, and most fit him well. Mu Xinci insisted he wear a pair right away and had the rest packed up. The male sales assistant looked at Yi Fan with envy. It was wonderful to have a wealthy, beautiful girlfriend who always thought of her boyfriend. She bought the latest sneakers without a second thought. Meanwhile, he was just a lowly assistant whose girlfriend had never bought him a single pair of AJs, but instead expected him to buy her Swarovski. The disparity between people's fortunes was truly vast. When Yi Fan bent down to tie his shoelaces, Mu Xinci naturally knelt down to do it for him. This spontaneous gesture instantly made the sales assistant's heart ache with jealousy. Damn, his own girlfriend wouldn't even let him tie his shoes without a fuss. Yi Fan had such a beautiful girlfriend, and she was also rich, thoughtful, and caring. It was infuriating. But the sales assistant had no idea that Mu Xinci and Yi Fan had swapped sensations. Mu Xinci didn't want to feel the ache of bending over, so she knelt to tie Yi Fan's laces. She had no idea that in the eyes of others she was the perfect girlfriend. Yi Fan could feel the envious glances from all around, basking in the glory. Having a beautiful girl by your side truly made you the envy of all. Detected intimacy with Mu Xinci gained 300 points. Detected Mu Xinci spending money on you unlocked soft rice skill, gained 2,000 points. The system's notification startled Yi Fan. Just having Mu Xinci buy him things earned him 2,000 points. This soft rice system was indeed living up to its name. If only he had let her pay earlier, he would have gotten the points sooner. After leaving the store, Mu Xinci instructed, "We've bought clothes and shoes. From now on, wear these." They'll have the boutique send over the latest styles every season. Okay. Yi Fan, having tasted the benefits, didn't refuse. He and Mu Xinci headed to the elevator. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, they stepped in together, but a startled voice rang out. Mu Xinci. You're Mu Xinci, right? Yi Fan turned to see a girl with freckles pointing at Mu Xinci in surprise. Panic flickered in Mu Xinci's eyes. She instinctively turned away, even covering her face with her hair, afraid to look at the other girl. No, I'm not, she said, her voice full of rejection. Yes, you are, the freckled girl insisted excitedly. As she persistently tried to get closer to Mu Xinci, a dark figure blocked her path. The sudden towering back like a mountain made Mu Xinci tremble slightly. I'm sorry, you've mistaken her for someone else. The freckled girl stared in astonishment at the handsome man before her. With his striking features, bright eyes, and thin lips, his voice was as cold as ice, chilling to the bone. But he was incredibly handsome. The freckled girl was completely mesmerized, lost in his beauty, forgetting all about Mu Xinci behind him. Mu Xinci, stunned for a moment, felt a warm hand grasp hers and pull her into the elevator. He used his body to completely block the freckled girl's view, gently cradling the back of Mu Xinci's head, making her lower her head as he led her into the elevator. Hey! Before the freckled girl could react, the elevator doors had already closed. Yi Fan looked down to see Mu Xinci, as if struck by something terrible, trembling all over. Her small face was lowered, her long lashes blinking, tears glistening. It made her pale cheeks look even more pitiful. Yi Fan could feel that same panic, empathizing with her. What's wrong? He asked worriedly. In the enclosed space, her face was too pale, her eyes flickering with fear. Mu Xinci's body went limp. Leaning against the elevator wall, she curled up in distress, hugging her knees, her body tightening. Yi Fan was shocked. He had seen her like this once before, during her nightmare. Why was she hiding from that girl? Why didn't she want to be recognized? Mu Xinci, the pride of heaven with her privileged background, now looked utterly hopeless and breathless. Her crimson lips trembled, but no words came out. Yi Fan's heart ached. It's okay, it's over now, he said, though he didn't know what had happened. But in her state, she couldn't tell him anything. He stroked her hair, feeling how fragile she was in his arms. Tears stained her plump, translucent face, making her look pitiful and vulnerable, in need of protection. Yi Fan couldn't help but cherish her. Mu Xinci felt the soothing, mellow timbre of his voice like a refreshing stream. Even the faint scent of him captivated her. Her panicked heart gradually calmed. When she recovered, she wiped her tears with the back of her hand. Yi Fan could feel the softness of her skin. Her lashes were still wet with tears, and she bit her red lips, murmuring, "Don't tell anyone about today. I just wasn't feeling well. That's why I cried." Okay, I understand. If it were any other day, Yi Fan would have teased her. But she had cried. It would be too cruel to provoke her now. Yi Fan was now certain that something had happened in Mu Xinci's past, something that had caused her to break down so completely in such a short time. Yi Fan walked ahead, and she followed glumly. Wait a moment, he said suddenly. She looked puzzled. What? But she saw him buy 2 ice cream cones. Here. Yi Fan handed one to Mu Xinci. I didn't say I wanted ice cream, she pouted. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and said matter-of-factly, I want it, okay. I'm so pitiful. After swapping sensations with you, can't you even grant me this small wish? Mu Xinci retorted, her voice pitiful. I'm the one who's pitiful. Fine, we're both pitiful, Yi Fan laughed. He watched as the once defiant Mu Xinci now softly took the ice cream. She took a bite, and Yi Fan followed suit. The coldness made her brows furrow slightly, but soon they relaxed. The sweetness must have satisfied her, for her face brightened, and she licked the ice cream with her tongue. She looked like a recovering kitten, drooping its head, adorable and full of life. Watching her delicate pink tongue, Yi Fan felt a surge of warmth. With her red-rimmed eyes and moist gaze, she was truly captivating. Smiling, Yi Fan took a bite of his ice cream. The sweetness he felt from her mouth was even sweeter than the ice cream itself. After returning home, Mu Xinci had recovered from her fragile state, reverting to her proud, heiress demeanor. She handed Yi Fan the calamine lotion and said, apply the medicine. Without thinking, Yi Fan lifted his shirt and took it off. Mu Xinci let out a soft gasp, covering her flushed face with her hands. What are you doing? As you can see, get ready to apply the ointment, Yi Fan said teasingly. You? Put it on. Mu Xinci's ears burned with embarrassment. Even though she had been sharing sensations with Yi Fan for a while, she still couldn't get used to it. After all, she was a girl, and he was a boy. Didn't you just ask me to apply the ointment? How could I do that with my clothes on? Yi Fan propped his hands on the bed, gazing at Mu Xinci with a smile. Through his fingers, he could see her face flushed to an extreme red. How adorable. She looked so soft and cute. Yi Fan really wanted to be shameless with her haha, but he feared scaring her away. Then he'll leave. Mu Xinci was about to run off, but Yi Fan called her back. Stop. Yi Fan curled his lips and indeed saw that graceful figure halt. What? Haha, she was so obedient. Her words were fierce, but her body was honest. You apply it for me, Yi Fan said leisurely. Why should I apply it for you? Mu Xinci stomped her foot, deeply embarrassed. I have some on my back too, and I can't reach it. So then he'll just find a random maid sister to apply it for me. After all, they have nice figures, and are pretty. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Mu Xinci panicked. Yi Fan was a total pervert. If he really called a maid, and something happened, wouldn't she be the one experiencing it? No, she didn't want those strange sensations. Fine, I'll apply it for you. Mu Xince's face flushed crimson. Yi Fan sat down in front of Mu Xinci, a faint smile curving on his thin lips. Come on. Mu Xinci was mortified. Before her eyes was Yi Fan's smooth, broad back with distinct muscles, and the allergic red spots looked like strawberry marks, mottled and ambiguous. Mu Xince's ears were bright red as she picked up a cotton swab and began to apply the ointment little by little. Through Mu Xince's sensations, Yi Fan could feel her soft, smooth hands moving back and forth. Tisk, that touch was truly soft and silky. Yi Fan squinted his eyes in comfort. Especially being gazed at by a girl like this, his heart fluttered with delight. Oh, so you're coveting me? Yi Fan teased with a mischievous tone, deliberately provoking her. Mu Xince's face burned intensely like a boiled shrimp. Am not. Don't frame me. Such a fierce attitude, then I'd better go find a pretty maid to apply the medicine for me. They're surely gentler. Yi Fan teased Mu Xinci freely. No, can I be gentler? Mu Xinci pouted with her red lips. Yi Fan was enjoying himself, truly feeling her movements become much softer. Such a treat was rare. After the ointment was applied, Mu Xince's eyelashes fluttered and her voice was soft. All right, put your clothes on quickly. Yi Fan chuckled inwardly, taking in Mu Xince's embarrassed expression. Deliberately in front of her, he buttoned his shirt one by one, agonizingly slowly, just to make her anxious. Mu Xince's face was completely flushed as she averted her gaze, but still caught glimpses. Can't you be faster? You want faster? Then why don't you dress me? Yi Fan tempted. No. No way. Then why are you rushing me? Yi Fan said lazily, intentionally stroking his abs in front of Mu Xinci. Oh, you're such a bully. Don't touch. Mu Xince's face was so red it seemed to drip. Her lips bit and cherried, utterly humiliated. It's my body, if I don't touch it, will you? Besides, I'm just dressing. Can't you handle that? Yi Fan teased Mu Xinci. Mu Xince's ears were red enough to bleed. I won't rush you any more. I'm going back. She ran off like a little rabbit, her little fists swinging back and forth. Seeing her reaction, Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. So pure. The school beauty was definitely a virgin. Hee. Maybe even that kiss was her first. Hee, rounding up he had gained. He really wanted to devour her completely, but it wasn't the time yet. The best hunter always appears as prey. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to let Mu Xinci take the initiative to push him down? Yi Fan entered the system lottery. He drew 3 times. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the super genius ability. Ding. Super memory. Ding. Professional English level 8 ability. Well, not bad. He got 3 great things in one go. You know, Yi Fan was most afraid of English. He loved his country, so his English scores out of 120 never exceeded 50. Even the English teacher shook her head at him. Not just English, Yi Fan basically failed all his other subjects too. After all, he was a person who never forgot his roots. Whatever the teacher taught, he returned it intact. Yi Fan had worried whether he could graduate since he had a full red record of failures. It was the teacher's mercy that kept him from repeating a year. Yi Fan had managed to get into university because his high school teacher accurately predicted the exam questions, and he was afraid of having no school to attend, so he worked hard. Under the teacher's whip, he entered Huaqing University, a top-tier school, as the last-place student. But once he got to university, he completely gave up and only focused on having fun. Now that he had these 3 skills, he was no longer afraid of being a slacker. Yi Fan subconsciously opened a book and glanced at it. When he closed it, he found he remembered everything clearly. Amazing, this was definitely a cheat tool. If he could auction off this system skill, he could make the system go bankrupt, benefiting all students. The next day, this week, was the midterm exam. When Yi Fan arrived at the dormitory building, he could see students buried in their books. Even his dorm mates, who usually slacked off, were starting to panic at this time. Xiaowu urgently informed Yi Fan, "Let's go." Where? Yi Fan was confused. Xiaowu rolled his eyes at Yi Fan. "Idiot, we're going to the library to grab seats." Pang, who hadn't even combed his hair with a slice of bread in his mouth, clearly just waking up, brothers him off first. "My girlfriend said seats are super competitive. If we're late, there'll be none left." He didn't even bother with shoes running out in flip-flops. Is it that exaggerated? Yi Fan was speechless. It's just a midterm. Bro, are you getting cocky after being chased by the school beauty? Bro Lei roared, "Girls are important, but midterms are important too. The midterm accounts for half of the total annual grade." Xiaowu nodded, looking troubled. "Yeah, if I mess up my English midterm, I'll probably fail the course. I'm not talking to you anymore." Pang, who has already run off, "I have to catch up." Xiaowu dashed out like a rocket. Bro Lei followed closely. Compared to his 3 roommates' frantic rush, Yi Fan was leisurely walking very slowly. He wasn't worried at all with the system. What did he have to fear? Now he was a scholar, not a slacker. Out of boredom, Yi Fan also joined the crowd and went to the library with his friends. When he arrived, he found Xiao Wu and the others casting resentful glances, still waiting for spots. I can't believe it, it's completely full even this early in the morning. Xiao Wu lamented. Exactly. I should have lined up before the doors opened. So annoying. Pang Hu clenched his little fists. My girlfriend only managed to get one seat. Until when? They don't seem willing to give up. Pang Hu sighed mournfully. I'm already burned out from all the memorization in high school, and I didn't expect college to be so competitive. You said it. The teachers said college would be all fun and games, but here I am still studying hard. I can't fail this time or my mom will whip me. Xiao Wu shrugged, feeling helpless. As the brothers were sighing, a shadow appeared before them. You didn't get seats. What a pleasant voice. A girl's. They all looked up in unison, including Yi Fan. Yi Fan saw Mu Xinci in a lace short skirt. Her outfit was stunningly beautiful today, and her captivating eyes fixed on Yi Fan. The other brothers immediately nudged Yi Fan with their elbows, excitedly reminding him, it's the campus Belle Mu. Yi Fan almost rolled his eyes. He wasn't blind, he knew that. We came too late. There are no seats left, Yi Fan said honestly. Come upstairs. There are VVIP seats on the second floor, Mu Xinci replied. Standing is too tiring. Actually, she was hinting that she herself was tired of standing. After all, with seats being so sought after, who knew when they'd find one? She couldn't bear to stand there while Yi Fan remained on his feet. But to the brothers it sounded like Mu Xinci was worried about Yi Fan's discomfort. What a divine girl. Last time Yi Fan had an allergic reaction, the campus Belle personally took him to the infirmary. Now that Yi Fan was waiting for a seat, she feared he might get tired and invited him and his friends to the VVIP seats upstairs. Xiao Wu was flattered. Can we really sit in the VVIP seats? Aren't those for faculty only? Yeah, last time we tried to go there, the security guard scolded us. Pang Hu recalled, his fists clenching. Mu Xinci answered calmly, my father is one of the school shareholders. I can use and allocate the seats freely. After all, the library was funded by my father. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and the others gasped. The renovation cost of Huaqing University's library was no small amount. It was clearly expensive, and it was funded by Mu Xinci's family. They knew the Mu family was wealthy, but they never imagined it was to such an outrageous degree. Oh my God, did you hear that? The library was built with the campus Belle's family money. Xiao Wu said excitedly to Yi Fan. But Yi Fan remained indifferent, as if he were used to it. It wasn't surprising. He had already dined and wined at the campus Belle's home, so this was nothing new. The wealth of Mu Xinci's family was far more impressive than his roommates imagined. Once they reached the second floor, the brothers burst into exclamations of awe. Oh my God, this is way too luxurious. This place is so much better than the student area downstairs. Yeah, even the chairs are different from downstairs. They look so comfortable. It's so quiet here too. I never thought I'd get to study up here. Even Yi Fan was satisfied. The environment was elegant, the air fresher than downstairs, and not too stuffy. The seats were high-end sofas like a classy cafe. From now on, if you want to study, feel free to come up. If anyone stops you, just mention my name, Mu Xinci said frankly. The roommates were ecstatic and shot Yi Fan meaningful glances. Look, the campus Belle is beautiful and kind. Why don't you thank her? Exactly, look at all she's done for you. Don't you have anything to say? Yi Fan was caught between laughter and tears. Mu Xinci was clearly doing this for her own comfort, letting him enjoy it too. But in their eyes, Mu Xinci liked him and kept making sacrifices. All right, thank you, Yi Fan said, feeling that he should at least express gratitude. After all, Mu Xinci had solved a big problem. It's nothing. Mu Xinci looked at Yi Fan's sincere expression and suddenly felt unaccustomed. Her cheeks flushed deeply. Old Yi, let's go find some English exam books, Xiao Wu suggested. Sure, he'll go, Mu Xinci volunteered. Huh? Yi Fan looked at her. Mu Xinci said hastily, those books are heavy. You guys focus on studying, I'll fetch them. Besides, I know exactly what we need at this stage. The roommates began to understand. That's right. The campus Belle is a top student. She aced the last English exam. She's already passed CET 6, studied abroad since childhood, and has been in a bilingual environment. This is definitely her forte. Their envy of Yi Fan only grew. Mu Xinci was beautiful with a great figure, wealthy, and a brilliant student. She had only one flaw: she was aloof. But with Yi Fan, she wasn't aloof at all. She was exceptionally attentive. In other words, the campus Belle had no flaws when it came to Yi Fan. After Mu Xinci went to get the books, Xiao Wu and the others sighed in exasperation. Old Yi, what are you waiting for? A girl like this. Why haven't you swept her off her feet? Yeah, what are you still holding out for? The most beautiful girl in school has taken a liking to you, and she's being this devoted. Are you still going to give her a polite rejection? Old Yi, I advise you not to be ungrateful. If I weren't already in a relationship and the campus Belle were after me, I'd say yes in a heartbeat. Amid his roommates urging Yi Fan was both amused and exasperated. Guys, you think I don't want to win Mu Xinci over? The problem is she's not interested. You're all deceived by appearances. If it were that easy, I'd have made a move. But Yi Fan couldn't voice his true thoughts, so he brushed them off. Right now I'm a student. My duty is to study hard. The response was a chorus of scoffing. Dude, you failed every subject. And you're talking about studying hard. Even a dog wouldn't believe that. Exactly. Without a good deskmate during exams, what would you do? You're dead last in the rankings. Just give up on exams. Seems like you're unlucky in exams, but lucky in love. I'd trade places with you and be last. They kept going, hinting that he should seize the opportunity. Yi Fan laughed and cursed. Fine, take the last place if you want it. Don't look down on me. 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west. Don't be so sure. I was last before, but I can be first now. His words earned him eye rolls from Xiaowu and the others. Xiaowu, the best virtue is knowing oneself. Penghu, as the second to last, even if I deliberately answer 10 questions wrong, I'm sure you'll still be last. Lei Gu, old Yi, not to be harsh, but nothing is impossible if you give up. You're really not cut out for studying. Even if I blindly guess, he'll score higher than you. Faced with his friend's lack of faith, Yi Fan was smug. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. My grades will definitely surprise you. Xiaowu snorted. That's right, your exam results always surprise us. You scored 15 points in English. For the Chinese fill-in-the-blank question, when can we trim the candle by the west window together, you directly wrote a couple spending the night till dawn. Such a genius. Penghu recalled it, and could barely straighten up from laughing. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, my answer was perfectly fine. It's the Chinese teacher who lacks imagination. The world is vast, and answers can differ. If you stay together all night, aren't you a couple? If you're not doing something intimate, are you still a couple, eh? This sent them into fits of laughter. Haha, you've turned a proper Chinese question into a dirty joke. I think you'd better cling to the school bowtie's coattails and enjoy the easy life. Why care about failing a subject? I refuse. I'm going to quietly work hard and astonish you all. Yi Fan slammed the table. But they looked unconvinced, thinking he was joking. After all, anyone who had received 9 years of compulsory education could tell how much substance Yi Fan really had. Not everyone can easily get first place, but Yi Fan could. He got last place. Haha, getting last place also takes talent. Yi Fan was chatting and laughing with his friends when he noticed Mu Xinci hadn't returned yet. Worried that she might have encountered some trouble, he went to check on her. So Yi Fan went downstairs and found Mu Xinci standing by a row of bookshelves searching for a book on the upper shelf. From his angle, all he had to do was look up to see a different kind of view. You're showing too much. Yi Fan's eyes grew warm at the sight. If other guys saw that, it would be a disaster. No, her skirt was way too short today. Oh. Mu Xinci was startled by his sudden voice. Her face flushed instantly, and as she lost her balance, her foot slipped, and she began to fall. Panic-stricken, she felt a pair of strong, sturdy arms firmly catch her, and in an instant she landed in a warm embrace. She breathed rapidly, and looked up to see a handsome, dashing face. Yi Fan thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of having her soft body in his arms. He touched her soft figure. So soft and sweet. And there was a fragrance like a peach, almost melting one's heart. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow with pleasure and looked at her. Her skin was flush, shy, and tender. Her delicate face gently lowered her black hair, clinging to her fair, smooth skin. Nervous and shy, her hands had nowhere to rest, and a slippery sensation slipped through his fingers. Yi Fan couldn't feel her weight. Carrying her in a princess hold wasn't tiring. After all, she was beautiful, so he wasn't losing out. And he could enjoy such an enchanting view. This was pure bliss. Ding, detected princess, carry reward you 300 points. Just as Yi Fan was feeling delighted, he noticed Mu Xinci starting to kick her legs. She shouted shyly, Put me down. I'm heavy. After all, the weight was on her. Yi Fan laughed. So you know you're heavy, huh? He deliberately whispered near her perfectly rounded pretty ear. Her ear visibly turned red in an instant. Bright red like a sweet fruit. No, I'm not heavy at all. Mu Xinci stammered. After explaining, her body grew even hotter and flushed. Yi Fan laughed heartily. He didn't tease her further and set her down. What do you need? He'll get it for you. Yi Fan asked with a smile. 3 years of college entrance exam, 5 years of simulation. Are you a demon? That was Yi Fan's nightmare. After all, his high school teacher had drilled him with that book over and over. Once the exams were over, he immediately burned it. He never thought he'd have to touch it again. Mu Xinci stamped her foot, her face flushed. The questions are similar, and I can use them. Just get it quickly. All right. Yi Fan reached out and easily took down 3 years of college entrance exam, 5 years of simulation. Being tall was really convenient. For the top shelf, there was no need for a ladder. Just a simple stretch of the arm, and it was done. Even Mu Xinci looked at Yi Fan with envy. She hadn't noticed his height before, but now she saw that he seemed to have grown a lot. He was over 1.8 meters now, right? standing beside him, gave her a sense of towering security. His jawline was sharp with the youthful elegance of a young man, and his shirt faintly carried a pleasant minty scent, making Mu Xinci's cheeks blush slightly. Even his face looked much more handsome. "Anything else?" he asked. "The second book on your right." Yi Fan took them down one by one as she instructed, and their eyes met. Mu Xinci hurriedly and shyly buried her head in her chest. Her shy, tempting look made Yi Fan's heart itch. Yi Fan leaned down, bringing his face close to hers. "What's wrong?" Suddenly blushing. "No." Mu Xinci pressed the back of her hand against her cheek. This touch made Yi Fan gasp, biting his teeth to endure. The palm of her hand was so white and smooth, especially with the visual impact. The temptation was no small thing. Fortunately, Mu Xinci turned around and walked away, clutching the books. Otherwise, Yi Fan would have held her down and kissed her. Yi Fan let out a low laugh. The school beauty, once turned into a little lamb, was really quite adorable. When Yi Fan and Mu Xinci went to the stairs, they attracted the attention of many students. They were stunned to see Mu Xinci carrying a large stack of books in her hands. It looked really heavy. Oh my god. Yi Fan was so ungentlemanly. That was the delicate school beauty. No matter how aloof, she was still a beautiful girl. Besides, she liked Yi Fan and was chasing after him, yet Yi Fan was indifferent and acted like a total blockhead. The guys wanted to punch him. How could he ignore the school bowtie's affection and be so heartless? Already a guy stepped forward to win the school bowtie's favor, saying excitedly, "School beauty, let me carry the books for you." But Mu Xinci glanced coldly, "No need." And she moved away, avoiding contact. Was this the same Mu Xinci who had been walking so close to Yi Fan just now? The guy's heart shattered. Others sympathized. "Ah, so pitiful." But he was really overreaching. Who else except Yi Fan has ever gotten close to the school beauty? Exactly. Do you think anyone can replace Yi Fan? The school beauty is willingly devoted to Yi Fan. Look at Yi Fan's conditions: tall, handsome. If I were a girl, I'd like him too. Yi Fan is the most sought-after guy in school, even more popular than the school heartthrob. Several girls from the neighboring class are secretly crushing on him. He even saved the school beauty like a hero last time. It's only natural she likes him. I just hope he treats her well. School beauty, don't be blinded by love. There are so many people who cherish you. Why don't you look back at them? After seeing Yi Fan and Mu Xinci go upstairs to the second floor, some people followed suit. After all, the second floor had the best seats, but they were stopped by the security guard as soon as they went up. "Sorry, students are not allowed up here," the guard said sternly. The other person retorted confidently, "Then how did Yi Fan and the others get up there? Don't you see who's standing beside him? It's Miss Mu." The guard's words instantly sobered everyone up. For whom had the campus Belle ever shown such favor? Only Yi Fan was the exception. If Yi Fan was willing, perhaps not just the VVIP seats, but the entire school would belong to him. Voices of envy rose and fell. Yi Fan is so lucky, they're not even a couple yet, but if they really start dating, the campus Belle will spoil him rotten. I also want such a beautiful girl to be devoted to me. Look at the campus Belle, as she loves only him. Who else but Yi Fan has the charisma to make that happen? That's right. Yi Fan has exceptional qualities that make the campus Belle bow to him. Otherwise, with that raging current that day, who else would have dared to step forward heroically? But Yi Fan, who didn't appreciate his good fortune, was now returning with Mu Xinci, carrying a pile of books. His roommates were rolling their eyes so hard. How could he have the nerve to let the campus Belle carry such heavy books? You're a man, and she got the books for you. How can you not show any appreciation? But the roommates didn't expect that Mu Xinci would do even more. Mu Xinci asked Yi Fan, "Are you thirsty? What would you like to drink?" Implicitly, she was hinting that she was thirsty. "Then I'll have an orchid latte milk tea with plant-based cream on top, sprinkled with crushed nuts, 50 sweetness, less ice, add boba and coconut jelly, and put a paper cup lid on the outside to keep my hands from getting cold." Yi Fan thought for a moment and replied to Mu Xinci. Thanks to the skill granted by the system, his memory was superb, and he immediately recalled what Mu Xinci loved to drink. However, his brothers, who were kept in the dark and didn't know the situation now, wanted to scold Yi Fan for deserving to be single. "Look, the girl is considerate of you, but it's hot, and she's going to buy you milk tea. And you have so many demands." They could already imagine the campus Belle losing her patience and flying into a rage. Xiao Wu even started sweating for Yi Fan. Don't be fooled by the campus Belle currently fawning over Yi Fan. She's aloof, wealthy, and if you offend her, you might not be able to survive on campus. I think you shouldn't have so many demands, campus Belle. Just the orchid latte milk tea is fine for him, Xiao Wu said with a dry smile at Mu Xinci, trying hard to prevent her from losing her temper. However, to everyone's surprise, Mu Xinci shook her head and smiled with satisfaction. "Not too many demands. I actually like it. Just buy it that way." Xiao Wu was stunned. Peng Hu and Brother Lei were also baffled. This is acceptable. And Mu Xinci didn't get angry, she was even happier. This is too strange. Go ahead then. Yi Fan said, quite satisfied with his roommate's shock. Didn't expect that, did you? Mu Xinci was willing to do this. That was her favorite. It was her demands, not his. Mu Xinci then asked Xiao Wu and the others, what would you like? They'll buy them together. The roommates were completely flattered. The campus belle was going to buy them milk tea. Gosh, this is simply an honor. Besides buying for Yi Fan, when has the campus belle ever bought milk tea for anyone else? Now she's considering them only because they are Yi Fan's brothers. The campus belle truly loves Yi Fan as she, in order to win him over sooner, she even knows to butter up his friends. Haha, anything is fine. We're not picky as long as we have something to drink. The few were extremely excited, as thrilled as if they had won the lottery. Mu Xinci nodded. Alright, I'll buy whatever I see fit. After Mu Xinci left, Xiao Wu and the others swarmed around Yi Fan in a chaotic mess. Big bro, let me massage you. Teach me how to pick up girls. How can you make the campus belle obey you? Yeah, you're a master of charming women. You should be a love coach. Who else, but you could make the campus belle go to such lengths. I don't admire anyone else, only you. By following you we all benefit. The campus belle truly loves you as she's giving it her all. It's a long story, but it can only be sensed, not explained, Yi Fan said smugly. Then make a long story short. The three wolves' eyes gleamed with green light. Yi Fan didn't expect his three brothers to have designs on him. He couldn't just say he had a system, so he brushed them off. They'll go see what she's buying. As soon as Yi Fan left, the three roommates looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this an iron tree blooming? He actually cares about the campus belle. Him celebrating for the campus belle. Is this like seeing the moon through the clouds? He'll bet a dime that he's just tough on the outside but soft inside. He's definitely gone to help her carry the milk tea. At that moment, Yi Fan saw Mu Xinci at the milk tea shop. She was carrying several cups of milk tea. Yi Fan stepped forward to help. Let me. But Mu Xinci, with a face flushed as if spring had arrived, was wary of him. No, let me. It's too heavy. Yi Fan chuckled. Heavy? Could she feel it? The one bearing this weight was him. But fortunately, Yi Fan didn't find it too heavy. However, the customers and students in the milk tea shop found it utterly absurd. Usually the campus belle doesn't accept milk tea from other boys, and now she's buying milk tea for Yi Fan. And she's afraid he'll get tired. The campus belle is truly a simp confirmed. Another day of envying Yi Fan. When Mu Xinci returned carrying a large bag of milk tea, she completely stunned the roommates. Just now, they had said, Yi Fan must have gone to help her carry the milk tea. But now Mu Xince's hands were full, while Yi Fan's hands were empty. He was more idle than anyone. A true oblivious straight man confirmed. Isn't he afraid of never finding a girlfriend? No, Yi Fan didn't have that worry at all. He didn't have a girlfriend, but he had countless admirers, especially such a beautiful female pursuer. Who would want a girlfriend? After Mu Xinci distributed the milk tea, Yi Fan's roommates got bubble milk tea. But they were already satisfied enough. This was milk tea from the campus belle. But when they saw Yi Fan's, they were furious. Yi Fan's orchid latte milk tea had a thick layer of plant-based cream sprinkled with crushed nuts, and indeed had boba and coconut jelly with a paper cup lid on the outside. Did Mu Xinci remember every word Yi Fan said? And she followed his instructions and preferences meticulously. This clearly showed that Mu Xinci cared deeply for Yi Fan. Xiao Wu was now extremely jealous. He didn't even run errands for his girlfriend, and when he casually bought a matcha milk tea, she complained about the ice, forgetting it was her period. But look at Mu Xinci, she wasn't even his girlfriend yet, but she already obeyed Yi Fan's every word. Who wouldn't want a girlfriend like that? Yi Fan was happily sipping his milk tea, but he saw several resentful gazes from across the table. He was cheerful and didn't take it seriously, instead reading a comic book. Aren't you going to look at the exercises? What about the exam? If you fail, we can't save you. Pang, who seeing Yi Fan holding a bunch of comic books instead of study materials, asked excitedly. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and said smugly, Don't worry, the exam is no problem for me. Xiao Wu replied with a laugh. He actually thinks he can get first in the grade. He'll write my name backwards. That's not necessarily true. A person must have dreams. Maybe they'll come true. Yi Fan casually glanced at the exercises, all of which he could solve, and the answers came to him in an instant. Why would he even bother looking? His roommates scoffed, teased him for a moment, then returned to their books. Yi Fan had completely let himself go, but they still had to steady themselves for the exams. Survival was key. Sipping his milk tea, Yi Fan heard the sound of a pencil being sharpened beside him. He also felt a strain in his hand. He looked over and found Mu Xinci sitting next to him. But she wasn't reading. Instead, she took a pencil from her pencil case, meticulously sharpened each one with a small knife until they were all pointed, then neatly placed them back into the case and handed it to Yi Fan. You'll need them for the exams. Mu Xince's voice was calm and detached, but the roommates across from them heard every word clearly. What? Mu Xinci had just spent her energy sharpening pencils, and all of them were for Yi Fan. Good heavens, what good deed had Yi Fan done? Yi Fan was also somewhat surprised. Gazing into Mu Xince's bright eyes, he accepted cheerfully, thanks. He understood her intention. She was worried that if he sharpened the pencils himself, his hands would hurt. When Yi Fan took the pencil case, Xiao Wu and the others stared with envy. Who wouldn't be jealous? Not everyone is as lucky as Yi Fan. That evening his roommates, clearly trying to create an opportunity for him, made up lame excuses to leave first. Yi Fan found it both amusing and exasperating. Couldn't they act a bit more convincingly? Their performance was full of holes. Let's go. Seeing that it was already dark outside, Yi Fan informed Mu Xinci it was time to leave. Mu Xinci had no objection. As they walked outside, Yi Fan shot her a look and said, "Sit down." Huh. Mu Xinci looked up in confusion. Unexpectedly, the next moment her thigh was being pressed and kneaded. The smoothness of his fingertips made Yi Fan reluctant to let go. Her skin was so fair and tender. What are you doing?" Mu Xinci exclaimed in embarrassment. Flustered, she gazed at his handsome face and bit her lip in shame. She could feel every sensation he experienced. A shiver ran through her body like an electric current. "What do I want to do? You might end up screaming until your voice goes hoarse." Yi Fan smiled meaningfully. Mu Xince's skin flushed an even deeper red, and her already exquisite doll-like face was enveloped in shyness. Her eyelashes fluttered nervously as she muttered, "You jerk." Yi Fan laughed heartily. "Jerk? Careful, you might be slapping your own face later." Mu Xinci thought he was going to do something to her, but instead he simply picked her up and gently placed her on a bench by the campus flower bed. "You sit here and don't move. If I find your feet off the ground, you'll face the consequences." Yi Fan glared at Mu Xinci dominantly, then casually pinched her fair, flushed cheek. His movements were natural, and as his fingers brushed her skin, she could feel the warmth of his touch. Her grape-like, translucent eyes blinked in surprise, and her ears were completely burning. Would she dare to move now? No way. With Yi Fan's personality, he might actually do something lewd. But where was he going? Mu Xinci watched him leave in confusion. Yi Fan appeared at the school convenience store. After picking up his items, the shopkeeper asked, "Alipay or WeChat?" "Alipay." Yi Fan showed the payment code for the shopkeeper to scan. After paying, he headed back. He immediately saw Mu Xinci huddled up, her delicate body, shrinking, her pretty face still flushed with a rosy hue. She looked utterly tempting, like a feast for the eyes. Like a little wildcat, so obedient and soft. Raising her would certainly be a delightful experience. But if she were a bit wilder, scratching and itching, it would add to the fun. Yi Fan bent down in front of her and grabbed her ankle. "Hey, what are you doing?" Mu Xinci was startled, struggling shyly to free herself from his grasp. "Be good, or I'll kiss you." Yi Fan grinned mischievously, bringing his handsome face close to hers. Her lips were inches away, and her steady breath on his face felt hot and searing. Her frightened and embarrassed expression made him truly want to kiss her. Mu Xinci immediately cried out, "It'll be good, it'll be good." "That's right." Yi Fan smiled as he took her foot out of its leather shoe. Her small foot was soft as jade, smooth and springy, with slender fair toes and pink nails that accentuated the delicate beauty of her instep. But the back of her heel clearly showed some injuries. Red marks from the shoe rubbing tinged with blood, which only made her foot look even more elegantly pale. This was a true blessing for foot fetishists. Yi Fan stared intently, his breathing becoming uneven. He wasn't a foot fetishist, but now he wanted to kiss it. Such beautiful feet. No wonder she looked so stunning in black stockings. "What are you doing?" Mu Xinci pulled her foot back, clearly embarrassed. After all, she wasn't used to a man staring at her feet so intently. "I'm not listening, are you?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, feigning displeasure. Mu Xinci obediently lowered her head and stayed silent. "You swapped senses with me, and you didn't even notice the shoe rubbing," Yi Fan said with a hint of reproach. Men tend to brush off such pain, especially Yi Fan, who was used to a rough life. But he couldn't bear to see such beautiful feet blemished. A bowtie's feet deserve proper care, right? Yi Fan personally disinfected Mu Xince's wound, applied a bandage, and then slipped her feet into the slippers he had bought. His meticulous actions caught Mu Xince's eye. She felt her heart race and her breath hitch. Any other guy would probably just make a casual remark and move on. But the fact that he was so thorough with her completely caught her off guard. "From now on, wear fewer high heels. You said yourself we should consider each other's feelings, so don't torture me with such shoes, okay?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow at Mu Xinci. She had been secretly pleased, but upon hearing his words, all her pleasant feelings evaporated. So it was all for his own sake. No wonder he was so attentive. He'll go home and put on high heels right now." Mu Xinci retorted. "Suit yourself. But if you dare wear them, I'll watch something naughty tonight." Yi Fan replied with a laugh. "You?" Her face flushed with anger. Why could she never best him? Seeing her at a loss, Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. She was so childish yet so adorable. He loved it. Ding! Detected applying medicine and changing shoes for the campus bell. Intimacy refreshed. Obtained 300 points. Host, keep up the good work. Yi Fan checked the reward from the system. With points in hand, he owned the world. Woohoo, take off. After Hong Yi returned from the sanatorium, he heard his friend recounting Yi Fan's legendary deeds at school, and he ground his teeth in fury. Why did Yi Fan have to steal all the glory? If it weren't for him, would the department's beauty have avoided him, and would he have been beaten up by the school bully? But Yi Fan is really arrogant. He's dead last in the whole school, yet he doesn't even cram for exams. Instead of following the crowd and studying hard, is he just giving up? The friend asked Hong Yi curiously. Hong Yi snorted, who cares? His failure is his own business. I want to badly anyway. This time I'm definitely in the running for the third-class scholarship. His grades weren't the best, but he was in the top 20 of the class, so passing was no problem. Wouldn't that be a crushing defeat for Yi Fan's grades? Hong Yi, watching Yi Fan playing games in his seat, felt immensely proud. It seemed fate was on his side. He was astonished to find Yi Fan sitting right next to him during the exam. What a golden opportunity this was. What a coincidence. Fortunes change indeed. Even if the campus beauty is chasing you, can she give you the exam answers? Hong Yi rested his chin on his hand, smugly eyeing Yi Fan. You still need me, don't you? Yi Fan hadn't expected Hong Yi to be his neighbor either. How irritating. Are you offering to let me copy your answers? Yi Fan asked disdainfully. Beg me, and I might let you. Hong Yi snorted. If I'm in a good mood, I'll take pity on you and show you the multiple choice questions. Otherwise, you are doomed to fail. Is that so? Yi Fan stared coldly at Hong Yi. As I recall, your grades aren't that high either. You've never gotten straight A's. Once you only beat me by 10 points in math, and you had to plead with the teacher to get AB overall. And now you're spouting nonsense in front of me. Anyone would think you were a super genius. This was Hong Yi's shameful past. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to remember so clearly. Hong Yi's face flushed with anger. That was an exception. I was sick that day. Haven't I always won scholarships? So can you get the top scholarship this time? Yi Fan retorted. Well, Hong Yi hesitated. If you can't get the top scholarship, why are you putting on airs in front of me? Yi Fan showed no tolerance for Hong Yi. His icy gaze made Hong Yi quite uncomfortable. Hong Yi had been outshone by Yi Fan too many times. Only in grades could he find some confidence. This time he was unwilling to be looked down upon by Yi Fan. As if you could get the top scholarship. Hong Yi ground his teeth. You'd be lucky to even get a third-class scholarship. Not necessarily. Hearing Yi Fan's confident tone, Hong Yi was dismissive. Dare to bet with me. What's the bet? If you can't win a scholarship, you have to bark like a dog 3 times, Hong Yi said triumphantly, and give me 5,000 yuan. Fine. Yi Fan agreed readily. With his system, how could he be afraid of scoring high and winning a scholarship? Deal then. Hong Yi secretly rejoiced. This kid was overestimating himself. He didn't even know his own limits. A slacker wanting a scholarship. That was a pipe dream. And if I do win a scholarship? Yi Fan countered. Puffed. Hong Yi stifled a laugh. Ha, you don't seriously think you can, do you? We'll find out. Are you chickening out? Too scared to make a bet with me? Yi Fan lifted his chin, meeting Hong Yi's eyes. You're joking. Me scared? Then if you lose, you have to crawl around the classroom in front of everyone, bark 3 times, and give me 10,000 yuan. How about that? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Deal? I'm going to win for sure. Hong Yi didn't believe Yi Fan could win at all. A smile tugged at Yi Fan's lips. This foolish kid had fallen into the trap without knowing it. With his genius system, what were these college exams to him? How not only would he get 10,000 yuan, but had also enjoy watching Hong Yi make a fool of himself. How satisfying. Meanwhile, Hong Yi, oblivious to all this, was inwardly delighted. He thought a huge stroke of luck had fallen into his lap. Everyone envied Yi Fan now, but once they saw him stumble and fall from grace, they'd probably all kick him while he was down. Especially if Yi Fan had to submit to him. That would definitely make him shine. He had been short on pocket money lately, and now some idiot was handing him cash. When the exam papers were handed out, Hong Yi glanced at them and felt confident. The questions were quite difficult. Even Hong Yi found them challenging, let alone Yi Fan. No matter how hard Yi Fan racked his brains, he couldn't even pass, let alone get the top scholarship. What a dream. A winning was too easy. He should have made the bet more outrageous. He could have reaped even more benefits. He'd definitely film a video of Yi Fan humbling himself and put it on the school forum's top post. Hong Yi was in high spirits. He began answering the questions cheerfully, but kept his hand shielding his paper, afraid Yi Fan might peek. No cheating. If you try to copy, he'll report you. Hong Yi covered his paper and glared at Yi Fan. He had expected to see Yi Fan flustered. Instead, Yi Fan covered his own paper and retorted, "That's what I should be saying. No cheating." Hong Yi found it absurd. He might cheat, but copying from Yi Fan. Was he tired of his good grades? Pa, I wouldn't even look at your grades. Just wait to lose the bet. Hong Yi replied angrily. Yi Fan almost laughed. Hong Yi was so narrow-minded. The harsher his words now, the harder he'd fall. If you lose the bet, even if you beg and cry, I won't go easy on you, Yi Fan said lazily. Hong Yi took it as bravado. How could he lose? This was a sure win. Yi Fan's grades were garbage, he'd flunk, let alone win a scholarship. What a dream. Yi Fan ignored Hong Yi and bent down to work on the exam. In the past, these problems would have been tough for him, but with the system, he knew the answers at a glance. He wrote with ease, solving every problem effortlessly. Soon, while others were struggling with scratch paper, Yi Fan calmly finished all the questions. "Teacher, may I turn in my paper?" His clear voice shocked everyone. No way. He had completed all 4 full pages of math problems in less than 20 minutes. They looked up and saw it was Yi Fan. Oh, that explains it. He was a self-given-up seed student. Hong Yi, seeing Yi Fan about to submit, grew even more smug. "Giving up already?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. "Who said I gave up? I answered all the questions." Hong Yi glanced at Yi Fan's paper, ready to mock him, but found it completely filled. Even the big questions were written, not left blank. He must have written random stuff. With Yi Fan's intelligence, there was no way he could solve these. As Hong Yi was stunned, the proctor looked at Yi Fan helplessly. "Student, review the questions again. You might at least guess some answers." He had seen this before, students giving up early when faced with hard questions, not taking the exam seriously and failing. The proctor's words drew some snickers from the crowd, including Hong Yi. Even the teacher recognized Yi Fan as a slacker. What was he worried about? Yi Fan losing was a foregone conclusion. Yi Fan said to the invigilator, "The rule is that we can leave once we finish the exam, right? I'm done, so there's no need to pretend." The invigilator walked down, his expression grim. He didn't appreciate those who disrupted the order of the exam room. Hong Yi smirked at the invigilator's stern look. He knew this invigilator was notoriously difficult. Surely the invigilator would now unleash his fury on Yi Fan. Yet as Hong Yi waited in anticipation, he noticed the invigilator glance at Yi Fan's paper, his expression shifting from gravity to surprise. The invigilator had expected a blank paper, but what he saw was a fully answered sheet. He had no hope initially, but he happened to glance at a major problem. Boom! Heck, it was correct. And one problem even had 3 different solution methods. It was as if he was challenging the examiner's intelligence, questioning how they dared to set such a test. He looked at the other problems. Unsurprisingly, all were correct. The invigilator stared at Yi Fan in astonishment. This was no underachiever, he was a full-fledged top student. Good. You can leave now. Keep up the good work," the invigilator said proudly to Yi Fan. This left Hong Yi dumbfounded. Had he seen correctly? Was that pride on the invigilator's face? Shouldn't he be scolding Yi Fan and letting him leave? What was going on? This completely baffled Hong Yi. Before leaving, Yi Fan shot him a meaningful look. "Don't forget the bet." Hong Yi clenched his pencil and retorted impulsively, "You're going to lose." Yi Fan disregarded Hong Yi's words. For him, getting a high score was already a foregone conclusion. He left quickly. The others were still stunned, but realizing time was limited and their own papers were unfinished, they hurriedly turned to their questions. Xiao Wu, Pang Hu, and Brother Lei emerged from the exam hall. Out of habit, they headed to Yi Fan's exam room to wait for him. They assumed Yi Fan would be the last to come out. As always, Yi Fan was the one who struggled the most and was the first to fall. After all, Yi Fan could only answer a handful of questions. After graduation, he had returned everything he had learned to his teachers. That was Yi Fan's spirit of gratitude. Though his roommates had also forgotten most of it, they still remembered a bit more than he did. "Hey, what are you standing there for?" As the roommates waited at the exam hall entrance, they heard a call. They followed the sound and saw a familiar tall figure lounging on a bench in front of the flower bed, playing on his phone, relaxed and at ease. "Old Yi, when did you come out?" Xiao Wu was shocked. Brother Lei strode over. "A miracle. How did you come out earlier than us?" Yi Fan sat up and smiled faintly. "I was the first to leave. I handed in my paper after about 20 minutes. Everyone was speechless. "Was this a joke? You didn't just give up, did you?" Even though this math exam was tough, there were still a few easy points. "Why hand it in so early? You could have tried to copy something. Are you dumb? Do you want to fail? Don't you know midterm grades affect the total score?" They all started scolding Yi Fan. He shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. "All right, don't worry. I answered everything. This exam was too easy." Xiao Wu pursed his lips. "You're full of it. I'm pretty good at math, and I still had trouble with some questions, let alone you." Brother Lei added, "We might as well accept reality. Failing isn't a big deal. After all, math and science are our lifelong enemies. Not only you, but even I got defeated." Yi Fan said casually, "Times have changed. They'll make you all see me in a new light. This time I'm definitely getting a high score, and I'll even win the first-class scholarship. Confidence is good, but arrogance is not. I admit you're good at many things, but scholarships depend on grades." Xiao Wu sighed. "Don't be so harsh, Xiao Wu. At least old Yi is great at sports. Maybe he can get extra points as a special talent." Brother Lei added. Yi Fan wasn't upset by his roommate's doubts. After all, his grades had skyrocketed by dozens of points, which wasn't surprising. But winning a first-class scholarship was indeed a far-fetched idea. Yet it felt so satisfying. He had the system. He was omnipotent. Going from last to first. "All right, you'll see the scores when they come out. Let's go, my treat." Yi Fan warmly slung his arms around their shoulders and chuckled. "Great old yes treating. I want an extra chicken leg. Xiao Wu was thrilled. I want the most expensive sour cabbage fish hot pot in the cafeteria. Peng Hu exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha ha, I'm not going to hold back, Brother Lei said with a grin. Yi Fan snorted. Don't worry, I've got plenty of money. It's different when you're a demolition beneficiary. True old Yi is rich now. If he doesn't study well, he'll just go back and inherit several houses. Isn't that right? Not only will he inherit several houses, but he'll also marry the campus belle. How infuriating. Brother Lei clenched his fists exhilarated. Not only will he inherit several houses and marry the campus belle, but he's also handsome and has many admirers. Geez, it's so unfair. How can I have such an outstanding friend? Peng Hu shook his head. To them, Yi Fan really had no flaws. For some reason, Yi Fan had suddenly grown taller. He was originally 1.78 meters, but now he was 1.83 meters. He had gained height, had a little nest egg, and his family's property had been demolished, making him a second-generation demolition beneficiary. Apart from his poor grades, Yi Fan was perfect in every other way. With that, it was only natural that the campus belle would pursue him. Who wouldn't find Yi Fan perfect? Seeing his roommates praising him, Yi Fan burst into laughter. Stop it, you guys. When they reached the cafeteria, and Yi Fan swiped his card, the cafeteria lady took it back and looked again. What's wrong? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. Was it demagnetized? But it looked fine. No, is this card reader broken? The cafeteria lady was shocked. She saw countless zeros on the display. It was the most staggering number she had ever seen. That's right, Yi Fan replied. I topped it up with that much. His roommates leaned in to look. Xiao Wu counted and was instantly stunned. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Holy crap, he topped up 50,000. Peng Hu stared wide-eyed. He rubbed his eyes several times to make sure he wasn't wrong. It was indeed 50,000. Why did you top up so much? Xiao Wu asked Yi Fan in astonishment. Yi Fan said matter-of-factly, after all, there are still 2 years until graduation. I'm lazy, so I don't want to bother recharging. Those words instantly drew countless glares of envy. As a student, having a monthly allowance of 2,000 was already considered a wealthy family. As a result, Yi Fan had so much money that he topped up a full 50,000 for meal expenses. That was definitely enough to eat until the cafeteria went bankrupt. Awesome, bro. Xiao Wu was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. I'm going to post on Moments to show off. How much did you get from the demolition? Brother Lei picked up his phone to take a photo. Peng Hu exclaimed excitedly, I want to cling to your coattails. Yi Fan replied calmly, not much, just a few tens of millions from the demolition. Just tens of millions. How can you say that with a straight face? Brother Lei was about to curse. Originally, Yi Fan was even poorer than them and had to rely on their handouts. But thanks to the demolition, he had turned into a landlord. Who wouldn't be envious and jealous? I just got lucky, Yi Fan said. He felt that binding with the system was even more incredible than winning the lottery. After the roommates showered him with flattery, Yi Fan waved his hand and said, cut it out. Order quickly. I'm starving. This time the roommates showed no mercy and ordered several meat dishes. They found a quiet corner and sat down ready to eat. But to their surprise, Xiao Wu took one bite and spat it out, his face contorting. What the heck? This braised pork has way too much soy sauce. And this small portion costs 8 yuan. What a ripoff. Brother Lei complained. The cafeteria auntie's hand is still shaking. The plate of boiled river shrimp I ordered is so tiny, and they're all small ones. Hardly enough to fill a tooth gap. This sweet and sour spare ribs is all flour, no meat. The cafeteria food is getting worse and worse. I don't know how the chef got hired. All they do is cheat students out of their money. Damn, there's even a bug in this greens. Is this supplementary protein? Everyone felt they had hit a landmine. The cook's skills were getting worse. Although it wasn't inedible, it ruined their appetite. While they were frustrated, they noticed Yi Fan eating with relish. He was stuffing pork belly into his mouth as if he didn't taste the saltiness at all. His appetite looked so good that Brother Lei and the others were dumbfounded. Is your sense of taste broken? This meat is so salty, stop eating. Xiao Wu quickly handed water to Yi Fan, afraid he would be choked by the salt. It's okay, Yi Fan said. He had swapped taste with Mu Xinci. Now Mu Xinci was eating a delicious Crucian carp and tofu soup. The fish was incredibly fresh, pan-fried, and melted in the mouth. The broth was definitely a rich stock. Yi Fan could imagine the milky white soup base mixed with green scallions cutting through the fishy smell. As for the saltiness, Xiao Wu complained about, he didn't taste it at all. Yi Fan knew his roommate meant well, so he cooperated and took a sip of water, but the deliciousness of the fish soup still lingered, making him smack his lips in aftertaste. What he didn't know was that Mu Xinci was now suffering terribly. At that moment, Mu Xinci's phone call came. What's going on? What are you eating? It's so salty. Mu Xinci complained, her voice carrying a hint of accusation and grievance. Through the phone, Yi Fan's mind conjured her soft, pretty face. He couldn't help but laugh. Just eating at the cafeteria? It's not to my taste. Wait for me. He'll be right there. Mu Xinci said anxiously. Then she hung up. The campus belle? Xiao Wu asked in surprise. Yeah, Yi Fan grinned crookedly. She seems to be coming over. The roommates were stunned. Soon they saw Mu Xinci appear angrily. But she wasn't heading toward Yi Fan. Instead, she rushed to the cafeteria counter. The beautiful Mu Xinci's appearance instantly lit up the entire cafeteria. All the male students' eyes were fixed on her curvy figure forgetting to eat. But no one expected Mu Xinci to slap her hand on the counter and say bluntly, "Call your cafeteria manager out. Why is the chef's skill so poor? Are you shortchanging the students? If you can't find a chef, I can help the school hire one." Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Mu Xinci to voice their thoughts. Woo, so touching. Mu Xinci is not only beautiful, but also kind. Yi Fan's food was so salty. There's even a bug in the dish. This is a hygiene issue that must be fixed. Mu Xinci's words made everyone suddenly realize. We've all heard of hair standing on end for a beauty, but never for a handsome man. The campus belle is standing up for Yi Fan. Yi Fan is so lucky. How can the campus belle like him so much? If the cafeteria really gets reformed because of this, then Yi Fan is the real hero. For a moment, countless envious gazes were fixed on Yi Fan. Even Xiao Wu and the others gave thumbs up and praised Yi Fan. Your charisma is so strong. The campus belle would go through fire and water for you. Yi Fan rubbed his nose shyly, but then felt proud. Not at all, not at all. But he was in a very cheerful mood. Indeed, he was basking in glory. The cafeteria Annie was completely frightened and immediately notified the manager. Upon seeing Mu Xinci, the manager began apologizing without hesitation and willingly offered to waive all of Yi Fan's meal fees, reform the cafeteria standards, and hire a new chef to ensure Mu Xinci's satisfaction. Mu Xinci's intimidation was effective. That very evening, the cafeteria not only slashed prices, but also served food several times more delicious than usual. The ingredients were the freshest, the flavors the best, comparable to restaurant meals. It was good quality and cheap, very affordable. It was a celebration for all. Yi Fan became famous overnight, completely turning into a god in the hearts of Huaqing University students. When Yi Fan passed by, countless admiring and grateful gazes followed him. Do you know him? He's the legend of our students. It's because of him that the campus belle scolded the cafeteria, which led to the reform, and now we have tasty and affordable meals. Exactly, before I could barely swallow the food and only wanted takeout since the cafeteria was expensive and bad. But ever since Yi Fan ate that terrible meal in the cafeteria, the campus belle stood up for him. I don't envy him at all now. I love him to death. Now the cafeteria auntie's hand doesn't shake, the portions are enough, and she even smiles and asks me if I have enough, my child. The credit for all this goes to him. This must be written into history. Those admiring voices reached Hong Yi's ears. Hong Yi complained to his friend, "What's so great about that?" It's just the campus belle helping him complain about the cafeteria, making him look almighty. But his close friend glared at Hong Yi and said, "I want to hit you. You still say he's not great. He directly liberated us from that terrible cafeteria food." Hong Yi was dumbfounded. He didn't expect his good friend to turn against him now. But complaining about the cafeteria was the campus belle's action. What does it have to do with Yi Fan? It wasn't him who complained. Hong Yi gritted his teeth and replied resentfully, "Can you get the campus belle to complain for you?" It truly put Hong Yi in a difficult position. He wanted to, but the problem was the school beauty wouldn't agree. "If you dare speak ill of Yi Fan again, I'll hit you." His friend huffed and left without giving Hong Yi a good look. Hong Yi was seething with anger. Why was everyone starting to side with Yi Fan? Obviously, Yi Fan wasn't such an extraordinary person. However, the higher Yi Fan was lifted, the harder he would fall. After all, tomorrow was the day the results would be announced. Soon the long-awaited second day arrived. The school website had posted all the results accessible by entering student IDs. When Yi Fan, Xiao Wu, Pang Hu, and Lei Gu entered the classroom, they saw a mix of joy and sorrow among the students. I failed English again. Terrible, I probably won't get the credits for the math final. I only scored 30. It's all the exam paper's fault for being too difficult. With such hard math problems, who can get a high score? Exactly, is it that hard for me to get a scholarship? Hong Yi, however, said smugly, "A scholarship is nothing difficult. It's in the bag. Monitor, what's your score?" Everyone was curious. Hong Yi directly handed over his phone. "Just average, I think I underperformed." "Are you being sarcastic? You call this average? You passed everything. And you scored 100 in English. Amazing. Your math score is 30 points higher than mine. No wonder you're the class monitor. You never make the teachers worry. I really wish I could swap scores with you. You did so well. I bet you'll be in the top 5 this time. I'm so envious of you getting a scholarship. For a slacker like me, it's a pipe dream." Hong Yi rubbed his nose, unable to hide his pride. "Not bad. If I hadn't run out of time on the last question, I'd have scored even higher." Yi Fan snorted coldly. Hong Yi really couldn't shake his habit of boasting. Not only Yi Fan, but even Xiao Wu and the others were fed up with him. "Tisk, just an average score, and he's showing off like this. Exactly, what's there to be proud of? There are plenty of people in the grade who scored higher than him. He acts like he's the top of the grade. Just then Hong Yi overheard Xiao Wu and the others mocking him, and his face turned grim. Fine, you're so good. Is there anyone here with a higher score than me? When Hong Yi saw Yi Fan appear, he raised his eyebrows triumphantly. Don't forget our bet. What bet? A classmate asked curiously. Hong Yi said pompously he was reckless enough to bet with me that he could win a first-class scholarship. If he loses, he has to bark 3 times like a dog and give me 5,000 yuan. At these words, Xiao Wu and the others were stunned. What? Did you really bet with him? Xiao Wu was troubled. Pang Hu whispered to Yi Fan, the first-class scholarship has strict requirements. You need to be in the top 10 of the grade at least. How could you make such a bet with him? Even Lei Gu looked distressed. He certainly didn't want his good friend to be humiliated in public. Losing the bet would be a disgrace, an indelible stain on his record. Money was a minor issue, but barking like a dog in front of so many people, how could that not hurt one's pride? Seeing his friend's worried expressions, Yi Fan comforted them. It's fine, I might not lose. Tisk, you really won't give up until you're in the coffin. Hong Yi sniffed disdainfully. Others began to persuade Hong Yi on Yi Fan's behalf. That was just a joke. It doesn't count. Yeah, the exam was a bit tough this time. Forget it, don't take it seriously. Everyone talks big sometimes. Why are you so petty? Hong Yi, however, was adamant. No, I'm taking it seriously. He threw down the gauntlet, and now he's losing. If he doesn't own up, it's a character flaw. Refusing to honor the bet means he doesn't respect me as the class monitor. Hong Yi was genuinely furious. He was about to win, and everyone was telling him to let Yi Fan off the hook. What power did Yi Fan have to make everyone take his side? The others exchanged uneasy glances at a loss. They were on Yi Fan's side, but the monitor clearly wasn't going to let it go. Regardless, if he denied the bet, Yi Fan would be seen as a cheat. Yet they didn't want to see Yi Fan punished either, as the demand was simply too harsh. I haven't lost yet, Yi Fan replied coldly. How then, what's your score this time? Hong Yi taunted Yi Fan. I haven't checked yet. Yi Fan's words were concise. Hong Yi said dramatically, you're afraid to check. Let me do it for you. Without a second thought, he rushed to the computer at the front of the classroom. The multimedia screen had already descended, and Hong Yi immediately entered Yi Fan's student ID. Hong Yi's face was filled with excitement. Yi Fan was done for this time. Humiliated in front of everyone, Yi Fan would be utterly disgraced. Ha ha ha, Yi Fan was doomed. If he were Yi Fan, he'd probably be so ashamed he'd want to crawl into a hole. At the thought, Hong Yi was thrilled. The girls below dared not look. They felt it was too cruel. They didn't want to see their idol actually lose the bet and be humiliated by the class monitor. The boys also sighed, fearing the worst outcome. Dong. After pressing the enter key, the computer screen displayed the results. Huh, someone gasped again. Is that score even humanly possible? Oh my god. Incredible. The girls who hadn't looked yet felt their hearts race. It was all over. Their idol had really flunked. They planned to plead for him. Monitor, let's just forget about this, okay? How can we forget? He lost. Hong Yi, you should accept the outcome, right? A clear voice rang out. It wasn't Hong Yi's smug tone, but Yi Fan's magnetic voice. What was going on? The girls were utterly bewildered. How could the monitor have lost? They immediately looked at the big screen. To their astonishment, the scores on the screen were incredibly high. The maximum score was 120. Ideological and political education 120. English 120. Mathematics 120. Chinese 120. Comprehensive finance 120. Comprehensive economics 120. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was a perfect score sheet. Everyone except Yi Fan was stunned. Even Hong Yi couldn't help pressing F5. Refresh, refresh, refresh again. But still a row of 120s. His throat went dry. Could his eyes be playing tricks on him? How was it that he saw almost all perfect scores? And it was Yi Fan who got perfect scores. Too absurd. The crowd couldn't contain their excitement. How did you do it? Yi Fan, you're absolutely incredible. This isn't just a top student. It's a god of learning. How did you improve so fast? Any tips? Even Xiao Wu and the others were so shocked their mouths could fit an egg. Have you been staying up late doing practice problems? While you've been secretly grinding. No wonder you seemed so carefree when you were with us during the day. You were already prepared. I suddenly feel so naive. Turns out my buddy is a top scholar. The compliments from his friends made Yi Fan feel bashful. He touched his hair and chuckled. How I did put in some effort lately. Of course that effort was all about the system. After all, he had spent points to draw this skill, so it counted as his hard work. This result was entirely within Yi Fan's expectations. The genius system was truly remarkable and lived up to its name. Perfect scores in all subjects. Looking at it this way, it seemed a bit too much. Ha ha, he should have skipped one big question. These scores were outrageously impressive. But seeing Hong Yi's stunned expression was incredibly satisfying. As I recall, if you lose the bet, you have to crawl around me, bark 3 times like a dog, and give me 10,000. Yi Fan looked at Hong Yi with great amusement. Hong Yi felt completely numb. He had never imagined losing the bet. Back then he had made the wager just to embarrass Yifan, who knew it would backfire on himself. Setting aside the humiliation of crawling and barking, the mere thought of paying 10,000 was agonizing. Hong Yi usually relied on asking his parents for money along with part-time jobs and monthly microloans, leaving him barely scraping by. Now in his financial straits, he was told to give Yifan 10,000. Was this madness? How could Yifan possibly score so high? Such marks would easily place him in the top 10 of the grade. No, he was absolutely the first in the grade. This would surely earn him a first-class scholarship. While Hong Yi was in a daze, some girls began to jeer gleefully. Look, Yifan has won now, you have to honor the bet. Right, class monitor, you wouldn't want to back out, would you? Of course not. Our class monitor has always been a man of his word. Just now he said that anyone who doesn't accept the stakes has a character flaw. If the class monitor reneges, how could he be fit to lead us? Who couldn't detect the sarcasm in those words? Were these the same people who had been urging leniency just moments ago? How had their attitude done a complete 180? Hong Yi gritted his molars. He was now utterly unable to save face with no way to back down. He slammed the table in defiance. This must be a glitch in the school system. How could Yifan possibly score like this? There has to be a bug. That caused a mistake in the results. Yifan watched Hong Yi's desperate struggle with a disdainful smile. Someone then suggested, if you think it's wrong, just call the advisor and ask. Hong Yi saw this as a new ray of hope. It must be a mistake. Yifan was always last. How could he achieve such excellent scores? Clinging to his last straw, Hong Yi said excitedly, right, why didn't I think of that? He immediately dialed the advisor and deliberately put it on speakerphone in front of everyone, so they could all hear the conversation. Hong Yi expected Yifan to be terrified, but instead Yifan leaned casually against the wall, completely unruffled. Still putting on an act. Calm on the surface, but probably scared stiff inside. Soon he would have a good laugh at Yifan's expense. Hello. Hong Yi was overjoyed when the advisor finally answered. Teacher, this is the class monitor. I've noticed that Yifan's scores seem off. He nearly got perfect in every subject. Could there be a web page glitch? Hong Yi asked. There is indeed an error, the advisor admitted with a nod. The students below murmured in surprise. No way, the scores were really wrong. I knew it. No wonder my grades were so low. Exactly. The top score used to be the school beauty Mu. She never got such high marks. Though I think Yifan is great, it's still too unbelievable for him to achieve such incredible scores in such a short time. Tell me about it. This exam was quite tough. It's a shame. If Yifan really did that well, he'd break the school's high score record. Yifan frowned. This was unexpected. Was the page score really wrong? No way. Meanwhile, Hong Yi was thrilled. I knew it. I was sure there was a mistake. Hong Yi looked at Yifan smugly. See, let him be smug. Yifan was still the same last place student, dreaming of high scores. And winning the bet was even more impossible. Soon he would thoroughly humiliate Yifan, record a video to post online, and taunt Yifan with it every time they met. Haha, Yifan would never be able to hold his head up in front of him. Thinking of the upcoming triumph, Hong Yi's mood soared. In contrast, Xiao Wu and the others were worried. Originally, Yifan's high scores and potential scholarship had made everyone happy. After all, Yifan had brought glory to their dorm. But who knew it was a false alarm? Yifan must be feeling terrible. Xiao Wu patted Yifan's shoulder in comfort. Pang Hu gritted his teeth. Whatever Hong Yi does, he'll take him on. Brother Lei nodded. I've got your back, he can't touch you. Yifan was touched to see his roommates standing by him. There was an error in the results. Yifan's math should be 120, and he's the only one with perfect scores in all subjects. The advisor's voice grew excited. He's an absolute genius. As these words fell, the smile on Hong Yi's face froze instantly. He doubted his own ears. Yifan had perfect scores in everything. Teacher, are you joking? Hong Yi still couldn't believe it. Of course not. How could I joke about grades? The fifth fill-in-the-blank question had a small issue. The math teacher wrote the wrong answer. We just found out and were notified, so we have to add those points. The advisor replied seriously. Hong Yi, he nearly fainted from anger. Not only did Yifan not fail, but he had perfect scores in every subject. Damn it, he shouldn't have made that call. It was pure self-humiliation. The surrounding praise swelled. Wow, perfect in all subjects. That's beyond my wildest dreams. I always thought Yifan was smart, he just didn't study hard. Once he buckled down, he outshone the entire school. No wonder I rarely saw him reading. He's a genius. No matter how hard we ordinary people try, we can never reach his level. The school beauty has excellent taste. Who can compare to Yifan? Some people used to badmouth him, but in the end he's the best. To Hong Yi's ears, these words were grating and harsh. Yifan could see Hong Yi's face visibly darken. His heart bloomed with joy. Hong Yi, you little loser. Are you finally convinced now? You lost. Yifan raised an eyebrow and extended his hand. Alipay or WeChat? No. You must have cheated. Hong Yi protested angrily, shouting at the advisor. Was the exam leaked? Otherwise, how could Yi Fan's grades improve so dramatically? The counselor said sternly. The exam questions were all said in secret and never leaked outside. At first we thought Yi Fan might have memorized the answers. We also looked at his test paper and found that he had written at least 3 different solutions for every major problem on the math paper, even solutions that the math teacher hadn't thought of. This immediately made everyone exclaim in surprise. The math teacher had gotten the answer wrong, yet Yi Fan got it right. Roughly speaking, that meant Yi Fan was even more impressive. Help, I can't even come up with one method, but he can solve it in several ways. Brother Yi is the GOAT. If they still say the questions were leaked, or he knew the answers, then you do it yourself? It turns out Yi Fan is a treasure boy. What others can't do, he can. I used to think he was ungrateful for not accepting the school beauty, but now I think it was a wise move. Suddenly, I feel the school beauty is not worthy of him. Previously, those who criticized Yi Fan were now all in awe of him, prostrating themselves in admiration. Yi Fan was truly incredible. He had achieved the absolute impossible. Handsome, tall, well-off, and a super academic star. He was simply perfect. Now all the girls admired Yi Fan, flocking around him in a swarm. Yi Fan, you're so amazing. You can solve such difficult problems. I have a few questions I can't figure out. Can you teach us? Move aside, don't block me. Yi Fan, shall we go to the bookstore after school? Brother Yi, can you come to my house to tutor me? I did badly this time, I need comfort. The pretty girls were acting coy in various ways, scrambling to show off in front of Yi Fan, just hoping he would spare them a glance. Hong Yi was furious. How had Yi Fan's grades improved so dramatically? From last place to first place. Wasn't that a direct slap in the face? Hong Yi felt extremely embarrassed. As he subconsciously tried to leave, Xiao Wu suddenly blocked his way, grinning smugly. What's wrong? Shouldn't you accept the consequences of the bet? Hong Yi was mortified. He could feel the gazes coming from all directions. Even Yi Fan taunted, trying to run away. Hong Yi's blood rushed to his head. He was so embarrassed that he could have clawed out a magnificent castle with his toes. No, I just need to use the restroom. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Then fulfill the bet first. Hong Yi now wished he could slap himself. Why had he been so quick to make a bet with Yi Fan? Now he had dug a hole for himself. With so many eyes watching, he couldn't back out. But if he fulfilled the bet, he would be humiliated to death. Some people couldn't stand it and started to jeer. Class monitor, don't be such a sore loser. Yep, just now you were so aggressive, but now that you've lost, you want to hide. Hong Yi was now completely forced into a corner. There was no way to escape. He took a deep breath and was about to bend down. But unexpectedly, Yi Fan extended his toe and hooked his collar, forcing Hong Yi to straighten up. Forget it, I'm not that perverse. Just apologize to me. Yi Fan looked down at Hong Yi. He had no interest in making a big scene, and getting a bullying label wouldn't be good. Hong Yi was shocked. He had never expected that Yi Fan wouldn't make him crawl on the ground and bark like a dog. But Yi Fan's aloof gaze made Hong Yi resentful. It was as if Yi Fan was condescending to him. I'm sorry, Yi Fan. I was wrong before. Hong Yi, to avoid punishment, could only apologize humiliatingly. All around were voices praising Yi Fan. Yi Fan is truly magnanimous. The class monitor is so petty, but he still doesn't hold it against him. He deserves to be my idol. So outstanding. Hearing the praise from others, Hong Yi felt a fire in his heart. Yi Fan's kindness was all an act. As Hong Yi was fuming, he heard Yi Fan say, Alipay or WeChat. What? It was agreed that if I won, you'd give me 10,000. Yi Fan paused. This can't be let go. Hong Yi's face turned very ugly. 10,000 was no small amount for him. Everyone was urging him, so with no choice, Hong Yi scanned Yi Fan's payment code and transferred the money. Alipay received 10,000 yuan. Hearing the voice notification, Yi Fan felt secretly pleased. Not only did he do well on the exam, but he also got 10,000 yuan. No matter how you looked at it, it was a sure win. After getting the money, Yi Fan slung his arm around his roommate's shoulders. Let's go buy some good food. Haha, let's go, we can have a good meal. The roommates were naturally excited. Watching Yi Fan leave happily, Hong Yi gritted his teeth in anger. Not only did his classmates despise him, but he also lost 10,000 yuan. Damn, that 10,000 yuan was money he had earned through part-time jobs for a long time. A greater disaster befell Hong Yi. Because he had corrected the answer to that math problem, Hong Yi lost 1 point and directly failed the math exam. So Hong Yi lost his chance at the scholarship. This also made Hong Yi a laughingstock. Hey, the class monitor was so confident he'd get the scholarship this time, but now he's out. Who would have thought? Serves him right for being so arrogant before. I really enjoyed seeing Yi Fan take him down. Hong Yi always looked down on others, and now he's finally been overturned. Hearing the male classmates who were inferior to him in every way mocking him, Hong Yi was furious. This matter absolutely could not be left like this. Yi Fan wanted the first-class scholarship, didn't he? Then he would make sure Yi Fan never got the scholarship. He would also be ruined. In the afternoon in a classroom. Xinci, have you checked your grades? Xiao Yu asked Mu Xinci. Mu Xinci was reading a book and replied indifferently, not yet. You haven't checked. Well, with your ability, you're sure to be first in the grade again. Xiaoyu nodded. For over 2 years which exam had Mu Xinci not been first? Everyone had become accustomed to it and accepted the fact. Mu Xinci smiled subconsciously. She was very confident in herself. She could basically solve all the problems on the exam. Without even thinking, she was definitely the top of the grade. Just then a few girls in the front row exclaimed in surprise. Such a high score. The exam was so difficult, yet he got full marks. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu said smugly, of course Xinca's grades have always been good. Isn't that normal? No, I didn't get full marks. I checked, and I made mistakes on some questions. Mu Xinci grasped Xiaoyu's hand and said, "Off." Xiaoyu was stunned, never expecting Mu Xinci to say that. Then who got full marks? Mu Xinca's face turned pale. Who could score higher than her? This had never happened before. The girl in the front row replied shyly, of course it's Yi Fan. Yi Fan. Mu Xinci, who had been calm, blurted out. This sounded utterly absurd. Xiaoyu also found it unbelievable. No way, maybe it's a mistake. Wasn't he always last in the grade? The school's official Weibo has already released the rankings, so there's no mistake. What's the matter? Times change, and people can strive to improve, can't they? The girl was clearly protective and a bit displeased. Another girl said admiringly, he perfectly fits my ideal partner. Tall, handsome, and academically brilliant. How can someone be so perfect? Mu Xinci immediately checked the school's official Weibo. The moment she saw it, she was stunned. Perfect scores in all subjects. Even Xiaoya, after seeing it, gaped in shock. Is he some kind of super academic prodigy? Perfect scores in every subject. How high must his IQ be? Xiaoya suddenly felt embarrassed, so he was playing the fool all along, hiding his brilliance. I even mocked him earlier. Now I see how shallow I was. Xiaoya gave Mu Xinci a thumbs up. I didn't get why you fell for Yi Fan before, but now I think your taste is impeccable. In all these years, who else has ever achieved perfect scores across the board? He's definitely a dark horse. Mu Xinci was equally astonished. She knew Xiaoya was very picky. Few men ever earned her praise, unless they were truly exceptional. Now being praised by Xiaoya, Mu Xinca's face flushed crimson. She hadn't actually pursued Yi Fan. It was all a misunderstanding born from the body-swapping experience. Yet now she felt no anger at all. Was she even secretly pleased? Was she going mad? After feasting and reveling with his buddies, Yi Fan drove to the Yin family garden. He hadn't yet seen the villa there. After all, a Shelby supercar was parked in the garage. Tired of driving the Koenigsegg, he fancied a change with the Shelby. Yi Fan soon arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 215 in Yin family garden. Upon arrival, he was stunned. It was even more luxurious than the Mu family's residence. The land area must be over 3,000 square meters. At a place like this, you'd need at least 4 or 5 maids just to keep it clean. The rooms were so vast you could get lost, and it had its own elevator. It was far more opulent than Yi Fan had imagined. There was everything: a dedicated dining room, tea room, gym, music room, yoga room, and esports room. Whatever Yi Fan could think of, it had. He was ecstatic. He took a tour, but got dizzy from the sheer size. His very first house, and it was this massive. He never expected it. Thinking of his Shelby, he dashed to the garage. The Shelby supercar inside was incredibly stylish and luxurious, exuding a strong sense of design. It looked even better than the Koenigsegg. After a spin, Yi Fan felt the thrill of high-speed driving. It was pure bliss. The system was awesome for giving him such a fine car. After enjoying the comfort, he realized the house was too big to leave unmanaged. What a waste. Finding a butler and servants would take time and careful selection. For now, he'd have the property management look after it. So Yi Fan went to the management office and said to the person in charge, "Hello, here are the keys to Villa No. 215 in Yin family garden." "Oh, you're the butler," said the person in charge, sizing Yi Fan up with a brusque tone. "Just leave the keys and go." If he was a butler, he looked far too young. But given his youthful appearance, the owner must be a woman. Rich women nowadays like to hire fair young butlers to avoid suspicion from their husbands. The manager sneered contemptuously at the thought. "No," Yi Fan replied. "I'm the owner." This statement jolted the slack manager so much he nearly fell off his chair. What a... The manager couldn't believe it. After all, the owner of No. 215 had paid in full. But before him stood a handsome young man. Even a rich second generation couldn't afford such a prime location. Usually, it would be the father who buys. Yet the other claimed to be the owner. It was utterly astonishing. "Your name is Yi Fan?" the manager asked, checking the owner's name with lingering doubt. "Yes." Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. "Do you need my ID?" Yi Fan knew the manager had looked down on him earlier. It wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, a college student casually buying a huge villa would raise anyone's eyebrows. No need. Rest assured, he'll take good care of your house." The manager fawned over Yi Fan with an ingratiating smile. "Our property management is guaranteed. You won't be disappointed." This guy was definitely wealthy and influential, someone not to be offended. Otherwise, a complaint could cost him his job. Good, Yi Fan nodded. He handed over the keys. The manager accepted them with both hands, cherishing them, and bowed obsequiously. Would you like some fruit or snacks? He'll go buy some right away. No need, I have things to do. Yi Fan declined. He had no interest in dealing with such a snob. All right. Take care. The manager saw Yi Fan off with exaggerated courtesy. When he saw Yi Fan get into the Shelby, his eyes widened in shock. Though he didn't recognize the car's make, its design screamed extreme expense. It wasn't something just anyone could buy. He had nearly offended a big shot. Regret flooded him. He should have insisted on treating the man to a meal. While the manager wallowed in regret, Yi Fan drove away. Little did he know that this key handover would plant a seed of future trouble. Yi Fan drove with exhilaration. The supercar's speed was incredible. After savoring the thrill of drifting, he happily drove back to the Mu residence. As he entered, he saw Mu Xinci descending the curved staircase. She asked abruptly, I heard you got first place in the grade. Her red lips pouted aggressively, making her fair skin even more alluring. Her impossibly long legs clad in black stockings stood on the steps, exuding a queenly aura. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat at her demeanor. Oh no. It looked like she was here to interrogate him. After all, Mu Xinci had been the top student before. He had accidentally outperformed her and snatched her first place. Knowing her temper, she was bound to explode. Ahem, yes, Yi Fan said, standing tall and unflinching. With the system, why should he fear Mu Xinci? Mu Xinci rushed over to him in a flurry. Yi Fan expected a torrent of scolding. But instead, Mu Xinci praised him excitedly. Well done. How did you manage perfect scores in all subjects? I got the last math problem wrong, but you came up with 3 different solutions. Yi Fan was taken aback. He never expected this twist. Mu Xinci's eyes sparkled with admiration. Who wouldn't enjoy the adoration of a girl, especially such a stunning campus belle? This was the first time Yi Fan had ever received such admiration from Mu Xinci. Yi Fan scratched his head sheepishly. It's all right, I didn't study much. Then you must be gifted, eh? Mu Xinci gasped. She had no reason to doubt him. After all, she had shared physical sensations with Yi Fan. Everything he did she knew clearly. Yi Fan didn't deny it either. Having a system was indeed a form of innate talent. So you're a genius. How amazing, I've actually swapped sensations with a genius. Mu Xinci instinctively glanced at her hands, delighted. I never imagined you were hiding such depths. Previously, Mu Xinci thought sharing physical sensations with someone was a terrible thing. But now she found Yi Fan truly remarkable. It was her own poor judgment that had failed to see the brilliance in Yi Fan. She always admired talented people the most. Yi Fan wasn't at fault. If anyone was wrong, it must be her. Yi Fan was exhilarated by the praise. This felt like Mu Xinici's approval, and it was totally worth it. As Yi Fan floated on cloud 9, his Adam's apple was gently touched. He flinched sensitively. Your allergy here hasn't healed yet. Come, I'll apply some medicine for you. Mu Xinci had become noticeably warmer. Yi Fan felt flattered and overwhelmed. He recalled that getting Mu Xinci to apply medicine for him had once been a difficult task, but now she pushed him straight onto the bed. Gazing at her pure yet seductive beauty, he swallowed hard. Suddenly, he realized that when a girl gets too enthusiastic, a guy is in real danger. It was just applying medicine, but catching a glimpse of her delicate features made Yi Fan feel embarrassed. Haha, this was a gift from heaven. I was a bit harsh and impulsive before, a timid voice rang out. But I never meant any harm. My. Yi Fan looked up. Were girls always this fickle? Her attitude had done a complete 180. Could we study together from now on? Mu Xinci was a little shy. I didn't do as well as you this time, but that doesn't mean I can't beat you next time. Her resolve seemed slightly wavering. Yi Fan snapped back to reality. Good grief. So Mu Xinci wasn't interested in him. She just wanted to get high scores. Truly, the world of academic elites was beyond his understanding. Sure, no problem. When the campus belle pleaded, he couldn't bear to refuse. Besides, the belle was too adorable. Who wouldn't want to be the belle's tutor? Ding, detected intimate behavior between host and Mu Xinci, reward 500 points. The system finally came online, and the reward points naturally delighted Yi Fan. He immediately entered the system panel and started drawing. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the talent identification skill, which clearly identifies artists and talents capable of generating profits for the company. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the knowing people and assigning role skill, adept at recognizing people's virtues and talents, utilizing them wisely, and assigning clear responsibilities without wasted effort. Both skills were extremely useful to Yi Fan. He was now the largest shareholder of JUM Media. Tomorrow was the company's welcome party. It would also be his first time entering the company and meeting the staff. To put JUM Media on the right track, these 2 skills were indispensable. Signing talented artists who could make money. This was a surefire win. The next day, the sun was blazing. A brand new Citroën supercar pulled up in front of the office building. It immediately caught the attention of a swarm of office workers. This building was not known for wealthy people. The most luxurious cars usually seen were Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Now with such a flashy Xinci supercar appearing, it instantly caused a stir. The girls were a bit excited. This car looks expensive. Riding in the passenger seat must be so comfortable. Quick, take a photo and post it on social media. I've never seen such a luxury car before. This is my first time seeing one in person. The guys also sighed. Someone could effortlessly drive a luxury car, while they, the working class, could only ride shared bikes. One guy poured cold water on the excited girls. The people who can afford such luxury cars are all old pot-bellied geezers. Do you want to marry an old man like that? The girls, upon hearing this, hesitated. They didn't want to ride in such a car, but just thinking about it, the kind of person who could afford one was probably a bald, greasy, middle-aged man. In reality, there weren't that many tall, rich, and handsome guys. No point in dreaming. As the girls' spirits sank, the guys smugly chimed in, actually riding my IMA electric scooter is nice too. No need to find parking, can go anywhere. Compared to old geezers, these guys naturally looked more appealing. The guys felt they had won back some ground. Then they heard a girl exclaim, so handsome. This made the guys even more smug. Haha, really? I think so too. In the Mu Xinci of Shanghai. As the guy scratched his head proudly, he heard the girls' complaining voices. Don't flatter yourself. Who said it was about you? The guy. Was there anyone more handsome than him? Seeing the girls swooning, the guy was a bit annoyed. What's so handsome about him? But when he followed the girl's gaze, he blurted out, damn, he's really handsome. Holy shit, I'm about to fall in love too. From the sports car stepped a tall, handsome young man. He had a slender figure, starry eyes, and thin lips, standing in the sunlight with an imposing aura, wearing a white shirt. Absolutely stunningly handsome. This kind of handsomeness made even the guys instinctively envious and jealous. But then their faces were slapped red. Who said it was an old geezer? He's a total Prince Charming. The girls sighed adoringly. The guys, seeing him, I have to admit, defeat. In terms of looks, I've truly lost. How infuriating. He was so handsome, there was no argument against it. And to make it worse, he was driving such a top-tier luxury car. It was enough to make anyone feel inferior. Under the admiring gazes of the girls and the envious stares of the guys, Yi Fan walked into the office building. This was the first day of his upcoming meeting with JUA Media. Inside the building, shareholder Chi and the female staff members met on the first floor. The female staff respectfully greeted, "Good morning, Chairman Chi." Shareholder Chi nodded smugly, and then walked past the female staff toward the private elevator. Just then he heard the female staff exclaim in surprise. Is he new? He's so handsome. Yeah, he's walking this way. My heart is racing. Besides surprise, there was also a flutter of girlish excitement and joy. Shareholder Chi's brow furrowed slightly. A newcomer. Could it be that new shareholder surnamed Yi? Shareholder Chi was quite displeased with the other party, especially since Xue Kaiwen had a favorable impression of the new shareholder, which further irritated him. After all, he had been the primary shareholder in the company. But after that guy arrived, he directly snatched away his position as the top shareholder and became a godlike presence in the company. How could shareholder Chi possibly accept that? Today, Xue Kaiwen even went out of her way to organize a welcome party for the new shareholder, and the entire company took it very seriously. Such a grand reception had never been given to him when he joined. Why should some brat get such treatment? Shareholder Chi glanced outside. He instantly dropped his hostility. Humph, just a pretty face. Clearly a newcomer using his looks to deceive young girls. How could someone like that have money? Shareholder Chi would rather die than believe it. After all, wealthy second-generation heirs who were handsome spent their time chasing women and lavishing money on their girlfriends. They wouldn't casually invest in a company. Someone like this was more like a gigolo looking for a rich woman. Shareholder Chi sneered, utterly dismissing such a character. Yet he never expected the guy to directly press the button and enter his elevator. Shareholder Chi's eyes widened. Even the female employees outside gasped. Oh no, how did this handsome guy end up in the same elevator as Shareholder Chi? Everyone knew Shareholder Chi had a bad temper, was picky, and held grudges. Moreover, this elevator was only for senior executives of the office building. Ordinary employees, even new interns, were not allowed to use it. Shareholder Chi particularly hated when people crossed boundaries. Previously, a junior employee who shared the elevator with him had been deliberately tripped up. The female employees absolutely didn't want this handsome guy to clash with Shareholder Chi, so they immediately started signaling Yi Fan. Handsome, you're in the wrong elevator. This is the employee elevator. You must be new and unfamiliar with the place. Let us show you. This is the exclusive elevator for senior executives. Shareholder Chi, seeing the boy unmoved, urged impatiently, what are you standing there for? Get out. He was already prepared for the guy to apologize frantically within 2 minutes. Shareholder Chi loved seeing pretty boys apologize. It gave him a great sense of superiority. So what if he was handsome and could attract young girls? In the end, he still had to bow to him. While Shareholder Chi waited expectantly, he found that the guy showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he said meaningfully, senior executive elevator. Then I'm in the right place. The female employees outside were dumbfounded. Even shareholder Chi had a puzzled look. Was this pretty boy insane? Who do you think you are to ride the elevator with me? Shareholder Chi scolded. Did you forget to take your meds this morning? Which department are you from? They'll file a complaint against you. Shareholder Chi thought that threatening with a complaint would surely make the guy beg for mercy. The female employees outside now feared for Yifan. Shareholder Chi was indeed losing his temper. Now he was going to make trouble for him. But who would have thought that Yifan just shrugged at Shareholder Chi's words? Which department are you from? They'll fire you. Shareholder Chi was stunned. How arrogant could young people be these days? As Shareholder Chi's anger flared, Yifan coldly pressed the elevator close button and hit the 5th floor. Shareholder Chi grew even angrier. This pretty boy had completely disregarded him. How infuriating. Hey, what's your name? Don't think I was joking just now. You're about to be fired. Ding, the elevator doors opened. Yifan completely ignored him. Fuming Shareholder Chi chased after him and grabbed Yifan's shoulder, shouting, Hey, I'm talking to you. Nothing infuriated him more than being ignored. But to his surprise, the guy quickly executed a shoulder throw on him. Thud. Shareholder Chi crashed heavily onto the floor, pain shooting through his tailbone as he curled up. Mess with me and you'll suffer, Yifan replied coldly. Shareholder Chi clutched his back in agony. Then he heard footsteps and a surprised voice. Shareholder Yi. It was Xue Kaiwen's voice. Shareholder Chi was shocked to see Xue Kaiwen's astonished expression. Not just Xue Kaiwen, but also the company's employees. His embarrassing state was now fully visible to the goddess he admired and his subordinates. Where could he as a superior save face? He could clearly see the employees snickering. It was completely mortifying for Shareholder Chi. But what shattered him most was Xue Kaiwen's words. Shareholder Yi. Could it be? Shareholder Chi's gaze abruptly fixed on the commanding Yifan. His expression was calm, his eyes icy, his aura sharp and powerful. His tall, imposing figure immediately overshadowed him. You're the new shareholder? Shareholder Chi stammered in shock. No wonder this kid dared to take the executive elevator. He even dared to act disrespectfully. So he was the new shareholder. Yifan's gaze was cold as he said to Xue Kaiwen, Discipline your subordinate properly. Xue Kaiwen shot a disgusted look. What did you do? Shareholder Chi's face flushed as if splashed with hot water. He quickly stood up and said, I didn't do anything. He struck first. If I recall correctly, you were the one who spoke rudely and made the first move, so I was just acting in self-defense. Yifan raised an eyebrow. The other employees who witnessed Yifan's actions silently admired him. So cool. Everyone knew that Shareholder Chi, relying on his petty wealth, threw his weight around in the company and often made subordinates run errands for him. Everyone was suffering in silence. Now the new shareholder arrived and immediately taught Shareholder Chi a lesson. What a satisfying sight. Not only was the new shareholder wealthy, but he was also incredibly handsome. When the female employees went upstairs and learned that Yifan was the new shareholder, their eyes widened in astonishment. They immediately started discussing excitedly with other female colleagues. So, your shareholder Yi much younger than we imagined. So handsome. He just raised the company's attractiveness level. So cool. If he's going to work here every day, he'll never take leave. Just looking at his face, I'd work hard, even without a raise. Even the male employees admired Yifan. Everyone had clearly seen the shoulder throw Yifan gave to Shareholder Chi. Handsome and skilled. Heaven truly favored him. Who wouldn't want to be as cool and dashing as Yifan? They would dream of beating up Shareholder Chi. Even Xue Kaiwen didn't side with him. Instead, she complained, You should change your temper. Apologize to Shareholder Yi immediately. Shareholder Chi felt like he was losing his mind. Are you kidding me? He hit me, and I have to apologize. Shareholder Chi has been investing in the company for a long time. As a founding member, how can he be inferior to a newcomer? I only stand on reason, not on people. If you don't apologize, don't come to the company today, Xue Kaiwen said coldly. She had met Yifan before. For Yifan to take action, Shareholder Chi must have done something. Shareholder Chi was indeed willful and capricious, but she had tolerated him because he was willing to invest and had connections. Seeing Xue Kaiwen displeased, Shareholder Chi panicked a little. He had liked Xue Kaiwen for a long time. If not for her, he would never have invested in this company. It was obvious that the company had no prospects and couldn't make money. He did all this to win Xue Kaiwen over. If Xue Kaiwen were to avoid him because of this, it would be too big a loss. Stop. Final apologize, okay? Shareholder Chi was unwilling, but for Xue Kaiwen's sake, he reluctantly said to Yifan, I'm sorry. Although he apologized, he acted as arrogant as a 250. Yifan had seen too many such people in college. He couldn't be bothered to argue with him, nor waste his breath. Shareholder Yi this way. Xue Kaiwen smiled gracefully, inviting Yifan into the company entrance. She gave a look to her secretary and employees. In a moment, someone fired a confetti cannon and scattered ribbons in celebration. The welcome party venue had been fully decorated, very meticulous and grand. The employees stood in 2 rows and bowed respectfully to Yi Fan. Welcome, shareholder Yi. Someone specifically attended to him. Shareholder Yi, would you like coffee, black tea, orange juice, or pure tea? Here are freshly bought fruits, cakes, macarons, and snacks. Shareholder Yi, feel free to take whatever you want. Shareholder Chi was extremely jealous. Why hadn't he received such treatment before? How unfair. I want black tea. Shareholder Chi blurted out. But Shui Kaiwan said coldly, I wasn't asking you. Her gaze was clearly on Yi Fan. Yi Fan could see the envy in shareholder Chi's eyes. He curled his lips slightly. I want black tea. Okay, iced or hot? Shui Kaiwan was quite attentive. Iced. Yi Fan thought it was hot, so had have something cold. His mind flashed to Mu Xinqi's soft and beautiful face. She preferred iced drinks. If he had hot tea given the weather, she would probably pout and complain, even lash out like a little wildcat. Just thinking about it was unbearably cute. Yi Fan's eyes were full of affection. Although he couldn't see Mu Xinci now, he could still feel her sitting on the sofa flipping pages. Such a good girl. Ever since he scored higher than her on the exam, she had been working even harder than before. While Yi Fan was enjoying himself, Shui Kaiwan's melodious voice rang out. Okay, then I'll personally make you a cup of my signature lemon black tea. Shareholder Chi hadn't thought much of it at first, but upon hearing that Shui Kaiwan would personally brew it, he was stunned. You refused to make it for me before, and now you're making it for him. How can it be the same? He is a VIP. Shui Kaiwan felt shareholder Chi was making a big deal, and subtly warned him, don't do anything to offend shareholder Yi, or I won't be polite. Yi Fan was the company's benefactor, having rescued it from dire straits. She was too grateful to do otherwise. If shareholder Chi repeatedly picked on Yi Fan, she wouldn't be lenient with him either. Shareholder Chi gritted his molars. He asked but was refused. Yi Fan asked, and Shui Kaiwan was eager to make it. This disparity in treatment was too much. Previously, shareholder Chi thought Shui Kaiwan was just using ordinary black tea, but when he went to the break room, he found she was actually using Dahong Pao. You're using Dahong Pao. This costs several hundred per caddy. Before I wanted to drink it, but you were reluctant to let me have any. Now you're giving it to that kid. Isn't this a waste of a precious thing? Shui Kaiwan looked at him displeased. I think it's worth every penny. Besides, the tea is mine. I'll serve it to whomever I want. Shareholder Chi clenched his fists. He could feel the mockery of fate. Originally, Shui Kaiwan's attitude toward him hadn't been so bad. Ever since this kid arrived, everything had gone wrong. Unable to stay there, shareholder Chi went outside to get some air. But he was even more provoked. A crowd of people were surrounding Yi Fan, flattering him. Among them were several pretty female employees, all smiling sweetly. Shareholder Yi, you're so handsome. I heard you're still a college student. Which university? Have you studied martial arts? I saw your skills are amazing. With you in the company, we won't need to hire bodyguards. It feels so safe. You should know that earlier shareholder Chi had seen those female employees only smile fake smiles at him. They never smiled so happily at Yi Fan. Shareholder Chi's eyes were full of resentment. His mind turned, and he subconsciously walked toward Yi Fan. College students are very busy these days. How can they have so much free time? You're not from some diploma mill or a vocational college, are you? If so, I'm really worried about the company's future development. Shareholder Chi subtly bragged. Unlike me, who graduated from a prestigious university like Belle with exceptional vision and strong leadership skills. Oh, so you led the company to the brink of bankruptcy? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and retorted. Shareholder Chi was very embarrassed. The other female colleagues were all watching the joke. So which one did you go to? Shareholder Chi asked angrily. Belle is decent at 211, but I went to a 985 university. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. That is Hua Qing University. Back then, Yi Fan had been admitted through a special talent bonus. Although he was last in his class, the university was top tier. Hearing this, shareholder Chi trembled. Hua Qing University was the school shareholder Chi had desperately wanted to attend. But he had missed the admission line by a few points, so he gave up, didn't want to repeat, and went to Belle University. So the university he had dreamed of was attended by Yi Fan. The female employees were all astonished after hearing Yi Fan's words. Hua Qing University is amazing. You actually went to a prestigious school. So impressive. A total top student. Everyone's admiration for Yi Fan grew even stronger. Shareholder Chi was full of regret. Now he had shot himself in the foot. He had actually let Yi Fan steal the spotlight. Naturally, the others became even more enthusiastic toward Yi Fan. Shareholder Yi, if you want to take a break, you can come to your exclusive office. President Shui has already prepared it for you. You can come take a look. It's the brightest and most spacious spot. Hearing this, Yi Fan was naturally happy to have an office. As a student, this was the first time he had received such treatment. Okay, let's go see. Led by everyone, Yi Fan saw his exclusive office. The result was beyond his It was not an ordinary employee workstation. It was a spacious, lavishly decorated room with meticulously selected furnishings offering everything one could desire. The leather office chair was imposing, and Yi Fan promptly sat down. Although he could not feel the softness of the chair, he could sense the comfort of Mu Xinci, now seated on the sofa. How incredibly formidable. Yi Fan gazed leisurely out the window, taking in the towering skyscrapers and the bustling traffic below. The scene was magnificent, exactly like the cityscapes he had seen on television, and in the distance the sea was visible. How wonderful. It felt like this place was cool and pleasant in summer and warm as spring and winter. No wonder so many people aspired to be tycoons. The experience was truly delightful. This office for him. Are you kidding me? Shareholder Qi ground his molars in fury. He had coveted this office before, but Xue Kaiwen had said it was reserved for other plans, so it had remained vacant. Now it was being prepared for Yi Fan. This filled shareholder Qi with envy. Impulsively, he rushed out to confront Xue Kaiwen. What's going on? Why give him this office? He's just a student. Does he need such a fine office? And besides, he's only here for his studies. How many days can he come? Isn't this a waste? Shareholder Qi roared angrily at Xue Kaiwen. Xue Kaiwen's eyes flashed with displeasure. She placed her hands on her hips and looked at shareholder Qi. Giving it to him is not a waste. Don't forget, he is the largest shareholder and holds significant sway in the company. I am the president and I make the decisions. If you are dissatisfied, you are free to leave. It was clear that Xue Kaiwen was genuinely upset. Though shareholder Qi was seething with anger, he backed down at the mention of leave. Despite his ulterior motives, he had at least earned some dividends from the company. When the company had faced a crisis, he had considered pulling out his investment. But the investment crisis had been resolved, and the company was now gaining momentum. With profits on the horizon, how could he abandon such a lucrative opportunity? That would be foolish. Kaiwen, I'm not asking for better treatment for myself, but at least be fair. I'm your friend. Shareholder Qi's tone softened considerably. In the workplace, there is no such thing as fairness. You wanted a studio, and I set one up for you without a word. Your studio is the best apart from President Yes. You are being too greedy. Xue Kaiwen looked at shareholder Qi with some resignation. If you truly consider me a friend, don't put me in a difficult position. She carried the prepared lemon black tea out of the room. Shareholder Qi clenched his fists in silent resentment. At that moment, Yi Fan sat in the chair sipping the lemon black tea Xue Kaiwen had personally made. He could not taste it, but seeing the jealousy in shareholder Qi's eyes as he lurked in the shadows filled him with immense pleasure. How satisfying. There's an artist audition tomorrow. Yi Fan scanned a form and asked Xue Kaiwen. Yes. The company currently has only a handful of artists, so we want to sign some new talents for acting projects. Xue Kaiwen smiled faintly. Shareholder Yi, if you're interested, you can join us in selecting tomorrow. Upon hearing this, shareholder Qi felt a bitter pang. He's just a college student. What does he know about selecting talent? He'll probably sign all sorts of riffraff. In response to shareholder Qi's outburst, Yi Fan gave a cold snort. Is it my fault for being too handsome that you judge me by my looks? That must be my mistake. But underestimating me is definitely your mistake. Yi Fan's gaze was sharp, his presence commanding. Not only did it intimidate shareholder Qi, but it also made Xue Kaiwen's heartbeat quicken. She greatly admired Yi Fan and immediately spoke up for him. Among so many companies, Yi Fan chose ours. That alone shows his excellent judgment. I trust his eye. Hearing Xue Kaiwen's words, shareholder Qi felt deeply aggrieved. His goddess was clearly siding with Yi Fan. How infuriating. Fine, let's see what kind of goods he picks. Shareholder Qi gnashed his teeth in displeasure. He planned to give Yi Fan a hard time tomorrow, opposing whatever Yi Fan chose. But Yi Fan was supremely confident. He had the system, and his judgment was naturally sharp. After all, he possessed two trump cards: talent, appraisal skill, and ability to recognize and deploy talent. Now that the company was partly his as an entertainment firm, having outstanding and versatile talents was crucial. It would determine the future development potential. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Fan decided to leave, and Xue Kaiwen personally escorted him downstairs. He drove his nearby sports car back to the Mu residence. But just as he reached the entrance, he ran into a graceful figure. Yi Fan, why are you back so late? Mu Xinci had her hair in a bun, her face delicate and pretty. She wore a short-sleeved shirt and hot pants, her figure curvaceous, her legs long and fair, her fairy-like lashes fluttering, her eyes sparkling and beautiful. Faced with her surprise, Yi Fan's hands rested on the steering wheel, a faint smile playing on his lips. What's wrong? Miss me? The naive girl's face instantly flushed crimson. She shook her head vigorously. No, I didn't miss you. I just feared you might have gone somewhere wild again and worn me out. So you were worried about me. Yi Fan's smile remained. He was truly mischievous, loving to tease her. To see her face turn red as she tried to argue, but could never outwit him. Not at all. Don't overthink it, and twist my words. Mu Xinci's exquisite face was entirely flushed, her fair, translucent ears burning with a rosy hue. In Yi Fan's eyes, it was even more charming. Perhaps too embarrassed or awkward, she quickly changed the subject, her gaze landing on Yi Fan's sports car. Is this a nearby sports car? Why did you change cars? Mu Xinci was astonished, then her face turned pale. You didn't rent it, did you? Where did you get the money? If you're short on cash, just tell me, but don't do anything illegal or criminal. Yi Fan's eyes brimmed with deep amusement. See, Mu Xinci had just said she wasn't worried about him, but she clearly was. She was too adorable. Her face was completely soft and pink, utterly endearing. Especially when she looked at him with those moist eyes, Yi Fan's heart danced. What if I did do something illegal? What would you do? The corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. What can I do? I don't want to experience stepping on a sewing machine in prison. Mu Xinci muttered, her face full of reluctance. Though she said that she was actually very worried about Yi Fan. After all, he wasn't that bad, a potential gem, and it would be a pity if he went astray. Not just a sewing machine, you might have to pick up soap too. Oh well, it doesn't matter, you'll be the one experiencing it. Yi Fan sighed, giving her a meaningful smile. Mu Xinci was like a startled rabbit, her soft face now flushed with red. She shook her head quickly. No, not that either. What exactly did you do? Come clean, and I'll help you figure something out. What exactly did you do? Come clean, and I'll help you figure something out. Their fates are now bound together. Mu Xinci naturally didn't want anything to happen to Yi Fan. Yi Fan laughed heartily, fully aware of her tension, and said, You're too gullible. You actually believe that. My. Mu Xinci was a bit dazed, her long curled eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a dragonfly, innocent and soft. When she realized, she raised her little pink fist. You tricked me. Go ahead, hit me. Yi Fan proactively leaned his handsome face close to hers, just inches away from her delicate face. He could see every detail of her flawless fair skin, even catching her slightly huffy expression. He said teasingly, It's your face that will hurt anyway. Mu Xinci quickly withdrew her little pink fist, pouted her red lips, and asked, What's really going on? I bought the car. My family's house was demolished for redevelopment, Yi Fan said with a cheerful smile. Feeling relieved now, he subconsciously tapped Mu Xinqi's nose. Although he could feel the intimacy through the tip of his nose, his vision was still clear. She was startled like a little rabbit, her ears twitching. So soft. So adorable. Yi Fan grinned. Then that's good. Mu Xinqi's ears turned red, looking soft and tender. So it was the demolition compensation that made him rich. Mu Xinci had experienced a villa demolition before, so she knew it could bring a lot of money. So Yi Fan could become wealthy from the demolition, and everything made sense now. She also felt a bit regretful, thinking her attitude had been too harsh. She shouldn't have doubted him for doing something wrong. Although he seemed a bit helpless, he was still a good person. Thinking this, Mu Xinqi's tone softened. Then hurry inside. I've prepared something for you. What did you prepare? Yi Fan asked curiously. A hot spring. Really? Yi Fan was excited and surprised, teasingly said, Thank you. You're really thoughtful thinking of me. He really hadn't soaked in a hot spring for a long time. He had wanted to before, but never had the chance since only resort villas had them. But Yi Fan never expected the Mu family to have one. Thinking about it, the Mu mansion was so huge that he couldn't have visited every part. You? Don't overthink it. Mu Xinci blushed, her flawless skin turning crimson with embarrassment, deliberately avoiding Yi Fan's smiling dark eyes. I'm just too tired and sore. I want to soak in a hot spring. Okay. Although he didn't understand Mu Xinqi's thoughts, only a fool would refuse to enjoy a hot spring. After parking the car, Yi Fan asked, Are you coming? Mu Xinci was startled. Hot spring. It would be such a waste to enjoy this wonderful hot spring alone. Besides, if you come, I'll feel the comfort even more. Consider it helping me. Yi Fan smiled. I'll owe you one. Seeing Yi Fan's sincere look, Mu Xinci thought for a moment, then shyly nodded. Okay. Who wouldn't want a girl so soft and adorable? When she raises her paw, she's full of wildness. When she lowers her head, she's sweet and delicate. While Yi Fan's mind was wandering, Mu Xinci blinked her eyelashes. I'll go change my clothes. Her soft voice flowed like water into Yi Fan's heart. Not to mention the innocent look she gave him. It was simply too adorable. Okay, I'll wait for you, Yi Fan smiled. The Mu family's hot spring pavilion was truly huge, no less than a commercial spa. Steam rose from the spring, creating a white misty haze, but figures were still faintly visible. Yi Fan, soaked in the hot spring, played on his phone for a while, but didn't see her come. Did something happen? Yi Fan dared not even blink, his nerves taut with tension. He almost resented the steam, for it obscured his view of the beauty. As he waited in eager anticipation, the graceful and elegant Mu Xinci finally entered his sight. Her thick fluffy hair was coiled up, and her fair skin, whether flushed from the heat or something else, glowed a rosy red. Her delicate face was a feast for the eyes, and she wore a striped tankini swimsuit. Though not a bikini, it perfectly outlined her soft, curvaceous figure with impossibly long legs that tapped against the floor, each step echoing like a drumbeat in Yi Fan's heart. With that breathtakingly beautiful face, she was the epitome of pure allure. When she saw Yi Fan, her ears slightly drooped, revealing a hint of shyness. Instinctively, she grabbed a towel to cover herself, but meeting his burning gaze, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. What should she do? She regretted it and wanted to flee. Yet Yi Fan, unaware of her timid thoughts, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. As a gentleman, he knew he should respect her. There would be plenty of time ahead. Come on down, Yi Fan said to Mu Xinci. Her beautiful palm-sized face nodded, and she first dipped her toes gently to test the water temperature, as if afraid of being scalded. Watching her cautious movements, Yi Fan chuckled. Can you really feel the temperature? We're sharing sensations now. Teased Mu Xinci's face, flushed crimson. I'm afraid of water. Can't I be careful? After all, she had been traumatized by water since childhood. Yi Fan thought for a moment and realized he shouldn't push too hard. Oh, everyone has fears, especially a girl like Mu Xinci. Just as Mu Xinci was about to gingerly step down, a pair of strong hands grasped her arms and gently lifted her, bringing her up effortlessly. Her palms fell to weight, but as she looked at the handsome, shirtless young man before her, her breathing became erratic. Ding! Contact detected. 300 points awarded. Yi Fan had only intended to help Mu Xinci, but the moment he touched her skin, he regretted it. The visual impact, combined with the tactile sensations transmitted through her perception, stirred a fiery heat within him. Thank you. Yi Fan heard her shy voice. Her hair smooth and soft clung to her cheeks, her eyes bright with bashfulness, her lips ripe for a kiss. As Yi Fan instinctively leaned in, unable to resist kissing her rosy lips. Miss Master Yi, the wine and refreshments have arrived. Yi Fan noticed it was the maid. She carried a tray laden with wine glasses and exquisite delicacies. The specially designed tray could float effortlessly on the water. Though enjoying a drink and snack while soaking in the hot spring was pleasant, Yi Fan felt a bit annoyed at being interrupted. Still, he regained some clarity. If he had kissed her, he might have scared her away, and then he would have to spend more time winning her back. Why is she running off so fast? Mu Xinci wondered, watching the maid dash away. Hearing this, Yi Fan laughed heartily. This silly girl. Did she really not understand, or was she pretending? What are you laughing at? Mu Xinci asked, puzzled. She truly didn't comprehend. Yi Fan leaned in, looking at her with amusement. A beautiful scene, a long night. Why do you think she ran off so quickly? She didn't want to disturb us. Yi Fan, caught up in his playful mood, used his fingers to brush away the stray hair that veiled Mu Xinci's lovely face. He could feel her cheek trembling nervously, a tiny motion that only made her seem more fragile and tender, sweeter and more alluring. Mu Xinci's face was completely burning. Yi Fan's words were highly suggestive, immediately steering her thoughts toward embarrassing directions. Don't go there. Stop. She dodged, flustered. Her rosy face, already flushed with shyness, grew even more moist and crimson. Her eyes, clear as a fawn's, had nowhere to rest. Looking at Yi Fan was awkward, and not looking at him was equally awkward. After all, Yi Fan was bare-chested. Could you put on a bathrobe? Mu Xinci's ears were bright red. Have you ever seen a guy wearing a bathrobe in a hot spring? Oh, I see. You've been secretly checking me out for a while, afraid it'll tempt you into a nosebleed. Yi Fan said smugly. How about I grant your wish? He pretended to be a big bad wolf about to pounce. Mu Xinci's face turned scarlet, and she pressed her small hands against his chest. Don't. Yi Fan's gaze instinctively locked onto her hands. His breathing grew heavy, and he smiled meaningfully. What do you mean by that? Mu Xinci was startled, her skin flushing a vivid cherry red. Her voice rose in shy agitation like a startled shrimp. Don't think dirty thoughts. She hastily pulled her hands away, secretly regretting touching him. Ooh, now he's laughing at her. Watching Mu Xinci, soft and tempting like a little white rabbit, Yi Fan suppressed his throbbing heart. Ha, you're too adorable. Praised. Mu Xinci's beautiful eyes widened, blinking innocently and naively, her lips pouting. I am adorable by nature. She couldn't help but smile, secretly delighted. Ding! Detected bathing with the campus bell. 500 points awarded. Yi Fan dismissed the system panel. Now he felt the atmosphere was relaxed and his body comfortable. Soaking in the hot spring, the steam caressing his skin, he felt utterly refreshed. Let's eat. Mu Xinci said, her eyes craving, moving closer like a lazy, adorable cat. The jelly is delicious. Yi Fan burst out laughing. Who couldn't understand what she meant? She was simply craving the jelly. Had spoil her. After all, she was adorable. He picked up the jelly, and Mu Xinci's face lit up with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Yi Fan's heart raced, completely electrified by Mu Xinci. What was served was a sakura jelly, exquisitely crafted, appearing soft and bouncy to the eye. Yi Fan scooped a spoonful into his mouth, tasting nothing in particular, as bland as plain water. Yet gazing at the sweet and lovely Mu Xinci before him, it seemed he could perceive a hint of sweetness. The corners of her mouth lifted in contentment, her eyes arching slightly. Her face, brimming with collagen, radiated joy and delight. Take another bite, she said, her lips pouting with craving. Yi Fan felt that kissing her lips might taste exceptionally sweet. I want some too, Yi Fan said, and without thinking he scooped up a spoonful of jelly and brought it to Mu Xinci's rosy lips. It caught her off guard. The jelly entered her mouth. Yi Fan distinctly felt the gentle nibble of her teeth. Especially after she had tasted it, it became even sweeter. Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction, savoring the moment. Then almost instinctively he fed another spoonful to Mu Xinci. As she lowered her head to eat the jelly with a soft clatter, the smooth, slippery jelly slipped off the spoon. Ah! Mu Xinci gasped in surprise as the jelly landed on her foot. She was visibly mortified. Too embarrassing. How could she make such a blunder? Knowing that others usually saw her as composed now, Yi Fan, ever the gentleman, pretended nothing had happened and retrieved the fallen jelly. It's fine, just an accident. Ahem, it happens to me all the time. Mu Xinci repeatedly ran her fingers through her hair, restless and flushed with shame, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. Would you like some wine? A drink might ease the awkwardness. Mu Xinci nodded in silent agreement. Right now she truly wished she could get drunk. Woo, what a mess this was. Yi Fan poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Mu Xinci. She gulped it down in one go. Yi Fan tasted the crisp, slightly astringent flavor, yet it was sweet and tangy. This was a bottle of Lafite worth over 1,000 yuan, emptied by Mu Xinci in a single swig. Yi Fan teased with a smile, thirsty. Mu Xinci shot him a glare, her cheeks flushed crimson. Yeah, the rascal knew perfectly well what he was doing. It was him. He was the one who made her feel this humiliated. Recalling the incident, she buried her head in shame. She wanted to run away. Yi Fan took in the entire scene. What a silly goose. At this moment, she was utterly harmless, making one want to ruffle her up. There's still plenty of wine. Is that enough? Let me pour you some more. Yi Fan gazed at Mu Xinci with a grin. You drink, I want a drink. Mu Xinci handed the glass Yi Fan had poured back to him. Who would refuse wine offered by a beauty? Yi Fan could almost sense the fragrance wafting from her. He took a joyful sip. Due to the taste exchange, Yi Fan could only perceive the sensation of Mu Xinci drinking. As they drank together, before he knew it, he felt a soft, delicate closeness. Her supple form sank into Yi Fan's embrace. It startled Yi Fan. He saw her drunken, silly look, her cheeks flushed crimson. Hey, she smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. So pure, so sweet. She crooked her finger at Yi Fan, exuding a captivating charm in her drunken state, her smile radiant. Come here. Yi Fan smiled helplessly. Silly goose, she was drunk. She really couldn't hold her liquor. Did she even feel safe like this? He was still a man after all. Yi Fan leaned in, smiling. What is it? Then Mu Xinqi's sweet, intoxicating breath washed over him. It carried a hint of alcohol, but was mostly a pure fragrance. Hee, you're so handsome, your eyelashes are so long, your nose so straight, haha, your lips are beautiful, and your skin. How is it better than a girl's? Mu Xinci lifted Yi Fan's chin, giggling foolishly. Yi Fan stared intently at her beautiful drunken visage. A tempting pink tinted her cheeks, exuding a pure sensuality that stirred affection. He was bewitched. Drunk as she was truly alluring. Just as Yi Fan's desires stirred, she unexpectedly cupped his face with both hands. Before he could react, she pressed him against the stone wall of the hot spring. She leaned and passionately pinned him down and kissed him fiercely. Splash! Yi Fan's reason instantly shattered. This was nothing like the brief peck from before. It was a scorching French kiss. His hands didn't know where to rest. In his nervousness, she kissed him fervently with her rosy lips, plunging Yi Fan into a state of intoxicated rapture. The lingering taste of red wine remained on her lips. Sweet yet tantalizingly seductive. Yi Fan never imagined he would one day be swept off his feet by Mu Xinci. He was a man after all. How could he let the girl take the lead? Thus Yi Fan quickly seized the upper hand, kissing her back with wild passion. He hadn't kissed many girls before, but kissing was something one learned instinctively. Yet when he stopped, she chased after him with a soft, tearful whimper. Kiss me, boo-hoo. Her eyes were glistening, her rosy lips pouting, exuding an irresistible allure. So adorable it was maddening. All right, let's kiss, Yi Fan said, bending down to plant a kiss on Mu Xinqi's lips. A satisfied smile bloomed on her delicate face. What followed spiraled out of control. When Yi Fan got up from the warmth, this silly goose immediately hopped onto his back, insisting, sleepy time. Yi Fan looked at her and chuckled. Did she have no sense of danger at all? Wasn't she afraid he might do something? Yi Fan shook his head helplessly, then carried Mu Xinci back. The next day, as Yi Fan was putting on his shirt, the door was suddenly pushed open. Yi Fan, what did you do to me last night? A childish, urgent voice rang out. Yi Fan looked up and saw Mu Xinci, her face flushed crimson. Her eyes blinked, clearly brimming with shame, her small fists clenched tightly. When she woke up, she found herself in bed, disheveled, and suddenly recalled getting drunk last night. Awake. Yi Fan looked at Mu Xinci, who had come to confront him, and stepped forward, saying meaningfully, I should be the one asking what you did to me. As Yi Fan approached, he found Mu Xinci like a startled rabbit, nearly stumbling from fright. What could I possibly do to you? Mu Xinqi's ears turned red as she protested. I'm a girl. And I'm a boy. I didn't expect you to be so eager, actually ravishing me. Look, this is the evidence. Yi Fan instinctively pulled open his collar, revealing a very bright red hickey on his neck. When Mu Xinci saw the hickey, her skin began to burn. She had never imagined she would be so bold as to kiss Yifan's neck and leave a hickey. This proved it wasn't just one kiss. So how many times had she kissed him? If she had been sober, she would probably die of shame. I was drunk. Mu Xinci shouted, her voice childish and fierce before turning into a pitiful expression. Yifan looked at her beautiful, appetizing face, curved his lips into a smile, and teased, "Oh, so because you were drunk you could take advantage of me? I am sorry, isn't that enough?" Mu Xinci didn't dare look at him. She was afraid to see that ambiguous hickey. Seeing her obedient and adorable appearance, Yifan secretly chuckled. He was so bad, and she was too easy to fool. It was actually a mosquito bite he had scratched yesterday, and she had really believed it was a hickey. All right, then face the wall and reflect on your mistakes. Yifan ruffled Mu Xinqi's little head, made her face the wall, and then left with a light laugh. The sensation of his hand on her head made Mu Xinqi's face explode into redness. She glanced at him dumbfounded. But he had already left the room casually and freely. Mu Xinci began to self-reflect. 1. Quit drinking. 2. Don't hang out with Yifan at night. Woo, it was so embarrassing. How could she do such a terrible thing? Mu Xinci, somewhat frustrated, banged her head against the wall. Thump, thump, thump. Don't abuse yourself. Yifan had returned, grinning widely, pointing at his forehead and saying, "But I'm the one suffering." Before Mu Xinci could respond, Yifan had already left. Mu Xinci immediately covered her burning face, so ashamed. At this moment, Yifan went downstairs and entered the system mall for a 5-draw. Yifan received 3 rewards in total. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn 30 bottles of Macallan M. Lalique crystal whiskey, now placed in the villa's wine cabinet. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the permanent full battery status for your phone. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the surveillance restoration technique. Yifan was very satisfied. The Macallan M. Lalique crystal whiskey was truly fine wine. 1 bottle alone cost hundreds of thousands. It could be called the Rolls-Royce of wines. If he ever went bankrupt, he could become a millionaire just by selling the wine. Not to mention the high collectible value of this wine, which would only appreciate in the future. Even if he drank it himself, it would be delightful. Yifan quite liked drinking, but in the past he only drank cheap beer at 3 yuan per bottle. Yifan was still quite satisfied. 30 bottles of Macallan M. Lalique crystal whiskey could fill the wine cabinet. As for the permanent full battery skill, it was really practical. Great, he'll never have to worry about running out of power. Yifan was extremely excited. Although there were shared power banks now, they cost 3 yuan per hour and charged extremely slowly, total ripoffs. However, running out of phone battery was especially troublesome. In this 5G era, who could live without a phone? With this skill, Yifan had no worries. He picked up his phone and tested it. Awesome. He could play with his phone as much as he wanted, and the battery never dropped. It was always fully charged. Compared to other useless skills, this one was already very useful. But what does the surveillance restoration technique do? Yifan was puzzled. It sounded useless. Host, this skill allows the surveillance to record everything even when the camera is turned off or damaged, and it will send the original file to your USB drive. After hearing the system's explanation, Yifan thought this skill was not bad either. Although it wasn't as commonly used as the previous ones, it might come in handy someday. When it was time for class, Yifan went to school. As soon as he reached the corridor, a delicate short-haired girl, blushing, handed him a love letter for you. Seeing her shy appearance, Yifan remained unmoved. This was practically his daily routine. Being too popular was also a hassle. He was constantly rejecting girls everywhere. "I don't like you," Yifan said bluntly. He had learned his lesson. He couldn't give any girl hope, as it would only add to his troubles. He had to cut through the knot quickly so he could be more at ease. The short-haired girl was taken aback by Yifan's rejection. Oh, tears welled up in her eyes. "Can we at least be friends? Whoa, I really like you. I never date friends." Yifan dropped the words coldly and then left. The short-haired girl watched him leave with great grievance, clenching her fists in unwillingness. Just as she was feeling frustrated, a dark figure suddenly appeared before her. "I have a way for you to successfully date Yifan. Would you like to try it?" The short-haired girl was still skeptical. "Really? Now he's ignoring you and you have no other choice. Why not give it a try? It might work." This made the short-haired girl drop her hesitation and ask frankly, "Just tell me the plan." When the other party told her the plan, her eyes widened. "Isn't this too much?" "Too much? Then you want to watch him date other girls. I heard the school beauty is pursuing him fiercely." The short-haired girl immediately became anxious. "No, he'll listen to you." She had no other choice. She really wanted to become Yifan's girlfriend and didn't want the school beauty to date him. Maybe this plan was worth a try. In the afternoon PE class, Yifan was assigned to fetch sports equipment from the storage room. Just as he was about to carry them out, he suddenly heard the door being closed. "Who's there?" Yifan asked warily. Then Yifan saw a shy face looking at him. It was the short-haired girl from yesterday. Now she was clasping her hands nervously over her chest with a hesitant expression. Yifan. Yifan frowned. Did I not explain clearly? I'm not going to date you, sorry. As Yifan was about to grab something and leave, the short-haired girl blocked the door. Her eyes were wet, and she stubbornly replied, even if you don't like me, I'm going to date you. With that under Yifan's stunned gaze, she directly tore open the front of her shirt, revealing smooth and beautiful skin. What was she doing? Trying to offer herself? Yifan felt no excitement at all. Instead, he was disgusted. A girl should have some self-respect. However, everything seemed to catch Yifan off guard. She covered her chest, tears streaming down, and began shouting, help! Someone is assaulting me. Yifan instinctively tried to cover the short-haired girl's mouth to stop her absurd behavior, but it was already too late. The door was slammed open. Light streamed in, revealing the gym teacher Hong Yi and several other male students barging in. The short-haired girl seemed to see a savior, immediately rushed over and cried, woo-woo, teacher help. Yifan bullied me. Yifan. Is this what a human does? Girl, have you turned into a Yandra? In the office, Hong Yi and several male students stood as witnesses. The short-haired girl was sobbing beside them. The counselor looked pained. She couldn't believe Yifan would do such a thing. Although Yifan was usually a bit mischievous, he had high moral character. But the girl had come to complain, and there were so many witnesses. Even if the counselor wanted to favor Yifan, she couldn't, as she had to seek justice for the bullied girl. She pinched her forehead with a tone of disappointment. Yifan, how could you do such a thing as bullying a girl? Yifan said expressionlessly, I did nothing. Is she is framing me. Framing? Would a girl joke about her own innocence? Hong Yi pressed aggressively. Several male students were disappointed. I thought Brother Yi was an upright person, but it turns out you dare to do, but not to own up. Who says otherwise? Yifan, what kind of man are you? Doing such a beastly thing. I feel ashamed to have a classmate like Yifan. Let's just call the police. The short-haired girl shook her head in panic. Ooh, don't call the police. If my parents find out, they'll beat me to death. Tears dripped down her face, pitifully. The counselor immediately comforted the short-haired girl. All right, stop crying. This made everyone's dissatisfaction with Yifan even stronger. Yifan was particularly annoyed. I dare to take responsibility for what I do. Check the surveillance. Isn't there a camera on site? He never expected to be set up by a girl. And a girl who liked him. It seemed that guys outside were really too dangerous. They had to protect themselves well. The surveillance is broken, and you broke it, didn't you? Hong Yi glared at Yifan. It's obvious you planned this in advance to have evil intentions toward her. That's too much. Did you really think you could cover it up? Good thing Xiao Yuan was smart, otherwise she would have fallen into your clutches. Several other boys also chimed in, accusing Yifan. Yifan sneered. This was a trap, clearly pushing him to jump into it. If it were before, he would be unable to defend himself in such a situation. But he had a system. Today the system had given him surveillance repair technique. He could easily release the entire process. Actually, teacher. Just as Yifan was about to clarify, a hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Teacher, I can prove Yifan is innocent. This moving voice, wasn't it? Everyone turned to look at the door. There stood Mu Xinci, her face flushed from running, her hair a bit disheveled, and her expression, full of anxiety, clearly worried about Yifan. Yifan was somewhat surprised to see Mu Xinci appear. What had been upsetting now seemed a little sweeter because of her presence. The boys immediately began to feel it was unfair for Mu Xinci. School beauty Mu, don't plead for him. Find someone else to like, don't like a scumbag. Exactly, he's gone too far doing such a thing. He doesn't deserve your affection. Don't be stubborn. Look at what he did to other girls. Do you want to fall into his hands too? He's simply a disgrace, a shame to all boys. Such a person should be expelled. While everyone was speaking one after another, the short-haired girl continued to feign grievance, shedding innocent tears. This made Yifan's supposed actions seem even more heinous. However, Mu Xinci remained unmoved. He didn't do anything to stop framing him. Hong Yi, seeing Mu Xinci's righteous attitude, angrily retorted, You're not a witness, how can you be sure he didn't do anything? But I'm with him. Mu Xinci retorted displeasedly, but after the words came out, she realized she almost revealed their secret. That absurd thing about swapping sensations. How many people would believe it? What? You're speechless too, aren't you? Don't know how to whitewash Yifan's misdeeds. Hong Yi was arrogant. He was so happy. Yifan deserved what he got today. No matter how many people had stood by Yifan before, from now on everyone would only despise him. As long as Yifan stayed in school, he would be ruined and drowned in everyone's spit. Mu Xinci was somewhat frustrated. She had rushed over too hastily after hearing that Yifan had assaulted a girl without any time to gather evidence. If Yifan really got sent to prison, what would she do? Would she have to be with him behind bars every day? Mu Xinci looked at Yifan's dark eyes with a pitiful expression. Yifan couldn't help but smile at her pitiful look. She really looked like a bullied little kitten, so soft and delicate. I didn't do anything wrong, so why whitewash? Yifan said lazily, then looked at the short-haired girl. You gave me a love letter today and confessed to me. How come now you're saying I assaulted you? Love turned to hate. The counselor stared straight at the short-haired girl. Really? The short-haired girl immediately became frightened, her shoulders trembling, very flustered. He started to feel anxious. He had finally caught this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could he let Yifan save himself? Even if she likes you, does that deny what you did? She might not have known you were such a scumbag trying to touch her. Even if you were her boyfriend, if she didn't consent, it's assault. He pressed aggressively. The short-haired girl, seeing He giving her an out, nodded. Woo, I didn't think he would do that to me. Actually, I still kind of like him. How about he becomes my boyfriend and takes responsibility, and I can drop the clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause rang out. Everyone saw Yifan clapping, a sarcastic smile on his face. Teacher, look, she finally revealed her true intention. I've been waiting so patiently. A girl who was harassed still wants to be with the perpetrator. A normal person would want to have him sent to jail. Or did she orchestrate this whole show just to date me? Every word from Yifan provoked deep thought among the crowd. Even the counselor who had just comforted the short-haired girl began to doubt. Xiao Yuan, are you faking it? The short-haired girl was utterly terrified, stammering as she glanced at Hong Yi's suggestive gaze. She shook her head frantically. No, it wasn't me. Boo-hoo, I'm such a coward. Teacher, you have to believe me. She shed tears again, seeking the counselor's sympathy. The counselor softened at her crying. Such an absurd thing couldn't possibly happen, could it? The girl did seem timid, hardly the type to scheme. But Yifan didn't seem like a guy who would casually harass a girl either. He looked upright and sunny, a decent young man. Hong Yi, however, was relentless. I think we should call the police. He needs to be punished, or he'll never learn. All the girls on campus will suffer. The counselor hesitated. Yifan then said to the counselor, may I borrow the computer? I can restore the surveillance footage. The counselor was surprised. Really? Hong Yi sneered. Stop bragging, will you? Are you trying to defy science now? Trying to clear your name? Just admit your mistake and apologize. Mu Xinci coldly stared at Hong Yi. Can you keep quiet? Being rebuked by the beautiful goddess infuriated Hong Yi. Were all the girls these days crazy? They were all taking Yifan's side now. What was so good about Yifan? He was already considered a molester, and yet the campus belle still stood by him. Mu Xinci said to the counselor, let him try. It might just work. The counselor knew Mu Xinci was the heiress of the Mu family, immensely powerful. Her father was a shareholder in the company, and he couldn't afford to offend her. Since she had spoken, the counselor couldn't refuse. So Yifan got the computer, and under the system's guidance his fingers flew across the keyboard. Tisk, look at him. He actually looks like he's doing something. Does he really think he's some computer genius? Hong Yi scoffed beside him. But as he tried to pour salt on the wound, he noticed Yifan had pulled up a video. The footage showed the entire process of the short-haired girl framing Yifan. Yifan hadn't touched her at all. On the contrary, she had torn her own clothes to frame him. Now can you prove my innocence? Yifan raised an eyebrow and addressed the crowd. The short-haired girl's face turned pale. She never imagined Yifan could actually retrieve the video. She had smashed the surveillance camera, yet he still managed to restore it. The boys who had earlier sided with the short-haired girl and scolded Yifan now felt ashamed. They immediately apologized to Yifan. Sorry, brother Yi. You're a good man. You can't judge a book by its cover. Yes, I was so foolish being led by the nose. I misunderstood you. Yifan, I'm sorry. Don't be mad. I owe you one. The counselor also awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry, teacher was wrong. Don't be angry. Yifan said calmly, forget it. You were deceived too. What angered him were the short-haired girl and Hong Yi. They had been the ones stirring up trouble. Fortunately, they soon faced consequences. The short-haired girl was immediately berated by everyone. Xiao Yuan, how could you frame a good student? You look so innocent, but you have such a vicious heart. Exactly. We've wronged Yifan. He's so upright, and you try to set him up. Even if you like him, you shouldn't resort to such a dirty trick. How despicable. Even the counselor said angrily, Xiao Yuan, what do you have to say for yourself? What you did is outrageous. I have to inform your parents and give you a disciplinary punishment. Seeing the tide turn against her, the short-haired girl wailed, Teacher, I'm sorry. Don't call my parents. Boo-hoo, I just had an evil thought and went astray. It's all because I like Yifan too much. If you call my parents, they'll beat me to death. If I get a demerit, it'll affect my graduation. Boo-hoo. It wasn't my idea. Hong Yi threatened me. Boo-hoo. He's the mastermind. The short-haired girl pointed at Hong Yi, crying. Hong Yi panicked, completely losing his composure. No, that's not true. Don't slander me. I was deceived by you, and I stood up for you. Now you're throwing mud at me. Yifan hadn't expected Hong Yi to be behind this. That guy was truly despicable. Why would she slander only you, not anyone else? It's obvious you instigated this. Yifan stared coldly at Hong Yi. You've held a grudge against me before, but I never thought you'd scheme against me like this. Hong Yi panicked. No. The more flustered he got, the harder it was to explain. He was at a loss for words. Mu Xinci said coldly, this is serious. They must be held accountable. Yi Fan nodded. They'll send a lawyer's letter. See you in court. Upon hearing this, Hong Yi and the short-haired girl were terrified. Court? That would ruin their lives forever. Especially Hong Yi, who planned to join a legitimate company. If he got a criminal record, he'd be finished everywhere. No, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I was just momentarily possessed. Hong Yi quickly begged for mercy. Any sense of dignity was worthless compared to his future. As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. He had to suppress this matter first. Yi Fan stared at Hong Yi coldly. No way. He completely dashed Hong Yi's hopes. Not only Hong Yi's pleas, but even the short-haired girl's begging fell on deaf ears. She wept and implored, but Yi Fan remained indifferent. Yi Fan had already decided to pursue the matter of defamation. He immediately contacted a lawyer and sent out the legal notice. Hong Yi and the short-haired girl were filled with despair and regret. The short-haired girl, in a fit of rage, started hitting and kicking Hong Yi. It's all your fault. You came up with this rotten idea, and now you've dragged me into it. Bastard. Her nails were sharp and her outburst was fierce. She pummeled Hong Yi mercilessly, making him cry out in pain. Not my face. Easy help. He never expected things to escalate to this point. It was a total disaster. No matter how Hong Yi shielded his face, the short-haired girl still scratched him with her 9-inch white bone claw, and even delivered a sweeping leg kick. The scene was absolutely brutal. After recording a video of Hong Yi being beaten, Yi Fan withdrew from the battlefield. If he remembered correctly, he had another more important matter to attend to. Yi Fan and Mu Xinci left the office together. Ding detected that the school beauty stood up for the host, earning 300 points. Keep up the good work. Thank you for today, Yi Fan said, closing the system notification panel and looking at Mu Xinci. A gentle breeze blew, causing her long hair to flutter in the wind, accentuating her delicate and lovely skin. Her cheeks were slightly flushed as she tried to feign composure. What is there to thank? I didn't actually help. You're the impressive one, being able to repair the surveillance footage. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with unconcealed surprise. A subtle curve formed on Yi Fan's lips. Being admired by a girl was naturally a pleasant thing. There's still much more about me that you don't know, he said with a hint of pride. Mu Xinci asked curiously, what else can you do? Her eyes blinked with a thirst for knowledge. Gazing at her fair and delicate face, Yi Fan was about to speak when he suddenly noticed the time on his phone. Wait, I have something to attend to. I need to go to the company. Hearing Yi Fan's words, she was taken aback. Company? Are you already interning? She had never heard him mention it. Not an internship. In managing a company, Yi Fan said with a smirk. I've become a shareholder in a film and television company, and I need to head to work now. Mu Xinci was stunned. What else was there about him that she didn't know? He was truly a treasure of a boy. Most male college students these days were lucky to earn a little pocket money from part-time jobs, but Yi Fan was already a shareholder managing a company. She used to think Yi Fan was just good-looking. Now she realized that his appearance was nothing compared to his other strengths. Thinking about it, she felt her previous judgment had been far too shallow. How could she have underestimated him so much? Mu Xinci felt a twinge of shame. Yi Fan drove away, unaware that her attitude toward him was gradually shifting. Jiayue Media Company. Inside the interview room, shareholder Qi Shuekaiwen and several other executives sat together. She glanced at his watch and said smugly, look at this. College students have no sense of punctuality. The appointment was at 5 in the afternoon, and here we are still waiting. If he can't even manage that, how can he expect to be a shareholder and lead us forward? It's a pipe dream. The other executives furrowed their brows, their confidence shaken by Qi's words. Although Yi Fan was handsome, he was clearly too young and inexperienced. As a student, he was probably more inclined to play around. Such a person might be fine as a friend, but as a shareholder it was too risky. Especially since the company was in a growth phase with an unstable foundation and a poor market environment. Having a flippant major shareholder would be detrimental to the company's development. Only Shuekaiwen supported Yi Fan. It's rush hour, so traffic jams are common. Arriving a bit later is normal. It's just an interview, nothing urgent. We're not interviewing him for a job. Why be so strict? The executives nodded. Yi Fan wasn't an employee, he was the savior who had rescued them from dire straits. Given his wealth, waiting for him was only reasonable. Sorry, I was held up at school, a magnetic voice rang out. Everyone saw the extraordinarily handsome Yi Fan appear. His striking profile and superior demeanor instantly dispelled the executives' earlier displeasure. They all remembered that Yi Fan was attending a highly prestigious university, and now they all greeted him with smiles. Shareholder Yi, you must be exhausted juggling school and company. Of course he's attending Tsinghua University. His schedule must be packed, but being able to manage both is a sign of real talent. We're truly sorry for making you come all the way during your busy schedule. We should accommodate your time. Even Shuekaiwen worried about his fatigue. How about I report to you via video call in the future? Your school is quite a distance from here. It's not far, just 4 or 5 kilometers. They'll be there in no time, Yi Fan said, casually placing his sports car key on the table. Many pairs of eyes stole a glance. The key was from an unknown brand, but it was undoubtedly expensive. Its sleek design alone screamed luxury, and the sports car must have cost a fortune. A top-tier sports car incredibly fast would indeed make the trip short. In comparison, Mercedes and BMW seemed rather lackluster. All right, let's begin the interview, Shui Kaiwan said, handing Yi Fan a list of documents. It contained information on all the artists to be selected for signing today. Yi Fan possessed the talent identification skill. He didn't even need to conduct interviews. Just by looking at the photos in the documents, evaluation results began to emerge. Artists filed in one by one. Shui Kaiwan announced Chun Jinjin, runner-up in the 25th supermodel competition, gained exposure from the hit series Imperial Power. Not signing, Yi Fan refused without even looking up. Shareholder Chi, seeing the elegant, stunning 9-head proportion beauty before him, almost drooled. Such a beautiful girl. He could have some fun with her if she signed. And Yi Fan rejected her. You didn't even look at her, and you already know you don't want her. That's too reckless. Chi gritted his teeth. We're selecting artists, the lifeblood of the company, not playing house. Even another executive chimed in. I think her conditions are quite good, suitable for acting. The pure and tempting style is very popular now. Yi Fan glanced at Chi indifferently. If she's so good, why has she never become famous? He saw that this model's stats were only 20, with the attribute fifth-rate nobody, generating a profit value of 500 for the company. One sentence left Chi speechless. Chun Jinjin frequently appeared in public, but never became famous, no matter how much she was promoted. She had jumped between many companies. Since you asked me to conduct the interview, you must absolutely abide by my choices. If you're not satisfied, swallow it. If you can't, then get out. I'm the largest shareholder, and what I say goes. Yi Fan turned the page decisively. Next, the other executives drew in a sharp breath. That was too arrogant, too domineering, too commanding. Everyone secretly admired Yi Fan. Despite being so much younger than Chi, he completely overpowered him. He truly had the demeanor of a seal. Now Chi couldn't throw his weight around in the company and put on airs all the time. Shui Kaiwan also nodded and said listen to him. She had fully become Yi Fan's backer, supporting him. With General Manager Shui's backing, who dared to defy? Chi saw that everyone agreed, and his heart burned with rage. Did he think he wanted to leave? He hadn't yet won over the goddess, and the money he had invested was still at stake. If he left, it would all be for nothing. Only by staying might he recoup his losses. Besides, where else could he go to be a shareholder? At best, he would be an executive working for a boss. He had no choice but to swallow his pride and turn the page, mumbling, fine, let's keep looking. Everyone felt excited and thrilled. Yi Fan's aura was so strong, and he could handle Chi. He was the ideal leader. Those who had doubted Yi Fan earlier were now secretly impressed. Yi Fan looked at Chi, who now seemed as meek as a sick cat, and nodded in satisfaction. He then continued the interviews. Cute girls, seductive beauties, fair-skinned young men, gorgeous women. All were crossed off by Yi Fan. Later, Chi set his eyes on a beautiful girl with fair, supple skin. She smiled sweetly with tiny dimples and had an excellent figure. This one is good. She's a popular internet celebrity, Song Wei, with 5 million followers. Chi exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. We have to sign her. She'll bring in a lot of profit. Not signing, Yi Fan said, his lowered lashes casting faint shadows. Are you kidding? So many good prospects, and you turn them all down. Even Song Wei. I went through a lot of trouble to get her here. Chi pounded the table. Song Wei looked displeased. Shareholder Chi, I came to this small company out of respect for you. I'm not someone to be bossed around by just anyone. Chi appeased her. He's new and doesn't know what he's doing. He then glared at Yi Fan. Do you even have an eye for talent? Get the contract signed now. Shui Kaiwan unhappily berated Shareholder Chi. Shareholder Chi, please correct your attitude, don't offend your superior. And Yi Fan lazily scanned the furious Shareholder Chi, then said to Shui Kaiwan, since he's so dissatisfied, we might as well set him free and give him the dismissal papers. Shareholder Chi. Now they were kicking him out. Fine, I'll have the legal department prepare. Shui Kaiwan nodded. Shareholder Chi was even more speechless and immediately made a waving gesture. No, what are you two doing in tandem? Have you asked my opinion as the party concerned? I just said if you're not convinced, get lost. You made your choice. Yi Fan shrugged, leaning back in his chair, looking completely domineering and forceful. The girls present immediately blushed. So charming. So handsome. At that moment, it almost matched the looks of a certain handsome guy. Even Shui Kaiwan was a bit moved, admiring him so much that she couldn't take her eyes off him. Shareholder Chi was helpless, gritting his teeth as he shouted, my team is here, and I am a senior. I'm not leaving. I'm doing this for the company's interests. Good advice is hard to hear. If you let him act recklessly now, the company will be ruined sooner or later. He continued, look, after all this time interviewing, we haven't signed a single artist. Are you sure this isn't a game? The executives whispered among themselves, indeed feeling some concern. The company only had a few artists with a gap between generations and needed good talent. What about signing Song Wei for a try? Xue Kaiwen respected Yi Fan, but Song Wei was indeed the prettiest among them. She was also the most famous of these people. Now the company needed a cash infusion, so it needed some traffic. No, Yi Fan rejected outright. I have my own plans. Yi Fan admitted that Song Wei had popularity and commercial value, but she was very dangerous. The system assessed Song Wei as a banned malignant artist. Profit contribution to the company, $2 million. How could they sign someone like that? Weren't they afraid the already precarious company would go bankrupt again? Although Yi Fan was rich, now his money was obtained through his own efforts from the system. He was not going to fill this hole. This guy look handsome, but your brain is not working well. Song Wei clenched her fists in anger and shouted at Yi Fan, forget it, I don't fancy your company anyway. I was unlucky to come here today. Song Wei was about to leave in a huff, but was stopped by shareholder Qi. Don't be angry at him. I really want to sign you. He'll treat you to dinner later as an apology. Just sign under my studio. It won't be under his control, right? Song Wei crossed her legs huffing, fine, but I'm still angry. She glanced at the extraordinarily handsome Yi Fan, blushing a little. He has to treat me to dinner to apologize. It was a rare opportunity that had fallen into her hands. Shareholder Qi hadn't expected Song Wei to be somewhat interested in Yi Fan. Damn, with Yi Fan here, was he going to seduce all the beautiful women in the company? No interest. Eating with her looking at her face kills my appetite. Yi Fan replied coldly, his eyes icy as he looked at shareholder Qi. You can sign her personally, but bear the consequences. If it wasn't signed under the company's name, Yi Fan didn't care. Anyway, it would be shareholder Qi's own loss. Song Wei's heart trembled. She could already hear some executives snickering. Eating with her looking at her face kills his appetite. Was she so ugly that he couldn't swallow? Song Wei was displeased. I'm so beautiful, and I took the time to come here, and this is your attitude. There are plenty of companies outside that want to sign me, and I didn't go. I can see you're not satisfied with anyone. I bet you won't sign a single one out of this whole bunch. The executives were getting worried. They had come to sign artists, but Yi Fan hadn't signed a single one. Who would the company promote in the end? Since they were running a business, they needed to make money. Shareholder Yi, as a handsome guy, it's normal for you to have high standards, but you can't judge artists like you're picking a girlfriend. That's right, just settle a bit, sign one, and try. Maybe one will succeed. Even Xue Kaiwen softened her tone and asked, what kind do you like? Yi Fan swept his gaze across the room, then suddenly locked onto a figure stealthily standing at the door. Sign her. Yi Fan's finger pointed sharply at the door. Everyone turned to look. They were immediately stunned. Shareholder Qi looked and burst out laughing. Are you kidding me? Sign her. Song Wei laughed heartily. Haha, handsome, now I know why you didn't even spare me a glance. You have a problem with your eyes. The executives tactfully advised Yi Fan. Shareholder Yi, this one really won't do. Actually, I think number 2 and number 3 are fine, quite practical. Yes, after all, we're cultivating artists, not donating to project hope. This one would probably need some work, it would cost a lot, and there's a recovery period. We're not running a charity. Even Xue Kaiwen frowned, feeling dissatisfied. Under the barrage of advice, Yi Fan remained unmoved. Yi Fan replied firmly, she will definitely become wildly popular. The executives shook their heads. The girl before them was timid with messy hair, ordinary features, freckles, and wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses. She also looked short, only about 1.5 meters tall or so, and dressed simply and plainly. White t-shirt, jeans, and worn gray shoes. Rustic and ugly. She also looked poor. She's ugly with no chest or butt. How could she become popular? Don't be ridiculous. Shareholder Qi sneered. Even the girl who was pointed at nervously waved her hands. No, 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 I'm just here to accompany a friend for an interview. She lowered her small face in inferiority, panicking in the face of the ridicule. Even Song Wei let out a disdainful snort. See, she's not here to be an artist. She has self-awareness. You could at least sign a pretty one. I wouldn't have a problem with that. But Yi Fan walked up to the girl and said, what's your name? Yao Yao. The girl timidly waved her hands. I really can't be an artist. No, in the future you will be a movie queen. Yi Fan looked at her calmly. Have confidence. System assessment, first tier, international movie queen. Company profit $2 billion. This was a super good seedling. Her future development was boundless. She had great potential. Actually, if you looked closely, her features were not bad. It was just that her looks were locked away. However, Yi Fan's words made shareholder Qi laugh uncontrollably. Yi Fan, you say she's a movie queen? She can't even be an artist, let alone a movie queen. A movie queen needs great acting skills. Without trying, how do you know her acting skills are no good? Yi Fan glanced over and immediately said to Xue Kaiwen, have the makeup team come over and do her makeup for a look. Fine. Although Xue Kaiwen thought Yi Fan's taste was a bit strange since he had instructed, so she would comply with him. There must be a reason for Yi Fan. Perhaps she really would amaze everyone. Yao Yao was taken away for makeup. Meanwhile, the other executives were not optimistic about her. Shareholder, you don't blame me for being blunt. No matter how much makeup she wears, her foundation is just that. With our tight budget now, we should think it over carefully. There are still more candidates to consider. A flicker of coldness passed through Yifan's eyes. What do I not even have the right to sign an artist on my own? The other executives dared not speak. No matter how dissatisfied they were, what could they do? He was a shareholder, the investor. Now he held the company's lifeline. If he withdrew his capital, the company would go bankrupt again. The market was already tough, and opportunities to find wealthy investors were pitifully rare. No, sign whoever you want. The executives could only fawn ingratiatingly at Yifan. Maybe she'll look pretty after makeup. Yet everyone knew it was wishful thinking. Everyone had seen Yao Yao's condition. She wasn't even fit to be a supporting role. But shareholder Qi seized the chance to pour salt on the wound. Still Song Wei is the best. Look how beautiful she is, naturally gifted, a perfect clothes hanger. Unlike some people's country bumpkin, hard to deal with. Even Song Wei laughed beside him, her body swaying. Brother Qi, what can you do? He just likes that type, this rustic movie star style, Yifan sneered. Just wait. Are you okay? If you're fine, eat a lollipop. Don't act cool in front of me. He had the system. Could he be wrong? Yifan believed that in the near future he would make them eat their words. While waiting for Yao Yao's makeup, Yifan interviewed the remaining candidates and signed 2 more. One was a pop icon who ruled half the music industry. The other was a live stream sales queen who earned a fortune daily. Are you joking? He mumbles. You want him to be a singer. Shareholder Qi was baffled. And this one, she has social anxiety. You want her to live stream? Yifan raised an eyebrow. If you don't like it, invest. Put up tens of millions and get rid of my shareholder status. One sentence shut shareholder Qi up. He had no money. In this regard, Yifan far surpassed him. Damn it, what was Yifan's background? He had such supernatural money power. I regret letting you interview. You pick any stray cat or dog to dump on us. You're wasting public resources. Shareholder Qi could only mutter stubbornly. We'll only know if they can make it once they're on stage, Yifan insisted. The other executives sighed. Yifan seemed fine in every way except his poor taste. Fortunately, the company was still under President Shue's control, and Yifan was just a shareholder. Otherwise, no amount of money could withstand such squandering. At that moment, Shui Kaiwan returned. Her eyes were bright, and she said to Yifan with great enthusiasm, you have really good taste. He signed all kinds of riffraff, and you still praise him. What about that Yao Yao? Isn't she done with makeup yet? Afraid to scare us, taking so long. Shareholder Qi snorted. Shui Kaiwan looked at him with disdain. Scare? Yes, that's exactly it. She's afraid to scare you. She called out, come in. Under the gaze of many eyes, a slender figure walked in. Her skin was snow-white, black curls draped over her shoulders, delicate features, bright eyes, and white teeth, a flawless silhouette. Her eyes were round and full, her nose tip pert, her lips red and plump. The lace one-shoulder dress outlined her charming figure, and she walked like an elf, stepping on everyone's hearts. Stunning. Shareholder Qi was completely mesmerized. He couldn't tear his eyes away. Everyone exclaimed, where did this fairy come from? So beautiful. Is she here to audition? Sign her immediately. This is the most beautiful girl I've seen today. Really gorgeous, look at that skin. Even Shareholder Qi was excited, pointing at her. She's the one. Sign her right away, arrange a role for her. As a man, his blood boiled. She was so pure, a perfect first love face. It made people want to protect her. This face would definitely win over the audience. She is Yao Yao, Shui Kaiwan said with a smirk. So I praise Shareholder Yi for being prescient with exceptional taste. Thinking of this, Shui Kaiwan felt a hint of regret. She had just questioned Yifan's judgment. Clearly Yifan's aesthetic was spot on. He had a keen eye for talent. The others took a deep breath. Shareholder Qi nearly fell off his chair. He circled Yao Yao, but found no resemblance to the person before. You're not kidding me. Although Yifan already knew, he was still surprised. Makeup was indeed one of the 4 great Asian sorceries. These girls were completely 2 different people before and after makeup. Truly pretty girls were too untrustworthy. But Yao Yao transformed. She was really beautiful, her looks were incredibly resilient, a true movie face. No wonder she was the future movie queen. With proper packaging, a bright future awaited. Song Wei was dumbfounded. The girl she had mocked turned out to be so beautiful. She was jealous of her fair skin and perfect figure. After confirming that the stunning beauty before them was Yao Yao, the executives felt their faces slapped. They had all mocked Yifan's poor taste, but in the end Yifan's taste was the best. Shareholder Yi is truly a master. Now I believe she's a movie queen, definitely a talent worth cultivating. I'm ashamed. We almost buried a great beauty. We must sign her. Now Shareholder Qi was embarrassed. He had never imagined Yao Yao could look so beautiful after makeup. Her looks completely overshadowed Song Wei's. In comparison, Song Wei was insignificant. In his heart, he no longer wanted Song Wei. He only wanted to possess Yao Yao. But he had already made bold claims. How could he eat his words? How about it? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow looking smugly at shareholder Qi. Just so not memorable. Song Wei is still better. You'll regret it. Yi Fan shrugged. I don't know if he'll regret it, but I know you will. He handed the contract to Yao Yao, interested in signing. Yao Yao was flattered. Can I really become an artist? Of course. Yi Fan nodded. Yao Yao was tempted, but she still had concerns. Can I go home and think it over before I reply? Sure. Since Yao Yao's label was Top Movie Queen, she would definitely sign with the company. Yi Fan was confident. This move was a sure win. After Yao Yao left with the contract, Yi Fan was surrounded by flattery. Shui Kaiwen was so happy she invited Yi Fan to dinner. Watching Yi Fan surrounded by the crowd, shareholder Qi felt left out. He was particularly unwilling and shouted loudly, I have Song Wei, a trump card. He'll immediately fund her entry into the lead role of The Legend of Chu Fei. I've already bought the novel. Shareholder Qi immediately garnered attention. Shareholder Qi, you actually bought The Legend of Chu Fei? That's the hottest novel right now. Yeah, it's incredibly popular. Even my grandma is following it. If Song Wei acts in it, her fans will definitely support it. Shareholder Qi, you're amazing too. Shareholder Qi laughed heartily. No, it's just a pity that it's only my studio. The money is just for myself. Other executives were eager. I want to invest some money to get dividends. I want in too. Shareholder Qi now looked very proud, feeling he had regained some ground. Too bad someone failed to recognize Mount Tai and missed out on the benefits. He shot a smug glance at Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled indifferently and sniffed. The Legend of Chu Fei. It's very popular. But Yi Fan had a system. With one appraisal he could see the future. Song Wei acting in this film. It's fraught with peril. Doomed. A complete loss. This shareholder Qi is truly rich, but foolish. Haha, but it serves him right. Let him go against him and ignore his warnings. Yi Fan could already imagine shareholder Qi crying his eyes out. Just thinking about it felt great. However, shareholder Qi was still dreaming big. He thought Song Wei was the hottest influencer now, with popularity that guaranteed ratings, and with a good production team, it would be a huge hit, raking in mountains of money. Then his own value would rise, and he could hold his head high in the company. Maybe even Shui Kaiwen would throw herself into his arms. Oh, just thinking about it felt wonderful. After Yi Fan left the company, he found the dormitory WeChat group buzzing with heated discussions. Xiao Wu, Yi Fan, old, did the class monitor set you up? The whole campus network is in an uproar. Peng Hu, Xiao Wu, why are you still calling him monitor? Hong Yi has been dismissed and punished, and he's been banned from his part-time job at school. They just called his parents, and haha, I heard he was crying like a mess. Brother Lei, great, I've been waiting to see him get what he deserves. He went too far this time, or I want to punch him. Using such dirty tricks, no wonder the department Belle dumped him. His reputation stinks all over the school. Xiao Wu, I heard the campus Belle stormed into the office to stand up for old Yi today. Really? The campus Belle is too good to you. Brother Lei, damn, why don't you just give in to the campus Belle? She's truly devoted to you. Where can you find such a good girl? I don't even have anyone chasing me, and you don't cherish it. Peng Hu, I worked so hard to chase my girlfriend, spent a lot of money, and now the campus Belle is spending money on you, and you still won't give in. I can't stand watching. His roommates were completely envious. Yi Fan's lips unconsciously curled up, and he replied, alright, I'll think about it. Xiao Wu, what's there to think about? If it were me, I'd just go for it. Peng Hu, some people just don't appreciate their blessings. But old Yi should think it over carefully, since there are quite a few girls who like him, not just one or two. Yi Fan could feel the envy and jealousy of his roommates, even through the screen. He naturally thought the campus Belle was great, sweet, and beautiful. But he still needed to wait. Just waiting for the perfect moment. Yi Fan turned off his phone and drove back to the Mu residence. He found Mu Xinci sitting at the dining table waiting for him. When she saw him, she pouted with her red lips. Why are you so late? Even if work is busy, you need to eat. People are iron, food is steel. Can't you eat regularly? If you get stomach pain later, it's me who will suffer. Her pretty face was full of grievance, arms crossed, cheeks puffed up. However, Mu Xinci didn't know that Yi Fan could completely empathize. His ears turned red, and he couldn't help but laugh. Why did she look like a wronged little wife? I'm sorry, I'll be more careful. Sorry for making you wait. Yi Fan walked over and gently stroked Mu Xinzi's head. It'll change. From now on, I'll eat 3 meals a day properly, as you say. His tone was soft. Mu Xinci felt the touch of his hand on her head. Seeing Yi Fan's gentle demeanor, she suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed. What's up with you? Mu Xinzi's face flushed red. How could he have such a sudden change? The exchange of sensations is a matter between two people. I shouldn't be willful and reckless. You care for me, so I should also cherish you. Yi Fan's lips curled up. Mu Xinzi's various actions still moved Yi Fan deeply. He had been too excessive before, not taking good care of his own body, causing Mu Xinci to suffer. He would try to change in the future. Mu Xinzi's skin began to burn. She was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, and now she was even softer and cuter. She muttered with her red lips, "Good that you've come to your senses." To hide her shyness, she shouted loudly to the butler. Butler, serve the food. Yifan was a bit surprised. It's all ready. I had the kitchen keep it warm. Who knows when you'd be back. I'm starving. Mu Xinzi's face looked innocent. When the dishes were served, she immediately picked up some sweet and sour mandarin fish for Yifan. Eat more. How could Yifan not understand her intention? He ate it with a smile. Mu Xinci liked sweet and sour things, so Yifan ate more of what she loved. He looked up at her satisfied expression, feeling delighted. Congratulations, host. Detected intimate behavior with the campus Belle reward you with 200 points. System notification. After dinner, Yifan said to Mu Xinci, I'm going upstairs to sleep. Are you really going to sleep? Mu Xinci looked at him in astonishment. Yes, or did you really think I was lying? Yifan asked with a smile. Mu Xinzi's face flushed red. No. Yifan was actually quite reliable. He gave Mu Xinci a sense of security. The corners of Mu Xinzi's lips rose involuntarily. As Yifan walked upstairs, he suddenly felt a wave of heat surging from his crotch. In a moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. NNGH. Yifan clutched his stomach. What's wrong? Mu Xinci was completely startled and immediately began to rush upstairs. Yifan gritted his teeth and said to Mu Xinci, wait. He sat on the steps, cold sweat already appearing on his forehead. What's wrong? I don't know what's going on, but I think you should go into the room and check. Yifan clenched his molars. I think something's wrong. Could it be? Mu Xinzi's ears turned red instantly. She immediately started running up the stairs. Yifan yelled, slow down. No strenuous exercise. Oh, okay, you'll walk slowly. Mu Xinci immediately trotted up the stairs like a kitten. Yifan let out a breath and said through gritted teeth, you don't have to be that slow, huff. Mu Xinqi's fair and delicate face was etched with anxiety. She was on the verge of tears. Okay, I'll be right there. It's fine, I'm not blaming you. Take your time. Yifan said, realizing he might have been too hasty, and tried to soothe her. Mu Xinci looked at Yifan, who offered her a faint smile, and she felt a spring breeze caress her face. She nodded shyly at him. They'll be there in a moment. Then she scurried upstairs. Yifan leaned back against the staircase. He could genuinely feel a dull, swollen pain gnawing inside his body. It was unbearable. Yifan closed his eyes, trying to ignore the ache in his stomach, and sensed a peculiar texture. Could this be the most common item used during military training? The pink thing most often found in a girl's bag. The kind with little wings. Through Mu Xinqi's hands, Yifan finally understood how to use it. How extraordinary. Who invented this thing? And why did he have to learn this? A soft sanitary pad was securely wrapped around him. It gave a sense of security with no fear of leakage. But he really wasn't used to it. Damn system. I'm sworn enemies with you. Yifan protested. The experience is terrible. He hadn't felt what it was like in those novels where men turn into women. Instead, he had this bizarre experience. He had been thoroughly tricked by the system. The system said innocently, host, what ill intentions could the system have? This is a bug that came with the benefits I fought for you. As compensation, it'll give you 3 chances to draw. Is there any painkiller potion? Yifan felt the bloating pain in his stomach still hadn't disappeared, but instead grew more intense. The system said you can draw bits available. Fine. He'll go all in. Use all for the draw. Yifan clutched his stomach and gritted his teeth. The system replied, all right, drawing now. Including this bonus, host, you have obtained a total of 6 prizes. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining an iPhone 13 Pro Max in gold. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining a permanent stable signal, ensuring no interruptions from signal loss, allowing smooth gaming. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining a beautiful handwriting, as if guided by a divine hand, no more scribbles. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining super endurance, pushing beyond human limits with a stronger tolerance for pain. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining excellent quality sleep, not easily disturbed by noise, falling asleep with ease. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining a painkiller potion effective for 8 hours, capable of blocking any pain. Yifan felt that the previous rewards paled in comparison to the 6th one. He didn't want endurance, he only wanted pain relief. Alright, use the painkiller potion immediately. Yifan commanded the system. The system applied it right away. Then Yifan could feel the original discomfort and pain vanish instantly. Comfortable. He felt alive again. He had previously thought that some girls needing an ambulance for menstrual cramps was an exaggeration. Now he realized menstrual cramps were damn painful. From now on, he wouldn't tell girls with cramps to just drink more hot water, they should drink brown sugar ginger tea instead. Yifan slowly struggled to his feet from the stairs. A moment later, hurried footsteps sounded. Immediately, Yifan's wrist was grasped by a pair of soft, slender fingers, and she carefully helped him up. Are you okay? I'm sorry, I'm on my period. Her voice grew softer towards the end like a mosquito's buzz. But Yifan's hearing was exceptionally sharp, and he heard every word clearly. Ding, intimate gesture detected. Earned 200 points. The system notified Yifan. Yifan dismissed the system panel and looked at Mu Xinqi's blushing, beautiful face. She bit her lower lip in shame, her ears drooping like a timid little white rabbit. I figured as much, Yi Fan said, his own ears slightly warm. It's really tough for women having to go through this every month. Sit down and rest now. I am actually used to it, Mu Xinci said, waving her hands in response to Yi Fan's sudden concern. No need, you should rest. In truth, Mu Xinci felt a little comforted. Every time she had her period, she suffered a lot. But now she didn't feel any pain at all, and Yi Fan was showing her concern. She actually felt it was a bit worth it. Maybe swapping sensations wasn't as bad as she had thought. No, the one suffering now is you. You rest, Yi Fan said solemnly. But aren't you the one experiencing the cramps? Mu Xinci's fair, pretty face was full of worry, her brows furrowed. They'll go make you some brown sugar ginger tea. No need, I'm perfectly fine. Yi Fan stopped her. Really? Mu Xinci was a bit surprised. She used to toss and turn in pain during her period. But Yi Fan seemed completely unaffected. Or was it that she wasn't in pain now? But Yi Fan had looked so pale just now. Maybe Yi Fan had a higher pain tolerance. While Mu Xinci was still doubting, Yi Fan said casually, I'm really fine. You're the weakest now, oh, you should rest. Yi Fan then insisted Mu Xinci go upstairs and lie down on her bed. Her eyelashes fluttered, her cheeks flushed crimson. Especially when Yi Fan firmly pressed her onto the bed, her heart skipped a beat. Lie here and rest, don't run around, got it? Yi Fan even personally tucked the blanket over Mu Xinci, showing meticulous care. Mu Xinci was flattered and nodded with a blush. Okay. She was completely like a docile little kitten. Besides her beautiful face being a delight to Yi Fan's eyes, he also felt the soft comfort of lying down, which made him somewhat relaxed. Yi Fan wanted to go downstairs and make her brown sugar ginger tea. But then he realized he had swapped sensations with Mu Xinci. He couldn't run, or what if Mu Xinci got tired? Yi Fan instinctively slowed his pace. He went to the kitchen to find brown sugar ginger tea, but after searching, he couldn't find any. Young master, what are you looking for? A maid with a delicate face asked Yi Fan curiously. Yi Fan asked, do you have brown sugar and ginger? The maid nodded. Yes, right here. She opened a cabinet and handed the brown sugar and ginger to Yi Fan. Once Yi Fan got them, he started checking his phone. He only knew that girls should drink hot water, but he had no idea how to make brown sugar ginger tea. He was holding the newest iPhone 13 Pro Max, and the signal was excellent. So he quickly found the recipe and got to work. The maid watched Yi Fan bustling about and sighed inwardly. What a sweetheart. Woo, the young miss is so lucky. She had previously thought that the young miss being someone's doormat was really pitiful. Now watching Yi Fan make ginger tea for the young miss, she felt that the young miss chasing after Yi Fan was perfectly natural. A man like this only exists in heaven, and how often does one hear of him on earth? Handsome, good-natured, and warm-hearted. No wonder the young miss was head over heels for him, even going behind her father's back, while he was abroad on business, secretly bringing him home. Mu Xinci, who was watching a drama upstairs, caught a pungent smell. Her brow furrowed slightly. It didn't smell pleasant. What was he doing? As she slipped on her slippers to investigate, the door swung open. She came face-to-face with the young man entering. Not being obedient. I told you to rest properly. Yi Fan squinted at the transgressing little wildcat. I just wanted to see what you were doing. Mu Xinci's face flushed slightly, her red lips murmuring. Yi Fan placed the brown sugar ginger tea on the bedside table and scooped her up in his arms. Lie back down, or you'll catch a cold, Yi Fan said dominantly. He could feel her rapid breaths, her delicate petal-like face, lowered fingers nervously twisting her clothes. She was clearly flustered by his Princess Carrie. This also stirred his heart. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a Princess Carrie. You've earned 300 points. Mu Xinci's cheeks burned as Yi Fan gently laid her on the bed. She caught the scent of ginger tea from him and was surprised. You made brown sugar ginger tea. Yes, drink it while it's hot, Yi Fan urged. Mu Xinci blinked her watery eyes. I don't like the taste of ginger tea. Remember, we share senses? If you drink it'll taste it. But if you smell the ginger, you'll smell it too. Mu Xinci muttered. Yi Fan thought for a moment. In that case, he'll wear a mask. He was about to leave when Mu Xinci grabbed his hand. Don't bother. I was just kidding. She never drank ginger tea and disliked the smell, but this time she could endure it. Yi Fan shuddered. Though it was just the sensation of Mu Xinci holding his hand, it sent his adrenaline soaring. Congratulations, host, handholding detected. You've earned 300 points. The system reminded. All right, go ahead and drink. Yi Fan sat on the edge of the bed to make her more comfortable. Mu Xinci slowly sipped the brown sugar ginger tea. She stole a cautious glance at Yi Fan's reaction and found him almost in tears from the spiciness. She paused. Is it that spicy? Don't stop. Down it in one go. The after effect is intense. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. He was fine with onions, garlic, and ginger in general, but he couldn't handle raw ginger. The tea's flavor was overwhelmingly strong. Even the brown sugar couldn't mask the pungent, spicy kick. Yi Fan suddenly thought of the cafeteria's specialty dish, Banlon Jin spicy hot pot. Mu Xinci dared not hesitate and gulped it down in one go. Phew, Yi Fan exhaled in relief. There was still a lingering spiciness in his throat, but it was bearable. Afraid that Yi Fan was too uncomfortable, Mu Xinci drank a sip of hot water, and only then did Yi Fan feel his body recover. A moment later he heard a soft laugh. He looked up and saw Mu Xinci smiling sweetly. His face flushed. What are you laughing at? I suddenly realized that sharing senses is kind of fun. Look, now that I'm on my period, you're the one experiencing it. It lets you feel how tough it is to be a girl, Mu Xinci smiled. It really is tough. I never thought I'd have this experience. Yi Fan had heard of labor pain simulators, but never a period pain simulator. He figured he must be the first guy on Tomato to experience a period. Still, seeing Mu Xinqi's innocent smile made his heart warm. It was a truly pleasant feeling. As they were enjoying this light-hearted moment, they heard a ding. The phone rang. Mu Xinci glanced at the screen and turned pale, frantically whispering, "Shh, don't say a word. It's my dad." Yi Fan was taken aback. He never expected Mu Xinqi's father to call at this hour. Yi Fan wasn't stupid enough to reveal their presence. What father wouldn't suspect something if his daughter was alone in a room with a guy late at night? He'd probably end up on the man's hit list. After all, Mr. Mu was the chairman of the Mu Group, a tycoon who commanded the business world. Someone not to be trifled with. "Dad, what's up? Why are you calling so late?" Mu Xinci kept her composure, putting the call on speaker so they could both hear. But the situation took a disastrous turn. "Honey, you've got someone hiding in the house, haven't you?" Mr. Mu's words made both Yi Fan and Mu Xinci freeze. Yi Fan's heart raced. Discovered so quickly. But Chairman Mu was famously a doting father. He must have been keeping close tabs on Mu Xinqi's activities. Mu Xinqi's palms were slightly sweaty as she stammered, "Huh? Dad, what are you talking about?" She had bribed the servants not to reveal Yi Fan's presence, including to her father. Logically, her father shouldn't know. "Do you think you can hide anything from your dad? You don't think just because I'm working abroad, I don't know what's going on back home, do you?" "Huh?" Mr. Mu's hearty laugh came through. "Dad, aren't you angry at all?" Mu Xinci could hardly believe it. Since her mother passed away, her father had been both mom and dad, doting on her immensely. But he was always strict about relationships, treating every guy like a potential thief, afraid she'd be taken advantage of by some scumbag. Her father's protective instincts were incredibly strong. That he wasn't furious surprised Mu Xinci. Even Yi Fan was stunned. Chairman Mu was that open-minded. He wasn't even upset that his daughter was living with a guy. "Why would I be angry? This is a good thing." Mr. Mu said excitedly. "But why didn't you tell me beforehand?" "Huh?" Mu Xinci grew more confused. "Dad, I didn't have time to tell you." Could it be that her father had become more open-minded after living abroad? "Actually, Dad, Mu Xinci was about to confess everything when Mr. Mu interrupted. "Honey, I know you're lonely growing up, so you found Xiaoya to live with you. I'm glad you have a close friend to talk to. It shows you've moved on from the shadows of the past." Mr. Mu said cheerfully. "Your dad is pretty smart, huh? I figured it out from this month's food and electricity bills. They're double what you usually spend." Mu Xinci. "Yes, Dad, you got me. That was close." She almost slipped up. Yi Fan was also baffled. So that was it. He really thought Chairman Mu was that progressive. Had assumed the person staying was Mu Xinqi's best friend Xiaoya. But what did Mr. Mu mean by the shadows of the past? Yi Fan's brow furrowed, a huge doubt gnawing at him. His mind immediately flashed back to Mu Xinqi's earlier avoidance of other girls and her frequent nightmares. Clearly Mu Xinci had a hidden past, something that still haunted her deeply. As Yi Fan was lost in thought, Mu's father's voice continued. "Since you're so lonely, how about I fly back next week to keep you company? And he'll also properly thank Xiaoya." This made both Yi Fan and Mu Xinci break into a cold sweat. What would happen if Mu's father suddenly came back? What would he do? Even Mu Xinci found it extremely troublesome. She absolutely didn't want her father to discover that she was secretly hiding a boy at home. If he found out, he would surely tear the roof off. Most importantly, if Yi Fan left and went back to the dormitory, it would be her who suffered. At home, at least Mu Xinci could keep an eye on him, otherwise once he was out he would be like a wild horse, let loose, impossible to control. What would happen if he let himself go? Mu Xinci immediately said to her father, "Dad, you don't need to. Your career in the States is just starting. You've worked so hard to expand overseas, you can't give up now." "Oh, my thoughtful little girl, always thinking of your father. Knowing you're so lonely, yet you still consider me. This only makes me want to fly back even more to be with you. I've bought you so many gifts." Mu's father was moved to tears by her words. Mu Xinci felt helpless. She knew how terrible the consequences would be if her father came back. He would definitely not let Yi Fan off the hook. He would cause trouble for him. No, she had to stop him. But the problem was that once her father made up his mind, he rarely changed it. He was probably already looking at flights. Mu Xinqi's mind raced, and in a flash of inspiration, she came up with a plan. "Dad, of course I want you to come back, but I'm afraid you'll scare Xiaoya. We're getting along so well now. If you come, it might make her uncomfortable. What if she doesn't want to hang out with me anymore?" Mu Xinci continued. "I also need to learn to grow up and stop relying on you. Besides, flying back and forth with jet lag is tiring for you. My little girl has grown up, Mu's father said, deeply touched, clearly falling for this tactic. He nodded. All right, I'll come back another time. Good, Mu Xinci said, letting out a sigh of relief. Even Yi Fan felt more relaxed. As long as Mu's father didn't come back at a critical moment, he could avoid a lot of trouble. And Xiaoya. Why haven't I heard her voice? Just when Mu Xinci thought the danger was over, her father switched topics. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Xiaoya wasn't there at all. How could he bring her to talk? It was impossible. But if Xiaoya wasn't there, they would be exposed. Yes. He immediately thought of a solution. Xiaoya. Mu Xinci was panicked. She didn't know how to bluff her way through. Her father was quite sharp, though if he found any clues it would be disastrous. If Yi Fan was caught, she would be doomed too. No, for both their sakes they absolutely couldn't confess. Just as Mu Xinci was at a loss, she noticed Yi Fan raising his phone. There on the memo he had scribbled a few bold words: Xiaoya is taking a shower. Mu Xinqi's eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded. Yes, Xiaoya is in the shower. Should I go call her? No need. If she's bathing, don't disturb her. As long as you're happy, I'm relieved. Is your monthly allowance enough? If not, I'll transfer 5 million to you. Mu's father asked with concern. It's enough. Yi Fan was stunned. A transfer of 5 million for living expenses. Truly a staggering display of wealth. Was this the joy of the rich? After hanging up, both Yi Fan and Mu Xinci felt a weight lifted off their shoulders. Thankfully my dad didn't find out, Mu Xinci said, patting her chest. Yi Fan nodded. Yeah, it was a close call. Well, it's late, you should get some sleep. He returned to his room. Just as he lay down on the bed, he saw a message from Xiao Wu in WeChat inviting him to play League of Legends. Xiao Wu: Yi Fan lol, need one more, come on. Yi Fan replied, sleeping, it's late. This shocked everyone. Xiao Wu, the Nocturnal King, actually wants to sleep now? Peng, who am I seeing things? It's only 9:30. Lego bro, you're not old yet, but you're already going to bed early and soaking goji berries in your thermos. However, no matter how surprised his brothers were, they couldn't change Yi Fan's determination to sleep. Yi Fan reformed good night. After turning off his phone, Yi Fan really did go to sleep. At first it was hard to fall asleep, but the image of Mu Xinqi's smiling face appeared in his mind, and he drifted off peacefully. He slept all the way until broad daylight. The next day a notice of criticism was posted on the school's bulletin board. Clearly it was for Hong Yi and the short-haired girl. The bulletin board was surrounded by crowds of people discussing animatedly. I never thought Hong Yi was that kind of person, instigating a girl to do such things. You only just found out. Last time I accidentally bumped into his Wuling Hongguang with my bike, and he demanded I pay for the repairs. I heard that Xiao Yuan's parents came to the campus yesterday, slapped her several times, and dragged her off to pack her bags. Last night they handled her transfer. They say she's not even allowed to study anymore, and she's going straight to work in a factory. She deserves it. Framing Yi Fan like that. Yi Fan is so pitiful. Just because he's handsome, people have to target him. I like him too, but I wouldn't use such despicable tricks. Now everyone was defending Yi Fan. Hong Yi, unwilling to give up his education and go to work in a factory, stayed at school. Naturally, no one gave him a kind look. The nasty things he had done were being gossiped about endlessly. So when Hong Yi, wearing a mask, walked into the classroom, all he heard were people talking behind his back. Does Hong Yi still have the nerve to come to class? Did he even apologize to Yi Fan? I heard he's not the class monitor anymore. Serves him right. Exactly. Doing things that harm others and bring no benefit to himself. I'm ashamed to have such a classmate. Why doesn't he transfer schools too? This was a heavy blow to Hong Yi, who valued his pride. But it wasn't just that. He also caught wind of another terrible piece of news. Did you hear? The counselor has promoted Yi Fan to class monitor. Hong Yi's eyes widened in shock. He immediately retorted to the classmate who had just spoken, impossible. The other person rolled their eyes. What's wrong? Don't you want him to be, and you want to continue? He's the most qualified person in our class to be class monitor. Others chimed in. That's right, Yi Fan is the perfect choice. He's much more upright than you. When they mentioned Yi Fan, admiration shone in their eyes. Hong Yi was unwilling to accept this. Being class monitor had been his proudest position, and now it was taken from him. As Hong Yi was feeling miserable, he heard someone shout excitedly, Brother Yi, you're here. A tall figure appeared. The classmates swarmed around him, some offering snacks, others pulling out chairs. Brother Yi, congratulations on becoming class monitor. Have some snacks. Here, have something to eat. You'll be taking care of our class from now on. Brother Yi is the hope of our class and our face. Any other class has such a handsome monitor. Monitor Yi, you look a bit pale. Didn't you sleep well? All kinds of concern poured in. This only made Hong Yi's anger flare up. He had to win back his standing. Otherwise, how arrogant would Yi Fan become? Suddenly Hong Yi's phone let out a ding. A message had arrived. Hong Yi immediately saw a glimmer of hope. Haha, the time to turn the tables had come. Yi Fan was quite surprised to find himself chosen as class monitor. He had never been a class cadre since childhood. Little did he expect that in university he would not only become the monitor managing the entire class, but also earn extra credits and priority for graduate school admission. Just the thought of seeing Hong Yi humiliated made him feel refreshed. Yi Fan said, "Now that I'm the monitor, it'll serve the class well." His roommates were also overjoyed. "Old Yi, you're truly the boldest man in our dorm. Haha, from now on we have Old Yi looking out for us. Old Yi becoming monitor is the most legitimate. He'll surely fulfill his duties, unlike some who abuse their power." Amidst the unanimous praise, a discordant voice intruded. "Being a monitor isn't all that great. It's better to be a commoner. No responsibilities unburdened. If something goes wrong, you'll bear full responsibility." Yi Fan looked over and saw Hong Yi lounging with his legs crossed, clearly smug. Yi Fan's brows furrowed. He had thought that after being taught a lesson, Hong Yi would keep a low profile. Who knew he would still be so arrogant? Perhaps the punishment last time wasn't enough. Seeing Hong Yi pour cold water, Xiao Wu retorted in displeasure, "Someone got dismissed and can't accept it, so they're just consoling themselves." Pang, who snorted, "Using those dirty tricks to scheme against people. Karma's a bitch and you deserve it." Brother Lei rolled up his sleeves, thinking of how you manipulated that green tea to frame Old Yi and ruin his reputation makes me want to be at odds with you forever. I want to punch you. Go ahead. Everyone's watching and there are cameras. If you hit me, you'll be fully responsible. It'll be bullying and you'll get expelled. Don't blame me then. Hong Yi snorted coldly, completely disregarding Brother Lei. "You." Pang, who was furious. Hong Yi, seeing that Pang, who dared not act, felt immensely pleased. Had just a dog barking before its master speaks. Look, they only scold verbally, nothing more. Bang! Suddenly a stool was kicked, fiercely striking Hong Yi's knee. He gasped in pain. "Oh, it hurts." His face twisted in agony. Hong Yi immediately rubbed his knee, but no matter how he massaged, the pain wouldn't subside. Everyone was stunned. They looked at the one who had kicked the stool. The young man held his head high, exuding an air of youthful vigor with dark eyes and thin lips, an imposing aura as he looked down at Hong Yi lounging lazily and freely in his chair. "How dare you speak to my brother like that? Are you asking for death? What if I hit you? Do you think you'll be cursed to death first, or you'll die first?" Ruthless. The stool that had just been kicked flew over, making everyone wince in sympathy. Hong Yi was in such pain that he fell to his knees, drenched in cold sweat. His mouth let out painful moans. Fortunately, they hadn't offended Yi Fan. Otherwise, they would be the ones suffering now. Xiao Wu was extremely excited. "Old Yi, that was awesome." Pang, who clenched his fists in excitement. "Formerly the readers of Tomato were my idols, but now you're my idol." Yi Fan smirked, watching Hong Yi's pained expression with amusement. "If you provoke him, you should weigh your own abilities." Ha ha ha. Just when they thought Hong Yi would curse and rage, he unexpectedly let out a low, deranged laugh. Don't be fooled by him. He's just a flashy exterior with a rotten core. Hong Yi looked up, pointing fiercely at Yi Fan. "I've already caught your little secret. If you beg for mercy, I won't expose it." The other students were stunned. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, displeased. "What's this madness? A little secret? You're joking. What secret do I have?" Yi Fan was completely unruffled. Hong Yi smirked. "Don't think I don't know about the deal between you and the campus Belle." Yi Fan's heart jolted. He stared suspiciously at Hong Yi. Could this guy have discovered the secret between him and Mu Xinci? Body swapping. If it were exposed, it would shock the world. What if some mysterious organization wanted to capture him for research? No, even if Hong Yi discovered it, he would be dismissed as insane. Who would believe such anti-science nonsense? Yi Fan pretended to be calm. But Hong Yi's words had already left others bewildered. What is Hong Yi talking about? What leverage does he have over Yi Fan? A deal with the campus Belle? Lately, the campus Belle has been acting like a simp for Yi Fan, showering him with gifts. It's indeed suspicious. Hong Yi, seeing the doubt spreading, said smugly, "So Yi Fan, just apologize to me, and I won't reveal your true colors." Yi Fan's gaze turned icy as he stared at Hong Yi. "Damn it, if you've got something to say, spit it out. Stop beating around the bush." He was ready to go all out. He had a system. What was there to fear? If anything went wrong, it was the system's fault. He hated being threatened more than anything. Hong Yi laughed upon hearing this. Truly, one never gives up until the last moment. Let's see if Yi Fan's mouth remains so tough after this. Our campus Belle has been threatened by this hypocritical fraud before you. Hong Yi announced loudly. That's why she's been bending over backwards to please him. This statement shocked everyone. Hong Yi spat out everything he had investigated. The Koenigsegg sports car Yi Fan has been showing off lately isn't under his name. I checked with a friend at the vehicle administration. It's registered under Mu Xinci's name. Not only that, but Yi Fan also got a new phone and suddenly wears designer clothes from head to toe. The campus Belle has always been aloof, never close to other boys, but Yi Fan is the exception. I checked the student records. Yi Fan's parents are farmers. He's not a rich second generation. Where did all this money come from? Obviously, he extorted the campus Belle to buy them for him. Hong Yi's words were like a heavy stone thrown into water, stirring up 1,000 waves. Immediately, heated discussions erupted. No wonder the campus Belle has been so close to Yi Fan lately. She must have been caught with some leverage. People were saying Yi Fan was a rich second generation with a big villa. Turns out it's all fake. He's spending a woman's money and extorted from the campus Belle at that. How disgusting. Besides the dissatisfied admirers of Mu Xinci, some female students who admired Yi Fan spoke up in his defense. Could there be a misunderstanding? Yi Fan doesn't seem like that kind of person. He wouldn't need to do such a thing. If he really extorted her, why wouldn't he just make her his girlfriend directly? Xiao Wu also flushed, defending Yi Fan. Don't spread rumors, everyone. Hong Yi is nothing but a liar. How can you believe his nonsense? Brother Lei retorted. The Yi family is extremely wealthy now. How could he extort the school beauty? I refuse to believe he's that kind of person. Hong Yi sneered. You never know a person's true heart. How do you know he hasn't pulled some shady tricks behind your back? He immediately shouted. Let's go find the school beauty and confront him. Let's see how Yi Fan defends himself. Fine, I'll go fetch her. Some boys, genuinely afraid that their beloved goddess might be threatened by Yi Fan, now rose up in the name of justice and went to summon Mu Xinci. Hong Yi became even more smug. You're doomed. Yi Fan laughed out loud. Hong Yi was so naive and foolish. Indeed, Hong Yi was the most innocent boy Yi Fan had ever met. While Hong Yi waited for the school beauty to expose Yi Fan's true face, the boys returned disappointed. What's wrong? Where is she? Hong Yi was dumbfounded. Could it be that they hadn't brought Mu Xinci? Without a confrontation, how could he slap Yi Fan's face? Hong Yi, the school beauty, was sent by the teacher to participate in an art event at the neighboring school, a boy explained. We can't reach her now, and we don't know when she'll be back. Damn it. What bad timing. Hong Yi was a little annoyed. Heaven was always against him. But it doesn't matter. Yi Fan has already been convicted of extortion. How could a penniless nobody like him afford designer brands, drive a luxury car, and have the school beauty chasing after him? Hong Yi curled his lips, sour with jealousy. Yi Fan heard this and was amused. This guy's reading comprehension must have been taught by a gym teacher. Without another word, Yi Fan entered the system and drew 3 times, obtaining 2 rewards. Alright, it was a sure thing now. That Koenigsegg sports car isn't mine. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, looking at Hong Yi. It's indeed Mu Xinci. Xiao Wu and the others were stunned. Xiao Wu anxiously tugged at Yi Fan. What are you saying? This only boosted Hong Yi's arrogance. See, he admitted it. Everyone who defended Yi Fan just now take that. Hong Yi gloated. Now Yi Fan, seeing the truth exposed, had chosen to confess. But futile. Yi Fan was a trapped beast doomed to lose. The crowd murmured, clearly disappointed in Yi Fan. Xiao Wu and his roommates were panicked as well. The situation was unfavorable for Yi Fan. As brothers who had lived with Yi Fan day and night, they knew he could never do such a thing. I admit the car belongs to the school beauty, but I never said I threatened her. She lent it to me voluntarily. Yi Fan said, pulling a black card from his wallet and slapping it on the table. Since you're so fond of investigating, how about checking who the owner of this black card is, eh? When the black card was thrown out, Hong Yi's eyes were nearly blinded. The others were shocked as well. A black card? It's my first time seeing one. Apparently, it's a symbol of top-tier wealth. My uncle is a factory manager. He applied at the bank once, but didn't even qualify to fill out the form. I heard it has no spending limit. How could a student like Yi Fan have a black card? Could it be from the school beauty? Amid the clamor, Hong Yi was dumbfounded. He couldn't even get a credit card, yet Yi Fan had a black card. Impossible. With Yi Fan's family so poor, there was no way he could have been approved for a black card. Hong Yi felt a bit relieved. Alright, let's go to the bank counter right now and check. It must be the school bow ties. What an idiot, confessing so easily. No need. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Hong, you don't your parents work at XX Bank. Checking a black card should be a piece of cake for you. Those words instantly darkened Hong Yi's face. Beads of sweat formed on his nose. The surrounding classmates suddenly understood and clapped. That's right. Why go to the counter? Just call your parents directly. Hong Yi clenched his fists, torn and nervous. What's wrong? Forgotten the number. Don't tell me your phone's dead. As the class monitor, I have your parents' contact info. Want me to call for you? This made Hong Yi frantic. No. Others who relished the drama urged him. Class monitor, speak up. Exactly. This is driving me crazy. Hurry up and call. I really don't want to see the school beauty being extorted. Expose his true face. Hong Yi was now forced into a corner. His heart was tormented and agonized. Yi Fan shook his phone at him meaningfully. The screen already displayed Hong Yi's father's number. Yi Fan's finger was about to press the dial button. Once the call went through, who knew what he would add or twist? He'll call. With no other choice, Hong Yi growled through clenched teeth. Yi Fan's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Good. Let the storm come harder. A grand show was about to begin. Under pressure, Hong Yi dialed the number. A dozen pairs of eyes watched intently. Sweat drenched Hong Yi's palms. He prayed silently, Father, please don't say the wrong thing. Hello. The call was on speakerphone. Everyone heard a middle-aged man's voice, thick with a strong accent. The background noise suggested a chaotic environment. Hong Yi swallowed hard. Dad, I need to ask you for something. What? It's not about that BMW again, is it? Absolutely not. Hong Yi's father sighed. Our family's financial situation is limited. We've already scrimped and saved to buy you a Wuling Hongguang in full. Just make do with the car. Your mother and I earn only 100 a day working on the assembly line. Son, we've given you everything we can, but this is out of the question. If our family gets demolished and we receive compensation, maybe then we'll have the money to buy it for you. Just wait a bit longer. Hong Yi's eyes widened in shock. Terrified, he immediately hung up the phone. His father had actually blurted everything out in one breath. A slow, subtle smile curled at the corners of Yi Fan's mouth. The two skills he had just drawn were 1. On 8A's secret peeking card, 2. Stock search card. Except when facing Mu Xinci, he could use the secret peeking ability unconditionally on anyone. And facing Hong Yi, he immediately uncovered Hong Yi's secrets. 1. Hong Yi boasted that his parents were highly educated bank executives, but in reality, they were factory workers on the assembly line with only elementary school diplomas. 2. Hong Yi was a parasite living off his parents' money, yet he flaunted it, as if he had earned it through his own genuine ability, including the Wuling Hongguang. So Yi Fan planned to use the secrets he had uncovered to expose Hong Yi's vanity and hypocrisy. Thus he came up with the black card trick. Just as he expected, the other classmates were shocked. Hong Yi, didn't you say your dad was a bank executive and your mom a senior teller, and that they gave you little allowance to cultivate frugality? It's all lies. His parents are assembly line workers. And what about that claim of being a top student from Zhejiang University? Bullshit. Even the Wuling Hongguang he drives, he's always bragged that he bought it with his own earnings. I thought he was so admirable for being self-reliant, but it was his parents who bought it for him. Liar. I'm disgusted. A parasite who brags about earning money. Aren't you ashamed? And you even had the nerve to demand your parents buy you a BMW. Do you deserve it? I'm an adult and I know how hard my parents work. Even when they give me allowance, I spend it sparingly. The classmates who had previously been mocked by Hong Yi for always spending their parents' money were now furious. They had all been deceived by Hong Yi. He was the real liar. So can you trust a single word from such a fraud? Yi Fan looked at the indignant classmates. Clearly no one believed Hong Yi anymore. Damn, we've been used. Hong Yi, we're done. If you ever need my help, I won't lift a finger. This guy was our class monitor before. Hong Yi, get real. Hong Yi was now consumed by inferiority. He had lied about his family background because he felt inferior to others. But with no money, he had to pretend to be self-reliant to maintain the facade. Hong Yi never expected to be exposed so quickly, and the instigator was clearly Yi Fan. I was just being blunt, joking around. Now Yi Fan is diverting your attention. Even if my parents are workers, does that prove Yi Fan didn't extort the campus Belle? Now desperate to save himself, Hong Yi could only fight to the death with Yi Fan. If he couldn't have it good, neither would Yi Fan. Yi Fan yawned lazily. You're one stubborn fool who won't give up until the bitter end. He picked up the black card and said, look, there's my signature on the back. This card is mine. This statement once again shocked Hong Yi and the others. The most exclusive black card belonging to Yi Fan. That meant Yi Fan was incredibly wealthy. Incredible. A black card was even harder to obtain than a sports car. No, it can't be true. You're lying. Hong Yi screamed hysterically. Just then a puzzled voice sounded. What's going on here? It drew everyone's attention. They saw the counselor approaching with documents. Teacher, why are you here? Xiao Wu asked curiously. I came to deliver a file to Yi Fan, the counselor said, looking at Yi Fan and handing him the documents. Yi Fan, your family is being relocated. The village needs proof that you're a student. I've prepared it for you. Oh, just mail it back. Thank you, teacher. Yi Fan took the documents. The counselor's words amazed everyone. Brother Yi, your family is getting relocated. Relocation means 3 generations of fortune. Who doesn't hope for that? No wonder Brother Yi is rich now. His family is being compensated. Brother Yi isn't a rich second generation. He's a relocation second generation. The black card is his and his family is getting compensation. He's genuinely rich while Hong Yi is genuinely poor. Hong Yi is just sour grapes. Sorry, Brother Yi, we misjudged you. The rumors were dispelled. Anyone who still believed Hong Yi now was a complete fool. The Mu family's power is not to be underestimated. Do you think I could threaten the campus Belle? Or do you think she's so foolish as to be easily manipulated by me? Yi Fan looked down at Hong Yi. The others immediately felt foolish for having doubted Yi Fan. The Mu Group was the country's #1 financial conglomerate. Chairman Mu was a decisive and formidable business tycoon. If his daughter were extorted, he would have 1,000 ways to destroy the culprit. So there was only one conclusion: the campus Belle liked Yi Fan. She voluntarily pursued him, even acting as his admirer, just to win his heart. They had been so foolish to believe Hong Yi's lies. For a moment, they were filled with envy toward Yi Fan. The campus belle could casually give Yi Fan a luxury car and treat him with meticulous care. In the entire school, how many could make her so attentive? Only Yi Fan. This envy then turned into anger, and they began to bombard Hong Yi. Tisk tisk, some people can't get what they want, so they slander those who have it. Brother Yi is leagues above you. The more you lack, the more you show off. Hong Yi, you big liar. Yi Fan is so pitiful. Just because the campus belle likes him and his family got relocation money, you slander him. Hearing the taunts from all sides, Hong Yi felt both inferior and anguished. He had always wanted to be recognized as wealthy and admired. Now Yi Fan had effortlessly obtained everything he desired. He wanted the department belle to like him, but she liked Yi Fan. He wanted his family to hit the jackpot with relocation, but Yi Fan's family got the money. Why did Yi Fan always get the good deals? What made him different from Yi Fan? Yi Fan coldly stared at Hong Yi. Don't forget the court date next month. I think I should add another charge. Hong Yi felt immense pressure. He was already broke. If this continued, he would be homeless. Yi Fan, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed and framed you. Please let me off. Hong Yi's tears fell as he begged Yi Fan. He felt he hadn't done anything that wrong, so why was Yi Fan so relentless? He was already suffering. Why wouldn't Yi Fan let him go? Why was everyone criticizing him instead of Yi Fan? Yi Fan coldly stared at Hong Yi. I gave you a chance. Everyone has limits, and you crossed mine. If Hong Yi had kept a low profile, Yi Fan could have let bygones be bygones. But Hong Yi pushed his luck so Yi Fan would repay him double. Especially since Hong Yi had tarnished Mu Xinci's reputation. That was unforgivable. Only he could bully Mu Xinci. No matter how much Hong Yi repented and begged, it was too late. He had brought his own downfall through his recklessness, and now he was ignored by everyone at school. When Mu Xinci returned to school and heard about Yi Fan's actions, she was stunned. She hadn't expected him to be so formidable. He had effortlessly slapped Hong Yi in the face. Unfortunately, she had missed the show, so she was in a cheerful mood while reading in the library with Xiaoya. Xiaoya looked at Mu Xinci with confusion. What's wrong with this girl? Reading a book on Marxism-Leninism, and she was actually laughing out loud. Yet Mu Xinci was completely unaware of her strange behavior, still enjoying herself. Until her phone rang. She saw it was Yi Fan calling. Hello. Mu Xinci answered, deliberately lowering her voice so as not to disturb others. Where are you? Help me. Huff. On the other end came Yi Fan's hoarse, weak voice, making Mu Xinqi's heart clench. What should she do? What happened? What's wrong with Yi Fan? Where are you? She was more agitated than anyone else. She couldn't help but shout. Her face turned pale. She was truly afraid that something had happened to Yi Fan. That would be terrible. Mu Xinqi's heart was completely twisted with worry as she listened to his pained voice. Even Xiaoya was stunned. She had never seen Mu Xinci so out of control, so disheartened. I'm in classroom 203 of the teaching building. Come quickly. Then came the sound of Yi Fan's painful withdrawal. Okay, I'll be right there. Mu Xinci immediately hung up. Xiaoya looked at her anxious expression and asked, What's wrong? I have something to do. I'm leaving. Mu Xinci didn't care about anyone else as she grabbed her phone and left. Hey, your bag. Xiaoya exclaimed. That was a Hermes bag. But Mu Xinci didn't even want it. It seemed the call was from Yi Fan. Mu Xinci had gone all out for a man for the first time. And she said she wasn't his admirer. This was love that was hard to express, love that was hard to control. The others saw Mu Xinci running out and immediately gossiped. Where's the campus belle going in such a hurry? She didn't even take her bag. No need to guess. She's definitely going to find Yi Fan. The campus belle is obsessed with Yi Fan lately. She's his admirer. Yi Fan is really outstanding. I wish I could be his admirer too, but I'm not qualified. I'm not as pretty as the campus belle, so he wouldn't like me. Some female students sighed directly. A male student muttered, Is Yi Fan really that great? I think he's pretty ordinary. Ordinary? Then what about you? You're worth nothing. You can be ugly but at least have good taste. The girls immediately ganged up on him. Yi Fan has good character, great temperament, excels in sports. He's practically all-round. The campus belle is chasing after him. Doesn't that prove he's amazing? The girls praised Yi Fan endlessly, using every beautiful adjective, but still felt they were missing something. To them, Yi Fan was perfect. If Yi Fan could just glance at them, they would be content. But unfortunately, even the campus belle couldn't catch him, so they had even less chance. Oh, if Yi Fan ever got a girlfriend, probably all the girls in school would cry their hearts out. Classroom 203 of the teaching building. In the back row, a boy was lying face down. His white shirt was soaked with sweat on the back. His well-defined fingers were pressed hard against the desk, as if enduring some kind of torment. This was Yi Fan. He was experiencing a pain that made him wish for death, but couldn't die. Damn, it hurt even more than a fracture. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and endured. Just as his spirit was about to collapse, he heard a flurry of hurried footsteps. Are you okay? A familiar, excited voice rang out. To Yi Fan, it was an angel. He raised his sweat-covered face and saw Mu Xinqi's beautiful moving face. What's wrong? She was so anxious, she looked ready to cry, her eyes and nose red. Mu Xinci was about to run away, but she deliberately slowed down, seemingly afraid that Yifan would feel worse. I can still hold on. Yifan gritted his teeth, then took something out of his pocket. Here. Mu Xinci looked, and saw it was a bag of menstrual pain relief granules. You actually know about this? Mu Xinci was surprised, her eyes sparkling. Yifan turned away, his handsome face, his ears flushed red. I know a lot more. In truth, he was just being stubborn. He had specially asked the shopkeeper at the convenience store, and then quickly bought it. Okay, I'll go brew it for you. Mu Xinci felt a bit ashamed. After all, it was because of the sensory exchange with Yifan that he was suffering now. You said I'll go. Just as Mu Xinci was about to leave, Yifan pressed her back into her seat. Congratulations, host. Detected that you have your arm around the school bow tie's shoulder. Awarded 300 points. The system's notification made Yifan smile helplessly. Arm around the shoulder. That was far from it. But Mu Xince's shoulders were indeed quite shapely. Perfectly straight shoulders. It could be said that she fulfilled all of Yifan's fantasies about his other half. However, that was not the point. The point was that he had to quickly make Mu Xince's period pain disappear. Yifan picked up the mug and said, "This is brand new, I haven't used it. Wait here for me." He endured the pain and went to the kitchen. Watching him stagger, Mu Xinci worriedly peeked at him from the doorframe, afraid he might fall. Fortunately, he managed to stumble his way to brew the menstrual pain relief granules. Drink it. Yifan had never been so attentive to a girl before. Mu Xinci looked at the steaming cup, blinked her eyes, and said gratefully, "Thank you. Come sit down and rest too." She patted the chair beside her. Yifan simply sat down as well. He watched Mu Xinci sipping the medicine in small mouthfuls. Her red lips were vivid, and when she parted them, he could see her pink tongue. She glanced at him with a dazed look, soft and adorable like a little rabbit. Yifan felt a warmth surge up, and between his lips and teeth was a bitter taste similar to Chinese medicine. It was the warmth of the medicine she had just drunk. Menstrual pain relief granules, warm and caring. Bullshit, caring my ass. He wanted to report false advertising. Why was it still so painful after drinking it? Yifan hunched over, sweating profusely. It's unbearable. Yifan bit his lower lip. It was even worse than ball pain. Then he noticed Mu Xince's flawless white hand reaching out. She was actually gently massaging his stomach. What? What are you doing? Yifan's ears turned red. He hadn't expected Mu Xinci to make such a move. Even though he only felt her touch, it still made his body feel like a volcano erupting. It was about to shake the earth. In massaging your stomach. When you have period pain, this can make you feel much better. Mu Xince's eyes were very gentle, and when she smiled, shallow dimples appeared. Her little face was also rosy and full. Ding! Detected one stomach rubbing action. Awarded 200 points. I understand the logic, but why are you rubbing mine? Yifan asked. As he stared straight at her, Mu Xinci was stunned. Then her mind clicked, and she suddenly realized. That's right. Even if rubbing the stomach helps with period pain, it should be rubbing hers. I made a mistake. Let me try again. Mu Xince's hand suddenly moved. Ha! Yifan burst out laughing. She was too silly and cute. Previously, in everyone's eyes, Mu Xinci was cold and hard to approach. Was this a character collapse? Don't laugh. Mu Xinci said, a bit embarrassed and annoyed, and gently patted Yifan's shoulder. Yifan leaned to the side, but her pat landed on her own body instead. Don't torture yourself. Yifan propped his chin on his hand and covered his stomach. Haha, you made my stomach hurt from laughing, you're too cute. Hearing his words, Mu Xince's face flushed, and she added, your stomach already hurts. So think of a way to rub it properly. I'm very eager to learn. Yifan looked at Mu Xinci with eager eyes. He really didn't overthink it, he just wanted to help her. If she felt better, then of course he would feel better too. Of course girls really have it tough. Learning a few tricks wouldn't hurt. More skills don't weigh you down. Maybe later he could use them to soothe Mu Xinci. After the 2-month exchange ended, he could effectively help her resist period pain, which would be great. Just place your hand here on the lower abdomen and massage in circles. Mu Xinci taught Yifan in slow motion. Yifan could feel the chemical reaction on his body when her palm touched his stomach. Her little hand was really so soft. Her stomach was very flat. No excess fat. Such a slender waist. A girl's stomach was completely different from a guy's. The skin felt soft and smooth like jade. What dominated over the pain was actually her gentle touch. Yifan's adrenaline shot up. His hormones surged like volcanic lava about to erupt in a rush. A single spark could start a prairie fire unstoppable. No dirty thoughts. Overwhelmed by those impure ideas, Yifan struggled to stay calm. He clumsily imitated Mu Xinci and massaged her stomach. Who knew that Mu Xinci would break down in a second? Oh, stop. Mu Xince's face flushed, her cheeks completely red. It's so ticklish. Yifan was startled and didn't dare continue. He glanced over and saw her breathing softly, her eyes still watery from the tickling. Her whimpering just now was simply intoxicating. As a teenage boy, Yifan completely lost control. I'm sorry, he apologized immediately. After all, he had made Mu Xinci uncomfortable with the tickling. It's okay, you're not suffering for me for nothing, Mu Xinci murmured with her red lips, feeling a bit ashamed. But as she looked at Yi Fan, her beautiful eyes held a hint of softness. But I'm actually quite grateful. Suddenly it feels good to have you here. Yi Fan trembled. His heart pounded nonstop. Every time I'm on my period, it really hurts. I've nearly fainted several times and have to take painkillers. Mu Xinci murmured. I went to the hospital for a checkup, there's nothing wrong, but I still get period pain every time. I heard that after having a baby, it won't hurt anymore. Then you should get pregnant. Yi Fan blurted out without thinking. As a result, he saw Mu Xinci's round eyes widen to twice their size. Yi Fan immediately realized how absurd his words were. What was he saying? He couldn't even handle a conversation. Now Mu Xinci would definitely misunderstand. Cough cough, I meant that after you get pregnant it will be fine. Mu Xinci watched Yi Fan explain awkwardly, and she covered her mouth with her hand, gently laughing. Her smiling look made Yi Fan feel delighted. Will you give birth to my child, she asked. A single sentence made Yi Fan lose all affection, and he blurted out without thinking, no way. How could he, a grown man, possibly give birth? Having the bizarre experience of menstrual cramps was already absurd enough. If he had to go through childbirth, he would surely die. But since we've swapped bodily sensations, that means you'll experience labor for me. I've heard it's a level 10 pain, while menstrual cramps are only level 4. Mu Xinci explained earnestly. Yi Fan was stunned. If menstrual cramps hurt this much at level 4, what would level 10 be like? Level 10 would be unbearable. Probably not. Besides, we've only been like this for 2 months. As Yi Fan began to refute, he realized he had almost revealed his system. Mu Xinci seized on his words. What about 2 months? Yi Fan was annoyed at himself for carelessly slipping up. I mean, we might switch back within 2 months. Besides, you couldn't possibly get pregnant in 2 months, he quickly added. Right, we shouldn't give up hope. Maybe we'll switch back. Mu Xinci perked up at the thought, but then another realization struck her. Are you no longer in pain? Yi Fan was slow to react. The pain seems less intense now, just a slight swelling. Then let me press the menstrual cramp point again to relieve the pain. Mu Xinci lowered her head and began pressing her hand. Menstrual cramp point. Is there such a spot? Where is it? Yi Fan leaned in curiously. Just as he got close, Mu Xinci looked up, and her lips accidentally brushed against Yi Fan's cheek. Yi Fan trembled. He could feel the sensation of her lips on his cheek, and also the softness of her petals. It was like a gentle breeze caressing his face, stirring his heart. His pulse raced. Ding detected a cheek kiss. Rewarding host 300 points. Mu Xinci's face instantly flushed crimson. She was like a boiled shrimp, flustered and agitated. I'm sorry. She instinctively pulled away, but her thoughts were in turmoil, completely immersed in the moment of the kiss. Even her palms turned red. How embarrassing. She had kissed him without thinking. Ahem ahem. Yi Fan coughed to cover his own racing heart. An accident. It's understandable. Mu Xinci gently pinched her earlobe. Are you okay now? How could he be okay? That simple gesture of pinching her ear made Yi Fan burn with heat again. Who knew Mu Xinci's ears were so fair and beautiful? Her earlobes were full and translucent like pearls, glowing now flushed and warm. Her slender fingers gently toyed with her earlobe. It was like scratching an itch in Yi Fan's heart. Suddenly his mouth went dry. The ambiguous atmosphere between them seemed to thicken. It doesn't hurt much now, but just in case, keep these. With a clatter, a large bag was placed in front of Mu Xinci. What's this? Mu Xinci had noticed it earlier, but hadn't asked. She took it out and was stunned. Besides a large bag of snacks, there were pads, sanitary napkins, several boxes of menstrual cramp relief granules, and even painkillers and warm belly patches. Just take it, Yi Fan said nonchalantly. Snacks can lift your mood. Women are usually in a bad mood during that time of the month. Eating something sweet releases dopamine. Of course. Yi Fan grabbed a jelly in front of Mu Xinci, tore open the foil lid with his teeth, and gulped it down. They'll also follow your advice and replenish sugar. I won't do any strenuous exercise during this time, and will cooperate with you fully. I was too willful and reckless before. Don't hold it against me. Mu Xinci watched as Yi Fan coolly said these words, and a warmth spread through her. She was pleasantly surprised. Yi Fan was both cool and handsome. She had thought he was carefree, but he turned out to be so thoughtful. The sweetness of the jelly lingered in her mouth, making her heart melt. Thank you. In return, I want eat cold, spicy, or sour foods. They'll drink plenty of warm water and change. Sanitary pads. The last part came out in a blushing whisper. Yi Fan blushed too. He could feel everything Mu Xinci was doing. The sensation of touching those little wings made him numb. That's good. Yi Fan scratched his hair and quickly reached a consensus with Mu Xinci. After that, Yi Fan indeed kept his promise. Xiao Wu came with a basketball and called out, "Wanna play, eh?" No. Yi Fan lay down on the lower bunk of the dormitory to rest. Since there was evening self-study, he had to make do in the dorm for now to avoid bothering Mu Xinci too much. He casually sprayed some perfume to freshen the air. He knew Mu Xinci was sensitive to smells. The dormitory smelled musty and foul, and the perfume, which was the same brand Mu Xinci often used, helped mask the unpleasant odor. Xiao Wu looked at Yi Fan lounging lazily and asked, "What's up with you? Aren't you the most eager to play basketball?" Just then Brother Lei walked in. "It's so hot. Here, I bought some ice cream, one for each of you." Brother Lei tried to hand one to Yi Fan, who wanted to take it, but resisted. He held firm. "No thanks." Yi Fan refused. He'll skip it for a few days. Eating cold food would make Mu Xinci's cramps worse. He had to endure. No matter how tempting, he wouldn't break his promise to Mu Xinci. "What's going on? You're not eating." Brother Lei was puzzled. "Yeah, I'm going to sleep." Yi Fan wanted to rest. Out of sight, out of mind. He wouldn't crave ice cream. "That's strange. I'm offering it to you, and you refuse. You're usually the first to grab ice cream. What's the matter?" Brother Lei didn't understand. After all, Yi Fan loved ice cream the most. It was as if he had turned into a girl who couldn't eat cold things a few days each month. Moreover, Xiao Wu and the others were shocked to find Yi Fan wrapped in a thick cotton jacket. He was even drinking goji berry from a thermos. "What's up? Is old Yi into health now, eh? Didn't he hate hot tea and prefer iced drinks?" "Exactly. And he's wearing so much. It's only around 10 degrees Celsius. Before head, just wear a t-shirt and brave the cold." He had amazing cold tolerance. None of them understood what had changed Yi Fan. Yet they didn't know that this was Yi Fan's act of self-preservation. While Xiao Wu and the others found Yi Fan's behavior bizarre, they were about to suffer the consequences. Hey, who's in the bathroom? I need to get in. That ice cream today must have been poisoned. I've been having diarrhea nonstop." Xiao Wu knocked on the dormitory bathroom door. From inside came Pang He's plaintive voice, "Hold on, ouch, it hurts, it hurts." Even Brother Lei couldn't hold it in. "I'm about to burst. He'll go next door." He dashed to the opposite dorm to grab their bathroom. Having witnessed this entire spectacle, Yi Fan was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a twist. That same day a cold front swept in, and those who had been wearing short sleeves inevitably caught colds. With hot water bottles in their hands and thick jackets wrapped around them, they looked at the unperturbed Yi Fan and sighed, "Damn, old Yi really had foresight. No kidding, our whole dormitory got hit, and he's the only one fine. I'll never eat ice again. My stomach is killing me." Yi Fan lay on his bed feeling utterly relaxed and carefree. If Mu Xinci was destined to be his future wife, then the old saying was right, "Listen to your wife, and you'll never go wrong." Yi Fan then recalled that he still had a stock search card. This was just the right time to use it. As Yi Fan opened his MacBook to check the stock market, Brother Lei curiously leaned in. "What are you up to, old Yi? Since when did you start trading stocks? I thought you had no interest in this." "I've been doing some research lately, thinking of buying a few stocks," Yi Fan said. "You're a rookie. If you invest blindly, you'll lose money. My dad's into stocks, and I've picked up a trick or two. I followed his lead and bought Tycoon manufacturing stock. It's a concept stock. You can't go wrong with it." Brother Lei continued, "I invested in it, and it's been going up these past 2 days. I'm not buying Tycoon manufacturing. I'm going for Blue Deer Medical instead." Yi Fan replied firmly. "Tycoon manufacturing is about to crash. You'd better sell it off soon, or you'll take a huge loss." After all, Yi Fan had the system. He could immediately see that Blue Deer Medical was a hot stock set to soar 95 in a single month. The undisputed moneymaker. How could he not get in? Brother Lei was stunned. "Are you kidding me? You actually want to buy Blue Deer Medical stock? Do you have too much money to burn? Whatever you put in, you'll lose, every penny. That stock has been plummeting nonstop, a total disaster." Even Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. "I don't think much of Blue Deer Medical either. It's too obscure, and I heard the company is on the verge of bankruptcy with expenses far exceeding revenue." Just follow Brother Lei. You can't go wrong. As a newbie, you don't understand the market yet. There's a lot of nuance here. Don't get burned. Pang, who also advised earnestly. Even though Yi Fan's family had received demolition compensation and were now well off, he couldn't afford to lose everything playing the stock market. Brother Lei said to Yi Fan, "Exactly. If you're worried, why not buy both? I guarantee you Tycoon manufacturing will go up." Brother Lei, "Thanks for the kindness, but I really believe in this stock. I also recommend you get in on it. Let's make money together." Yi Fan said sincerely. Brother Lei furrowed his brows, still hesitant. Xiao Wu asked, "Do you have some inside info?" "Let's just say it's my sixth sense." Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. "Trust me on this just once. When have I ever had bad luck? If your investment loses, it'll make it up to you, okay? Listen to me, sell your Tycoon manufacturing shares and buy Blue Deer Medical instead." Brother Lei glanced at Yi Fan, whose confidence was unwavering. That gave Brother Lei some courage. He slapped his thigh and said, "All right, I'll follow your lead. After all, you've got the luck. Maybe a miracle would happen." He decided to indulge the youngest. If it turned out to be a loss, had accepted. Head, just invest a smaller amount. Following Yi Fan's advice, Brother Lei sold his Tycoon manufacturing shares and invested 500 yuan in Blue Deer Medical. Just 500 yuan. If I lose it, I won't feel the pain, Brother Lei said. But when he looked at Yi Fan's screen, he was shocked to see that Yi Fan had invested a whopping 500,000 yuan. Did you accidentally add an extra zero? Brother Lei exclaimed, reaching out to grab Yi Fan's hand on the mouse. Yi Fan looked at him in confusion. No, that's right. Are you sure you want to invest that much? Brother Lei was astonished. Even if your family got the demolition money, you can't just throw it away like this. 500,000 was no small sum. Especially when investing in a cold stock, it could easily all be lost. Brother Lei, trust me, it's going to make a profit. Besides, it's my money and I'll manage it wisely, Yi Fan said. He even felt that 500,000 was too little. But he still had that card. Head start with 500,000 as a test, then buy more shares later if needed. Think it over. Don't end up with nothing left. Yeah, you could look at other stocks instead. What's the difference between this and gambling? Xiao Wu and the others all thought Yi Fan was being too reckless. But no matter how they tried to persuade him, Yi Fan had made up his mind and poured all the money in. Xiao Wu could only shake his head and sigh, thinking Yi Fan was being foolish. Yi Fan's investment decisions were far too irrational. He would surely suffer a huge loss someday. Still, they all resolved that whether Yi Fan won or lost, they would take care of him, making sure he never went hungry or had nowhere to sleep. After buying the stock, Yi Fan sat back, contentedly waiting for the money to roll in. Seeing the worried looks on the others' faces, he really wanted to tell them about his system. He couldn't possibly lose. He would make a killing. But since having a system was a rather secret and special matter, he decided to keep it to himself. Day after day passed, and Yi Fan finally endured Mu Xinci's menstrual period. From the initial discomfort, he had grown accustomed to it. Once her period was over, Yi Fan could be liberated. He also had to go to GUA Media to select scripts and songs. After all, for a company to sustain itself, it needed outstanding works. Yi Fan opened the system and began to draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the high-quality work identification and appraisal. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the never stuck in traffic card. Yi Fan accepted the rewards. Both were very practical. The high-quality work identification and appraisal would come in handy today when selecting works. As for the never stuck in traffic card, it was already useful now. Yi Fan looked at the traffic jam ahead, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. As a car owner, no matter the time, encountering traffic jams due to rush hour or accidents was always a miserable experience. It could even make one irritable and impatient. But now with this card in hand, Yi Fan had nothing to fear from traffic jams. Yi Fan activated the card instantly. The road, which had been completely gridlocked, began to flow smoothly within moments. The congested traffic cleared immediately. Without having to wait, Yi Fan drove off with ease. Little did he know that when he arrived at the company, an unexpected challenge awaited him. It turned out to be. Yi Fan arrived at the door of his office. Outside, he could hear shareholder Chi's smug voice from within. Now that Danmei adaptations are all the rage, we must ride the trend and produce the brocade travels. By this billionaire CEO meets 4 little sweethearts. Enough, Mary Sue, I love it. Report what I said right away. Then came the timid voice of his assistant. But isn't this subject to shareholder Yes decision? Shareholder Yi hasn't arrived yet. I'm also a shareholder of the company. If you listen to him, you won't listen to me. My opinion is his opinion. If I choose for him, he'll be grateful. Off. The assistant was bewildered. I guarantee you he'll choose what I pick 100%. Shareholder Chi declared with confidence. Yi Fan frowned in distaste, his eyelids barely lifting. He immediately pushed the door open with displeasure. That's not the case. This startled shareholder Chi, who was sitting in Yi Fan's office chair with his feet propped on the desk. He nearly fell to the floor. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to show up at this moment. Yi Fan looked at shareholder Chi's usurping presence with deep disgust. The ashtray on the table was filled with Chi's cigarette butts, and the desk bore the dirty footprints of his shoes. It was filthy. You're here, shareholder Chi said, trying to steady himself and put on a brave face. I've looked over the scripts. There's nothing for you to do. You can go back. Which one's caught your eye, eh? Yi Fan walked over. Trembling, the assistant handed shareholder Yi the scripts that shareholder Chi had selected. Here they are. Oh, Yi Fan glanced at them. Not bad, actually. Shareholder Chi grew even more proud. See, my taste is impeccable, isn't it? He winked at the assistant triumphantly. See, I told you Yi Fan would agree. It seemed Yi Fan had realized that making a fuss would make it hard for him to stay in the company, and had now become sensible. Schla. Shareholder Chi's eyes widened in shock. He watched as Yi Fan tore the scripts to shreds right in front of him, and then flung them into his face. The assistant gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. This was the first time anyone had been so audacious toward shareholder Chi. Though by every other work except the ones you chose. Yi Fan slammed the table, his presence overwhelming. Yi Fan, have you lost your mind? Shareholder Chi was both intimidated and deeply humiliated. Yi Fan's gaze turned icy as he stared at Chi. Chi Mingxuan, I'm informing you, you can get out. Originally out of consideration for Qi being a founding member of the company, he had tolerated his transgressions. But now that Qi was pushing his luck and refusing to be reasonable, why should Yi Fan as a shareholder endure this? He was the largest shareholder. Did he need to spend money to kowtow to others? That would be truly insane. You must be joking. Does Kaiwan know about this? Shareholder Qi found Yi Fan's behavior absurd. Yi Fan replied casually, no need to inform her. I'm the chief executive of the company. Layoffs are normal, aren't they? Now, out of respect for you as a former shareholder, I'm letting you pack up and leave. Otherwise, I'll have the security guards throw you out. Fine beads of sweat appeared on shareholder Qi's palms. He hadn't expected to provoke Yi Fan, who would be so tough as to kick him out. This was originally his territory. When did it become Yi Fan's domain? Just wait. Kaiwan won't let me go. When she finds out you're throwing a tantrum like this with me, she'll give you a good scolding. Shareholder Qi fumed and went to fetch Shui Kaiwan. Yi Fan, however, was not intimidated at all. If Shui Kaiwan really sided with shareholder Qi, he would simply withdraw his shares and leave. He wouldn't swallow this humiliation. If the other shareholders wouldn't listen to him, he didn't need to be the largest shareholder. Yi Fan had to make an example of someone to firmly establish his position in the company. He couldn't be a pushover easily manipulated by shareholder Qi. Otherwise, Qi would only oppose him and even run rampant over him. Shui Kaiwan soon arrived, summoned by shareholder Qi. Looking at the chaotic scene, she was confused. What's going on? Yi Fan wants me gone. I'm also a shareholder. Just because he holds a slightly higher stake than me, does he think he can order me around? Even if I have no merit, I've worked hard. You be the judge. Shareholder Qi painted himself as a loyal and hardworking figure, making himself sound pitiful. Shui Kaiwan frowned and looked at Yi Fan. What's the reason? Shareholder Qi smirked smugly. See, Shui Kaiwan was sentimental. How could she possibly agree to let him go? She would definitely defend his rights. Yi Fan replied calmly, he occupied my office, abused his power, and acted insubordinately. Did you hear that? You can leave now, Shui Kaiwan said to shareholder Qi. Shareholder Qi felt a heart attack. What? If that's not enough, how about adding sexual harassment to the list? Shui Kaiwan's eyes reddened instantly. The grievances she had accumulated over these days all burst forth. When she started her own business from scratch, her senior Qi Mingshuan had invested as a partner. She was grateful, but she hadn't realized he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. The company was unstable and still needed Qi Mingshuan's investment. So, relying on his status as a shareholder, Qi had invited her to dinner in the company's name and even hinted at booking a hotel room. It was only after Shui Kaiwan threatened to call the police that Qi's reckless behavior was stopped. But in private, he continued to overstep, either with verbal flirtation or by sending cheesy, greasy love messages on WeChat every single day. Shui Kaiwan had blocked him on WeChat. Every day she was in pain and exhausted. For the sake of her company and employees, she couldn't simply burn bridges with Qi Mingshuan, especially since he knew many influential people. But ever since Shui Kaiwan learned that Yi Fan had become the largest shareholder, surpassing Qi Mingshuan, she stopped tolerating Qi. She, like Yi Fan, wanted to force Qi out. Yi Fan was very surprised. He had never imagined that Shui Kaiwan had been silently enduring all along. Shui Kaiwan, I like you. How is that sexual harassment? Don't slander me. Shareholder Qi was extremely embarrassed and instinctively tried to approach Shui Kaiwan. She stepped back, but then felt a warm hand pull her behind. If she doesn't want it, it's sexual harassment. The resounding words echoed, making Shui Kaiwan tremble. She saw a tall, imposing figure standing in front of her, giving her a strong sense of security. Yi Fan showed no fear at all. He glared at shareholder Qi. If you don't want me to knock your teeth out, get lost now. Shareholder Qi glared viciously at Shui Kaiwan, who was hiding behind Yi Fan. Shui Kaiwan, are you sure you want to offend me? You know I have connections. Shui Kaiwan bit her red lips, her face deathly pale. I don't care who you know. I know 100,000 times more people than you. Dare to threaten me. Don't you think about who's behind me? Yi Fan roared. Shui Kaiwan's eyes lit up. That's right. No matter how many people shareholder Qi knew, could they compare to Yi Fan? Yi Fan was the one with a black card, driving luxury cars and investing tens of millions without batting an eye. The people Yi Fan knew were definitely far more powerful than those shareholder Qi knew. So what was there for her to fear? Shareholder Qi trembled. How could he not have thought of that? Yi Fan was indeed a person of no small background, likely a quite formidable rich second generation. However, he had never known exactly what Yi Fan's origins were. If Yi Fan was the heir of some illustrious family, then he was finished. Fine, let's go. You think I want to stay here? I've had enough. Staying here only slows down my money-making. Shareholder Qi's tone softened a bit, but he was still putting up a front. He glared fiercely at Shui Kaiwan. You'll regret this. Shareholder Qi turned and left. Only Yi Fan, Shui Kaiwan, and the assistant remained in the office. The assistant thought, who is she? Where is she? What is she doing? It seemed she had just witnessed a huge piece of drama. She had watched a great show. Her takeaway was naturally that shareholder Yi was so handsome. He was practically a protective brother maniac. While the assistant was full of admiration, Yi Fan looked at the pale-faced Xue Kaiwen. Her eyes were filled with tears, stubborn and strong, yet her delicate features now appeared even more pitiful and endearing. Wipe your tears. Qi Mingxian is gone. From now on, whoever dares to mess with us will have hell to pay, Yi Fan said carelessly, looking at Xue Kaiwen. It felt great being a shareholder, able to fire anyone he wanted without having to swallow his pride for anyone. Quite satisfying. Thank you. Xue Kaiwen lifted her delicate face and smiled sweetly. Taking the tissue, she wiped her tears. Without you, I really don't know what I would have done. Although Xue Kaiwen was a female CEO, disregarding her status, she was also a beautiful young woman. The feeling of being trusted by a beautiful girl now made Yi Fan quite proud. You're my employee. It's only right that I stick up for you. Stick with me, and I'll make sure you live a life of luxury. Yi Fan curled his lips. All right. Xue Kaiwen still had great confidence in Yi Fan. The assistant beside them timidly asked, then shareholder Yi, do we still pick works? Pick. Yi Fan had the skill high-quality work identification and appraisal. Why waste it? Yi Fan immediately used the skill to identify and select a few scripts. This song Shuangjie Gun double section stick is for Zhou Zhou, who we signed, Yi Fan said to Xue Kaiwen. The assistant muttered, Zhou Zhou drinks milk tea every day, either researching Yidiandian today or drinking cocoa tomorrow. His mind isn't even on singing. I think it's better to give it to Xue Qianqian, whom we signed earlier. Xue Kaiwen nodded. Zhou Zhou has a bit of a Taiwanese accent, his Mandarin isn't very standard, and his articulation is unclear. This song Shuangjie Gun has many lyrics and is tongue-twisting, so it's not really suitable for him. No, I think his voice is very unique and perfectly suited for it. Yi Fan insisted on having Zhou Zhou sing it. As for Xue Qianqian, he also needs to release an album. There's a song here called The Unserious Snow that is very suitable for him. Let it be the lead single. Faced with Yi Fan's arrangement, Xue Kaiwen was still a bit confused. Xue Qianqian was a comedic entertainer, yet he was supposed to sing such a sentimental song like The Unserious Snow. Could this work? But since Yi Fan had said so, Xue Kaiwen could only comply with his wishes. All right, I'll arrange it. Xue Kaiwen nodded. She then saw the script Yi Fan had selected and was surprised again. Glory. An online game theme. There are no works of this genre on the market. Is it really okay? No problem, Yi Fan nodded. I think it's better to let Yao Yao play the female lead. The appraisal results were as follows: SSSS level blockbuster work, profit index 5 stars. It was exactly in line with the system's instructions to recommend Yao Yao. Yao Yao isn't a trained actor, she only majored in puppet acting. Can she really act? Xue Kaiwen was a bit doubtful. I believe she can. Well, hire a coach to teach her then. Yi Fan was very confident in Yao Yao. She was a very promising future star, a future best actress. She had acting talent, just not yet discovered. All right, I'll notify her then. But I still have a concern. I'm afraid this theme is too sensitive and hard to pass censorship. After all, it's a game-themed story. What if parents report it for promoting gaming and indulging in pleasure? Xue Kaiwen frowned. The assistant nodded excitedly. Exactly. Even Ultraman and Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf were reported by parents and taken down. Many scenes were cut. Yi Fan said casually, what we're promoting is national esports. The theme is virtual esports, a story full of passion and struggle. The country is now supporting esports. If some stupid parents really report it, it'll just ban the shows they love to watch. Yi Fan had the system, what couldn't he do? Upon hearing this, Xue Kaiwen's eyes lit up. Watching his carefree attitude, she felt a bit moved. I think we can give it a try. Besides the sensitive theme, the overall story was really good. Xue Kaiwen immediately contacted Yao Yao. After getting through, Xue Kaiwen smiled and said, Yao Yao, have you made your decision? Our company has decided to have you star in. Before she could finish, Yao Yao sobbed. I'm sorry, President Xue, I can't sign with you anymore. Xue Kaiwen. Why is that? Just yesterday, Yao Yao had decided to come sign today. What changed her mind? Xue Kaiwen wanted to ask further, but the call had already been hung up. What's wrong? Yi Fan noticed something was off with Xue Kaiwen and quickly asked. Xue Kaiwen said anxiously to Yi Fan, Yao Yao isn't signing. Yi Fan was stunned. What the hell? Yao Yao not signing meant the company lost a huge cash cow. Yi Fan's blueprint for development could not do without Yao Yao. Why did Yao Yao suddenly decide not to sign? Yi Fan immediately dialed Yao Yao's number. Hello, the number you have dialed is powered off. A mechanical sweet voice answered. Yi Fan felt pressured and said to Xue Kaiwen, she's turned off her phone. Xue Kaiwen asked, then what do we do? A forced melon is not sweet. Should we find someone else? No, she is irreplaceable. How many top-tier actresses can emerge in this country, let alone those who have achieved a grand slam? Yao Yao is a diamond in the rough. He will never give up. Then how do we contact her now? She didn't leave her home address either. Xue Kaiwen was extremely anxious. Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly, then a subtle curve formed on his lips. There will be a way. Shui Kaiwan was taken aback, such as. Yi Fan said slowly. Shareholder Qi received the share withdrawal agreement. To avoid further complications, shareholder Qi had no choice but to sign. After all, he had already thrown out harsh words. He couldn't walk away empty-handed. But when he saw the liquidation amount, he was dumbfounded and confronted HR. What's going on? Why is my account short by 100,000 yuan? President Yi replaced the desks and chairs, and the cost is deducted from your share. HR said impassively. Why should I pay for that? How can he charge me for his purchases? Shareholder Qi fumed. What did that have to do with him? And what kind of desks and chairs cost 100,000 yuan? HR mimicked Yi Fan's tone. Shareholder, Yi said you dirted his desk and chair, so the cost goes on your account. If you disagree, you can discuss it with him in person, but you'll bear the consequences. Shareholder Qi gritted his molars. Truly a mighty dragon is bullied by a mere snake. Now with Yi Fan's background unknown, confronting him directly would yield no good outcome. But this indignity was too much for shareholder Qi to swallow. So after packing up and leaving, he made a phone call. Old Ma, yes, it's me, Mingxian. I want you to look into someone for me. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without peril. Once he knew Yi Fan's background, how could he still be afraid of dealing with him? In front of the teaching building of Modu Normal University. So handsome. Is he a celebrity? When did our school get someone this good looking? He seems to be looking our way. Should I go ask for his WeChat? I really want to talk to him, but I'm a bit scared. If I had a boyfriend this handsome, I'd be willing to fail all my exams and run into AFK players in every game. The surrounding girls, watching the tall and handsome man standing in the distance, all blushed furiously. He was strikingly beautiful, wearing a designer shirt with a tall and slender figure. A perfect clothes horse that stirred secret affections. In this university, the quality of male students was generally poor and their numbers were scarce. In such a situation where many sought after few, the appearance of such a handsome man made the girls want to devour him on the spot. Hey handsome, I'm going swimming this afternoon, but I don't know what to buy. Take me shopping, won't you? My legs are so sore. Another beauty, stroking her long black-stockinged legs, coquettishly said, help me sit down for a while. There was even a passionate girl who unbuttoned her shirt, subtly revealing her shoulder, and cast a flirtatious glance. Handsome, it's too hot out here. My place has air conditioning, and I have lots of little toys. The one being flirted with was Yi Fan. He hadn't expected to become the object of the girl's eager pursuit the moment he arrived. But he remained unmoved. With no woman in heart, the blade becomes naturally divine. Succumbing to Bowtie's temptation would only hinder his pace of earning money. Sorry, not interested. Yi Fan was indifferent to these beauties and actively sidestepped them. The girls were incredulous, never expecting to be rejected. Someone even gritted her teeth in defiance. He's definitely gay. The consensus was reached, and they all felt a pang of regret. How could such a handsome man suddenly be gay? But could he be straightened out? As they reluctantly watched Yi Fan, they saw him eagerly walking toward something. Yao Yao. His magnetic voice nearly intoxicated the girls. They had expected him to call out to some stunning beauty, but when they looked closely, they saw a super plain girl. Ordinary features, black-rimmed glasses, and mediocre outfit. Nothing about her could be called beautiful. And such a handsome man was here for her. It seems he's not gay, just as bad taste. I'm so jealous of this Yao Yao, I want to change my name to Yao Yao too. If at least she were good-looking, I'd accept it, but what does she have that I don't? Yi Fan didn't care about others' opinions, he just wanted to find out the real reason Yao Yao refused to sign. Whether Yao Yao signed was a crucial decision that could impact the company. How did you know I was here? Yao Yao asked in surprise. Yi Fan replied, I asked the friend who came with you for the interview. But why did you refuse to sign? Yao Yao's eyes shifted, evasively avoiding Yi Fan. I'm not fit for the entertainment industry. Are you afraid of hidden rules? Yi Fan asked. No, I'm not pretty enough and I can't act. I just want a stable job. Yao Yao quickened her pace, clearly dejected. Yi Fan followed closely. If it's about money, we can negotiate. If you have difficulties, I can advance you some funds. Your base salary can be tripled and your profit split with the company can be adjusted to 70-30 in your favor. Such terms should tempt Yao Yao. She stopped immediately. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed money made the world go round. Indeed, the issue was financial. If there's no problem, we can sign the contract right now. I brought it with me. Yi Fan smiled at Yao Yao. But unexpectedly she shook her head. It's not about money. If money could solve it, it wouldn't be a problem. Yi Fan was puzzled. Then what is the reason? What exactly was stopping Yao Yao from signing? Yao Yao hesitated, then her eyes reddened. I'm sorry, shareholder Yi. Thank you for your affirmation, but I will never enter the entertainment industry. Please give up. Yi Fan felt like crying, but had no tears. A woman's heart is a labyrinth, too hard to fathom. She could have simply spoken out, but she stammered and refused to say. Who could understand her true concerns? Yi Fan had thought that coming today would make signing Yao Yao a sure thing. but he hadn't expected to hit a wall immediately. Fortunately, Yi Fan had a system. He still had a Oneda's secret peeking card available, so he used the skill on Yao Yao. In an instant, Yi Fan read the secret in Yao Yao's heart. He suddenly understood. So that was it. The one who tied the bell must untie it. Shareholder Yi, I have something to do. He'll be going now. Yao Yao apologized and instinctively turned to leave. But Yi Fan called out, wait, I know why you won't sign with me. Yao Yao turned back sharply to look at him. She saw him with his hands in his pockets, a faint smile, curving his lips in the glow of the setting sun. Confident and carefree. In the computer lab, Mu Xinci was working on a CAD assignment, and beside her Xiao Yue, after checking her phone, was stunned. Has Yi Fan found a girlfriend? The words instantly made Mu Xinci's hand stop. She looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. Huh? Found a girlfriend? How could he have found a girlfriend? He wasn't seeing anyone, was he? Mu Xinci's eyelashes fluttered, and suddenly her mood became a mess. Are you misunderstanding something? Mu Xinci's voice trembled slightly. Shouldn't be mistaken, there's a picture as evidence. Xiaoya directly handed her phone to Mu Xinci. Mu Xinci saw on Xiaoya's phone a few photos of Yi Fan with other girls. The two were chatting about something, and from the angle, they looked quite intimate. At that moment, a pang of discomfort struck Mu Xinci's heart. As she stared fixedly at the photos, Xiaoya began to complain. I heard he went straight to chase a girl from the normal university, and now the campus network is buzzing. What kind of taste does Yi Fan have? He doesn't like you, but goes for someone like that. The girl in the photo was too ordinary with no striking features. Compared to the exquisite and beautiful Mu Xinci, it was truly a world of difference. Mu Xinci lowered her eyelids and said gloomily, this girl must have her merits. Good personality, kind-hearted. After hearing this, Xiaoya began to feel sorry for Mu Xinci. In terms of personality and kindness, who can surpass you? Not to mention you're wealthy and beautiful. Xiaoya said indignantly. Look, how long had her best friend been a doormat for Yi Fan? Even with such persistence, Yi Fan didn't care. Before, Xiaoya thought Mu Xinci had a cold personality, unapproachable, like a lofty flower, keeping people at a distance. But after spending time with her, Xiaoya discovered that Mu Xinci had a delicate, kind, and warm heart. Anyway, she was an amazing girl. If Xiaoya were a man, she would definitely like Mu Xinci. Beautiful face, light body, easy to topple. And with a girl like this, Yi Fan still didn't want her. How absurd. Mu Xinci's face flushed crimson, and she muttered with red lips. What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me whom he likes? It's okay, Xiaoya comforted Mu Xinci. There will be someone better. Alas, her best friend must be feeling terrible inside. Still putting on a brave face. Saying that, but deep down she must be hurting. Mu Xinci's heart indeed felt an indescribable suffocation. After she and Yi Fan had exchanged sensations, they had agreed that he would not date any girl for the time being. She hadn't expected him to have a girlfriend so soon. Sigh, all men are pigs. Unreliable. Completely unable to control himself. Mu Xinci pouted angrily and pressed the keyboard harder. Forget him. Let him suffer. I don't care about him anymore. At that moment, Yi Fan was sitting in a cafe with Yao Yao. Apart from Yao Yao, there was also Yao Yao's friend. Yao Yao, you chickened out because you were worried about your friend, right? Yi Fan fixed his eyes on Yao Yao. You feel guilty because you took away her opportunity and she failed to get selected. Oi. Yao Yao was astonished. She never expected Yi Fan to read her mind. It was too accurate. Yao Yao, how can you think like that? Yao Yao's friend said angrily. Such a good opportunity, and you want to give it up? Besides, I just went for a try, never expecting to be signed. Yao Yao hung her head guiltily. I'm afraid it might affect our relationship, that you'll be unhappy. Why would I be unhappy? If my best friend becomes a big star, that's something to brag about for a lifetime. Besides, if you make it big, I can be your assistant. That's a win-win. Yao Yao's friend was easygoing and didn't hold it against her. This made Yao Yao's eyes redden, feeling the preciousness of friendship. Yao Yao, you also wanted to act, didn't you? You used to record audio dramas, and your emotions were spot on. And you look really beautiful with makeup. Come on, I believe you can make it. Encouraged by her friend, Yao Yao mustered her courage and clenched her little fists. So are you still planning to sign now? Yi Fan asked. He'll sign. Yao Yao had been tempted all along, but held back due to some concerns. Now that her friend didn't mind, it would be a shame to let go of such a great opportunity. She would regret it later if she backed out. Yi Fan was very satisfied. Fortunately, the system had helped avoid these complicated female entanglements and got straight to the point. Indeed, the knot needed to be untied by the one who tied it. Yi Fan handed the contract to Yao Yao, and she lowered her head to sign. Looking at the elegant signature, Yi Fan nodded in approval. Pleasure working with you. I've prepared a TV series for you called Glory. They'll send it to you later, and you can take a look. He paused. I'm planning to make you the female lead. Yao Yao was shocked. Female-led? No. I can't handle such a big role. I thought I'd just start as an extra. You're the one we're betting on. I believe this script is perfect for you, and you can handle it. Don't dismiss yourself now. I'll arrange for acting coaches to guide you. Read the script first, then we'll talk. Yi Fan patiently calmed Yao Yao's nerves. She looked up at his handsome and gentle face, feeling a bit enchanted. She nodded shyly, okay. Yao Yao's friend was also happy for her, and the atmosphere was warm. Yi Fan also relaxed a bit. But then he suddenly felt pressure on his fingers. Thump, thump, thump. Previously he had felt gentle tapping or the sound of a mouse, all soft and light. But now it was so fierce. What happened to make her type so violently? Who angered her? She seemed full of fire. Yi Fan felt his fingers go numb and sour. He shook his hands but couldn't relieve the ache. Where was Mu Xinci now? He should let her know. Yi Fan sent a WeChat message to Mu Xinci. No reply. Not blocked, so why no reply? Puzzled, he called her phone. A sweet voice answered, the subscriber you dialed is powered off. Yi Fan was helpless. Why did she turn off her phone? He had no idea where she was. Fortunately, Yi Fan had the system. Is there a way to find someone? The system replied, host can try the lottery. I will accurately refer to your wish to provide the lottery prize. Yi Fan was thrilled. Then he'll draw 3 times. After redeeming, he drew and got 2 prizes. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a limited edition Patek Philippe commemorative watch. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a GPS positioning system that can lock onto a person or object and pinpoint its location. Great, these are exactly what I wanted. System, I love you. You understand me so well. Yi Fan exclaimed excitedly. The system replied, sorry host, I don't love you. I love the beauty system. Yi Fan. The system was a pervert too. Yi Fan quickly used the GPS system and located Mu Xinci. She was in the computer lab at school. So he bid farewell to Yao Yao and her friend and rushed back without delay. Upon arriving at the computer lab, he instinctively peered inside, looking left and right for Mu Xinci. But he didn't see her. Where was she? There were hardly any people in the computer lab, only 2 dimly lit computers that were turned on. Strange, the identification just now indicated it was here, but where had it gone? As Yi Fan was about to use the GPS positioning system to lock onto the person again, someone gently tapped his shoulder from behind. Yi Fan. Yi Fan whirled around and saw a pretty girl. With a high ponytail, an apple-shaped face, and delicate features, she stared at him with displeasure in her eyes. What are you doing here? Who are you? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. Li Xiaoya and also Xinca's best friend. Xiaoya snorted. Yi Fan suddenly realized. So this was the legendary best friend that Mu Xinci always talked about. He was meeting her for the first time. Have you seen Mu Xinci? Where did she go? Yi Fan asked. She doesn't want to see you. Xiaoya crossed her arms over her chest with a hint of hostility. After everything, why are you still bothering her? What do you mean? Yi Fan was bewildered. He suddenly realized that he completely failed to understand the inner workings of a girl's heart. Sometimes couldn't girls be a bit more straightforward? Making boys guess was too exhausting. When a girl says no, she might actually mean yes. When she says yes, chances are she means no. When a girl says whatever, it absolutely means you have to do it, and do it exactly as she envisions, not half-heartedly. Xiaoya immediately leaped to her best friend's defense. With a character like yours, how can you call yourself a player? You've mastered the art of two-timing, flirting with our Xinci one moment and whispering sweet nothings to another woman the next. Huh. Oh. Yi Fan was even more confused. What are you talking about? He didn't understand why Xiaoya would say such things. He hadn't bullied Mu Xinci, had he? And he certainly hadn't been whispering sweet nothings to other women. Why did Xiaoya harbor such inexplicable hostility toward him? While Yi Fan was still baffled, Xiaoya snorted. Stop pretending. From now on, you're not allowed to come see Xinci. She said she'll never be with you. Yi Fan was taken aback. Could it be that Mu Xinci had realized he had feelings for her? So she was starting to reject him now. Had he been too forward before and scared her? You'd better leave now, or I won't be so nice. Xiaoya glared at Yi Fan. Xinci is in a bad mood right now. Don't bother her. The best quality in a man is deep devotion and loyalty. A fickle man is like a rotten vegetable leaf that no one wants. She had been deceived by a scumbag before. A girl as innocent as her Xinci must not be toyed with by such a player. Xinci would definitely get hurt, and then what if she fell into despair? So Xiaoya lied that Mu Xinci said she would never be with Yi Fan, so that Yi Fan would give up and stop bothering her. After all, with her watching over, she would never let any sparks fly between the two. Yi Fan saw Xiaoya's agitated demeanor and felt helpless. Xiaoya was harsh with him and didn't treat him well. Hearing that Mu Xinci was in a terrible mood and didn't want him to bother her, he could only sigh deeply. If she's not here now, then forget it. Let her take her mind off things. Don't be angry. Yi Fan hadn't expected that his feelings for her would put so much pressure on her. It seemed that winning a girl's heart required patience and gradual progress. He couldn't rush. He would wait until she calmed down before talking again, otherwise it would only worsen her mood. So Yi Fan turned and left. Seeing Yi Fan's dejected look, Xiaoya pressed her hand to her chest, feeling a flutter in her heart, a hint of butterflies. Why did he seem so devoted? He didn't seem like a player. No, wait. Players are all great actors. How else could they become masters of time management? They're experts at feigning deep affection. She couldn't make the same mistake again. As Xiaoya was trying to steady her heartbeat, Mu Xinci returned from the restroom, having touched up her makeup. What's wrong? I thought I heard you talking to someone, Mu Xinci asked. Xiaoya said with a flustered heart. Yi Fan was here just now. Did he need something from me? Mu Xinci was startled, then suddenly felt a surge of joy. He came to tell me to let you know that you should stop bothering him. He has a girlfriend now and doesn't have time for you. Xiaoya clenched her little fists. It's so maddening. Who does he think he is? Hearing this, Mu Xinci was shocked. He really said that. She still couldn't quite believe it. It's true, I swear. Xiaoya nodded. This infuriated Mu Xinci. But he and I? Mu Xinci realized she was about to let something slip, stopped herself, and said angrily, how infuriating. She hadn't even settled accounts with him yet. They had clearly agreed that he would secretly date someone. But now he was blaming her, telling her to leave him alone. Was she the one pestering him? How outrageous. I won't pay him any attention, either, never. Mu Xinci said furiously, my phone is dead. I'm going to charge it. Xiaoya let out a sigh of relief. It seemed this method was effective. It could temporarily cut off the connection between the two. Mu Xinci would thus come to hate Yi Fan, preventing that scumbag from seizing any opportunity. Perfect. In the evening, Yi Fan returned home. He saw Mu Xinci, who had been lying on the sofa watching TV, glare at him as soon as she saw him. You're too much. Yi Fan was caught between laughter and tears. Even this is too much. He couldn't help having feelings for someone. Was she really that angry? I don't want to talk to you. Once we find a way to swap back, I never want to see you again in this lifetime. I've had enough of you. Mu Xinci was fuming. Subconsciously, she wanted to kick Yi Fan. But she stopped. Kicking him would only hurt her own foot. She wouldn't do that. Humph. Mu Xinci marched upstairs with great vigor, moving very fast. Yi Fan could sense she was moving at a sprint speed. Clearly she no longer cared about his feelings. Fortunately, Yi Fan considered this speed nothing to worry about, otherwise he would have been gasping for breath. Was she really that angry? So averse to taking their relationship a step further? Your slippers. As Yi Fan lamented that his first love was about to be nipped in the bud before it even started, he noticed that Mu Xinci had run so fast that her slippers had flown off and landed on the stairs. None of your business. Mu Xinci thought of Yi Fan's harsh words and felt terribly wronged. In truth, if he had been more considerate, she wouldn't be this angry. She wasn't the kind of woman who was clingy and fierce. Why did he have to speak so harshly? And now she had embarrassed herself in front of Yi Fan. How humiliating. Mu Xinqi's eyes reddened with urgency. She grabbed the slippers that Yi Fan had picked up, put them on, and continued running upward. Yi Fan sighed. Women when angry are truly terrifying. Yi Fan finally witnessed Mu Xinqi's cold and aloof side. But Yi Fan thought of her picking up the shoes just now and found it adorably fierce. What to do? His interest in her grew even stronger. But how to ease the tension between them? He felt Mu Xinqi's rejection of him was considerable. Sigh. Emotions are truly a difficult problem. Probably even Einstein couldn't solve it. That evening. A cry of surprise echoed through the entire dormitory. Brother Lei, who was lying on his bed, looked at his phone and suddenly sat up with a swift motion like a carp leaping. What's wrong? Xiao Wu, who was playing games, was so startled that his phone almost hit his face. Even Pang, who stopped chatting with his girlfriend and looked at Brother Lei in confusion. Aye. Brother Lei was so excited his face lit up. Just say something human. Xiao Wu cursed. Pang, who rolled his eyes at Brother Lei. Are you having a fit in the middle of the night? Qitian Manufacturing suffered a major internal blow. The CEO is in jail, declared bankruptcy. Stocks plummeted across the board. Even selling is difficult. Those who bought from them suffered huge losses. Brother Lei got excited. Did you lose money? I remember you spent a lot buying theirs. Xiao Wu became worried. The stock market has risks. Investment needs caution. It's not without reason. The prospects were bright, but then it went bankrupt just like that. Brother Lei, what are you going to do? Need your brothers to help you out. Pang, who was also worried. Brother Lei, far from frowning and sighing, instead slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Ha, help. I'm going to treat you and old Yi to a meal, especially old Yi. He's the great contributor. What do you mean? We don't understand. Didn't you buy their stock? Asked Xiao Wu. You forgot. It was old Yi who told me to sell. I bought Blue Deer Medical. Brother Lei said cheerfully. It seems there was such a thing, but why are you still happy? Blue Deer Medical isn't a good stock either. It can drop a lot. Xiao Wu said excitedly to Brother Lei. But Pang, who said to Xiao Wu, you're foolish. Have you forgotten that Blue Deer supplies masks and has developed a new XX medical plan? Its stock has been skyrocketing lately. It's become the hottest stock. So many people are regretting not buying it. Xiao Wu was stunned. Right? How could I forget? Ha, I bought it. I listened to old Yi and invested 500 yuan. Guess how much I earned? Brother Lei said elatedly. How much? Xiao Wu was curious. 5,000. Pang, who guessed, I guess 8,000. You're both guessing too low? I earned a full 30,000. Brother Lei said jubilantly. Xiao Wu and Pang, who were utterly envious. Oh my god, why didn't I listen to old Yi and buy it? Ah, I hate my hands. I should have bought Blue Deer. Is there a regret pill? Now who doesn't envy Brother Lei for making money? Who doesn't want to have 30,000 yuan? You know, for a college student, making 30,000 yuan in just a few days through stock trading is no small amount. That's amazing. How did old Yi think of buying this stock? He's so lucky. Xiao Wu got excited. Brother Lei nodded. I doubted him at first, but it turned out I was too short-sighted, not as far-sighted as him. Luckily, I listened to him and obediently sold the Qitian stock, otherwise I would be losing badly now. He sighed. I used to think old Yi was a novice and couldn't play well, but he played better than me. Who says otherwise? Believe in old Yi and gain eternal life. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously, then suddenly remembered something and got excited. By the way, where is old Yi? Didn't he invest 500,000 last time? At these words, everyone gasped. Brother Lei got goosebumps. Last time I thought he added an extra zero, now I realize he should have added one more zero. No, the point is that guy is making a killing. Xiao Wu was thrilled. Heavens, what kind of crazy luck has he had this year? Such a rare opportunity fell into his lap. Before he was suddenly pursued by the school's aloof campus beauty, who became his fan, then his family got relocated, making him a demolition-rich second generation, then he became a top student ranking first in the school, and now he's become rich from stock trading. Pang, who felt instantly unbalanced in his heart. How could one person encounter such great fortune one after another? Any one of them could make someone proud for a while. Yet Yi Fan had them all, and within just 1 month. It was just asking for hatred. So the group excitedly quickly started a video call with Yi Fan. At that moment, Yi Fan had just finished washing up and climbed into bed. Then he heard the WeChat video call sound. He looked and saw it was his scoundrel roommates initiating a group video. What's wrong? Yi Fan dried his still slightly damp hair with a towel. He remembered being scolded by Mu Xinci before for not drying his hair. This time he learned his lesson of better not let her worry. He would try to earn back his good impression. Old Yi, have you checked the stock market? You know, Blue Deer Medical became the hottest stock, skyrocketing to first place. Xiao Wu said excitedly. Brother Lei's voice trembled with excitement. You saved my life. Thank you so much, otherwise I would have lost everything. Now I've earned a full 30,000. That's 30,000. My bank account has never seen so much money. Pang, who asked curiously, how much did you earn? Yi Fan smiled contentedly, just 30 million. The system didn't cheat him. The stock market surge card was really useful. He just tested the waters and earned 30 million. How much? Just 30 million. That's 30 million. Xiao Wu was about to crack. Exactly 30 million, enough to buy a courtyard house. Good heavens, if you withdraw the money now, it probably won't fit in a sack. Pang, who was about to faint, tired of saying how envious he was. No, it would probably take a truck to carry it. Brother Lei shook his head. Now when I hear 30 million, it sounds like an astronomical figure. That's money you'll never earn in a lifetime. Xiao Wu said. He's a demolition-rich second generation. 30 million is nothing to him. That kid is already driving a sports car. Everyone thought, oh right, 30 million was astronomical for them. But for Yi Fan, who had already become rich from demolition, it was nothing. You kid, why aren't you more surprised? Did you already foresee the surge? Pang, who seeing Yi Fan quite calm, made a bold guess. No way, old Yi just started playing, he's a newbie. Brother Lei still found it impossible. The stock market was too deep. It wasn't just about observing more, it was mysterious. Sometimes you thought it would rise, but it fell the hardest. Exactly, I think it's just his luck a bit, Xiao Wu added, believing there was an element of luck in it. After all, even those veteran stock investors had chosen Qitian manufacturing stocks and lost terribly, let alone a newbie like Yi Fan. It's not purely luck either. I did some homework, Yi Fan said. Of course, it mainly relied on the system. Indeed, the system made him a fortune. That's really awesome. Could it be that being a top student also applies to the stock market? But you know, old Yi has always been smart. Looking at it this way, if you say investing in a niche stock and making a little profit is luck, then making a big profit on the first buy is skill. If that were the case, Yi Fan's stock market acumen was truly top-notch. All three of them gasped. Yi Fan had previously become a top student dominating all fields. Now in the stock market, he was making waves. Amazing. Who wouldn't want to be Yi Fan? The most incredible part was that a super campus beauty was chasing him, doting on him, and acting like a fangirl. Xiao Wu sighed. I suddenly feel like I'm wasting land, air, and life. Brother Lei felt ashamed. My dad has studied the stock market for over a decade. I thought I was doing well learning a bit from him. Now compared to old Yi, I realize there's always someone better. Him nothing. Pang, who worshipped him. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Alright, I'm going to sleep now. No more chit-chat. I'm hanging up. After chatting with his brothers, Yi Fan was about to go to bed. Okay. Although his roommates found it strange that Yi Fan was sleeping early, now they had no objections. They just thought he was adjusting his routine, which was good for his health. After hanging up the video call, Brother Lei's phone rang. He saw it was his father calling. Dad. Brother Lei answered cheerfully. Son, how can you be so happy? I'm doomed. Hearing his father's words, Brother Lei's heart trembled. He asked in confusion, what's wrong? My secret stash is all gone. I also borrowed 2,000 from Uncle He and lost it all. Father Lei said sorrowfully, I'm bleeding money. Lost 50,000 total. If your mother finds out, she'll divorce me. Father Lei was henpecked, mainly because his wife was too fierce. He had no choice but to hand over his salary card every month, leaving him with only 500 in pocket money, living frugally. Fortunately, he had managed to turn that 500 into 30 or 40,000 through stock trading. But then he crashed. He invested in Tycoon manufacturing, and it went bankrupt, taking all his money. Son, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. You also put in over 10,000. Father Lei regretted bitterly. He had followed a rumor thinking Tycoon manufacturing was a sure win and put everything in. He never expected to lose so completely. After hearing his father's confession, Brother Lei sighed. Dad, see. Why did you put all your eggs in one basket? I have 30,000 here. Take it and pay Uncle He back. Father Lei was stunned. Are you kidding? Where did you get the money? Didn't you also invest and lose everything? No, I sold Tycoon manufacturing early and bought Lanlu Medical. I turned 500 into 30,000. Brother Lei said excitedly. Really? Son, you're amazing. Great. Father Lei was overjoyed. Brother Lei chuckled. All right, take this money and pay off the debt first. He transferred 20,000 to his father. 10,000 for his father to repay the debt, 10,000 for his father's living expenses, and he kept 10,000 for himself as pocket money. Father Lei was very happy to have the money. It solved his urgent problem. So he went to find his good friend, Old He. Old He, I'm here to pay you back. Father Lei said cheerfully. But you just said you lost badly. Why are you rushing to pay me? It's my fault. My wife misheard a rumor and misled you. You can pay me back when you're not in difficulty. Old He felt guilty. His wife was an insider at a securities company catching wind of some news. Little did she know it would drag her good friend into trouble. It's fine. I lost money, but my son made it. He sold Tycoon manufacturing and bought Lanlu, earning 30,000. Father Lei was still grateful. My son is really smart. He even lent me money to pay you back. Old He was astonished. My wife said only 3 people bought Lanlu. Your son is so impressive, he's one of the 3. Haha, no, just luck. Father Lei happily rubbed his nose. What does luck have to do with it? Being able to sell Tycoon manufacturing stocks in time and buy Lanlu, a niche stock, proves his keen investment insight. If you don't believe me, ask him tomorrow which stock he's optimistic about. If it soars, he's a genius. Uncle He told Father Lei. Father Lei clapped his hands, feeling joyful. All right, I'll ask him tomorrow. He never expected his brat of a son had some skill. He had always thought his son only knew how to play games and chase girls. Old He envied Father Lei for having such a shrewd and capable son. With strong market acumen, making money in the future would be a piece of cake. Some were happy, some were sad. Father Lei had an unexpected surprise while other investors had a rough night. I really regret not buying landless stocks. Who the hell could have guessed Lanlu would rise? Exactly, it's all luck. Who can grasp that? On stock market forums, investors vented their grievances through text. Then a netizen posted a screenshot. Reply, who says it's luck? Look at this big shot. He invested a full 500,000 in Lanlu. Everyone looked. The username ShaoXin had actually invested 500,000. That means he made a steady 30 million. Oh my god, that's a windfall. That means he made a steady 30 million. Oh my god, that's a windfall. If he had been a pauper, he would have become a multimillionaire by now. Netizens immediately began a heated discussion. So much money. 30 million can buy luxury cars and mansions. His judgment is incredibly sharp. This big shot seems to be a novice. There are hardly any transaction records. He seems to know that Lanlu would rise. Is he an insider manipulating the market? Highly possible. If he had inside information and invested, then I wouldn't complain about my loss. You just hate it. Who says he has inside information? Didn't you see that only 3 people bought this time, and he invested the most? It proves his vision is excellent. If only 3 people invested in landless stock, clearly the company itself didn't expect to earn so much. This was entirely unexpected. Yet he had predicted it. Everyone gasped. What kind of deity was this? I, a veteran investor of 7 or 8 years, am inferior to a newcomer. I've just figured out the basics, and he's already left me in the dust. Mom asks why I'm kneeling while looking at my phone. It's because I'm worshipping the master. Am I the only one concerned that he had 500 in capital and dared to invest it all at once? Indeed. It's already impressive for an ordinary person to have 200 to 300 in savings, let alone 500. Even if he had 500, would he use it to invest in stocks? After all, stocks carry risks. Just like now, some make a steady profit while others suffer heavy losses. Moreover, he dared to invest 500 in such an obscure stock. Admirable courage. Keen insight. And he's not short of money. Amid the chorus of adoration, the renowned trader Lin Ming posted a comment. This guy is no master at all. He knows nothing about the stock market. Now he's invested in Xinci Enterprise. Probably some nouveau riche playing randomly. A blind chicken finding a dead mouse. Lin Ming had helped many wealthy individuals make money, so his status among investors was very lofty. Now that Lin Ming had spoken, it was certain that the other person had invested randomly and got lucky. Investing in Xinci. Xinci is about to go bankrupt. Their projects are all failing. Haha, I thought he was a master, but he's just a fool with money and no brains. Xinci is a total loss, and he's still investing. Is his father Wang Duyu? Haha, spending a few $100 million to inherit billions. Now everyone increasingly believed Lin Ming's claims. He must be a nouveau riche who was bored and investing randomly to kill time. Now some even began to gloat, thinking that his investment in Xinci Enterprise would soon lead to total loss. Indeed, what goes around comes around. Don't envy someone for making money. Maybe the next second they'll become a pauper. Lin Ming the master hits the nail on the head. No wonder he's a big shot. Exactly, Lin Ming is the most skilled trader in the industry. If there were such a genius, he would have been headhunted as a trader long ago. Who says there are so many stock trading geniuses in this world? However, the investors had no idea that Yi Fan was sound asleep at that moment. He didn't get up until past 8 the next morning. Yi Fan checked the time. He had classes in the afternoon, so he got up to wash up. When he went downstairs, he found Mu Xinci sitting at the dining table, clearly waiting for breakfast. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her eyes were moist and bright, and her features were lovely. That face alone lifted one's spirits and was a pleasure to behold. But she was clearly ignoring him, her red lips pursed in a pout, which made Yi Fan feel helpless. Still angry. Good morning. Yi Fan walked over to greet her. She shot him a glare and ignored him. Yi Fan was troubled. Did he burden her so much just because he liked her? Apart from the body-swapping experience, did she have no goodwill toward him at all? Yesterday Yi Fan was about to express his feelings when Mu Xinci interrupted him. You eat these. Mu Xinci pushed a lavish breakfast in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan was delighted. Was she planning to make up? She gave him a delicious and abundant breakfast. He'll have this. Mu Xinci said. Yi Fan saw her take a bowl of plain congee. His joy instantly faded. This was watery and bland with no oil or flavor, yet Mu Xinci was eating it. Plain congee is too little, eat more of the other things, have some fried dumplings. Yi Fan felt that Mu Xinci having only congee was too monotonous, so he pushed some fried dumplings over to her. I think you're fine with plain congee. It cleanses the intestines. You used to drink congee too, so I'm just giving you what you like. Mu Xinci smiled a tight-lipped smile. Do you not want to now? She was settling old and new scores. Yi Fan used to eat plain congee from the cafeteria, while she had to eat tasteless food. So now she was eating congee, letting Yi Fan taste what it was like. Wasn't that fair? After all, Yi Fan had said strange things, broken his promise, betrayed their partnership, and fooled around outside. It's fine, do as you like. Yi Fan understood that Mu Xinci was getting back at him. You really can't offend a girl. Once she's angry, he could hardly handle it. At this moment, he absolutely could not argue with her, or the consequences would be worse. Yi Fan ate the delicious delicacies, but his mouth tasted only blandness. How plain. He was full of regret. So this was what Mu Xinci had experienced. Thinking of the terrible cafeteria food, how lacking his actions had been before. No wonder Mu Xinci was averse to his liking her. What girl doesn't like a warm and considerate man? He had probably been too excessive before leaving a bad impression on Mu Xinci. Thinking this, Yi Fan decided to change and make it up to her. Everything would improve from now on. There was still hope. Congratulations, host, for sharing a sweet meal. You've earned 300 points. The system chimed in. Yi Fan was troubled. Sweet meal? What was sweet about it? Sweet home. After the meal, Mu Xinci humphed. I'm going to school. Let's go together. Yi Fan wanted to build goodwill. But as he approached, Mu Xinci glared at him and used her trump card. He'll take the bus. That would scare him, right? The bus was crowded and smelled bad. Now that Yi Fan was used to luxury cars, he surely wouldn't want to take the bus. Let's take the car. Yi Fan shook his head. If he took the sports car, at least Mu Xinci would have a better experience. The morning rush hour bus was too uncomfortable. I've never taken the bus before. Everything has a first time. A life is about trying new things. I want to try it myself. Mu Xinci felt a secret delight when she heard his words. Yi Fan was unwilling. Mu Xinci herself didn't actually plan to take the bus. She was just scaring him verbally. A little punishment to see him cower. Then I'll go with you, Yi Fan said enthusiastically. He was still too worried about Mu Xinci. After all, she was unfamiliar with the place, and it was her first time taking a bus. Such a beautiful girl would be most vulnerable to harassment when crowded. No, he had to protect her. Mu Xinci was stunned. Was he really going to accompany her? That meant she would have to endure the foul smell of the bus. Clearly he was doing this just to mess with her. How infuriating. He'll go right now. Mu Xinci was fully determined. Who was afraid of whom? It was just a bus ride. She immediately grabbed her bag and started running, leaving Yi Fan far behind. Ha ha ha, you can't catch me. Mu Xinci shouted, turning around to face Yi Fan in the distance. You must be exhausted. Yi Fan smiled helplessly at her antics. Was she being too childish? She was acting like a 3-year-old. Did she think such a pace would tire him? Thanks to the physique potion, his stamina was excellent. Even if Mu Xinci ran up 8 flights of stairs, he wouldn't feel a thing. He deliberately held back to spare her energy. Didn't this little fool understand? She was so silly, yet so adorable. Her pretty face looked soft and tender, especially when she showed off, revealing a radiant smile. She was truly beautiful. Yi Fan was utterly captivated. Her cheeks were pink and delicate, her lips red, her skin fair, her figure slender and soft, and her legs long and graceful. Standing in the sunlight welcoming him, she looked as radiant as the morning sun. Yi Fan felt that the moment was filled with a warm, tender atmosphere. Youth was truly wonderful. Ha, if only Mu Xinci could become his wife, that would be even better. Yi Fan walked over and saw Mu Xinci plop down on a chair. He said with a grin, you ran so fast, but you still have to wait for the bus. He'll still ride the same bus with you. You're sitting now because you feel sorry for me, right? Mu Xinci was indeed feeling a bit sorry for Yi Fan. She thought she had run too fast and was afraid he would be completely exhausted. But she didn't expect him to see through her. Did Yi Fan deserve her sympathy? No. I sat down out of reflex. It has nothing to do with you, Mu Xinci said, puffing out her cheeks and pouting her red lips. She then stood up and pointed to the seat. You sit. All right, I'll sit, Yi Fan said with a smile, taking the seat. By sitting, she could also enjoy a moment of rest. A nearby couple looked at Mu Xinci's behavior in astonishment. The boyfriend was extremely envious. Such a beautiful girl who cared about him giving up her seat for a guy. And the guy shamelessly sat down. This guy doesn't care about the girl at all. He sits when told. Doesn't he see the beauty standing there? Just as the boyfriend was complaining, his girlfriend retorted, what business is it of yours? I think the guy must have something special about him for the girl to do that. Can't you see she's chasing him? She thought Yi Fan was very handsome, making her heart flutter. If she weren't already taken, she might have liked him too. Seeing his girlfriend praising him and realizing that it was indeed the girl chasing the guy, the boyfriend was utterly envious of Yi Fan. He had never been chased by a girl himself. He had spent a lot of time and effort to win over his girlfriend. On a crowded bus, it was the boyfriend who gave up his seat for the girlfriend, and she would take it without a second thought. Look, they were both guys, yet their situations were so different. If only his girlfriend were half as good as this one. Soon the bus arrived. Mu Xinci took a deep breath. She was like an innocent little girl boarding the bus with a slightly bewildered expression. Yi Fan followed closely behind her. As Mu Xinci moved with the crowd onto the bus, she saw the packed interior and smelled the unpleasant odor, making her want to back out. But thinking of Yi Fan watching, she didn't want him to laugh at her, so she braced herself and got on. Miss, drop your fare, the driver called to Mu Xinci. Ah, here. Mu Xinci was surprised. She thought you paid when you got off. Yes, 2 yuan per person, the driver replied patiently, seeing such a beautiful girl. Mu Xinci felt a bit flustered. She took out her wallet but couldn't find any coins, only 100 yuan bills. She was about to throw a 100 yuan bill into the fare box when Yi Fan stopped her. 100 is too much. That's enough for dozens of rides. I don't have coins, Mu Xinci muttered. A man behind her started urging impatiently. What's the hold up? Hurry up. Yi Fan turned and glared at the bald man. We're just having a small problem. Have some patience. Why yell at a girl like that? Didn't he see Mu Xinci's face turn pale with fright? I have coins. Let me treat you, Yi Fan said, dropping 4 coins into the fare box. Mu Xinci felt a surge of gratitude for his help. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do. Take the seat, Yi Fan said, spotting an empty seat above. He quickly called Mu Xinci over. You sit, Mu Xinci insisted, giving him a threatening look as if to say, don't you dare not sit. Yi Fan smiled helplessly. All right, I'll sit. He took the seat. That way Mu Xinci could also sit more comfortably instead of standing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for detecting that Mu Xinci gave up her seat. You have earned 300 points. At that moment, Yi Fan noticed Mu Xinci discreetly slip something into his hand. Here. He heard her let out a proud hum. Looking down, he found it was a 100 yuan bill. What are you giving me this for? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. I don't want you to treat me, Mu Xinci said, tossing her hair and muttering under her breath. Yi Fan let out a soft laugh. Was she on a sugar rush? How could she be so adorable? She was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. If he put in a bit more effort, she would be easy to win over. Yi Fan took a mask from his bag, put it on, and handed one to Mu Xinci. Want one? The bus had a certain smell, so wearing masks would help block out the odor. Mu Xinci felt his burning gaze, and her cheeks grew warm. She muttered, I'm wearing it for epidemic prevention. Don't overthink it. As she put on the mask, Yi Fan could feel the softness of her slender fingers brushing against his skin. Her jet black hair slipped through her fingers, smooth and silky. Yi Fan felt a sense of contentment. The various unpleasant smells in the bus seemed to vanish. Although Mu Xinci was standing, Yi Fan's legs were a bit sore, but it didn't matter. Being able to stand with her and look at her gave him a sense of fulfillment. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt an unfamiliar sensation of being touched. His sharp eyes quickly locked onto a sleazy-looking man. The guy was standing right behind Mu Xinci, way too close. Mu Xinci didn't feel it, so she was unaware. But Yi Fan could clearly sense the man deliberately rubbing against her. Sure enough, he saw the sleazy man reach out with ill intent. Damn it. This was the first time in 20 years he had encountered a groper. And it was a male groper targeting him. What an intense experience. What are you doing? Mu Xinci was startled by the angry shout while looking at her phone. She felt a swift movement and saw Yi Fan, who had been sitting angrily, grab the sleazy man's hand behind her. Mu Xinci's eyes widened in shock. She could feel the impact of the punch. Indeed, Yi Fan's heavy fist smashed into the sleazy man's nose. Yi Fan then kicked and punched the man with rapid, precise strikes. The crowd was stunned. The force was incredible. It was clear he had trained in boxing. The sleazy man was already seeing stars, shouting, "Help! Someone's beating me." He tried to escape, but Yi Fan dragged him back and continued beating him. How could Yi Fan let him go? This guy was too outrageous. He dared to molest someone and then try to run. With his boxing skills, Yi Fan was determined to teach him a lesson. Driver closed the doors and called the police. "There's a pervert harassing a lady," Yi Fan shouted calmly to the driver. The driver immediately closed the doors. Mu Xinci quickly called the police. Soon the police arrived, learned the whole story, praised Yi Fan highly, and took the sleazy man away. Ding detected a heroic rescue. You have earned 300 points. Are you okay? Yi Fan looked at Mu Xinci's pale face with concern. I'm fine. Thank you. I didn't know you were so strong. Mu Xinci said with admiration. Weren't you afraid he might have a weapon? Should I just let him bully you? I can't stand such perverts. Yi Fan fumed. How could he tolerate someone harassing the girl he liked? Either way, thank you. After hearing Yi Fan's words, Mu Xinci felt a flutter of joy. From this perspective, Yi Fan wasn't so bad after all. At least he cared about her feelings. But why did he have to be in a relationship? Mu Xinci couldn't understand. Was that girl so good that Yi Fan would disregard the body swap? An indescribable feeling stirred in her heart. Now that things were set, she couldn't break them up and force him to leave her. When love came, it was unstoppable, and Yi Fan couldn't help it. She didn't need to be so aggressive. After some mental self-consolation, Mu Xinci's impression of Yi Fan improved. When she smiled at him, no longer cold, Yi Fan's heart felt sweet. At the back of the bus, a man in a cap had witnessed everything. He raised his phone, looked at the recorded video, and a smug smile appeared on his face. When they arrived at school, Mu Xinci was already late. But she wasn't flustered. She hurried to the multimedia classroom and slipped in through the back door. Under Xiaoya's greeting, she sat down beside her. What's going on? You're late too. Xiaoya was stunned. I took the bus, Mu Xinci said with a smile. This shocked Xiaoya. What? Why did you decide to take the bus? I just wanted to try it, Mu Xinci said cheerfully. Xiaoya found it strange that Mu Xinci was late and not upset at all. In the past, she would have been in a bad mood. But now Xiaoya had her own problems. Xinci, I'm doomed. Xiaoya cried. What's wrong? I've been having terrible luck these past 2 days. I fell down when I went out today, and I missed passing the accounting certificate exam by 1 point, so I have to retake it next year. I did my design assignment, but then my computer crashed and I didn't save it, so I have to redo it. Also, I forgot to set my alarm and was late again, so it'll get deducted credits. Xiaoya cupped her cheeks, looking dejected. My credits are already pitifully low. Could I really fail? She had no idea what was happening. Everything was going wrong. It's alright, maybe you'll have some good luck soon, Mu Xinci comforted Xiaoya. With her best friends comforting, Xiaoya's mood gradually improved. But who would have thought that after class she would take another hard fall, scraping her knee and even being laughed at by others? Xiaoya was on the verge of tears. She really needed to go burn incense and pray to Buddha. Why was she constantly having such bad luck? Meanwhile, after Yi Fan arrived at the classroom for class, Brother Lei asked, Old Yi, take a look for me. What do you think about me buying shares of Belle Xianggong next? Belle Xianggong? No way. Yi Fan shook his head without even thinking. Why? Belle Xianggong is poised for a breakout. I've seen many bloggers analyze that the momentum is strong, and it's risen 21 in the last 3 days. Brother Lei was puzzled. This stock is about to plummet. You must liquidate your position or you'll lose everything. Yi Fan had already foreseen the future of this stock through his system. While Brother Lei was still hesitating, Xiao Wu said to Brother Lei, just listen to Old Yi. I think his intuition is quite accurate. I want to follow him and buy. Pang, who nodded vigorously. Old Yi has been really lucky lately. Following him is the right move. Old Yi, which stock are you talking about? By Xiqing Enterprises, Yi Fan blurted out without thinking. Last night before bed, he had used his phone to invest 2 million in Xiqing Enterprises stock. If not for the bank transaction limit, Yi Fan would have bought even more. Xinci Enterprise was going to start skyrocketing tomorrow, yielding substantial profits. Brother Lei was still doubtful. After all, Xinci Enterprise was a small company and not very prosperous. But since Yi Fan said to invest in this, he would do it. So Brother Lei, Xiao Wu, and Peng Hu all took out their pocket money and bought shares of Xinci Enterprise. During class, Brother Lei received a WeChat message from his father. Father Lei, son, what stock was it you wanted to buy? Brother Lei replied, I've already invested 10,000 yuan and bought shares of Xinci Enterprise. After hearing his son's words, Father Lei was stunned. Really? So what did your son buy? Just then, Uncle He happened to be sitting next to Father Lei eating fruit. Father Lei said bitterly he bought shares of Xinci Enterprise. After hearing this, Uncle He coughed violently. Cough, cough. Are you kidding me? Xinci Enterprise has hit the limit down and is about to go bankrupt, and your son actually bought theirs. You know, yesterday on the stock forum it was revealed that a nouveau riche bought Xinci stock and was ridiculed. Really? Father Lei was very surprised. That's right. A nouveau riche named Xiaoxin had previously invested a full 500,000 in Lanlu and made 30 million. Then he was discovered to have bought Xinci stock. Originally, everyone thought this Xiaoxin was an investment genius, but then they saw he was just a useless fool, rich, but brainless. After hearing what Uncle He said, Father Lei felt very depressed. How could he feel that? Uncle He was implying that his own son was rich, but brainless. I thought my brat was something special, but he's just an ordinary person who got lucky. Father Lei sighed. Uncle He gloated while eating his melon. There aren't that many geniuses. But I think my luck is about to turn. I bought shares of Huachin and I expect it to rise. Lin Ming also has a good feeling about this stock. It should go up. Are you investing? His wife knew Lin Ming. According to Lin Ming's tone, it was 100% going to skyrocket and become the best stock. I'm not investing. Father Lei shook his head. I don't have much money left as it is, and my brat has bought a lousy stock. I don't know how much he'll lose. No, I have to persuade him to sell it quickly. In the end, Father Lei exhausted his words trying to persuade his son to sell the stock quickly and buy Huachin's stock instead. But his son was stubborn. Dad, even if I lose, it's not a loss. What if I make a huge profit? I've got to take a gamble. Father Lei looked at his son, who showed no intention of listening to him, and sighed. His foolish son. Why couldn't he understand? Oh well, it seemed that only after losing money would his son learn his lesson. Lin Ming saw Father Lei's dejected look after being frustrated and felt a bit smug. He certainly hoped his friend would do well, but he also definitely didn't want his friend to do better than his own family. Anyway, his family would just keep quiet and get rich. This wave was sure to be a huge profit. In the afternoon, Huaqing University began its scholarship award ceremony. All the teachers and students attended to witness the event. The students sitting in their seats were excitedly discussing. I heard the competition for this scholarship was fierce. Several previous top candidates were eliminated. Forget about the scholarship, there's no hope. I'm so poor I'll try to get a grant instead. I really envy those who get scholarships. They must get a lot of money. Every year at this time a few people suddenly get rich, and it has nothing to do with me. Meanwhile, Hong Yi, sitting in the back row, had mixed feelings. In the past, he had always stood proudly on stage to receive awards, but now he could only sit below watching others receive awards in disgrace. A few classmates around him deliberately teased him. Hong, didn't you say you'd at least get third prize this time? Why are you still sitting here with us? Anyone can brag. Before he looked down on Yi Fan, but Yi Fan caused a sensation and got first place in the whole school to show Hong Yi. Yi Fan is getting the first prize scholarship this time. He must be getting a lot of money. Haha, probably more than what Hong Yi got in several semesters. Hong Yi sat there feeling like he was sitting on a bed of nails with a fishbone stuck in his throat and thorns pricking his back. Especially when he saw Yi Fan standing in the first group to receive the award on stage, he was filled with envy, jealousy, and extreme resentment. Why did Yi Fan suddenly make such rapid progress, leaving him far behind? And why was Yi Fan so loved by everyone while he was rejected? He clearly hadn't done anything wrong. It was always Yi Fan who was constantly pushing and deliberately suppressing him. Hong Yi clenched his fists, his mood reaching rock bottom. At this moment, Yi Fan had already gone on stage with Mu Xinci to receive the award. Both he and Mu Xinci had won the first prize scholarship. She walked ahead with a ponytail fresh and beautiful. Since she studied dance, her posture was excellent. Straight back, slender waist, and her legs fair and captivating. As she walked, her ponytail swayed from side to side. It made one want to give it a tug. Yi Fan restrained himself. How could he bully her in front of everyone? He could only stare intently at her, watching her as she stopped beside him on stage, shorter than him, her cheeks flushed and her red lips looking tender. He deliberately stood close to her, looking at her delicate collarbone, feeling an urge to lean in to see her shy and flustered. Unfortunately, their relationship had not yet been established, so he couldn't rush things. Yet Yi Fan's fondness for her grew. Pride, joy, and delight swelled within him. Standing on stage with Mu Xinci to receive the award before so many witnesses, what a glorious moment it was. When Yi Fan and Mu Xinci stood together, the students below were torn between which one to gaze at. Their looks were equally outstanding, a perfect match of a talented man and a beautiful woman. It was a feast for the eyes, a blessing for those who appreciate beauty. The problem was they could easily rely on their looks, yet they insisted on relying on their grades. How infuriating. When the principal began to hand the red certificate for the first prize to Yi Fan and Mu Xinci, Yi Fan squinted slightly, held the certificate up to Mu Xinci, and said with a teasing tone, "Doesn't this look like a marriage certificate ceremony?" Mu Xinci's face instantly flushed. She looked at the red backdrop behind them, the red booklet in her hand, and the witnesses present. It really did seem like a ceremony. But how could Yi Fan tease her like this? Especially since he had a girlfriend. That would be unfaithful. No, even if he didn't have a girlfriend, he shouldn't tease her like this. Mu Xinci's face flushed a deeper red, and she glared at Yi Fan with her beautiful big eyes. It doesn't look like it at all. Don't talk nonsense. Mu Xinci wanted to smack him with the certificate. But then she remembered they shared senses. If he hurt, she would hurt too. So she withdrew her hand. He let out a hearty laugh, taking in every little move she made. What a silly fool. How he wanted to pinch her cheeks. I was just talking about the ordinary certificate collection. You wouldn't be thinking about a marriage certificate, would you? Yi Fan said with a smile, looking at her. Faced with Yi Fan's teasing, Mu Xinci's face grew even more embarrassed, and she said with a hint of grievance, "You have a girlfriend, so please don't flirt with others." Yi Fan frowned. Girlfriend? I'm a single guy. Where would I get a girlfriend? Mu Xinci was taken aback. You're not taken. Then why did someone see you going to the normal university to find a girl last time? Yi Fan immediately realized she was talking about Yao Yao. She's an artist I was interested in. She suddenly canceled her contract with the company, so I went to her school to find her. But we're just boss and employee, not lovers, Yi Fan explained earnestly to Mu Xinci. Mu Xinci's eyes widened in shock. Then Xiaoya said you were too busy to pay me any attention, that you had a girlfriend, and told me not to bother you. After hearing this, Yi Fan found it hard to believe. She also said you would never be with me. So Xiaoya has been lying to both of us. Mu Xinci suddenly realized, her face turning pale. She couldn't fathom Xiaoya's motives. Why would Xiaoya do this? Xiaoya was supposed to be her best friend, and she had lied. Let's ask her after we get off stage. Also, Yi Fan paused, suddenly realizing the key point. Are you jealous? Jealous? Why would I be jealous of you? Don't even think about it. She hastily defended herself, her breath erratic, her face burning red. Seeing her reaction, Yi Fan chuckled softly. But your reaction really makes people misunderstand. Do you have feelings for me? Don't let your imagination run wild. No. He took her as shy. What a little vixen, her cheeks flushed so enticing. Even her voice, slightly weary, carried a naive, trembling tone at the end. What then? I think I'm starting to like you. The corners of Yi Fan's mouth curled up. His voice was very soft. But Mu Xinci's ears caught it. Her whole body tensed, and her palms began to sweat. For a moment she thought she was hallucinating. He liked her. Mu Xinci dared not breathe as she turned to look at him. His eyes were bright, his eyelashes long, and a radiant smile adorned his face. When he looked at her, there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. I see you're joking again. Mu Xinci's face was burning. She had been confessed to before. But this was the first time she had heard a confession on such an occasion. And from him. No, how could he like her? He loved to bully her the most. He loved to see her angry, and he loved to tease her. He was never serious, and this might just be another joke. Testing her reaction. Mu Xinci's mind was in a whirl, her heart pounding wildly. I definitely. Yi Fan tried to continue, but his words were drowned out by the principal's microphone. The principal said with great emotion, "Here I want to give a special mention to Yi Fan. He was at the bottom of the entire school, but after his hard work, he quickly rose to the top, and even became the #1 in the school. The school is awarding him a scholarship of 50,000 yuan. Mu Xinci didn't catch what Yi Fan said, only feeling her heart thumping loudly. Was he really fooling her? Meanwhile, the principal's words shocked the entire audience. Yi Fan is too amazing. From last to first. I suddenly feel like I can do it too. Wake up, do you think everyone is Yi Fan? I didn't believe it either, so I went to look at his exam paper. He's not human. Perfect scores in all subjects, and even solved the math problem with 3 different methods. He answered all the questions that even the teachers misjudged. That's right, he's a genius born with talent. Do you think ordinary people like us can compare to him? They say no one is perfect, but I can't find a single flaw in him. Am I the only one fixated on the 50,000 scholarship? That's really a lot. How long would I have to work to earn 50,000? 50,000 is a lot to us, but is it a lot to Yi Fan? Have you seen the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist? It's at least a few 100,000. Now everyone felt even more unbalanced. Yi Fan was simply a legend. Not only was he rich and willful, but he also had brains and good looks. Being in the same school as a legend was like a dream come true. Some even felt proud. I can attend the same school as Yi Fan. This will be great for bragging. Should we ask Yi Fan for an autograph? Maybe he'll become famous later, and his autograph will be worth a fortune. Everyone chatted excitedly, convinced that Yi Fan's future would be bright. Wait, isn't that Yi Fan in this TikTok video? Someone suddenly exclaimed in shock, drawing everyone's attention. When the phone was passed around, they saw the fight video playing. The background appeared to be on a bus. Yi Fan swung his arms fiercely, landing heavy blows on a man. The force was savage, clearly showing he had learned martial arts, leaving the other man helpless. The man fell heavily to the ground, seeing stars from the beating, and even hot blood splattered like a fountain. Help! Someone's beating me. The man gasped for breath, desperately calling for help from the passengers, the situation clearly critical. But Yi Fan showed no mercy, continuing to punch and kick the man. The screen went black with nothing more to follow, yet the shock it brought lingered on. Is that really Yi Fan? Why is he beating people like a mad dog? So vicious it gives me chills. I feel like he has some antisocial personality. Isn't anyone going to arrest him? The man getting beaten looks so miserable. He must be seriously injured. Some girls who admired Yi Fan spoke up for him. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Yi Fan doesn't seem like someone with violent tendencies. Right, I've never seen him hit anyone. There might be more to it. Yi Fan usually has a good temper. Could it be a misunderstanding? But they were quickly refuted. Are you kidding? The person who filmed the video said they saw with their own eyes Yi Fan brutally attacking a random passenger for no reason. It was inhumane. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Look, some online justice warriors have already exposed him. This statement made everyone shudder. They never imagined Yi Fan could be so brutal behind the scenes. The public's anger instantly erupted. I thought he was decent, but now I realize I was wrong about him. I used to think Hong Yi was despicable for scheming against him, but now I think Hong Yi was wise. Thank goodness I never had contact with Yi Fan. If I'd offended him, I'd probably be dead by now. On stage, Yi Fan had no idea that the public's impression of him had undergone a dramatic shift. As the principal gestured for him to give his thanks, someone from the audience rushed up to protest. Yi Fan assaulted a stranger without provocation. He's morally corrupt. How can he represent good students to receive an award? Yi Fan was taken aback. When had he ever assaulted a passerby? This was clearly a malicious frame-up. Amid the rising tide of controversy, Xiao Wu and others shouted angrily, "My brother has no interest in playing two-faced games. He would never hit someone for no reason." Exactly. Someone is obviously trying to frame him. Hong Yi, who had been feeling dejected, suddenly became excited. He had been displeased seeing Yi Fan basking in glory, but now fortune had fallen into his lap. So many people were cursing Yi Fan. Ha ha ha, Yi Fan deserved it. He had targeted him before, and now he was finished. Hong Yi added fuel to the fire. That's right, Yi Fan's character is questionable. He's always scheming behind the scenes. He even set me up, and when I defended myself, he ruined me. Mu Xin's face showed surprise. She didn't understand why the voices of opposition kept growing. Exactly. Yi Fan beats people randomly. He's damaging our school's reputation. He shouldn't get the scholarship. I don't care who gets it, but not someone with antisocial tendencies. Principal, let's call the police and arrest him. Mu Xinci was deeply worried about Yi Fan amid the chaos. She took the microphone and said, Yi Fan has good character. He hasn't been beating people randomly. But the students only felt more sympathy for her. Look, Mu Xinci has been brainwashed by Yi Fan. She's still defending him even now. Even though Yi Fan has done such heinous things, she's still deluding herself. Many boys were disappointed in her. Love-struck fool. This isn't my goddess. She's just a stubborn bootlicker. How pathetic. The school beauty is still being deceived by Yi Fan. Amid the noisy controversy, a clear and resonant voice rang out. Did you witness me hitting someone? Otherwise, how can you so confidently claim I bullied the weak? Everyone's eyes locked onto the calm young man on stage. His gaze was cold and clear, completely undisturbed by the chaos below as he stared sharply at the boy who had come up to oppose him. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I have a video here. What do you have to say? The challenged boy held up his phone defiantly. Beating a passenger on the bus for no reason. You need to get your head checked. Yi Fan looked and saw it was the scene of him heroically saving a girl on the bus earlier today. He hadn't expected it to be posted online, maliciously edited and twisted to distort the truth. No wonder the crowd had been stirred up and misunderstood him. You think you're seeing the truth, but it's a fabricated illusion, Yi Fan said bluntly. I was subduing a pervert on the bus. You can check it if you don't believe me. Mu Xinci nodded in agreement. I can testify. Yi Fan was acting bravely and righteously. The words stunned everyone. Had they wronged a good person? Is Yi Fan here? Just then 2 police officers appeared with a banner of honor. I am, Yi Fan said calmly. Good, thank you for your help to our police force. Your brave act of subduing the pervert on the bus helped us crack a bloody case. He turned out to be a serial rapist and murderer who had been hiding for 6 years. We'd been searching for him for years, and now we've finally caught him. The officer was deeply moved. He said to the principal, "Thank you for nurturing such an outstanding student." They presented Yi Fan with a banner reading "Criminal Nemesis" and a reward of 30,000 yuan. When had police officers ever given banners to ordinary citizens? Yet Yi Fan was granted this honor. Even the principal was immensely proud, chuckling and unable to stop smiling. "Not at all. It's our duty." Yi Fan hadn't expected that the pervert was a fugitive, nor that the police would personally come to commend him. It was a blessing in disguise. Everyone immediately regarded Yi Fan with respect and began to reflect on themselves. "I'm so ashamed. I was just led astray and wronged a hero. How terrible." Yi Fan did the right thing. He acted bravely, fought evil, and was taken out of context. How outrageous. That criminal deserved the beating. Why didn't they kill him? A whole bunch of people were attacking Yi Fan. I feel so sorry for him. He was doing a good deed. I'm proud of him. Just now a bunch of people called the school beauty a love-struck fool. Well, look at you now. You're all idiots. As expected of my goddess, she has great taste. I'm tempted to go straight for Yi Fan. The boy who had questioned Yi Fan was suddenly at a loss. He hadn't expected such a reversal. His face turned as ugly as a palette, feeling like a clown. Originally, he had acted out of jealousy that his goddess was pursuing Yi Fan. But instead, he became the target of public criticism, suffering a barrage of insults. You wronged a hero. He was doing a good deed. You call that antisocial. It's ridding the community of evil. Why doesn't Yi Fan deserve the scholarship? He earned first place through his own ability, and on top of that he did this good deed. The school owes him an award. This put immense pressure on the boy. He was on the verge of tears, unable to defend himself. With no way out, he braced himself and apologized to Yi Fan. "I'm sorry. I believed rumors and attacked you carelessly. I just said a couple of things. You're broad-minded, so you want to hold it against me, right? I'm just an ordinary student." Yi Fan sneered inwardly. What a move. Trying to guilt-trip him now. Sorry, but he wouldn't be manipulated by any moral blackmail. If an apology worked, what would we need the police for? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, and under the boy's stunned gaze turned to the officers. "I want to report a crime." "What case?" the officer asked. "According to Article 246 of our country's law, anyone who deliberately fabricates and spreads false facts to the extent of degrading another's personality and damaging their reputation, if the circumstances are serious, constitutes defamation. He and everyone who attacked and insulted me just now, I will hold legally accountable." Yi Fan held his head high, his eyes sharp and cold, pointing at the boy. "Furthermore, I want to press charges against the Douyin user Brother Fei for spreading rumors and maliciously defaming my reputation. His views have exceeded 5,000, meeting the threshold for criminal prosecution." These words stunned everyone present. The students who had just insulted Yi Fan were all panicked. They never expected Yi Fan to be so clear-minded and decisive. If he held them accountable, wouldn't they be doomed? Now each of them was on the verge of tears, blaming their own foul mouths for being easily swayed by others to attack Yi Fan. The boy on stage who had questioned Yi Fan was almost in tears. Especially when he was taken by the police for investigation, he wept with utter despair. He regretted more than anyone, kneeling down and clutching Yi Fan's leg, sobbing. "Yi Fan, I was wrong, please don't sue me." But Yi Fan ignored him, remaining firm. He showed no mercy, directly filing a case and apprehending them all. This earned applause from everyone. At that moment, Fei Gu, who had gained attention by maliciously editing videos at home, was boasting to his good friend while drinking erguo too. "These netizens are such fools. I took a video on a bus and now it has 3 million views. It makes more money than the skits I filmed before. I'm gaining followers fast, already 1,000 more. Haha, at this rate, I can start live streaming sales." The friend immediately started flattering Fei Gu. "Bro, you're amazing. With this, buying sports cars and living in mansions will be a breeze. And a bunch of beauties will throw themselves at you. Don't forget me." Fei Gu rubbed his hands together, ecstatic. "Haha, of course. Then he'll lend you the luxury car for a few days so you can enjoy the feeling of beauties throwing themselves at you." "Bro, that's great. This meal is on me." Fei Gu picked his teeth leisurely. Haha, soon he would rise to fame and fortune. "In the future, when I go on blind dates, if any woman looks down on me for being poor, I'll just throw money in her face. I think I need a big watch. Rich people all wear one. Later, come with me to buy one gold, the most expensive." Fei Gu said smugly. "Of course. Wearing something on your wrist will show your noble status." Fei Gu, flattered, was overjoyed and about to get up to buy a watch to show off, when suddenly several police officers burst in. "We are the police. We received a report and are arresting you according to the law." A pair of silver handcuffs clicked onto Fei Gu's wrists. His face pale, he stammered, "Hey, there must be a mistake. I haven't committed any crime." But he was still dragged away forcibly. Fei Gu's Douyin account was cleared and a public apology to Yi Fan was posted. Moreover, he would face compensation and nearly a year in prison. Fei Gu regretted it bitterly. Why was he so blind to pick on Yi Fan? Now he's completely finished. After restoring his reputation, Xiao Wu and the other roommates began to celebrate with Yi Fan. Come on, old Yi, drink. You didn't see those people's faces today. When you held them accountable, they were all scared shitless. Exactly. Old Yi is a hero, but he was framed as a lunatic. This score must be settled. From now on, who would dare slander our old Yi? After this stir, not only do they dare not speak ill of old Yi, they treat him with respect, even worship him. Some girls say they want to marry our old Yi. It's a blessing in disguise. Right. I even saw Hong Yi now take a detour when he sees our old Yi. Clearly he's afraid of him. Let's toast to this victory. When the brothers raised their glasses to toast, Yi Fan refused, saying, "My stomach is not good, I won't drink. He'll substitute tea for wine." He was just making an excuse. If he drank, given Mu Xinci's tolerance, she would definitely get drunk. Although she was cute and proactive when drunk in front of him, she would definitely panic when she woke up. Forget it, he decided not to drink. Instead, he had some milk tea that Mu Xinci liked. Yi Fan thought of that silly girl Mu Xinci and couldn't help but curl his lips, smiling as he took a few more sips of milk tea. He wondered if that little fool had tasted the sweetness of the milk tea. This was her favorite flavor. The brothers looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. Was this the same old Yi who couldn't be happy without alcohol? Everyone knew old Yi was the most fond of drinking, but it was rare to see him so calm at the table. Incredible. But since Yi Fan didn't drink, Xiao Wu and the others couldn't force him. They still clinked glasses with him. Yi Fan, mindful of Mu Xinci's taste, avoided eating things like kidneys and pig hearts. He knew Mu Xinci disliked these organ meats, so he just ate some skewers to go through the motions so as not to make her too disgusted. While some rejoiced, others were troubled. After the award ceremony, Mu Xinci found Xiaoya and went to a relatively secluded corner. "Xiaoya, have you been hiding something from me?" Mu Xinci looked at Xiaoya nervously. Xiaoya's eyes darted nervously, clearly guilty. No, why do you ask? The hesitant look on Xiaoya's face made Mu Xinci disappointed. Really? Then why did you lie to me saying that Yi Fan told me not to pester him? Yi Fan doesn't have a girlfriend at all. It was just those bored people spreading rumors. Mu Xinci's eyes were extremely red. Seeing this, Xiaoya felt uneasy. Facing Mu Xinci, she was clearly surprised and flustered. Yi Fan isn't taken. Yes, Mu Xinci nodded. So we misunderstood him, and you made me misunderstand him even more. Hearing this, Xiaoya felt very guilty. I'm sorry, I just didn't want you to get hurt by him, so I made up those white lies. Please don't be mad at me, okay? A white lie is still a lie. You said it was for my own good, but why didn't you consider whether it was what I wanted? Mu Xinci recalled painful memories from the past, her whole body trembling with cold. Even her breathing became rapid and she panted with difficulty. For a moment, she was so grief-stricken that she couldn't breathe, almost fainting. Mu Xinci cried out in pain. I thought you would be different, but I find you are just like them. It makes me so disappointed. The one thing I can't tolerate in my life is deception, especially from those close to me. She had finally opened her heart, once only to lose so completely. All she wanted was a sincere relationship. Why was it so difficult? Especially hearing Xiaoya's words, Mu Xinci's heart ached. I trusted you because I considered you my good friend. Because of that, I misunderstood Yi Fan. In the end, the liar was you, and the sincere one was him. Mu Xinci felt she was foolishly naive. That was why those terrible things kept happening to her. She thought she had become cold and strong, that everything would be different. But in the end, it was still the same. That's not it. Xiaoya was completely panicked. She could sense that Mu Xinci's emotions were very off. She wanted to make amends, desperately trying to grab Mu Xinci's hand, but Mu Xinci fiercely shook her off. Xiaoya, let's end our friendship. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya found it hard to believe. Break off our friendship. She had treated Mu Xinci with genuine sincerity, never expecting to be repaid in such a way. He'll make it up to you. I truly know I was wrong. Give me another chance, please. Xiaoya was in agony, tears streaming down endlessly. Mu Xinci's resolve was firm, her delicate face etched with determination. No matter how much Xiaoya begged, she stubbornly suppressed her soft heart. Impossible. Under Xiaoya's astonished gaze, Mu Xinci instinctively turned and walked away. In the moment she turned her back on Xiaoya, tears had already fallen from Mu Xinci's eyes. All her previous strength crumbled, and she wept as if her heart were being torn apart, the pain suffocating. At that moment, Yi Fan, who was chatting with his roommates, suddenly felt a sensation of tears being wiped away in his palm. Crying. Who had bullied her? Yi Fan immediately grew flustered. He dialed Mu Xinci's phone. No one answered. The falling tears were clearly reflected in his senses. Yi Fan's heart clenched tightly. He ached for her. Even though he hadn't seen her cry, just the thought of her in tears made him feel terrible. The sky had dimmed. By the seaside, waves crashed against the shore. When Yi Fan arrived, he saw the girl sitting on the sand, her arms wrapped around her knees. Her jet black hair, her lonely silhouette, and her desolate aura all weighed heavily on his heart. He walked over step by step, then gently raised his hand and softly stroked her head, watching the sea. Mu Xinci trembled. She could feel the sensation of his hand on her head, his movements incredibly tender. Following his magnetic voice, she immediately looked up, startled by the handsome face before her. How did you know I was here? Mu Xinci asked in astonishment. Yi Fan curved his lips. We've exchanged sensations. When you walked on the sand, I could feel it too. When the sea breeze blew on you, I could feel it as well. So how could I not guess you were here? Actually, he had only guessed the general area. It was by using the system's GPS that he had pinpointed her exact location. Mu Xinci pouted, her mood still low, burying her delicate oval face in her knees, and said softly, You go? I want to be alone. Who's alone? Have you fallen for someone else? Mu Xinci glared at him with her round eyes, and fierce. If you don't want to get hit, you'd better leave. Go ahead, hit me. He'll be your punching bag. Yi Fan sat down beside her, stretched out his arm, and said cheerfully, Hit me as much as you like, as long as it makes you happy. I don't have a masochistic streak. Hitting you would only hurt me. Mu Xinci snorted. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. You know what's good for you? He asked. I'm like a goldfish. I only have a 7-second memory. Tell me whatever's bothering you, and once you've said it, you'll feel lighter, and I'll forget it in a blink. Mu Xinci snorted again, top of the whole school, but with a bad memory. I don't believe it. Looks like you're not that easy to fool. How about I trade you a secret? In exchange, you tell me why you're upset. Yi Fan squinted, smiling at Mu Xinci. What secret do you have? Mu Xinci asked. She suddenly felt this was feasible. She wouldn't lose anything. I like you. Yi Fan blurted out without a second thought. Mu Xinci's face instantly flushed. Her mind replayed the words Yi Fan had spoken on the stage today during the awards ceremony. This made her heart pound violently, and after reliving the moment, she couldn't calm down at all. Yi Fan, do you always flirt with girls like this? Mu Xinci's long lashes fluttered as she tried hard to suppress herself, but the crimson on her cheeks was still vivid, impossible to hide. Flirting with girls? No, but I've pretended to be a girl in games to flirt with guys quite a few times. Yi Fan thought for a moment, and answered honestly. He really had that experience, but it was all because a few silly roommates got him to use a voice changer and pretend to be a girl as a prank. Moreover, the targets were those rude novice players who casually spewed foul language in the game canyon. Hearing this, Mu Xinci burst out laughing. Who would expose themselves so recklessly? Only you with such a strange hobby. Back to the point. Now it's your turn to tell me why you're upset. Yi Fan looked at Mu Xinci. Mu Xinci lowered her eyelids, her head drooping slightly, her eyes dimmed with sorrow. I suddenly feel like there's no one around me I can trust. It was the same before, and it's the same now. She had regarded Xiaoya as a close friend, yet Xiaoya had deceived and betrayed her just like that person in the past. Who says there isn't? Am I not a person? Yi Fan said boisterously. Mu Xinci was stunned, suddenly turning to look at Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyes were burning with sincerity, his face full of earnestness. Do you know why I love to tease you so much? Do you know why I always flirt with you? Do you know why I love to pick on you? Heaven knows I ended up liking you with no reason at all. I just like you. This is no lie. Whether you believe it or not, I'm telling you the truth. Under Yi Fan's cheerful exterior, a hint of the awkwardness of a greenhorn showed through. Even as Mu Xinci's gaze fell on him, he scratched his head shyly. Mu Xinci's lashes trembled. She could feel her breath intertwining with his. She held her breath, her heart racing. You? Really mean it? Of course I mean it. Why would I lie to you? You're the first person I've ever liked. Even if I didn't want to admit it, you're my first love. Yi Fan answered directly. Mu Xinci fluttered her eyes rapidly. She found it unbelievable. The young man before her, handsome and tall with a seemingly carefree exterior, actually had a warm and deep side. If it were anyone else's confession, it would surely have annoyed her. But now seeing him confess, her face grew hot, and she found herself getting nervous. What about you? Do you like me? Yi Fan looked at her, hope in his eyes. He had actually prepared himself to be accepted or even rejected. But even if rejected, so what? Would that make him stop liking her? At worst, he'd just have to pursue her. What's so shameful about that? Who told him he liked her? If you like someone, you've got to express it. Mu Xinci stood up from the beach in a fluster. I don't know. Her eyes flickered, avoiding Yi Fan's gaze, while her cheeks blushed like a peach and her hands nervously clutched the hem of her skirt. Yi Fan saw her walking away and became anxious. What do you mean you don't know? If you like me, say it, or if you don't, say it. Just give me a clear answer. Her response made Yi Fan extremely anxious. What good would it do me to like you? They'll carry your bag, take you to eat delicious food. When you're hungry, stand up for you. When you're bullied, be with you. When you're sad, share your joy. When you're happy, amuse you. When you're bored, and take care of you. When you're sick. Yi Fan didn't even think, blurting out all the thoughts swirling in his mind. I'm hungry. Huh? Yi Fan was taken aback. Mu Xinci shot him a glance. Aren't you going to take me to eat something delicious? You? Mu Xinci's face flushed red as she continued walking forward. Hurry up and lead the way. Wait. Yi Fan realized something and immediately jumped for joy. Do you mean you like me? It's getting dark. Aren't you going to take me to eat something delicious? Mu Xinci glared at him with her round eyes. Her cheeks dyed with a deep blush. Yes, great. Yi Fan was overjoyed and rushed forward to spin her around. Ding detected that host hugged Mu Xinci, rewarded with 300 points. System reminder. Seeing Yi Fan's behavior, Mu Xinci was startled. Yi Fan. You jerk, are you trying to exhaust me? Haha, I was so happy I forgot myself. I forgot about our body swap. I tired you out, didn't I, wife? Yi Fan called out, laughing. Mu Xince's face reddened. Why are you calling me wife? That's so old-fashioned. Her voice grew softer as she spoke, and she slowly began to walk forward. Yi Fan quickly followed, grinning mischievously. Then how about honey? Change it, that's even more old-fashioned. Hearing his charming call, Mu Xince's heart raced even more. She tried to act aloof and composed, but in Yi Fan's eyes she was just a silly, adorable fool. So charming, so lovely, so cute. How is it old-fashioned? You like me, so why can't I call you wife? Yi Fan was beside himself with joy. Mu Xinci stamped her foot, blushing. I never said I like you. It was you who said you like me. She was full of shame, her little face growing even redder. That's right, you haven't said you like me yet. So say it once, let me hear it. Yi Fan teased with a roguish grin. Mu Xince's ears turned red, especially as Yi Fan drew closer, stirring her heart and filling her with shyness. I'm hungry. I'm really hungry, she said anxiously. Haha, silly wife, it's not that you're hungry, it's that you feel me hungry, okay? Don't change the subject. You have to say you like me with your own mouth. Once I hear it, it'll take you to eat something delicious. Yi Fan pressed on a teasing smile on his face, but a heavy weight of happiness in his heart. Mu Xince's face felt like it was burning. I like you. Is that enough? Ding detected that the school beauty confessed to you gained 1,000 points. System reminder. Alright, I've recorded it. From now on I'll play it on loop every night. Yi Fan smiled and waved his phone at Mu Xinci. Hey, how can you cheat like that? Mu Xinci chased after Yi Fan to delete the recording. She wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's waist. Yi Fan could clearly feel the sensation of her embrace, though there was a slight deviation in sensation, but seeing her beautiful and moving face, he felt delighted and his heart swayed. To prevent you from backing out with this evidence, someone will help me get justice. Yi Fan's lips curled. I would never back out. Mu Xinci was so shy that her face flushed red. Oh, since you want back out, I'll allow you to say I like you to me 100 times every night. Yi Fan raised his hand and gently stroked Mu Xince's hair. He looked at Mu Xince's pretty rosy face, feeling extremely joyful. Mu Xince's ears were burning. Yi Fan's teasing didn't annoy her, instead it pleased her. Especially when their breaths intertwined, making her breath quicken. However, she was the type to be tough on the outside, but soft inside. She muttered, then why don't you say I like you to me 100 times? Who said I wouldn't? You like me, you like me, you like me, you like me. Stop. This is really cheating. It should be I like you. Mu Xinci interrupted Yi Fan immediately to avoid readers accusing the author of padding and corrected him. Yi Fan laughed heartily. Right, exactly, it's I like you. You? Mu Xinci was truly at a loss with Yi Fan. Only in front of him would she feel embarrassed, shy, restless, and blissfully happy. Although Mu Xinci had never been in love, this should be what liking someone feels like. Yes, I like you. After being shy, Mu Xinci also spoke honestly. Yi Fan had been teasing her, but when he heard her words, he was stunned. He was suddenly touched by her affectionate words, feeling sweet inside, and a little embarrassed. He's so happy. Being confessed to by the one you like truly makes you feel like flying. Yi Fan pressed his hand on Mu Xince's slender waist, and leaned down to kiss the longed-for red lips. Ding detected a kiss gained 500 points. Their lips met. The feeling of kissing was more about experiencing his own lips. But he could also vaguely sense the softness of her lips. They were sweet like a peach. Although the sensations didn't quite align, their hearts were connected. They both liked each other. That alone was enough to make Yi Fan overjoyed. I like you too. Yi Fan murmured affectionately, deepening the kiss. He must be the happiest person in the world right now. Night fell. In the restaurant, Yi Fan and Mu Xinci sat together. Mu Xinci asked Yi Fan, what do you want to eat? Yi Fan grabbed the menu, pointed at an item, and said to Mu Xinci, let's have this, the couple's set meal. I never had the chance to eat it before, but this time I must. He was still quite excited. It was his first time bringing his girlfriend to eat. Before, when he came to eat with his buddies, they would always order the couple's set meal with their girlfriends, giving him a sweet attack. Haha, now he could finally hold his head high and eat a couple's set meal. He didn't care whether it tasted good or not, just the name alone made him feel like he was getting his money's worth. Mu Xince's pretty face was covered in a pink flush. She humphed, am I just a tool? Yi Fan's eyelids twitched. This was a dangerous question he had to answer carefully. Otherwise, offending his girlfriend would require coaxing, and the consequences would be quite severe. There are many ways to have a couple's meal, but what matters more to me is who I share it with. Besides, the set meal includes your favorite dessert. Yi Fan smiled at Mu Xinci. His words caused her cheeks to flush. She pretended to be calm, but in reality her heart was blooming with joy. Alright, I'll indulge you this once. Thanks, girlfriend. Yi Fan rested his hands under his chin, his smile deepening. He noticed that Mu Xinci's face was even redder, especially her lips. They were redder and more tender. Upon closer look they were slightly swollen. Yi Fan reached out and lifted her chin. Mu Xinci was puzzled, feeling his intense gaze. She was particularly embarrassed. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Yi Fan smiled and said, your lips are swollen. He could visibly see Mu Xinci shy to the point of fluster, even glaring at him with her beautiful eyes. Who's the culprit? Me, Yi Fan shamelessly admitted. Then I'll punish you by making you eat a spoonful of ice cream. Mu Xinci fed a spoonful of ice cream into Yi Fan's mouth. Although Yi Fan couldn't taste it from Mu Xinci's satisfied expression, it must have been very sweet. Especially when Mu Xinci fed him the ice cream, the boys at other tables cast envious glances. Yi Fan smugly licked his lips. Envious, huh? His girlfriend was pretty enough. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the sweet feeding skill and earned 300 points. The system reminded. However, Yi Fan noticed that Mu Xinci seemed to get addicted to feeding him and couldn't stop. He said seriously to Mu Xinci, it's a bit chilly today. Feeding me so many spoonfuls, aren't you afraid I'll get an upset stomach? This startled Mu Xinci, who withdrew her hand. Her long lashes fluttered. Then I won't feed you anymore. I was just eating ice to reduce swelling. Eating ice to reduce swelling. Yi Fan's lips curled up. You can only feel the cold, you're not eating ice. How can that reduce swelling? To reduce swelling you need to do this. He leaned in and kissed Mu Xinci's red lips. He kissed her until she was breathless, then she pushed against his chest, her face flushed, signaling that was enough. She caught her breath and glared at Yi Fan. Isn't this adding swelling to swelling? Yi Fan examined her carefully, then shook his head with a smile. There's still a hint of coldness in my mouth, so it can reduce swelling. Upon closer look you now have a bit of a pouty lip. Ding. Detected kissing between host and Mu Xinci. Earned 500 points. He gently stroked her full, tempting red lips with his fingers. They looked so bouncy and especially soft, perfect for kissing. Yi Fan curled his lips in satisfaction. Mu Xinci's little face was completely flushed. You're still saying that? Isn't that adding insult to injury? But it looks pretty. Especially after he kissed them, they were moist and even more beautiful. Who wouldn't want their girlfriend's lips to bear the traces of their own ravaging? Alright, let's eat. Mu Xinci urged Yi Fan to have dinner, her face still red. Yi Fan smiled and decided to listen to his wife. Just then Mu Xinci's phone suddenly rang. Mu Xinci's arm holding the utensils trembled, which Yi Fan noticed completely. He looked up and saw Mu Xinci frowning at her phone screen. What's wrong? Not going to answer? Yi Fan asked. He saw the caller ID flashing Xiaoya on the screen. Mu Xinci bit her lip lightly, and Yi Fan could fully sense her hesitation and unease. They must have had a fight, otherwise Mu Xinci and Xiaoya had a pretty good relationship. No, I've cut ties with her. Mu Xinci declined the call and ate her steak gloomily. Yi Fan didn't ask. He had roughly guessed it was related to Xiaoya's lies. Xiaoya was indeed quite despicable, spreading falsehoods between them, almost causing him to lose his girlfriend. But it was a blessing in disguise. Because of this they were able to open up their hearts and get together. Otherwise, how much longer would it have taken for Mu Xinci to understand his true feelings? Cheer up. Gains and losses go hand in hand. Look, you've gained such a handsome boyfriend. Yi Fan coaxed her with a smile. Mu Xinci laughed and scolded. Your face is thicker than a city wall. Thick or not, you can pinch it and see for yourself. Yi Fan brought his handsome face closer. Mu Xinci's face felt hot, and she pouted. No way. Pinching you would just make me feel it on my own face. I don't want to hurt myself. Yi Fan chuckled softly. His wife was really adorable. When it came time to pay, Mu Xinci instinctively reached for her card, but a black card was handed to the waiter before she could. It's only natural for a boyfriend to treat his girlfriend to a meal right. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Mu Xinci beamed. Alright, go ahead. Before they confirmed their relationship, she naturally didn't want to owe Yi Fan anything. But now that he was her boyfriend, she was happy that he was willing to spend money on her. After dinner, the two walked out of the restaurant and were met by a gust of wind. So cold. Yi Fan sensed the chill through Mu Xinci's reaction. He noticed she was only wearing a thin dress with no jacket. The temperature had dropped suddenly in the evening, making it noticeably cooler. Girls really do prioritize style over warmth. Good thing you have me as your boyfriend. Yi Fan took off his jacket and personally put it on Mu Xinci. My first time, you now own it. Fortunately, he was wearing enough layers that he wouldn't feel cold. She put it on so she wouldn't catch a cold, and he wouldn't feel cold either. This was the first time Yi Fan had dressed a girl. Although he could only feel the sensation of her being dressed, seeing her looking at him with puppy dog eyes and standing there adorably made his heart race. It still made Yi Fan's heart race and his breath unsteady. Especially when buttoning the jacket from bottom to top, the closer he got to her proudest spot, the more nervous he became. Are you that cold? Then hurry up and put it on. Mu Xinci, who had been immersed in maidenly shyness, immediately started hurriedly buttoning up when she felt Yi Fan trembling. Button after button. Soon it was fastened. But then, you're really a little dummy. Look, you're doing more harm than good. The top button is in the wrong buttonhole. Yi Fan teased her with a smile. He saw her fair skin turn as red as if scalded by boiling water. She was so embarrassed that she started stammering. I didn't mean to. It was just an accident. Mu Xinci reached out to adjust it for him. Silly but adorable. However, for you, knowing how to unbutton is enough. Yi Fan smiled, took her hand, and slowly helped her unbutton the jacket, then buttoned it up again properly. Mu Xinci could feel the sensation of his hand holding hers and the strength in his fingers. Her heart pounded, almost bursting with nervousness. Especially after understanding the implication of Yi Fan's words, her entire body flushed red. Don't go there. Yi Fan leaned in, whispering close to Mu Xinci's ear with a chuckle. Haven't even stepped on the gas yet. When you're really in the car, I'll take you on the highway, okay? You're too much. Her ears visibly flushed with embarrassment, and her fair, smooth little hand tried to push him away, but Yi Fan firmly grasped it. Yi Fan took her hand and slipped it into her coat pocket. You can't refuse, he said with a pause, savoring the warmth. So cozy. Their fingers intertwined, truly warmer than wearing an extra layer of clothing. Mu Xinci glanced at Yi Fan's handsome and carefree demeanor, and a subtle smile curled on her red lips. I want milk tea. Actually, she wanted to warm him up. All right, whatever you say, he replied. What else could he do? Spoiling his girlfriend. That's what a good man does. Ding, detected interlaced fingers, earned 300 points. Yi Fan quickly took Mu Xinci to a milk tea shop. Hello, ID Leica. Before Mu Xinci could finish ordering, Yi Fan interrupted. 1 cup of orchid latte milk tea with plant-based cream sprinkled with crushed nuts, 50 sweetness, hot, add boba, and coconut jelly, and put an insulating paper cup sleeve outside. Yi Fan looked at Mu Xinci with a hint of pride. How about that? Did I get it right? How's my memory? Didn't someone say that memory lasts only 7 seconds like a goldfish? I said it, and you forgot, Mu Xinci replied, raising her chin and gazing at him with a smile. Yi Fan chuckled. That depends on the situation. When it comes to remembering what my girlfriend likes to eat, I can't forget. His words made Mu Xinici's eyes crinkle and her smile sweet. She said to the cashier, hello, ID, like a cup of Ovaltine thick milk, half sugar hot. She raised the corner of her mouth, mimicking Yi Fan's tone just now, and asked, how about that? Did I get it right? How's my memory? Yi Fan shook his head with a smile. His wife was really silly. So sweet and soft. Her cold school beauty persona was completely shattered. She was just a super sweetheart and so warm. That's right, you've remembered everything I like perfectly, Yi Fan said with satisfaction. He had the system, so he had a good memory. But Mu Xinci could remember. Clearly it was because she cared about him. Who wouldn't like a girlfriend who knows everything about his preferences? When it was time to pay, Yi Fan was about to scan the code, but Mu Xinci beat him to it. He'll pay, she said, waving her hand at Yi Fan with a sly smile. Didn't I say ID pay? It can't always be the guy's treat. That's not fair on you. You pay for the big things, I pay for the small ones. Your girlfriend treating you to the first cup of autumn milk tea. That's not too much, is it? Mu Xinici's tone was a little proud. Her eyes tilted upward and the corners of her mouth lifted, making her skin look even more translucent and radiant. Very beautiful. Especially her smug little expression, which made Yi Fan want to tease her. Yi Fan rubbed Mu Xinici's shoulder and nodded involuntarily. My girlfriend has that awareness. I'm lucky. Unlike other girls who think that once they have a boyfriend they don't need to spend money and just want to freeload, Yi Fan didn't care about that small amount. He was rich after all. But the fact that Mu Xinci considered him still made him happy. A relationship where both parties give is truly wonderful. Yi Fan entered the system's lottery page and directly did a 5 draw. He obtained 3 high-quality products in total. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 5 shares of Domaine de la Romanticante. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a onatity card that makes people crazily expose themselves. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to customize a premium license plate number. Domaine de la Romanticante is the most popular winery in France with extremely low wine production, but it is the most expensive and best. Owning 5 of the shares means earning money while lying down with a steady stream of income every day. As for the crazy self-exposure, it sounded quite interesting. If he could make people he disliked frantically reveal their little secrets, turning it into a dramatic scene, wouldn't he be invincible? System, are you not daring enough? Why only onatity card? According to the settings in other novels, if you don't give a permanent card, it can't show off how awesome your system is. System host, you've almost emptied me, making me the poorest system. At least leave me some stock. To draw a high-level card, you need to keep working hard. Yi Fan, then do you have a lottery luck card in your warehouse? If I can use it every time I draw, would the card level be higher? System host, don't you feel sorry for me? How sad it is for a system to have drawn a host who is too smart. Yi Fan was just teasing the system, he wasn't really that serious. Actually having a oneidae card is not bad, better than nothing. As for the right to customize a premium license plate number, Yi Fan still had a doubt. What if the plate number I want is already owned by someone else? Host, I have the ability to delete and modify world memories, and I can also clear the number. As long as you want it, I will make sure you have it. No need to worry about conflicts with others. You are the primary owner. Yi Fan was a little excited. You know, getting a nice license plate number is extremely difficult. You might spend tens of millions and still not get one you like, because it's very likely that the number you want has already been taken. Now that Yi Fan had this ability, getting any plate number he wanted was as easy as turning over his hand. Yi Fan asked Mu Xinci, "When is your birthday?" "December 12th. Double 12. Yi Fan laughed upon hearing that. Mu Xinci muttered, "It's all my Yun's fault. Because of him, everyone remembers that day as shopping day, but forgets that it's my birthday." Although her father also remembered, he was just too busy. He might have prepared a very luxurious and grand birthday party for her, but often he couldn't be with her because of work, which made her feel lonely. Yi Fan felt a pang of tenderness. He raised his hand and gently stroked Mu Xinci's head. "Don't worry, I'll remember your birthday. From now on your birthday, I'll take you shopping and clear your shopping cart, so you can celebrate both your birthday and the holiday." He could clearly see Mu Xinci's ears turning red. She pretended to be calm, but he still caught her shy and bashful side. "Then you have to keep your word. You can't just talk." "You're welcome to supervise," Yi Fan said. With his excellent memory, now how could he forget? "What about your birthday?" Mu Xinci was also curious. Her boyfriend's birthday was also very important. If she forgot, Yi Fan would be so sad. March 22nd, in Aries. He leaned down, brought his lips close to Mu Xinci's ear, and said with amusement, "I heard Aries and Sagittarius are a perfect match. What do you think?" Mu Xinci's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. She looked up to see Yi Fan's strikingly handsome appearance. His ambiguous tone especially caused her skin to flush with heat. Yi Fan noticed her slender, soft fingers resting on his chest. Though he enjoyed her touch, it also immersed him in pleasure and contentment. What else could it be? We're already together, aren't we? Mu Xinci, facing Yi Fan's intense gaze, was so nervous and shy that she stumbled over her words. It must be because of the zodiac signs. Has nothing to do with zodiac signs. It's clearly because someone likes me. Can't blame the stars, but I'm just too charming, attracting someone to throw herself into my arms. Yi Fan gently pinched Mu Xinci's soft little cheek. Her skin reddened, and she stole a glance at him, pouting her red lips. "I never said I didn't like you." "Haha, you're adorable." He looked at her tsundere expression, couldn't help pulling her into his arms, and then gently ruffled her hair. Sensing his own breath mingling with her sweet scent, Yi Fan was irrepressibly immersed and delighted, his heart filled with sweetness. Especially when she was held in his arms, she felt so soft and petite, awakening a strong desire to protect her. "Your birthday has already passed this year. Next year we'll celebrate together." Mu Xinci blinked her eyelashes. "But this year on my birthday, you must be with me." "Okay," Yi Fan said happily. Mu Xinci nodded with satisfaction and nestled her head in his arms. Looking at his girlfriend, who was as adorable as a little kitten, Yi Fan sighed. Now he understood why so many people wanted to be in a relationship. Falling in love was damn sweet. Haha, he no longer had to be a single dog. He could finally show off his love with his girlfriend and deal a critical blow to the single dogs. "Alright, let me go. People are watching. In public. Be mindful." The girlfriend in his arms turned as red as a little kitten, her voice sweet and soft. She pushed against him, distracted by the nearby customers and the cashier. Knowing she was shy, Yi Fan didn't insist. He said with a grin, "Okay, we'll go home and hug as much as we want." Seeing Mu Xinci glare at him, her hands fluttering with shyness, Yi Fan instantly forgot everything else around him. He just wanted to kiss her, hold her until he was satisfied. Unfortunately, he had to wait until they got home. Yi Fan used the system to choose a license plate number, U21212. System, okay, it's been submitted. It will be replaced in 3 days. I've also arranged for the vehicle administration to approve it for legal use. That was good. No need to worry about being caught by traffic police. Using his girlfriend's birthday as the license plate would be a surprise for her. She would be really happy, right? Yi Fan was already looking forward to seeing Mu Xinci's expression when she saw the plate and couldn't help feeling pleased. There were quite a few orders ahead, and Yi Fan and Mu Xinci had arrived later, so the milk tea wasn't ready quickly. While they were waiting, both of them smelled a very strong cigarette odor. 2 cups of pearl milk tea. A rough, loud voice rang out. Following the sound, they saw a stout man with a gold necklace and a gold watch walking over with a friend. He was smoking a lit cigarette, completely disregarding whether others were inhaling secondhand smoke. Mu Xinci waved her hand in displeasure, trying to fan away the smoke. "Could you please not smoke? This is a public area." The stout man was displeased with her words. "What's the big deal if I smoke? You're too nosy. Do you live by the sea?" When he saw Mu Xinzi's beautiful fair face, his originally fierce expression turned lecherous. Pretty girl, you're not bad. How about having a drink with Big Brother? Mu Xinci was disgusted by his lecherous gaze, especially when he leaned in closer. She instinctively stepped back in disgust. Immediately, a tall figure blocked her view. It was Yifan, who shoved the stout man away. Get lost. Don't harass my girlfriend. Yifan was furious. What trash. Smoking in public was bad enough, and now he was harassing his girlfriend. A pretty boy who doesn't know his place. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. See this watch on my wrist? My buddy bought it for me from abroad. It's a Rolex worth hundreds of thousands. The stout man pushed against the wall, cursed angrily. His gaze swept over the Patek Philippe on Yifan's wrist. Although a watch is just a material possession, having one to wear is enough. But it's embarrassing to pretend to be rich when you're broke. At your age, buying a fake watch. The stout man's friend also sneered. Youngsters nowadays just pretend to be rich when they're broke. My little brother knows what level of watch to wear. He just wears a Casio. A man should know his place. The stout man laughed heartily. Haha, he probably can't even afford a Casio. Don't go too far, Mu Xinci said angrily. This is still going too far. Then what do you call this? The stout man maliciously flicked cigarette ash onto Yifan's watch. They'll help you out. Don't wear that watch. They'll compensate you with a few tens so you can buy a cheap brand. A cigarette burn mark immediately appeared on Yifan's Patek Philippe watch. Mu Xinci was both heartbroken and furious. How could there be such a despicable person bullying her boyfriend? She had to call her bodyguards to settle this. Just as Mu Xinci was about to pull out her phone to call for help, she heard a heart-wrenching scream. Ah, it's so hot. She was astonished to see Yifan quickly seize the cigarette from the stout man's hand and directly, swiftly, and accurately stab it into the other's ugly, smug face. Compensate. Can you afford it? This is a genuine Patek Philippe, a limited edition, authentic piece worth 5.7 million. Prepare to go bankrupt. Yifan looked down at the stout man disdainfully and threw out the harsh words. He wanted to bully him, humiliate him, say his Patek Philippe was fake. He told him to buy a new watch. Fine as he wished. The stout man was suddenly burned on the face by the cigarette, but in extreme pain. He shook off the ash, but the burn mark was already left on his face, grimy and ugly. He could still faintly feel the burning sensation. Even his friends stepped back in fear, afraid of being the next to suffer. Damn it, you're dead. I'm calling the police. I kindly reminded you to change your watch and you ambushed me. It's just a replica and you say it's worth 5.7 million. Do you think I'm a fool? The stout man angrily dialed the police. Yifan was undaunted and said confidently, Fine, I was going to call the police anyway, save us the trouble. You are definitely the fool. Others disapproved of the fat man's behavior. He was utterly detestable, but Yifan had acted too impulsively. After all, it was Yifan who had attacked him. Calling the police would yield no benefit. Some even feared Yifan might be implicated and tried to mediate. Forget it, there's no need. Yes, let's make peace and prosper. How about you both apologize and let it go without involving the police? This made the fat man smug. No, we must call the police. Yifan nodded firmly. Exactly. Others shook their heads, having given him an out. This foolish boy, why was he still acting tough? What if he got detained? Only Mu Xinci remained calm, her delicate face composed. Since Yifan could say that the watch couldn't be fake, let's go to the police station together. I won't let anyone who wronged you walk away unscathed. Mu Xinqi's gaze was resolute. She reached out and gently held his hand. Her slender fingers soothed him, kneading his palm. Though Yifan felt her touch, her eyes were soft. Having a wife was wonderful. She even defended her husband. Inside the police station, the fat man lounged in a chair, shouting loudly, He burned my face with a cigarette. A heinous act. What if my face, as handsome as Panin, gets scarred? Medical fees, mental damages. None can be spared. And he must be detained for weeks before this is settled. The officer looked at the fat man, finding it absurd. A fat, greasy face, nondescript features. This was called handsome as Panin. Then he glanced at Yifan sitting beside the fat man. It felt like a relief for the eyes. Now that was true handsomeness. Just when everyone expected Yifan to rage at the fat man, he instead put on an innocent, flustered look and said, Officer, I'm just a defenseless student. The fat man, seeing the previously proud Yifan, now acting weak, felt ecstatic. Haha, this pretty boy now realized things had escalated and was scared. But as the fat man gloated, he heard Yifan's next words and grew increasingly uneasy. I was taking my girlfriend out for milk tea when a bulky man appeared, glaring at me menacingly. He verbally harassed my girlfriend and burned me with his cigarette. I was terrified. Who knew what he might do next? So I used his cigarette to burn his face. That's self-defense, right? So what crime have I committed? The fat man, seeing the officer's skeptical look, panicked. No, I didn't burn him. Don't listen to his nonsense. Oh, you didn't? Look at my watch. It has ash marks from your cigarette. Yifan raised his watch for the officer to see. A beautiful, luxurious gold watch with a visible burn mark on its face. I only used the ash, the fat man roared. Ash only burned my watch. Officer, would you believe that? Wasn't it that you tried to burn me, but the ash just happened to fall on my watch? Yi Fan pretended to be timid as he spoke to the officer. The officer took one look at Yi Fan. This kid was honest and well-behaved. He didn't seem like a troublemaker at all. On the other hand, the fat man, face red with rage, bellowed at Yi Fan. You bastard, twisting the truth. You were so arrogant before. Why are you pretending now? Who was the bully and who was the victim was clear. Mu Xinci, initially puzzled by Yi Fan's lack of direct confrontation, was now pleasantly surprised by his few words. Her boyfriend was so clever. He knew how to use indirect tactics. She immediately backed him up, speaking to the officer pitifully. They harassed me and wanted me to go eat with them. Boo-hoo, my boyfriend was protecting me. She cried, but it was an act. She rubbed her eyes, not a single tear. Yet the display was enough to fool anyone. The officer, seeing a beautiful girl so sad and wronged, felt sympathetic. As for Yi Fan being her boyfriend, it was clear the two men had gone too far, and he had no choice but to protect Mu Xinci and fight back. The officer immediately scolded the fat man and his friend. You two still acting tough in the police station. We live in a society of law and order. This is no place for your antics. You did wrong and then played the victim. Now the fat man felt genuinely wronged. He felt framed. Boss, take a closer look. He's the one faking. Don't be fooled by him. He was the one who struck first and viciously. Really? My face still hurts. The fat man was at a loss for words. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. He even blackmailed me, saying his watch cost 5.7 million, so I have to pay. Damn it, Yi Fan had pulled a fast one. Society was treacherous. It had taught him a harsh lesson. Yi Fan sighed deeply. He damaged my property, so he should compensate me. Besides, this watch is a limited edition Patek Philippe worth millions. The fat man roared, bullshit. You expect me to believe that watch is worth millions? Even if I get on my knees and bark like a dog, I won't believe it's that expensive. As the fat man, enraged, lunged at Yi Fan, the officer immediately smacked him on the head. Keep still. The fat man, already full of grievances, now had a throbbing head and was nearly in tears. Just then a man in a suit arrived, introducing himself. In the appraiser, Ms. Mu brought in. Whether the watch is worth that price, the appraisal will tell, Mu Xinci said to the fat man. If you damage something, you pay for it. That's only fair. The appraiser immediately began examining the watch Yi Fan had taken off. After a thorough check, he said to the officer, this watch is not worth 5.7 million. Mu Xinci was stunned. How could it be? Her boyfriend's family had been relocated, and he had invested in a company. There was no need for him to buy a fake watch. If he wanted one, she would buy it for him. Was there a mistake? Or had Yi Fan been scammed when buying the watch? The stout brother was overjoyed upon hearing this. Did you hear that? It's a fake. It's being exposed right now. Even his friend chimed in. That's right, this watch is less authentic than the toy watch my son bought. A fake is a fake, officer. This is clearly malicious extortion. The police officer was momentarily at a loss. The appraiser said solemnly, this watch is worth at least 7.8 million with significant market value. Only a few exist globally, and the price keeps rising. These words fell into the ears of the stout brother and his friend. They were utterly dumbfounded. They had been delighted to hear the watch wasn't worth 5.7 million, but the appraiser's claim of a minimum 7.8 million terrified them. 7.8 million could buy a super luxury mansion. Impossible. This appraiser is on your side, so he's lying. He's not a real appraiser at all. He's a fake. The stout brother cursed in exasperation. The appraiser produced his professional license and retorted bluntly, I've been in this field for 10 years. How could I be a fake? This is a police station, and I swear I'm telling the truth. Now the stout brother grew anxious. He never imagined he had actually damaged a real watch. Yi Fan held his head high, looking at the pale faces of the stout brother and his friend, secretly pleased with himself. He said to the officer, he damaged my valuable property and refuses to compensate. What punishment will he face? That would be the crime of intentional destruction of property. Depending on the value of the damaged property, if the amount is substantial, the penalty is up to 3 years in prison or criminal detention. Upon hearing this, the stout brother's heart sank. Pay up or go to jail. That was unthinkable. He'd end up sewing uniforms behind bars. The stout brother immediately realized the gravity of the situation. His earlier arrogance vanished, and he began pleading poverty to Yi Fan. Brother, I was wrong. Don't have me arrested. I have elderly parents to support, no wife, no kids. Am not even married, and I still owe a mortgage. I simply don't have the money. Yi Fan watched the stout brother's hypocritical display and laughed. Just moments ago, he had been flaunting his expensive Rolex, and now he claimed to be broke. Not even a ghost would believe that. Yi Fan remembered he still had a Onady crazy self-exposure card. Yi Fan immediately used the card on the stout brother. The stout brother, who had been crying poverty, suddenly changed his tune. Officer, I'm not poor at all. In fact, I'm extremely wealthy. Ideal in illegal wildlife trade, supplying exotic game to the rich and selling pelts abroad for the fur business. All my money comes from illegal activities. After uttering those words, the stout brother was stunned. What was happening? Why was he saying such things? He tried desperately to control himself, but his mouth wouldn't obey, spilling out all his little secrets. I also help launder money and find ways to evade taxes. The amount of tax evasion is at least 1 million. Not only that, I've been sleeping with my friend Old Lin's wife. His child is actually mine. I made him a cuckold without his knowledge, and he's happily raising my son for me. Yifan listened. Good heavens. Making a fortune through illegal business, evading taxes, cuckolding a good friend, and making him raise another man's child. This man was utterly despicable. Coincidentally, the friend present was Old Lin, the very poor fool in the stout brother's story. Damn it, Old Wong. No wonder my son looks nothing like me. So I've been wearing a big green hat all along. Old Lin fumed with rage. Old Lin, let me explain. The stout brother's face turned ugly, especially seeing Old Lin's fury, which made him both embarrassed and fearful. Explain, my ass. I've been raising your son for 5 or 6 years. No wonder my wife gets so excited every time she hears you're coming. You two have been at it for a long time. Old Lin, uncontrollably furious, began beating the stout brother fiercely. The stout brother yelped, "Officer, help." Yifan quickly used the crazy self-exposure card on Old Lin. Old Lin said to the stout brother, "Actually, I'm not much better. That Rolex you're wearing, it's a fake. I didn't buy it for you overseas. I got it from a street stall. And you've been cherishing it as if it were real. Not just your Rolex, your Armani clothes, Gucci bag, Chanel perfume, all fakes. I run a counterfeit luxury goods business, and I've cheated a lot of people. I also frequently steal things from your house, swap them with fakes, and sell the originals. You've been completely in the dark. I often poach your clients and get them to work with me. You big fool had no idea and kept complaining to me about how hard business was." Old Lin's successive bombshells left the stout brother utterly shattered. Had he gone mad? Not only did he spill all his secrets, but he did it right in front of the police. The problem was Old Lin couldn't control himself. It all came pouring out. The stout brother's face changed drastically. He had been the one getting beaten, but now he turned around and started pummeling Old Lin. Go to hell. The stout brother, being burly and broad, was twice Old Lin's size. Old Lin's frail frame couldn't withstand it, but remembering how he had been played for a fool, cuckolded and forced to raise another man's child, he erupted as well. The two began grappling fiercely, neither giving an inch. The fight was brutal. Even the police couldn't pull them apart. Punching and kicking, a violent outburst ensued. It was bloody and savage. Yifan clicked his tongue at the sight. Dogs biting dogs, how satisfying. Haha, both villains tearing each other apart. But it was too violent and bloody, afraid it might frighten Mu Xinci. Yifan discreetly covered her eyes with his hand, not suitable for children. Mu Xinci giggled secretly, instinctively trying to pry his hand away to sneak a peek through the gaps. I'm not a child anymore. Still can't watch. Yifan smiled at Mu Xinci. Not afraid of nightmares tonight. Not afraid. If I have nightmares, someone will be there with me. Mu Xinci thought of their shared sensations, and a hint of a smile curled at the corners of her lips. Yifan sighed and teased with a grin. You're so wicked. You don't want me to sleep well tonight, do you? Fine, I'll have a nightmare tonight, just to show you. Mu Xinci snorted. Yifan immediately wrapped his arm around her waist, nuzzling his chin into the hollow of her neck. I take it back. Let's sleep well tonight, no nightmares. Who's sleeping with you? Mu Xinci's face flushed a rosy red, her cheeks burning. Though it was just a shared sensation through him, she could clearly feel the intimacy of their whispered closeness. Her heart raced. Especially with him, so near her, breathing subtly quickened. I didn't say we'd sleep together, but if you're willing, you'll definitely cooperate. Yifan chuckled, his tone teasing. Mu Xinci gently twisted his palm. You wish. As a result, she felt the pinch and let out a slight whimper of pain. Haha, you little fool, still haven't accepted it. Yifan said cheerfully. Pat yourself on the arm, and you'll feel the pain. Mu Xinci let out a hum, and with a hint of petty revenge patted her own arm. Yifan felt her soft little hand. The gentle tap was no pain at all. It was a sign of leniency. It was part of their playful intimacy. Heh! Yifan's spirits soared even higher. When the police shouted sternly and forcefully pulled apart the fat brother and Old Lin, who were beating each other, Yifan finally released his hand and let Mu Xinci watch. The two were now battered beyond recognition, faces swollen and bruised, blood splattered, still glaring at each other with hostility. Delightful, truly deserving. Yifan added another push. Breaking my watch is trivial, but breaking the law is serious. The police frowned, finding it utterly absurd. These two had come to file complaints with confidence, but somehow a switch was flipped, and they began exposing each other. The revelations were increasingly outrageous. The police immediately handcuffed the fat brother and Old Lin. We are now arresting you, and will investigate your crimes according to law. Both were stunned. Especially the fat brother. He had intended to teach Yi Fan a lesson, but ended up stabbing himself in the back and sending himself to the dark room. Now the fat brother was filled with regret. Why did he have to smoke that cigarette and defy Yi Fan? Damn, not only would he have no cigarettes in the future, but he also lost his money. His illegal wildlife trade was indeed busted. The police seized and rescued hundreds of wild animals along with those that had already been killed. The fat brother's crimes were too numerous to list. He was disgraced and faced a long prison sentence. Not only that, he also had to repay Yi Fan millions of yuan along with other hefty expenses. Within a day, he would be pushed to bankruptcy. As for old Lin, he was not much better off. He was involved in counterfeit goods procurement, defrauding others of over 800,000 yuan and faced at least 3 years in prison. His wife even signed divorce papers and took away most of his property at home. Of course, she too fell for a fake rich second generation and lost all her money, left with nothing. This outcome was quite satisfying and pleased Yi Fan greatly. From now on, who would dare to smoke in public and disrupt order? Yi Fan and Mu Xinci returned home happily. The butler, seeing Mu Xinci, asked in surprise, "Young miss, are you suffering from internal heat? Your lips are swollen. Shall I brew some cooling tea for you?" Yi Fan was trying to hold back his laughter, but he couldn't help it and burst out laughing. Her lips were clearly swollen from his kisses, yet it was mistaken for internal heat. How hilarious. When Mu Xinci saw him, her ears turned extremely red. She meant to lightly slap Yi Fan's shoulder in punishment, but realizing she would feel the pain herself, she ended up patting herself. "Try laughing again," she said with a coquettish scold glaring at him. "Haha, I'll stop." Yi Fan stabilized himself and said to the bewildered butler, "It's nothing. Your young miss just ate something spicy. Leave it to me to cool her down." Yi Fan soothed Mu Xinci, ignoring her embarrassed and annoyed look, put his arm around her shoulder, and led her upstairs. The butler sighed inwardly. Young Master Yi is such a good boy, so thoughtful. But when did their relationship become so good? Wasn't it the young miss who was pursuing him from behind? Could it be? Realizing something, the butler suddenly broke into a knowing smile. When they reached Yi Fan's room, Mu Xinci plopped down on the bed. "See, it's all your fault," she mumbled. "Why did you kiss so hard, gnawing like that? How am I supposed to go to class tomorrow?" She felt extremely embarrassed, and in her shyness grabbed a pillow to cover her face. Yi Fan felt the pillow pressing on him a bit stuffy, but actually it wasn't too uncomfortable. However, he lay down right in front of Mu Xinci and pretended to be in distress. "Oh, it's so stuffy I can't breathe." "Oh, really? I'm sorry." Mu Xinci immediately panicked, and without a second thought, pulled the pillow away. She had no malicious intent. "Oh, she was just too shy." "I know," Yi Fan said with a smile, gently stroking her cheek. "I was just kidding." You're so mean. I'm ignoring you." Mu Xinci bit her lip in shame, twisted her waist, and turned away. Yi Fan took the opportunity to move closer, placing his arms and legs over her. "Don't ignore me, okay?" Mu Xinci saw him and said with a red face, "Aren't you afraid I'm too heavy?" "I don't care." Yi Fan buried his face deeper into her hair. Although their scents mingled, he could still catch the faint fragrance of Mu Xinci. After all, girls naturally smell a bit sweeter than boys. A pleasant peach scent, so sweet and delightful. Yi Fan curled his lips contentedly, pulling her even closer. He raised his hand to gently stroke her hair, then buried his face in it with enjoyment. They leaned close together, their gestures very intimate. Ding! Detected that the host and Mu Xinci are sharing a bed. Awarding you 500 points. Just as Yi Fan closed the system panel, he heard Mu Xinci shyly murmur, "It's so boring. Should we do something?" Yi Fan immediately perked up, his eyes sparkling. "Do what?" Seeing his energetic demeanor, Mu Xinici's delicate face blushed adorably, and even her voice became soft and teasing. "No naughty stuff. I didn't say anything naughty. What are you thinking?" Yi Fan buried his face in her fair, delicate arm and teased, "But it seems you are the one thinking too much." Mu Xinici's ears turned completely red. She raised her little hand and gently patted his shoulder. "I'm not thinking too much." "All right, tell me, what should we do?" Yi Fan broke into a grin. "Let's watch a movie together," Mu Xinci thought for a moment and suggested. "Sure." Yi Fan had no problem, but the question was whether the movie was decent. Mu Xinici's room had a projector screen, making it very convenient to watch movies with great sound and effects. They'll go get some snacks. Watching a movie without eating is missing something. Like a little kitten, she trotted out enthusiastically and came back with a pile of snacks. The snacks piled up like a small mountain, almost covering her face. Yi Fan looked at it in surprise. "How many snacks have you hoarded?" He immediately stepped forward to help, taking some of the load from her and placing them on the big bed. Mu Xinci gave a sweet smile and hummed, "Why would I need to hoard snacks? The servants prepare them for me every day. Just say the word, and I can have as many as I want." Then, like a little wildcat, she crawled swiftly. After taking off her shoes, her beautiful feet were pink and tender with a rosy hue, like jelly, and she moved on her knees, quickly reaching the head of the bed. Yi Fan was acutely aware of all this. Her long, beautiful legs touched the soft bed, bouncing slightly, resting on the mattress. It made his adrenaline surge. Come here, Mu Xinci patted the empty space beside her with her hand. Yi Fan excitedly moved over and lay down beside her naturally. Her delicate body was right beside him. All Yi Fan had to do was lean over to see Mu Xinqi's exquisitely beautiful face. At this moment for Yi Fan, it was the pinnacle of his life. Mu Xinci casually picked up a bottle of juice, and Yi Fan extended his hand. Need help? It's just unscrewing a bottle cap, I can do it, Mu Xinci said with a grin. Aren't girls supposed to be weak and unable to open bottle caps? I've seen many girls asking me to do it for them. Yi Fan frowned puzzled. Mu Xinci, who had already unscrewed the cap, silently put it back on and handed it to Yi Fan. My hands are tired, I can't open it. Yi Fan. Tired hands. He couldn't feel it at all. Hurry up and open it, what's wrong? You open it for others, but not for me. Mu Xinci pouted her red lips and muttered. Yi Fan looked at her gently, agreed, and said with a smile, all right, but I smell a strong whiff of jealousy. I'm not jealous. Did I say you were jealous? Yi Fan glanced at her, grinning. You confessed without being asked. Mu Xinqi's face flushed with shame. She felt a bit foolish herself, sneaking a peek at his smiling face. Was she even more ridiculous in his eyes? I won't be jealous, and you're not allowed to open bottle caps for other girls anymore. Mu Xinci pouted her lips and mumbled. Yi Fan reached out and gently tapped her small, delicate nose. All right, I'll listen to you. Mu Xinci beamed with joy, her lychee-like white skin radiating warm brightness along with a girl's unique pride and shyness. I want a drink, open it for me. Her originally slightly assertive voice now carried a hint of charm. Yi Fan chuckled softly, obediently listening to his girlfriend unscrewing the cap and handing it to Mu Xinci. Here, drink. But Mu Xinci brought the bottle opening to his lips. You drink first, otherwise I can't taste it. Come on, open your mouth. Yi Fan complied obediently. Although he had an odd feeling of being like a husband being fed medicine, she was acting cute. Heroes are vulnerable to beauty. With his girlfriend in his arms, the damage was doubled. What else could he do but go along with it? Mu Xinci fed Yi Fan carefully, afraid he might drink too fast and spill it on himself. Yi Fan could sense her nervousness and caution. This feeling of being taken care of by his girlfriend was simply wonderful. Ding! Sweet feeding detected, earning 300 points. The system chimed. Yi Fan didn't taste much, but seeing Mu Xinqi's contented and satisfied expression, he guessed it was sweet. Maybe it was his intense gaze that made Mu Xinci feel a bit sorry for him. Let me have a sip too so you can taste the freshness, Mu Xinci said with a shy smile, taking the juice. Yi Fan was utterly satisfied his girlfriend was so considerate. This relationship was definitely right. After Mu Xinci drank, Yi Fan immediately tasted the delicious orange flavor. Besides the pleasure on his lips, Yi Fan also enjoyed the visual feast. Her red lips were moist, swallowing the juice bottle as she gulped down the drink. After finishing, her sweet, delicate tongue licked away the pulp. Yi Fan could feel the sweetness blooming in his mouth. What to do? His mouth felt even drier, more feverish. Yet Mu Xinci was completely unaware of how seductive her actions were. She casually picked up the remote and asked Yi Fan, can we watch a horror movie? Yi Fan barely managed to suppress the fire inside him. He was a bit surprised. Aren't you scared? I'm not scared. Mu Xinci blinked, her eyes dimming as she thought of something. What's there to fear in ghosts? Humans are the scariest. Yi Fan resonated with that. What's there to fear in ghosts? He had experienced a supernatural event himself, installed a system that didn't even serve him obediently. System, then he'll leave. Yi Fan noticed Mu Xinqi's face turning pale and asked worriedly, what's wrong? Nothing, just spaced out. Let's watch the movie. Mu Xinci perked up and forced a smile at Yi Fan. Yi Fan frowned. He sensed she had been through something in the past, but it was her matter, she didn't say, and he couldn't reopen her wounds. But he would stay by her side as her boyfriend and protect her well. Mu Xinci picked up the remote again and directly selected the top suspense horror film, Midnight Panic. Yi Fan wasn't really into horror movies and was a bit afraid to watch. But with his girlfriend around, he couldn't admit he was scared. He had to put on a brave face or else he'd lose face. As the eerie, terrifying sound effects played, Yi Fan's heart tightened. It was a domestic film, normally not that scary, but the atmosphere was so dark, especially the sudden screams. It was truly creepy. Why are you trembling? Mu Xinci asked worriedly, as Yi Fan held his breath. Are you sure you don't like horror films? He couldn't show weakness in front of his girlfriend. Yi Fan quickly reasserted his dignity, pulling Mu Xinci into his arms. No, you're the one scared. I just had a reflex. Mu Xinci. No, I wasn't. You're wronging me. But she didn't argue, her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled at Yi Fan, pretending to be calm while watching the projection. His handsome, gallant appearance made her heart race and blush. Yi Fan felt her deep gaze and immediately looked down. In the dim light, her small face was illuminated by the fluorescent glow from the screen, outlining her delicate rosy cheeks, shy, tempting, and charming. His mind wandered. Suddenly, he felt that horror movies could be turned into romantic ones. Sweetness doubled. Besides, holding Mu Xinci gave him a sense of security. He impulsively lowered his head and couldn't help but kiss her red lips. Ding! A loud phone ring shattered the sweet atmosphere they had built. It's my dad. Mu Xinci saw the caller ID and quickly pulled away as if she had teleported. Yifan's heart pounded. What? This was truly a midnight panic. His future father-in-law was checking up on Mu Xinci pressed a finger to her lips, whispering softly, "He'll take the call." Yifan disliked being furtive and sneaky, but being in a girl's room late at night. If he were her father, he'd probably be furious enough to skin him alive. "Dad, what's up?" Mu Xinci answered the phone, struggling to stay calm. Yifan's heart instantly synced with hers, both racing with nervous tension. "My precious daughter, the weather's been changing lately. I checked, and it's going to rain tomorrow. Remember to bring an umbrella to class, and don't get caught in the rain." Mu's father reminded her with a chuckle. "Okay, Dad, you take care of yourself too. That's my good girl, never causing me trouble. I was just bragging to Uncle Lee today, saying how beautiful you are, how well you study, and how you don't date around casually. Unlike Uncle Lee's daughter, who's now with a man 15 years older than her, and even eloped with him." "Oh." Mu Xinci was taken aback. "Have they found him yet?" "Not yet. Uncle Lee is completely heartbroken. Some scumbag from who knows where lured his daughter away. I heard that guy doesn't even have a proper job, but she's dead set on marrying him. It's obvious her future will be miserable. If that ever happened to me, I'd break that bastard's legs, rip out his tendons, and leave him paralyzed. See if he still dares to steal someone else's daughter." Mu's father grew angrier, his tone sharpening. Yifan, listening nearby, blinked rapidly. Just from Mu's father's fierce tone, it was clear he was fully capable of such actions. After all, Mu's father was a business tycoon, a man who couldn't be soft if he wanted to hold his ground. A man who dominated the business world surely had his methods. Yifan and Mu Xinci exchanged a knowing glance. "Daughter, don't ever let some scumbag fool you out there, or he'll be heartbroken," Mu's father sighed. Mu Xinci, flustered, replied, "Dada, I want. It's late, I'm sleepy." Mu's father nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Good night, my darling daughter." The call ended. Mu Xinqi's face was full of worry. Her long lashes fluttered as she turned to Yifan for help. "What do we do? My dad is really stubborn. He's always been against me dating, but if he finds out we're dating right under his nose, and even living together, he'll go crazy. He won't just go crazy. He'll kill me." Yifan summarized with a sense of resonance. "Just listen to what Mu's father said: break legs, rip out tendons, paralyze. In real life, that's a true horror movie. Suddenly I'm grateful I can still walk. So we can't tell my dad we're dating now, or he'll never forgive you," Mu Xinci said, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. "After he comes back, you can prove yourself in front of him, and he'll drop hints on the side. That's better than him hearing the news directly and storming back." "Sigh, we can't tell him." Yifan drooped his head and sighed, clearly a bit disappointed. His future father-in-law was indeed a thorny issue, a total daughter addict. "It's not like we're breaking up. We're just keeping it from him. Oh, we're still like any ordinary couple. Besides, we spend most of our time at home, and you can still." Mu Xinci realized what she was about to say, her cheeks flushing bright red as she swallowed her words. Yifan's eyes lit up. "What? Come on, keep going." He was dying of curiosity. "You can do whatever you want," Mu Xinci said in a very soft voice. But her face was crimson, the blush making her skin look tender and pink like delicate sweet petals. Soft as it was, Yifan caught every word. Yifan was ecstatic. He immediately wrapped his arms around Mu Xinqi's slender waist, and as she gasped, tumbled her onto the bed. "What are you doing?" Mu Xinqi's pretty flower-like face was fully flushed. She kicked her legs, trying to escape his grip. But Yifan smirked mischievously, brushing her silky hair aside to expose her delicate translucent ear. Watching her blush, watching her lose herself in shyness, he said with a wicked curl of his lips, "Didn't you say I could do whatever I want?" Mu Xinqi's hot, rapid breath quickened with Yifan's teasing. "But that doesn't mean going all the way. If you do that, I'll go tell my dad." "Fine, let's just come clean and risk it all. See if you can bear to see me suffer." Yifan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he looked at her. Her skin flushed even deeper. "You? Is this how you treat your girlfriend? By bullying her?" "No, in bed it's not bullying. It's called cherishing." Yifan propped his hands on either side of Mu Xinqi's arms. Watching her melt with shyness and helplessness, her eyes darting away in panic as she met his gaze, made her even more alluring and tempting. "Nonsense. Get off. I want to watch the movie." Mu Xinci bit her red lips, her moist, beautiful eyes blinking rapidly as she tried to push Yifan away and get up. Yifan laughed and pulled her arm, drawing her into his embrace. He gently stroked her dark hair. "Baby, I was just teasing you. You're even more shy and innocent than I imagined." Yifan could feel her quieting down in his arms. She was so petite. He could even hear her heartbeat thumping loudly. Her small face pressed against his chest, and through the touch, he could feel her soft hands and her tender, pliant body. Yifan couldn't help but plant a kiss on her rosy cheek. Mu Xinci closed her eyes, then opened them again with a sweet sigh. Even though I want to reveal my identity to your father, the situation is complicated now. Don't worry, I believe that eventually we can stand before him openly, without hiding, and I can confidently declare that your daughter is dating me, that I'm her legendary boyfriend. Yi Fan poured out all the thoughts in his heart. Given his current circumstances, he was indeed reaching above his station to be with Mu Xinci. Without the system, he'd still be a pauper. Even with the system, his career was just beginning. But Yi Fan believed that in time he could build a business empire of his own, one that might even rival Mu's father's. No surpass the Mu family. He would have the confidence to let Mu Xinci introduce him proudly. Mu Xinci felt a pang of guilt. She murmured softly, "That's too unfair to you. Maybe I can think of another way, even if it's a bit hard for me." Yi Fan rubbed her head gently. "Come on, no boyfriend lets his girlfriend suffer. Besides, it's just a matter of enduring for a while. Once your dad comes back, everything will be fine." Mu Xinci was touched. She had made such an unreasonable request, yet Yi Fan agreed without a hint of displeasure. Her boyfriend was simply the best. "Yi Fan, you're the best boyfriend in the world. He'll definitely make it up to you," Mu Xinci said, hugging him tightly around the waist, nuzzling her face against him, soft and utterly endearing. Yi Fan relished her coquettishness, lowering his head to kiss her forehead. "It's just the beginning, Yi. How can you say it's the best? Wait until you've experienced it for a while before giving your verdict, okay?" Mu Xinci smiled joyfully. "Okay," Yi Fan said sincerely to Mu Xinci. "I wasn't mature enough before and might have upset you. I apologize. I'm also a first-time boyfriend learning to love you for the first time. It may not be perfect, but please guide me for the rest of my life." His secret relationship with Mu Xinci was only temporary. In the near future, he would hold her hand and stand in the sunlight, receiving everyone's blessings. Mu Xinci leaned and kissed Yi Fan's thin lips and said, "Okay, I'm also a first-time girlfriend. I'll try my best not to bully you too much." Yi Fan raised his arm and lightly patted Mu Xinci. "Oh, so you say you'll bully me? Let's see who bullies whom." Although Yi Fan was experiencing the sensation of Mu Xinci's body, he could still faintly sense her shyness. "You're too much." Mu Xinci's face flushed. "How can you do this? What about it? I've decided to bully you. I'm asserting my rights as a boyfriend. You said you'd compensate me. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Yi Fan snorted. Mu Xinci's little face was red, and she replied softly, "That's not the kind of compensation I meant. My baby is so shy." Yi Fan leaned in, pressing against her, and gently pinched her delicate cheek. "All right, I'm sleepy. Go to bed." Mu Xinci bit her crimson lower lip in shame. She was afraid that Yi Fan might do something too bold, and she had poor self-control. If sparks flew and things got out of control, it would be disastrous. When her father came back and saw her without the two of them volunteering, just looking at her swollen belly would reveal everything. That would make things even harder. "All right, I'm going to sleep. Good night." Yi Fan stopped teasing her. A home run. That was indeed too fast. Although he craved his girlfriend's body, he wasn't dating just for lust. Moreover, now that they had swapped sensations, he couldn't act recklessly. He had only been teasing her, enjoying the sight of her blushing in front of him. So adorable. "Okay, sleep early," Mu Xinci said with a rosy face. As Yi Fan stood up, he grabbed her wrist, pinned it above her head, and gave her tender red lips a passionate kiss. The kiss left them both heated. Mu Xinci's eyes were reddened by the warmth, and her voice was slightly hoarse. Have you kissed enough? My lips are already like this. How am I supposed to go to class tomorrow?" A good night kiss is essential, and a morning kiss is too. If anyone asks why your lips are swollen, just say your boyfriend kissed them. Yi Fan looked at the beautiful face before him, rubbed her slender waist, and let out a low chuckle. Mu Xinci grew even shyer, pushing him away. "Don't be a rascal. Go back now." Yi Fan reluctantly released her, then leaned close to her ear and whispered hoarsely, "Looking forward to tomorrow's morning kiss. Be proactive, dear." As he said this, he leaned in and kissed her translucent full ear. In just a few seconds, her milky white ear turned a flush of crimson, burning hot. Yi Fan swallowed hard, forcefully suppressing the surging desire within him, and let her go. Ding, intimate behavior detected. Congratulations, host, you have earned 300 points. Closing the system panel, Yi Fan waved goodbye to Mu Xinci and returned to his room, feeling light and carefree. Thinking that he had successfully made Mu Xinci his girlfriend, he was overjoyed. Time to sleep. He couldn't let his girlfriend stay up late. After covering himself with the blanket, Yi Fan soon fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up and felt a soft, comfortable sensation of lying in bed. He clicked his tongue and laughed. Obviously, a certain sleepyhead hadn't gotten up yet. Yi Fan tiptoed out of bed and went to wash up. After washing, he familiarly knocked on Mu Xinci's door. "Sleepyhead, you're going to be late. Get up." There was no sound from inside. Yi Fan didn't sense her getting up either. Good heavens, still sound asleep when you're about to be late. He simply pushed the door open. He saw a delicate body curled up under the covers. Mu Xinci was lying on her side. Her little hands looked soft and tender, resting on the pillow. The blanket wrapped around her slender, graceful figure with curves that were alluring. Her small feet exposed outside the blanket were pinkish white and very tiny. Yifan felt that if he held them in his hands, they would be soft and warm, fitting perfectly in his palms. Hearing the sound of his approach, she let out a sleepy murmur, clearly still groggy. Whoa, woo, so sleepy. Her little trembling voice sounded pitiful with a delicate quiver at the end. Yifan's heart melted. He stepped forward, sat beside Mu Xinci, and witnessed her adorable innocent side. Her long, beautiful eyelashes were like 2 rows of dense feather fans, making her look like a delicate porcelain doll. Her thick black hair cascaded over her elegant shoulders, smooth and soft as jade. His gaze fell on something, and he felt his eyes burn. Front row seat. Even Yifan couldn't help it. Mu Xinci was curvaceous, and now she was wearing a thin silk camisole. No matter how much self-control he had, it was hard to cool down. Yifan quickly averted his gaze. Beauty is a voracious beast that erodes one's will. Not to mention touching, he couldn't even think about it. You could feel me getting up, yet you're still sleeping. You can catch up on sleep in class. If you don't get up now, you'll really be late. Yifan reached out and gently shook Mu Xince's shoulder. Mu Xinci was still very sleepy, but hearing Yifan's words, she giggled. I'm a good kid, you're suggesting bad ideas. Be careful, the teacher might be displeased with you. Then a good kid shouldn't be late or leave early, right? Yifan reached out and lovingly stroked her thick dark hair. He felt her lazily stretch dazedly, and then open her eyes sleepily. When she noticed Yifan staring straight at her, she belatedly realized. Her face flushed crimson, making her even more stunningly beautiful. She immediately grabbed the blanket, pulled it up to her nose. Off you go out, I just woke up, I look so ugly. As a girlfriend, she naturally cared about her image in front of her boyfriend. Especially Mu Xinci, who was particularly fond of beauty, was no exception. No one had ever seen her ugly after waking up. Yifan was the first. Yifan found her behavior amusing. What are you hiding? You're already so beautiful. How could you be ugly? Yifan, though somewhat attracted to good looks, is not a superficial person. He does not judge by appearance, let alone when his own girlfriend is so beautiful. Yet she still has appearance anxiety. What would that make other girls? Mu Xinci felt a bit embarrassed, her eyelashes fluttering. No, my hair is a mess, my face is dirty. I just don't look good. In the future, you can't surprise me like that. Don't enter my room without my permission. Alright, my fault. But I did knock and you didn't respond. I was afraid you'd be late, so I came to wake you up. Also, Yifan leaned down grinning. I permit you to surprise me in my room. Preferably at night, no problem. After Yifan teased Mu Xinci, he suddenly noticed her skin turning even more flushed than blazing red. She even stretched out her little foot and gently nudged Yifan's thigh. I would never do that. But Yifan didn't feel any pain. The one who suffered was naturally Mu Xinci. She snorted, and in her distress, she kicked him a couple of times. Yifan laughed heartily. You're such a silly goose. How can you be this adorable? He reached out and pinched her cheek. Alright, hurry up and get up, or you'll really be late. If you dawdle any longer, I'll reasonably suspect you want me to carry you out of bed. With that, Yifan spread his arms as if to pick her up. Mu Xinci flusteredly dodged, her pretty face as pink and delicate as a peach. No, I don't. Besides, if you carry me, I'd be exhausted. Alright, then be a good girl and get up on your own. Yifan coaxed her, gently caressing the side of her face, leaning in instinctively for a kiss. But Mu Xinci pushed him away, turning her face aside. What's wrong? Yifan's heart tightened. I haven't brushed my teeth. I'm going now. Her big grape-like eyes blinked, and like a little hamster she scrambled away from him and rushed into the bathroom. Watching her shuffle in her slippers only to have one fall off, then awkwardly come back to put on her pink rabbit slippers, everything was in a flurry. With a clack, she closed the bathroom door. Yifan laughed out loud. Too adorable. Who said Mu Xinci was aloof? Step forward. Head beat them to a pulp. Alright, it seemed he had said that himself. Well, forget it. Head better not, or else Mu Xinci would be a widow early on, and the story would end on a cold note. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the wake-up service and earned 300 points. Getting points so early in the morning, not bad. What are you going to wear? After Mu Xinci returned from freshening up, Yifan glanced at her camisole pajamas and asked curiously. Mu Xince's face was like a peach blossom. At his words, her heart began to pound. She immediately covered her chest. What do you mean? Haha, you haven't been shy about taking advantage of me either. Every time you bathe, you know exactly what I mean. Yifan curled his lips. Seeing as you're my girlfriend, I won't hold it against you. That's different. Mu Xinci replied shyly. It's the same. Men and women are equal. Yifan's smile deepened. What? Are you dissatisfied with my body? Mu Xince's face flushed crimson as she mumbled. What's there to be satisfied or dissatisfied with? It's just, whatever. Oh, whatever. Is it that my biceps aren't developed enough, or my vline isn't prominent enough, or my 8-pack abs aren't defined enough? He tugged at his shirt. Thanks to the physique potion, Yifan's body was now stronger and more solid than before. From 1 pack to 8 packs, it had only taken a week. Of course, besides showing off his good physique, Yi Fan wanted to tease her a bit more. Her reaction was exactly what he had expected, funny and adorable. She was just a little rabbit, so soft and delicate. She was so shy that she stomped her rabbit slippers and covered her face with her hands. You can talk, but you don't have to pull your shirt. It's indecent. Oh, then why are you peeking through your fingers? Your mouth says no, but your body is honest. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Teased Mu Xinci's ears reddened. She was flustered, embarrassed, and annoyed. I'm not. I didn't see anything at all. Yi Fan laughed heartily. Then take a look and give me your opinion. I've hit a plateau lately. My body fat won't go down. Or is this good enough? I'm not looking. I'm going to be late. I need to leave. Mu Xinci's ears were burning, and she instinctively turned to go. But Yi Fan caught her hand and pulled her into his arms. He firmly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, burying his face in the smooth, beautiful hollow of her neck. Who was just lying in bed, not caring about being late. And now at the critical moment you want to slip away. He glanced at her delicate face, closing his eyes, amused. I am not your fitness trainer. How would I know if you're good or not? I can't train you. Mu Xinci bit her lower lip shyly, her heart in turmoil, both panicked and bashful. If you want to be my trainer, I would be more than willing. Yi Fan smiled gently. Mu Xinci's face reddened as she lightly pushed his head away, a gesture more intimate than forceful. All right, back to the point. Why did you ask me what I was going to wear? Take a guess. Yi Fan's lips curled up involuntarily as he smiled at her. Ding. Detected neck-kissing action. Received 300 points. The system went online. You guess whether I guess or not. Mu Xinci's face flushed crimson. It's early morning, be serious. She hadn't expected him to be so enthusiastic this early. Mu Xinci's fingers lightly pressed against his forehead. Yi Fan instinctively leaned back. Then do you guess whether I guess whether you guess or not? Yi Fan asked with great amusement. If this isn't serious, what counts as even less serious? Not interested, Mu Xinci pouted her red lips. She moved away from Yi Fan and opened the wardrobe. Yi Fan watched her adorable grumbling demeanor and chuckled softly as he stepped forward. Just kidding. I asked what you're wearing because I want to wear the same as you. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Mu Xinci was instantly amused. You wearing women's clothes? Yi Fan. Are you a demon? You volunteered saying you'd wear the same as me, Mu Xinci said with a brilliant smile. I want to wear matching couple outfits with you. Finally having a girlfriend, how could I miss this chance to show off our love? Yi Fan said cheerfully. At least it's my first time. I definitely want to do it with my girlfriend. How about it? Let's wear couple outfits together. Yi Fan was quite looking forward to it. After all, his bestial roommates had all worn couple outfits with their girlfriends. Sometimes they even posted 9-grid photos on their moments. How infuriating. It made Yi Fan so jealous he wanted to block them. Now that he could repay them double, how could he miss the chance? Mu Xinci's face was flushed. Meeting Yi Fan's eager gaze, her smile was captivating. Actually, it's not impossible. Really? Yi Fan was excited. Then whatever you wear'll quickly go change. But it seems I don't have anything matching your size in my wardrobe. Mu Xinci murmured. Then let's wear color-coordinated outfits for now. After class we'll go to the mall and buy some. Yi Fan tightly grasped Mu Xinci's hand. Okay. Mu Xinci agreed with a smile. Yi Fan happily leaned and cupped her face and gave her a hearty kiss. My girlfriend is the best. He directly smushed her pretty face. What Yi Fan felt was the sensation of kissing. But the one before him was a real girl. She was smiling. Her smile was sweet. So sweet that Yi Fan's heart was filled with a heavy sense of happiness. If you know him good, then let me suffer less. Take good care of your body. Mu Xinci humphed. Okay, he'll spoil you to no end. Yi Fan showed his white teeth, speaking boisterously. He used to be too much of a stone-cold straight guy. Now that he had a girlfriend, if he acted like that again, he would never forgive himself. Mu Xinci shyly responded, reciprocity. He'll be good to myself too. She was too embarrassed, so she turned her back to Yi Fan and began selecting clothes from the wardrobe. Yi Fan stood by her like a devoted husband. He'll wear this one. Mu Xinci took out a black dress and showed it to Yi Fan. This one won't work. It's too short, a miniskirt. Babe, don't you know how beautiful your legs are? How many guys would stare at you? As a boyfriend, Yi Fan naturally liked his girlfriend to dress beautifully. But that was on the condition that his girlfriend dressed beautifully in front of him, wearing cool and revealing clothes. This miniskirt with so little fabric exposed her smooth long legs. How many perverts would stare? No way, can't let others benefit. Then change to another one, Mu Xinci obediently said. Thinking about it, she really should consider her boyfriend's feelings, so she picked another piece. This one shows your back. Look how beautiful and fair your back is. Let's be a bit more conservative. Yi Fan shook his head, not entirely satisfied. The back was just held together by a few straps, which would definitely make guys imagine things. What about this one? Mu Xinci picked another. It's obviously a low-cut style. I haven't even seen it, so other guys can't see it either. The point wasn't the exposure. It was that he hadn't seen it. If behind closed doors his girlfriend wore it just for him to admire, had let her wear it for a long time. Mu Xinci puffed out her cheeks angrily. This one won't do, that one won't do. Then what should I wear? Might as well be fully armored. Are you angry now? Okay, my fault. I shouldn't interfere with your freedom to dress. But you're so beautiful, and wearing these clothes makes you even more stunning. Yi Fan stepped closer, embraced Mu Xinci, and held her in his arms, coaxing her gently. He held her and swayed softly. Feeling his warm breath, Mu Xinci's earlier peak vanished. Then you pick for me, she said with a slight curl of her lips. Yi Fan stroked the back of her head. All right, let me see. So Yi Fan opened Mu Xinci's wardrobe and began to choose. All her clothes were pretty, but the skin exposure was really too high. Finding something modest was truly difficult. Finally, he picked a white short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of denim shorts, handing them to Mu Xinci. Wear this. It's also easy for me to match with you. What guy doesn't have a white t-shirt and jeans in his wardrobe? Okay. Mu Xinci had no objection and didn't mind such a simple outfit. Yi Fan waited there, but when he saw no movement, aren't you going to change? We'll really be late. Mu Xinci's face was steaming. If you don't leave, I can't change. Yi Fan finally realized. He scratched his head. All right, I'll go out and change my clothes too. He left. He went back to his room to pick out clothes. Quick and decisive, he slipped into his clothes. Dressed, he went to wait at Mu Xinci's door. He really felt it. It was like actually being in love. Nervous and exciting. Can't wait to see his girlfriend. Click. The door opened. Yi Fan saw Mu Xinci walk out. His eyes lit up. Her shy voice also refreshed him. How do I look? Yi Fan had to admit his taste was impeccable. Her long hair was lazily draped over her shoulders. Though she merely wore a white t-shirt, it was slightly skewed, revealing a hint of her delicate shoulder. The t-shirt was tucked into denim shorts, accentuating her proud, undulating curves. Her long, fair legs were dazzling, slender, and enchanting. Complementing her soft, sweet, and slightly mischievous temperament, this was even more alluring than any miniskirt. With a face like first love and a stunning 30-60 figure, she was a living manga character. From then on, every anime goddess had a face worthy of my looks. Yi Fan nodded affirmatively, unable to suppress a smile. Mu Xinci glanced at him and muttered discontentedly, "Can't you just compliment me? I feel like you're still praising yourself. My baby is so beautiful." Yi Fan curled his lips, complimenting his girlfriend. "You are worthy of the school Belle title. I hit the jackpot." Yi Fan subconsciously reached for Mu Xinci's slender waist. Mu Xinci, charmed, curled her red lips. "That's more like it. Let's go, we have class." Yi Fan wanted to help Mu Xinci carry her bag. Mu Xinci hugged it protectively. "I'll carry it. And give me yours too, we'll help you." Yi Fan chuckled. "All right, as you wish." He listened to her and handed over his bag. Roughly speaking, it was as if she was carrying it herself. It wouldn't tire her arm. This was called cherishing one's wife. "What do you mean by as you wish?" Mu Xinci's face flushed red. "Aren't I yours?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. "Yes, I am yours." Mu Xinci admitted. "Then I am at your service." "You make it sound like I used special means to force you to be with me." Mu Xinci pouted. Yi Fan leaned in and kissed her cheek. "No coercion, voluntary action. If there's resistance, it's entirely deserved." Mu Xinci's lips curled sweetly. Ding detected that the host and Mu Xinci are wearing matching outfits. Reward 300 points. Ding detected that Mu Xinci is carrying the host's bag. Reward 200 points. Yi Fan instinctively opened the car door to get into the driver's seat, but was stopped by Mu Xinci. "He'll drive." "All right, then he'll rest." Yi Fan didn't want to tire Mu Xinci, so he sat in the passenger seat and relaxed. When Yi Fan leaned back ready to catch some sleep, he caught a fragrance through her nose and felt the sensation of a soft body brushing against him. He opened his eyes and found Mu Xinci leaning over him. Her small hand seemed to be searching for something. Right at his waist, she was grabbing hard. It left Yi Fan at a loss. His face flushed as he asked Mu Xinci, "What are you doing? So you like it in the car?" In broad daylight, about to launch a surprise attack outside. Haha, not that he disliked it, but it was a bit embarrassing. Mu Xinci's blush hadn't faded. "Don't misunderstand. I'm making you fasten your seatbelt. Even though I'm an old driver, safety comes first." When Yi Fan heard her call herself an old driver, he suddenly burst out laughing, unable to straighten up. "Haha, old driver, may I ask how long have you had your license?" Mu Xinci was completely confused. She didn't understand at first, but on second thought her face immediately turned bright red. "This driving is not the same as that driving. Laugh again and he'll kick you out of the car. Would you bear to?" Yi Fan turned to look at her with a smile. Her skin was completely flushed, even her lips were twice as red as before without lipstick, yet they were bright and rosy. "Why wouldn't I bear to? It's a punishment for you. If you kick me it's fine, but it's you whole feel the pain, baby. You're such a silly fool." Yi Fan rested his chin on his hand, smiling meaningfully. Mu Xinci hummed, "I'll endure it. Looks like you have a high tolerance for pain. Then I'll go get something cut." Yi Fan joked. "Cut? What?" Mu Xinci was puzzled. Yi Fan handed her his phone. "Do it, and you'll know." From Yi Fan's barely suppressed laughter, Mu Xinci knew it wasn't something good. Especially after searching, she buried her head in shame. What are you up to? Go ahead and try if you dare. They'll cut this, and you can try giving birth to a child. Let's hurt each other, Yi Fan suggested to Mu Xinci. Mu Xinci reached out and patted his face. You wish. Rascal. It didn't really hurt. It was just a gentle tap. But her skin was tender, and after the tap her fair skin showed a patch of pink. Red like a dragon fruit. Yi Fan felt sorry for her, lifted her chin, and carefully examined her. Baby, you're so hard on yourself, your face is all red from the slap. Hearing Yi Fan's doting tone, Mu Xince's skin became even more tender. I was hitting you. It's not the same thing. You're pretty a top student, but when it comes to me you're still a little fool. Yi Fan grinned. A beautiful fool, that's fine. It proves that people in love have lower IQs. Mu Xinci shyly refuted. I'm not a fool. If I'm a fool, then you are too. Fine, I'm a fool too. Two fools in love, carefree and shameless, how wonderful. Yi Fan said with a grin. Hearing his teasing, she turned away embarrassed, but couldn't help smiling on her beautiful face. Whatever you say, you win. After Yi Fan fastened his seatbelt, Mu Xinci drove him to school. When Mu Xince's sports car entered the school, countless envious eyes followed. Especially when they noticed that the person in the passenger seat was Yi Fan, the boy's side. While the school bell came to pick up brother Yi for class again. Hasn't she given up on him yet? Not just the school bell, even a rough guy like me has been turned gay by him. He's my ideal type now. If he comes out, he'll definitely sign up. That's not necessary. After Yi Fan and Mu Xinci got out of the car, Mu Xinci checked the time, feeling urgent. We're really going to be late. Run fast. We might still make it, Yi Fan urged. There were only 2 or 3 minutes left. Mainly they had been too absorbed in each other after waking up, doing something that delayed them. No, you'll be too tired. Mu Xinci couldn't ignore Yi Fan. It's just a few hundred meters. What's the fatigue? It's like exercise. As a guy, my physical fitness is much stronger than yours, Yi Fan said carelessly. Alright, I'll run first. You run too. Don't be late. Mu Xinci looked at Yi Fan with concern. Yi Fan acknowledged, then waved goodbye to Mu Xinci. Mu Xinci, carrying her bag, sprinted toward the classroom. Yi Fan, however, was unhurried. He didn't care about being late. After all, he was the top student in the school, his credits were more than enough, and he didn't need to score points with the professors. The main thing was not to tire his girlfriend. Why run? He couldn't bear to make her breathe heavily. Oh, but in private he did. Thinking about it, he knew his girlfriend would look beautiful when breathless. After all, she had a face more beautiful than Louis' face. Mu Xinci was an adjective for beauty. Her voice was also incredibly pleasant, speaking with a flushed face and breathless words. It was truly intoxicating. Yi Fan, filled with joy, headed towards the classroom for his lecture. The classroom was not far away, but he chose not to take the stairs, worried that his girlfriend might tire. He patiently waited for the elevator for a while, and finally it arrived. As soon as Yi Fan stepped into the elevator, he received a WeChat notification. Girlfriend, didn't you go running? Yi Fan, you little fool, asking what you already know. Girlfriend, I won't ask you anymore. I'm going to sprint 100 meters and exhaust you. I'm taking the stairs now, so don't blame me for being heartless. Taking the stairs. Would he be afraid? He had plenty of stamina. But his girlfriend truly was a silly fool, confirmed. What about the promise to take the stairs? Yi Fan could feel the sensation of riding the elevator instead. A little fool who says one thing, but does another. Clearly she took the elevator. Facing his girlfriend's disguised affection, Yi Fan's mood naturally improved. As expected, he was late. Report him late. Yi Fan walked in under the professor's watchful eyes. Countless seated students were staring at him. Even Xiao Wu and the others were anxious, watching Yi Fan stroll, in leisurely, unhurried, and unperturbed. They knew the professor was famously known as the living Yama, extremely strict, petty, and especially fond of catching latecomers, detesting any tardiness in his class. He would surely deduct credits, and might even make them fail the course and retake it. Xiao Wu whispered to Pang Hu and Brother Lei, Yi Fan is done for. Pang Hu shuddered. Who says otherwise? Instead of sneaking in quietly, he actually shouted, report. Isn't that just asking for the living Yama's anger? Brother Lei sighed. From now on, let's have old Yi live on campus. That way he won't have to worry about being late, and we can keep an eye on him so he can sleep a bit longer. Below Hong, Yi was even more gloating. He eagerly wished for the professor to give Yi Fan a good scolding. After all, Yi Fan had been stealing too much of the spotlight recently, making others feel deeply unbalanced. In fact, Hong Yi, who was determined to surpass Yi Fan, desperately wanted him to fall into a low point and be constantly beaten down. The professor's thick lenses reflected a sharp glint as he scrutinized Yi Fan, then pushed his glasses higher. Yi Fan, I was just about to look for you, and here you are. Yi Fan showed no panic. Instead, he said sincerely, I'm sorry I was delayed by some matters and arrived late. I promised to be earlier in the future. He was also prepared to be reprimanded. It's fine, it's normal for you to be busy. You must be tired from studying lately. I am a reasonable person, I can understand. It's okay if you don't come in the future, I won't hold it against you. Go sit down and rest well. The professor's face beamed with kindness. The professor had heard of Yi Fan's achievements. 1. Top of the grade. 2. Doing good deeds commended by the Public Security Bureau with a banner. 3. Full marks in his subject, a genius. The professor cherished talent. Why be harsh on a genius? Can a genius be compared to ordinary people? Just having him attend his class is an honor. Why would he treat him harshly? That would be ungrateful. Not to mention this genius was honored with a banner by the Public Security Bureau for doing good deeds. What if Yi Fan was on his way to do something good? If he scolded Yi Fan, it would be tantamount to violence. In that case, why would he be harsh on Yi Fan? He even found himself liking Yi Fan more and more. Everyone rubbed their eyes, suspecting they had misseen. Reasonable. What connection did that have with the living Yama? Remember the student who was late just now whom you scolded until they cried? Yi Fan was also somewhat surprised. Had the teacher changed his nature today? But fortunately, he wasn't being called to account. Yi Fan had escaped unscathed and sat down in his seat. Many envious eyes followed Yi Fan. If only they could be spared by the living Yama, they would be overwhelmed with gratitude. After Yi Fan sat back down, his roommates were extremely excited. Old Yi, you're amazing. The Yama King actually smiled and talked to you. Of course our old Yi was presented with a banner by the Public Security Bureau. But old Yi, you really have guts, not afraid of the living Yama swaggering in without even panicking about being late. Yi Fan smiled and said not bad. Now his mind was not on the class at all, though it had drifted to Mu Xinci. He looked forward to the end of class to go eat with Mu Xinci and then buy couple outfits. Meanwhile, Mu Xinci arrived at the classroom without being late. Over here. Xiao Yu waved to Mu Xinci enthusiastically. Mu Xinci looked at Xiao Yu, hesitated for a moment, then chose to sit on the other side. Seeing Mu Xinci avoiding her, the smile on Xiao Yu's face froze. She hesitated for a moment, then picked up the strawberry yogurt on the table and walked over. Here, have some yogurt. Xiao Yu sat down in the empty seat next to Mu Xinci. The strawberry yogurt was Mu Xinci's favorite brand, which Xiao Yu had specially bought from the store. Thank you, but no need. Mu Xinci's tone was distant. I heard today's topic is a bit difficult, so I've prepared some materials. We can study them together later. Xiao Yu knew she was at fault for making Mu Xinci angry and tried hard to make amends. Mu Xinci was touched inside, but when she thought of past events, she still had a knot in her heart. I'm sorry, I don't need it. You can look at it yourself. Mu Xinci lowered her eyelids, forcing herself to be hard-hearted, and pushed the review materials back to Xiao Yu. I apologize for what happened before. I was too self-righteous and acted without permission. If Yi Fan treats you badly, I'll help explain. Xiao Yu's face was full of guilt. Now she truly wanted to reconcile with Mu Xinci as before. After all, she had spent some time with Mu Xinci and truly cherished this friendship. There's no need. I'm already dating him. Mu Xinci said honestly. This news struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Xiao Yu stunned. You two are dating. Mu Xinci pretended to be indifferent. Her heart involuntarily leaned toward Xiao Yu, but she could only force herself to reject her. In the past, she had experienced things that made her unable to trust others. Now that she had finally come to trust Xiao Yu, she discovered that Xiao Yu had deceived her. Who could know that after one deception, there wouldn't be more? Once bitten, twice shy? Mu Xinci was truly afraid. She didn't want to become like before, foolish enough to be used by others and then fall into irredeemable ruin. That's wonderful. Congratulations on finding happiness. Xiao Yu was genuinely happy for Mu Xinci. Previously, she thought Yi Fan was unreliable, but ever since she found out that Yi Fan could protect Mu Xinci and was commended by the Public Security Bureau, she truly felt that what she had done was too foolish. Then let me treat you both to a meal as compensation and also to celebrate your being together. Xiao Yu hadn't given up yet. Mu Xinci shook her head, trying to appear aloof. No need. All right. Xiao Yu's smile faded, and she lowered her eyes gloomily. Mu Xinci ignored her. Xiao Yu felt a bit lost, sensing that she was close to Mu Xinci, yet miles apart. In fact, Mu Xinci's heart was also stirred. But her character forced her not to take a single step toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu remained very warm toward Mu Xinci. Are you going to save seats in the library? I can help you. Need your thesis printed? They'll do it. I have a bottle of water here unopened. It's hot, you must be thirsty. Take it. Mu Xinci shook her head at Xiao Yu, declining everything. Just then the teacher dismissed class early. Mu Xinci gathered her things, stood up, and said coldly, "Excuse me, I have things to do." Okay. Xiao Yu stepped aside, and Mu Xinci left. Xiao Yu sighed, her face full of regret. How could she make Mu Xinci forgive her? How could she mend their relationship? Inside the multimedia classroom, Yi Fan was lying on his desk when he heard a commotion nearby. Wow, the school beauty is at the door. She must be here for Brother Yi. Who else? If not him, then who? I'm so jealous of Brother Yi. A gorgeous girl is head over heels for him. If it were me, I'd laugh myself to death in my dreams. Yi Fan followed the sound and saw a graceful figure through the corridor window. She clearly noticed him looking at her and waved her soft little hand at him. Look, her delicate face was brimming with a warm, sweet smile. Just seeing her lifted Yi-Fan's spirits. Brother Lei exclaimed in surprise. Hey, the school beauty is waiting for you outside again. Old you two are wearing the same outfit today. Wow, this is telepathy. What a destiny, exclaimed Xiao Wu. The corners of Yi-Fan's mouth curled up. It's not telepathy. We planned it. What? Xiao Wu, Brother Lei, and Pang, who looked at Yi-Fan in confusion. Isn't it normal to wear couple outfits? Yi-Fan said calmly, uttering the most shocking words. Xiao Wu stammered, what are you saying? Pang, who was dumbfounded, couple outfits. Brother Lei pondered repeatedly, but dared not conclude, could it be? That's right, the one standing outside is my girlfriend. Yi-Fan smirked. Speaking of his girlfriend, Yi-Fan was immensely proud and felt a swelling happiness in his heart. Being able to introduce his girlfriend to his good friends, how could that not bring joy? Hearing Yi-Fan's words, his roommates were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. Pinch me, I must be hearing things. The school beauty is your girlfriend? You've single-handedly raised the average looks of our girlfriends. You've captured the goddess of countless young men. Yi-Fan grinned. Fate is wonderful when it comes, you can't stop it. Xiao Wu and the others were extremely envious of Yi-Fan. This year is your zodiac, you're right. How come all the good luck falls on you? Yi-Fan started showing off. That's because I have a system, you don't. The system had instantly elevated him, propelling him to become CEO, winning the hand of a beautiful, wealthy woman, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Just then the bell rang, and the professor announced the class was over. All right, want to go to the cafeteria together. Yi-Fan really wanted to accompany his girlfriend, but not inviting his friends made him feel like he was valuing love over friendship. You two are in the honeymoon phase, why would we be a third wheel? You enjoy your time alone, Xiao Wu urged. Brother Lei felt flattered. Yeah, it's not like we need an introduction. We already know her. Let's do it another day. Pang, who shared the same sentiment, he preferred to wait and see. After all, Mu Xinci was too beautiful and too prominent, they felt a bit awkward getting close to her. All right, next time it's on me. They'll go with my girlfriend now. Yi-Fan's lips curled as he waved to them and walked out the door under everyone's astonished gaze. Seeing the lovely fair-skinned Mu Xinci, he felt delighted. Did you wait long? Not really, I just got here. Let's go eat. Mu Xinci smiled sweetly at Yi-Fan, her dimples faintly appearing on both cheeks. She extended her fair, clean little hand toward him. So cute. Her smile is so sweet. The school beauty, usually so aloof, could also be this soft and adorable. The boys observing from the classroom were mesmerized by her. They all wished they could hold Mu Xinci's hand. But under the gaze of everyone, the one who took her hand was someone else. It was Yi-Fan. Seeing them holding hands, everyone was stunned. Some even screamed. Oh, are they together? They're holding hands. I'm heartbroken today. My school beauty. And they're even wearing matching outfits on the sly. And I was still pining for my Yi-Fan, darn it, I missed the chance. What do I lack compared to the school beauty? They say the first to get close wins, but I'm Yi-Fan's classmate and I still didn't snag him. I was already bent for Yi-Fan, and now he won't take responsibility. Bro, you're way too much. If you'd just eat a peanut, you wouldn't be this drunk. The moment Yi-Fan and Mu Xinci held hands, he naturally felt the stir around them. The boys' eyes were either envious or resentful. The girls mostly showed reluctance to let him go, even some resentment, as if he had betrayed them. It could only be blamed on his previous popularity. His girlfriend was also very popular. Thinking this, Yi-Fan felt no displeasure. He gazed tenderly at Mu Xinci, who stood beside him, petite and charming. Her face was flushed and delicate, her eyes soft, her red lips slightly upturned, radiating a hint of sweet smile. It lifted his spirits just to look at her. Yi-Fan unconsciously tightened his grip. Through the touch, he felt that his hand was so big and hers was so small. He thought his own hand was already fair, but it was nothing compared to hers. Mu Xinci's hand was supernaturally pale, tiny, and exquisite. It felt soft and tender in his grasp. Yi-Fan couldn't help but smile, leading Mu Xinci away by the hand under everyone's watch. Ding, congratulations to the host. Held hands once earned 200 points. As Yi-Fan held Mu Xinci's hand, wherever they went they drew a lot of attention. Without needing to explain their relationship to outsiders, just the intimate gesture of holding hands made it clear they were dating. They were the center of attention. Some even chased after them, secretly taking photos with their phones. What a perfect match. They're the highest glamour couple at our school. No doubt about it, it's a campus legend. So fitting. Haha, I was a fan of their pairing before. How sweet that my OTP has become a real couple. Seeing someone so excited, Hong, he retorted unhappily. Back then Yi-Fan saved Mu Xinci, so it's natural for her to pledge herself to him out of gratitude. It's almost like emotional blackmail. Someone immediately jumped out to retort, "You're just sour grapes." Yi-Fan saved a beauty, and it's normal for her to offer herself. At least Yi-Fan is a hero, unlike you, a sneaky coward who stirs up trouble behind the scenes. They had vaguely heard of Hong Yi's underhanded moves, and Hong Yi was notorious on campus. Hong Yi's face was extremely grim. He had a bad reputation now, and everyone deliberately opposed him, treating him with indifference. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was soaring high, everything going smoothly, and now he had won the bowtie's heart. It was infuriating. But he believed that a person couldn't be unlucky forever, nor could someone be perpetually lucky. As long as he kept his eyes open, he would surely find a way to turn the tables. Sooner or later, Yi Fan would face a downfall, as everyone turned against him. He might even be cruelly dumped by the campus Belle. At that moment, Yi Fan was too immersed in the sweetness of love to care about anything else. Holding Mu Xin's hand, he asked, Japanese, Thai, Korean, barbecue, or hot pot? Mu Xin's eyes twinkled as she said, I think Chinese food is fine too. Let's go to the cafeteria. Cafeteria? Yi Fan was surprised. Mu Xinci tightened her grip on his hand, her face radiant. Didn't you say we should show off our love enough? As your girlfriend, I have to fulfill your wish. It's the most crowded place. But you never go to the cafeteria, Yi Fan said, not eager to show off, but more concerned about his girlfriend's feelings. Mu Xinci parted her red lips. I don't usually go, but there's always a first time. Going to the cafeteria saves time and doesn't affect our classes. Besides, after the renovation, the food there is quite good. It's called when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Their lunch break was short anyway, and driving elsewhere would waste too much time on the road. Moreover, catering to her taste might not be what he liked. No, it's called a wife follows her husband, Yi Fan corrected with a smile. She blushed. Suddenly she muttered, we're not married yet. Are you hinting something? Should I bring the marriage registry here? Yi Fan's smile deepened. He stared intently at Mu Xinci, who held her breath, her face flushed, barely able to withstand his handsome face. We've only been together for 1 day. What are you thinking? Yi Fan burst out laughing, correcting her. Silly girl, it's already the 2nd day. He said from now on we'll have the 3rd day, the 4th day, the nth day, the N1th day. Until the nth day after marriage. So confident you can marry me. Mu Xinci huffed, lifting her radiant face to look at him. Yi Fan gently touched her nose. Without that confidence, how could I be your husband? Mu Xin's ears turned bright red. She could fully feel the teasing in Yi Fan's words, especially his doting gestures, which made her heart flutter. Well, see, she hummed. Maybe someone better will come along. If you're not good to me, it'll slip away. Yi Fan saw through her tsundere act. Dream on, him the best. Just settle down and be my wife. He pulled her slender waist firmly. Mu Xinci stuck out her pink tongue. So narcissistic. That remains to be seen. What's wrong? Do I have to kiss you in front of everyone to assert my claim, so you'll learn to behave and accept the reality? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, smiling, and leaned his face in. His intention to kiss made Mu Xin's breath grow hot. Her fair hand immediately covered Yi Fan's lips. Keep it down, she said, blushing. Just now you said you wanted to show off our love, but now you won't even give me a kiss. So stingy. Yi Fan clicked his tongue. He didn't force her, just pretended to be disappointed. Unexpectedly, a moment later, a kiss landed on his cheek. Yi Fan felt her initiative. Though his face was a bit dry, the overlapping sensation still let him feel the softness of her lips. That brief, fleeting kiss already made Yi Fan ecstatic. I'm generous. Her shy whisper reached his ears. He looked and saw her delicately flushed face, so beautiful, it was appetizing. Yi Fan was immensely satisfied, grinning from ear to ear. I know. Let's go eat. Whatever you want, your husband is treating. Yi Fan was very generous, cheerfully leading Mu Xinci to the cafeteria. Many people in the cafeteria watched them. Who cares? They didn't care. Let them whisper. He was happy anyway. He held his wife, doing whatever he wanted. Mu Xinci was still a bit shy in his arms. Yi Fan could feel it. She lowered her blushing face. After all, so many people were watching, and it was her first time eating in the cafeteria. Unlike the previous time she had barged in demanding renovation, this time, she was here as a girlfriend, accompanying her boyfriend for a meal. Mu Xinci looked around curiously, asking, what's good? Today I'll be your guide, taking you to eat all the delicious things in the cafeteria. Yi Fan led her expertly to the counter for rice with toppings. Auntie, the usual, a lion's head meatball rice bowl for me. Yi Fan flashed a bright smile. The lion's head meatball rice bowl was a signature dish at the school, especially popular after the renovation. It was a must-try in the cafeteria. The cafeteria, Annie knew Yi Fan. After all, the school only had a few handsome faces, devastatingly handsome. Yi Fan was one of them. Especially when he flashed his trademark smile, even a stone-hearted woman would feel a spring in her heart. Sure, I'll give you some extra meat broth and a free braised egg. The auntie, who usually skimped on portions, now greeted Yi Fan with a smile. Auntie, that's too much. Yi Fan looked at the bowl, overflowing with rice. This is not much. You're still growing, you need to eat more. The auntie said with a smile. Is it enough, kid? If not, I'll give you another meatball. The students who had already gotten their meals were dumbfounded. Auntie, I'm younger than him. I'm still growing. Why did you skimp on my portion just now? You added a spoonful of broth, but told me to eat less and lose weight. The cafeteria auntie noticed Mu Xinci standing beside Yi Fan and asked with a smile, is this your girlfriend? Yes, Yi Fan proudly admitted. You have good taste. Your girlfriend is really beautiful. You two are a perfect match. Here Annie blesses you both and gives you another lion's head meatball. The auntie was extremely enthusiastic. The students who had gotten their meals earlier were even more devastated. Not only did he not have such a beautiful girlfriend, he wasn't even in a relationship. He had never even gotten this much meat in his portion. Annie, don't you feel heartache? Auntie, really it's enough. Yi Fan was amused and exasperated seeing the bowl completely full. Fearing it might be too heavy, he instinctively handed the bowl to Mu Xinci and you hold it. The student watching blinked. Oh boy, this is going to end badly. As a boyfriend, don't you know to carry things for her? Based on his experience, a fight was about to break out and the campus Belle might even break up with him. The student watched blinking. Oh boy, this is going to end badly. You as a boyfriend don't know to carry things for her. From his experience, a fight was about to break out and the campus Belle might even break up with him. While his classmates gloated, they saw Mu Xinci beaming with joy. You're so nice. The classmate couldn't believe it, suspecting he had misheard. He truly saw Mu Xinci not caring at all, instead smiling as she carried her bowl away. The campus beauty was in a relationship, and she was the one being submissive. With such a stunning girl, Yi Fan didn't treasure her in his heart, but instead ordered her around. If it were him, he would have spoiled her to the skies. The classmate was jealous of Yi Fan to the point of bitterness. At school, the teachers doted on Yi Fan. In the cafeteria, the lunch ladies doted on Yi Fan. And now Mu Xinci as his girlfriend also doted on Yi Fan. How could Yi Fan be so lucky? Was he born to be spoiled by girls in every way? Thinking of his own neglect, the classmate deeply pitied himself. Besides buying the lion's head rice, Yi Fan also purchased a large amount of food, enough to satisfy both his and Mu Xinci's appetites. After the classmate sat down, he still kept an eye on Yi Fan. After all, the campus beauty had publicly revealed her relationship with Yi Fan, and both were so good-looking that eating in the cafeteria caused quite a stir, attracting everyone's attention. Not looking. Impossible. People love gossip. The classmate saw Yi Fan peeling shrimp. He felt a bit relieved. Yi Fan must have realized he went too far, and was now making it up to Mu Xinci. After all, such a beautiful girl, originally aloof, had lost all her coldness in front of Yi Fan, turning into a soft little girl. He had truly witnessed Mu Xinci busying herself around Yi Fan, being exceptionally attentive. The classmate confidently said to his friend beside him, I bet these shrimp are definitely for the campus beauty. Look, he's even peeled several. The friend nodded in agreement. Right, his girlfriend is the campus beauty, everyone's goddess. How could he not cherish her? Unexpectedly, with a gulp, Yi Fan popped the shrimp into his mouth. One bite after another, he ate it with relish. They were shocked. What a joke. How could Yi Fan eat them himself? The campus beauty is definitely going to be angry. Oh no, they're definitely going to fight. Yi Fan is such a straight man. They all felt a pang of worry for Yi Fan, even mourning for him for 3 minutes. This was bound to spark a storm. Look, the campus beauty put down her chopsticks. Oh no, a world war was about to begin. Could it be that they announced their relationship today and would break up immediately? Not just these two, but everyone else was watching the drama unfold. But soon Mu Xinci picked up the juice on the table and fed it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan happily drank the juice. Not only that, Mu Xinci also placed fish that had been deboned onto Yi Fan's plate. Here, eat more. Everyone, were they seeing things? The campus beauty worked without complaint, silently giving. She loved him so much. She was such a caring girlfriend. So her aloofness was fake and her thoughtfulness was real. Whoever said the campus beauty was cold and unapproachable, come out and let them beat him to death. So-called aloofness is clearly for you, not for the one she likes. Look at the campus beauty now. She's the perfect girlfriend. Yi Fan's luck was too good. The male students present were either biting their chopsticks in jealousy or on the verge of tears. Some guys had girlfriends, but their girlfriends not only didn't let them serve them, but also threw tantrums. When had they ever deboned fish or fed them drinks? After eating his fill, Yi Fan opened the system's lottery page. He drew 8 times and obtained 4 items. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level composition ability. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a clever trick pouch. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining max psychological guidance teaching. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Rolex Sea Dweller watch, now placed in your pocket. The system was quite thoughtful. Knowing that his last watch was destroyed, it had arranged for a watch as a lottery prize. His luck was pretty good too. He had won the Rolex Sea Dweller in one go. Yi Fan immediately took out the Rolex watch. The design was quite nice, more suitable for his age, and wearing it gave a sense of understated luxury with substance. As for the God-level composition ability, Yi Fan understood it clearly. But the clever trick pouch and max psychological guidance teaching were not clear to him. What are these? Yi Fan asked the system. The system told Yi Fan, host, the clever trick pouch allows the system to tell you based on the actual situation what to do next when you encounter a tricky problem. After hearing this, Yi Fan understood. That meant the system would tell him how to make a move. That was pretty good. It could solve urgent problems. Then what about Max psychological guidance teaching? Everything you say is reasonable. The other party will unconditionally find it reasonable, preventing the emergence of trolls, allowing you to gain the upper hand, in words never afraid of losing an argument. You can convince someone within a minute, and it also has the effect of soothing others and stabilizing emotions. Yifan got excited. Awesome. Who doesn't hate trolls? But making trolls obey you. This skill was extremely useful. Most importantly, it could effectively comfort people, which was super practical. While Yifan was excited, the system told him again, Max psychological guidance teaching, though a permanent skill, has a cooldown. After using it, you must wait at least 8 hours before using it again. Yifan. As expected, it was still a stingy system. Really sneaky. System a system that serves the host to the end. What bad intentions could it have? But if the host gets everything satisfied, the host won't think of me anymore. Yifan Dame. No way. Forget it. A cooldown is better than nothing. Better than nothing. These skills were actually quite practical. Just as Yifan finished his conversation with the system, his phone rang. Yifan saw it was Xue Kaiwan's number. Hello. Yifan answered the call. What's up, President Xue? Zhou's situation is a bit off, but we can't record the song effectively. What should we do? Xue Kaiwan's anxious voice came through. Yifan shuddered. Zhou was having problems. How could that be? That was the future pillar of the Chinese music scene. Okay, he'll come to the company right away. Yifan calmed Xue Kaiwan down and hung up. What's wrong? Mu Xinci asked, looking at Yifan's anxious expression. Seeing her worried eyes, Yifan felt warmth in his heart. He gently stroked Mu Xinqi's face, soothing her emotions. It's nothing, just a small issue at the company. I need to go deal with it. Do you need my help? Mu Xinci asked.